Chapter 1. Survival on a Deserted Island. I have heard that some individuals can endure nearly 10 days without food or water. Do you think we could last that long? In the world of pirates, on a small island in the Grand Line, lay a boy of about 10 years old. With short black hair, he weakly posed his question to a little girl beside him. The girl remained silent, forcing a painfully strained smile in response. "You're right, I, too, am so famished that I forgot you might not understand my words," the boy said, turning his head to face the endless expanse of the sea before him. His vacant eyes gazed at the horizon, where the warm sunlight pierced through, causing him some discomfort. "What do you think blood tastes like? Can it satiate hunger?" The boy pondered aloud, looking at the girl's delicate white hands. They had been without sustenance for 3 days. The boy's name was Lorne, also known as Ron. He had once been a beleaguered programmer on Earth, but fate dealt him a cruel hand when a runaway car unexpectedly struck him down, bringing his brief and arduous life to an end. Perhaps heaven deemed him too unfortunate and granted him a chance to traverse into the world of One Piece. However, Lorne felt he was undoubtedly the most unfortunate of all transmigrators. While other transmigrators often emerged as wealthy heirs, formidable warriors, or even extraordinary beings, he found himself in a dismal situation instead of a grand beginning. He was left with no family, no extraordinary abilities, only a dilapidated old house and an elderly maid who had supposedly been his only companion. The house, although spacious, had long been neglected and was covered in dust. As for any inheritance left by his parents, rumor had it that his father had once enjoyed prosperity, for otherwise, how could they have afforded a maid? But now, that was merely a jest. They had incurred the wrath of local thugs who, in the past, had been deterred by the presence of his old maid. However, just a few days prior, she had become too frail to continue, leaving Lorne to endure much hardship. The thugs stormed into his home, taking everything they deemed useful. Seeing Lorne's apparent dissatisfaction, they bound him and sold him to a merchant ship docked at the town port as a laborer. Fortunately, Lorne's previous life as a beleaguered programmer had accustomed him to hardship. Drawing from the narratives of 21st century online novels, he rationalized that this predicament wasn't entirely dire. The ensuing tale would see him strengthen his physique while working with the merchant crew. Eventually encountering pirates who would raid them, he would join their ranks, build his strength in secrecy, and reclaim power, ultimately rising to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and, eventually, the Pirate King. Yet, it was evident that he was overestimating his situation. His maiden voyage was met with what was said to be an once-in-a-century tempest. The ship he was on board, none of the extraordinary figures he had envisioned. The merchant vessel was swiftly torn to shreds by the storm, clinging desperately to a pillar in the cabin. He managed to avoid being swept away. However, when he regained consciousness, he found himself washed ashore on an unknown island. Lorne stood up, relieved that he could still move. He began to survey his surroundings. His luck was both good and bad. The fortunate aspect was that when the storm struck, he had been in the food storage area of the ship. The unfortunate part was that the entire storage had been torn apart by the tempest. The only provisions he could find were a few scattered barrels of liquor surrounding him. Lorne chuckled and took a scoop of the liquor, drinking it down. A little drink was better than none. However, just as he was enjoying his drink, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound nearby. Who is it? Lorne knew the sound did not originate from him, as he was not particularly hungry at that moment. He was merely quenching his thirst. A petite figure emerged from behind a rock. A little girl with winered hair. Lorne furrowed his brow. He recognized her from the ship. She was accompanied by a robust, impeccably polite butler, whose demeanor suggested an extraordinary background. Yet, here they were, reduced to a state akin to his own, fate playing its cruel hand. Lorne waved her over, inviting her to share in the liquor. The girl hesitated for a moment, but then cautiously approached, taking the spoon he offered and beginning to drink. She must genuinely be famished, yet, even in her hunger, she remembered her manners. As Lorne observed the girl, a strange thought crossed his mind. Wasn't this reminiscent of a plot from some obscure novel? The protagonist sharing hardship with a core member of a powerful family. And when the girl grew fond of him, the powerful forces would come searching for their lost princess. Perhaps that old butler, who had been trailing the girl, was not an ordinary person at all. But the ensuing narrative often depicted the butler believing that their shared trials would tarnish the girl's reputation, leading him to eliminate the protagonist. Yet, swayed by the girl's heartfelt pleas, he would ultimately spare him. The protagonist would then unleash the classic line: 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He would then diligently train, rise to prominence, and become the warlord of the sea, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. Ah, how grateful the old butler would be, casually bestowing upon him an extraordinary devil fruit as a reward for saving their lady. Overcome by the protagonist's unwavering spirit, he would force the fruit into his mouth and serve as his personal trainer, imparting knowledge of the Marine 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, and Observation Haki. Indeed, how enticing. At that moment, Lawrence's inner musings remained unspoken. He was already preparing to ascend to greatness. However, reality proved that he was merely daydreaming. After truly experiencing 3 days of hunger, alongside a seemingly noble girl who had also succumbed to weakness, Lorne found himself devoid of such unrealistic thoughts. The narratives of obscure novels were simply unreliable. So, was human blood truly palatable? Lorne pondered, licking his cracked lips idly. He likely was the most unfortunate of all transmigrators' notions of power, wealth, or a harem were mere fantasies. All he desired now was a morsel to eat. No. Just as Lawrence's thoughts spiraled further, a small, pale arm appeared before him. He turned to see the girl rolling up her sleeve and timidly extending her arm toward him, as if she had mustered great courage. Haha, you can understand me. Lorne managed a strained smile. He reached for the girl's arm, and at the moment he grasped it, he felt her tremble involuntarily from fear. I was only jesting. How could I ever bring myself to eat someone as adorable as you? Lorne said, releasing her hand gently and raising his own to softly stroke her head. Her winered hair was remarkably smooth. She would surely grow into a beauty capable of captivating hearts. Alas, it seemed both of them were destined to perish here. There should still be some liquor left in the barrel. Go ahead and drink it. It might help you endure a bit longer. The girl understood his words and slowly rose to head toward the barrel the moment she turned. Lorne seized a handful of sand and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh, how gritty. Humans were certainly not meant to consume sand. After spitting it out, he resumed his aimless thoughts. He heard the sound of the barrel toppling over surely. There wasn't much left. How long would the last dregs of liquor sustain the girl? It was a pity that he hadn't achieved anything significant since his arrival. He was on the brink of death in this forsaken place. He had lain on this shoreline for 3 days without a single ship passing by. Was the universe truly conspiring against him? At that moment, he felt a tug at his sleeve, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the girl returning. Having finished her drink, she appeared somewhat tipsy, wearing a blissful expression. How delightful. Perhaps dying with such a joyful smile wouldn't be so bad. Yet, the tugging at his sleeve grew more insistent, tinged with urgency. Unable to endure any longer, Lorne turned to the girl and said, I told you, I want to eat you. But just as the words left his lips, he froze. For he noticed that the girl was holding something. A peculiar-looking fruit? Chapter 2. The Weakest Fruit. Lorne gazed at the unusual fruit in the girl's hand. It was a pale purple, adorned with strange, spiraling patterns. With the knowledge from his previous life, Lorne immediately recognized it. Called this be the legendary devil fruit. The devil fruit is a unique creation of the pirate world, said to contain within each fruit a demon. Upon consumption, one immediately acquires extraordinary abilities akin to those of superhumans. However, this comes at a cost, as the sea grows to despise the consumer, robbing them of the ability to swim and rendering them vulnerable to a substance known as sea prism stone. Devil fruits are simply categorized into 3 types. 1. Zoan type, which allows the user to transform into various animals. 2. Paramecia type, which grants an array of bizarre abilities. 3. Logia type, enabling control over natural elements and the ability to transform into those elements. Having perused the original work, Lorne is familiar with the appearances of numerous fruits, as well as the possible locations of powerful fruits that may currently lack owners. For instance, the fruit known as the Rumble fruit, reputed to be the most potent of the Logia type, may be buried somewhere on the Sky Island above. Lorne harbors a plan in his heart to seize the opportunity to escape from the merchant caravan to the Sky Island, for he surmises that he is situated approximately 20 years prior to the onset of the original plot in this era. The means of information exchange are exceedingly scarce. Lorne had recently seen in a newspaper held by an adult in the small town that a pirate named Joel D. Roger had discovered the legendary endpoint of the Grand Line, Raftel, and was hailed as the Pirate King. In the original narrative, Enel, the possessor of the Rumble fruit, appears as a youthful man in his 20s, suggesting that the current Enel has likely not yet consumed the fruit. This presents an opportunity for Lorne should he consume the Rumble fruit. The techniques he develops would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, those of Enel. This confidence stems from Lorne's memories of his past life, yet all his schemes and ambitions dissipate like smoke, trapped on this isolated island. Lorne is faced with a singular dilemma: to eat or not to eat this fruit of uncertain abilities. Reflecting on this, Lorne cannot help but chuckle at his own predicament. Even on the brink of death, he is filled with indecision. Is it truly the case that without the Rumble fruit, he cannot shine in this world? He recalls a saying, there is no ultimate ability, only the ultimate user. Having read the original work, Lorne's insights far exceed those of the majority of the indigenous people in this world. If they can harness seemingly worthless abilities to great effect, why can't he? There is no reasoning against it. Having steeled his resolve, He ceases to waver and accepts the fruit from the little girl, softly uttering his thanks. The reason for not declining is clear to both Lorne and the girl. Granting this fruit to Lorne significantly increases their chances of survival. "I will ensure your safe passage," Lorne vows silently. "How dreadful it tastes," he remarks after taking a single bite. An indescribable, peculiar flavor flooding his senses akin to soda, expired for a decade mixed with the brine of stinky tofu. The revolting taste nearly induces him to retch indeed. Lamenting the unpalatable nature of devil fruits is a rite of passage for every user. After consuming the entire fruit, a surge of energy courses through him, and Lorne calms himself to sense the changes within. First, his perceptions sharpen. He can even feel the gentle flow of the breeze around him. Discerning where it dissipates, he can sense a leaf, 31 meters away, precariously clinging to a tree. Lorne begins to pray, hoping his newfound abilities are not overly troublesome. He feels no inclination towards transformation, suggesting he is not of the zoan type. While he breathes a sigh of relief, a twinge of regret accompanies it. For the rarest categories of devil fruits, mythical zoan and ancient zoan also fall under the animal category. He detects no signs of elemental transformation, indicating he is likely not of the Logia type, although he is unsure if every Logia user can elementalize immediately upon consuming the fruit. Lorne acknowledges that his luck in finding a Logia fruit is exceedingly slim. Thus, it must be the Paramecia type. Paramecia abilities are diverse, brimming with infinite possibilities. Lorne muses that he has not fared too poorly. "Time stops," he exclaims, feeling inspired as he forms an unusual gesture with his right hand directed at a nearby insect. The little girl beside him gazes on with intrigue, her eyes fixed on the direction Lorne indicates. The insect, however, merely glances at Lorne before silently turning away and crawling off. It simply crawled away. Lorne awkwardly retracts his hand, and the little girl also withdraws her gaze as if nothing had transpired. Lorne refrains from further testing abilities such as spatial freeze, mightiest touch, or teleportation, instead contemplating the direction in which the insect scuttled. Does this insect hold any sustenance? The insect crawls at half a meter per second, and 8 meters ahead, there lies a small hole containing several faint life forms. Presumably its kin. One insect would not suffice to sate his hunger, but collectively, they might fill the bellies of both himself and the little girl. At this thought, Lorne suddenly feels a wave of nausea. When did he sink so low as to consider feasting on insects? Surely, it would be better to consume the nuts concealed beneath the tree or the small crabs hidden beneath the stones nearby. Wait, how does he know there are nuts beneath that tree and crabs under the stone, and with such precision? As this realization dawns, Lorne feels as though a switch has been flipped within his mind, illuminating his surroundings with newfound clarity. It is as if he has activated a godlike perspective, observing all existence. Everything around him transforms into data, relayed directly into his consciousness. Could this indeed be his ability? It may not be extraordinary, but neither is it lacking compared to those abilities with boundless potential. This skill that can directly enhance his odds of survival is undoubtedly more suitable. Lorne closes his eyes, deeply attuning himself to his newfound powers within a 10-meter radius. It is as if he has activated a map overlay, with all entities projecting within his mind, offering a panoramic view devoid of blind spots. Moreover, his auditory, visual, and olfactory senses seem vastly heightened previously. Lorne would have been unable to discern the trembling leaf on the tree 31 meters away. However, this ability is akin to the observation haki among the 3 types of haki, is it not? Those who lack mastery of haki cannot hope to find their footing in the new world. It is inevitable for one who desires strength to learn haki. Does this not overlap with one's own abilities? Nonetheless, all of this is not what requires my immediate attention. There is but one thing of significance, the fact that the young girl and I have food. Chapter 3. The sea. Were it not for Lorne's extraordinary perception, he would never have believed that this desolate island, which had nearly starved him and the young girl, could harbor such an abundance of food. Seated beside a crackling fire, he roasted the meat of an unknown creature, the aroma wafting enticingly in the air. It had been 3 days since Lorne acquired a power akin to the observation haki. In fact, on the very first day of his newfound ability, he had utilized his heightened senses to discover the other half of the merchant ship's hold, the half that contained provisions. This storeroom, buried along the shoreline and obscured by silt, had remained undiscovered until now. A rough estimate suggested that the provisions could sustain both him and the young girl for at least 4 weeks, if not longer, should they ration their supplies wisely. Of course, this depended on the food remaining unspoiled. However, Lorne had no intention of lingering on this solitary island. Having ventured into this world of pirates, filled with adventure and peril, how could he cower in obscurity rather than boldly explore? Names such as Roger, Whitebeard, Goldlion, Kaido. And Charlotte Lin stirred a fervor within him. If they could ascend to greatness, why could he not? Heaven had granted him this opportunity to inhabit a realm brimming with wonders, and thus, Lorne too would reign over the seas, even if he had consumed a worthless fruit. Could he not master his powers as effectively as Doflamingo wielded the string fruit? Lorne had dubbed his own fruit the perception fruit, even if it were deemed inferior. One could still cultivate their haki or martial prowess to become formidable. Yet, he wondered if the observation haki would overlap with his abilities or perhaps transform in extraordinary ways due to the fruit's influence. In the future, Lorne knew of the myriad wonders of observation haki, such as Enel's ability to sense his opponent's innermost thoughts or Katakuri's foresight of fleeting futures under the command of the Empress Charlotte Lin. Even Roger, the legendary Pirate King, was rumored to possess the capacity to hear all things, which might have been a transcendence of observation haki. By merging his abilities with observation haki, perhaps he could attain near omniscience within a certain range. Yet, all of this remained distant. The first step toward achieving these aspirations was to leave this island. As the thought of departure crossed his mind, a tinge of bitterness washed over him. Lorne and the girl had been marooned on this island for nearly a week, and not a single ship had passed by. This indicated that the island lay off the beaten path, making it unrealistic to hope for a passing vessel to rescue them. Their escape relied solely on their own ingenuity. Using the wreckage of the merchant ship and rudimentary tools, Lorne fashioned a small boat, reminiscent of the one Luffy had set sail on. It was modest in size, capable of accommodating only Lorne and the young girl, along with a few days' worth of provisions. Despite possessing memories from his previous life, he remained virtually ignorant of navigation. He had no clue where to steer or where the nearest island lay. He faced two choices: remain on this island, praying that a passing ship would discover them before their supplies dwindled, or set sail in the crude vessel toward an uncertain future. Both options appeared to hinge on luck, yet they bore stark differences. One relied on external assistance, while the other depended on his own survival. For Lorne, whose dream was to conquer the seas, lacking the courage to gamble with his life rendered that dream a mere jest. Having resolved to depart, he knew he must act swiftly. Hesitation would only erode his resolve. As for the young girl, he instinctively left her a spot in the boat, having vowed to take her with him. When he broached the subject, if she expressed reluctance, he would bind her and take her regardless. Remaining on this island equated to waiting for death. Her resentment mattered little. A man's promise must be fulfilled. After dinner, Lorne sat by the fire, warming himself. The island was devoid of life, and he had no fear of drawing any large beast with the flames. The firelight illuminated the young girl's rosy cheeks, and Lorne realized just how small she was. He was merely 8 or 9 years old himself, yet she appeared even younger. Such a child should, in a previous life, have been a cherished princess in her parents' care, yet here she was, tattered and struggling to survive alongside him. How pitiful. Despite her disheveled state, the girl exuded an innate air of nobility. After dinner, she sat quietly to the side, eyes gently closed, hands clasped before her, murmuring softly. Lorne could not decipher her words, but he began to form a hypothesis. Are you praying? The girl opened her eyes, gazing at Lorne with a hint of astonishment, then spoke. Although Lorne had long suspected that she could understand him, he remained oblivious to her language. Nonetheless, that sufficed, for he could convey his intentions through gestures. He pointed to the small boat he had crafted, then indicated the girl and himself, mimicking rowing motions. The girl tilted her head in contemplation, then shook it in confusion. All right, this seems unworkable. Let me try to explain slowly. Do you wish to stay here? If so, nod. If not, shake your head. The girl shook her head vigorously. All right, enough of that. Do you want to join me on the boat and leave? Upon hearing this, she grasped Lorne's clothing, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Yet she nodded determinedly. Then we shall set off at dawn, just as the sun rises. But first, please let go of my clothes. I will not abandon you. Lorne lay atop a wooden plank, gazing up at the starry sky, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, yet sleep eluded him. Beside him, the young girl slept soundly. Curled up tightly, her arms wrapped around herself. Whether it was the cold or a habit of clutching a doll while sleeping, Lorne found her posture peculiar. He draped half a barrel over her, uncertain if it would provide any warmth, though it was better than nothing. With sleep beyond reach, he decided a stroll might be more fulfilling. Lorne rose quietly, careful not to disturb the girl. The island, already lifeless, was eerily silent at night. Fortunately, Lorne's perception fruit mitigated the darkness's impact on him. Alone, he wandered to the shore, gazing out at the distant sea, lost in contemplation. Chapter 4. The saber-toothed shark. Lorne was awakened by a little girl shaking him. As he opened his eyes, the dawn sky was painted with hues of crimson rising from the horizon, blinding in its brilliance. Remarkably, he had spent the night by the sea. The little girl beside him appeared pale, her complexion tinged with purple, likely a consequence of the cold she endured the previous night. Strangely, despite having slept by the ocean, he had not been roused by the chill. His body proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated. This was unsurprising, given that he was once a noble. Still in the prime of youth, too young to squander his health. From the moment the old servant departed, he had been bullied by ruffians. Later reduced to labor aboard a merchant vessel and endured days of hunger on a deserted island. The endurance of this small body brought him considerable astonishment. While it was advantageous to possess a sturdy physique, such a trait was insignificant in this world. Even when compared to ordinary fish men, it held little value, let alone against behemoths like Kaido and Charlotte. "Let us depart," Lorne gently said as he patted the girl's head. Together, they pushed a small boat into the sea. Lorne felt a surge of relief. Had he been alone, merely launching the vessel would have required a considerable effort. The small boat was laden with supplies. And as he turned to gaze at the island receding into the distance, it dwindled to a mere dot before vanishing altogether. He then directed his attention forward. Truth be told, without a nautical chart or a skilled navigator, two individuals lacking swimming prowess setting sail in such a rudimentary craft was akin to courting disaster. Not everyone possessed the protagonist's luck like Luffy. Lorne was acutely aware of this reality, yet he could not simply resign himself to waiting for death on the deserted island. His only hope lay in the memory of a school of fish adorned with red and blue stripes that he had seen while departing the port with the merchant convoy, migrating in a direction opposite to theirs. The navigator aboard the merchant ship had jested, "Captain, remember this time and place. Next year we shall return with a fishing vessel and strike it rich." It was merely a jest, but Lorne had overheard and committed it to memory. He intended to seize an opportunity to pilfer a small boat and follow the migratory path of the fish back to the town. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand, as his inaugural voyage was marred by a rare maritime storm, casting him onto this desolate island. If he could locate those striped fish, perhaps he could accompany them back home. This was the sole plan he conceived. Had he known then to acquire some knowledge of navigation from the old servant, at least he might not have lost his way. The daytime sea was glaring, the sun reflecting an abundance of light across the water's surface. Lorne stared into the distance for an extended period, causing his eyes to ache. The little girl had retreated to a corner of the boat, clearly affected by the harsh sunlight. Lorne sighed. Indeed, she was a delicate noble, unable to withstand such discomfort. Yet, he had never harbored expectations of her. His promise to take her away was his own obligation, irrespective of her involvement. Suddenly, Lorne felt a chill sweep over him. He recognized it as a warning from the fruit's power. His instincts alerted him to a looming danger beneath the vessel, in the depths of the sea. "Fetch me the anchor I fashioned," he instructed. The anchor, a crucial component of mooring equipment, was a metallic apparatus tethered to the ship by an iron chain, designed to stabilize the vessel when cast into the depths. This anchor was a remnant of the merchant ship, which Lorne had sharpened and repurposed as a weapon. The threat approached, drawing ever nearer, not large in size, yet significant. It was less than 5 meters beneath the vessel and was poised to breach the surface from the left side. Lorne closed his eyes, utilizing his sensory abilities to track the intruder's movements with utmost concentration. "Now," he exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes and swinging the anchor with force towards the bow of the boat, just as the sea creature emerged. The water erupted in a spray of deep crimson as blood stained the surface. The creature had clearly not anticipated such a fierce blow upon surfacing and promptly dove back beneath the waves. Despite his success, Lorne's spirits remained subdued in that fleeting moment. He had recognized the beast. The saber-toothed shark, one of the most cunning of its kin. An adult saber-toothed shark could exceed 10 meters in length, nearing the size of a small sea king, yet this one was likely still a juvenile, measuring only 3 meters. Nonetheless, even in its youthful state, it was a formidable creature capable of inflicting death. The saber-toothed shark possessed 2 notably lethal traits. The first principle of retribution dictates that after Lorne dealt a devastating blow to the creature with an anchor, this monstrous being would undoubtedly not allow the small vessel to escape unscathed. The second point is that these creatures are, indeed, social beings. As this thought crossed Lorne's mind, a wave of despair washed over him. Fortunately, he had not sensed the presence of other saber-toothed sharks in this area. This juvenile specimen might have strayed from its school. Otherwise, a single adult shark could easily swallow the small boat whole. The shark lingered beneath the vessel, circling and waiting for the opportune moment. Lorne continued to track the movements of the saber-toothed shark with his heightened senses. Suddenly, the small boat began to rock violently. Lorne's face turned pale. He had not anticipated that this young shark would be so impatient as to ram the boat directly. The boat, measuring only 4 meters, was hardly larger than the 3-meter-long juvenile shark. A collision could easily capsize it. The sea was not its domain. Once Lorne and the young girl fell into the water, it could do as it pleased. The assaults abruptly ceased, and the shark seemed to change tactics, striking from another angle. This could not continue, Lorne thought, his brow furrowed. He was a wielder of a devil fruit's power, and what is the most notorious characteristic of such individuals? It is not their bizarre abilities, nor the classification into the 3 types of paramecia, zoan, and logia. Rather, it is their aversion to seawater, a nearly immutable law, no matter how powerful a user may be. Once they succumb to the depths, they are rendered utterly weak and immobile. Gritting his teeth, Lorne drew a knife and made a cut across his left hand, letting the blood flow onto the water's surface. The moment his hand touched the seawater, he felt as though he were being drained of all strength. The crimson liquid flowed from his wound, staining the already red sea a deeper hue. The shark's sense of smell was thousands of times more acute than that of a human, capable of detecting the scent of blood from several kilometers away. Lorne was certain that the saber-toothed shark beneath the vessel had caught wind of his scent, recognizing him as its wounded adversary. Lorne was gambling, hoping it would be unable to resist the temptation to attack him once more. He knew that when the shark next surfaced, it would be his opportunity. Minutes ticked by, and the shark halted its assault, seemingly weighing its options. Due to excessive blood loss, Lorne's complexion had grown pale. This was a battle of endurance. The one with greater patience would emerge victorious. Finally, as if succumbing to temptation, the shark circled beneath the boat before launching itself towards the surface, aiming directly for Lorne's bleeding hand. Its gaping maw was a terrifying sight, as though it intended to sever Lorne's arm. The young girl, witnessing this scene, cried out in fear and shut her eyes tightly. Yet, Lorne remained unfazed. He seized the upper jaw of the shark with his left hand, while his right hand brought down the anchor with great force into the open jaws of the saber-toothed beast. The shark writhed in pain, only to discover that its lower jaw had been shattered and could no longer close. It attempted to flee, but would Lorne grant it such mercy? With his right arm wrapped around the shark's head, he drew his knife with his left hand and thrust it viciously toward the creature's eye. The blade penetrated directly into its skull, and Lorne twisted it several times, ensuring the shark would no longer struggle before releasing it. He then collapsed onto the deck, overwhelmed by the tide of exhaustion. The potential of this body exceeded his expectations, yet it remained too weak, still largely untapped. This time he had survived, perhaps merely by luck. The young girl, seeing Lorne lying motionless on the deck, rushed over, exclaiming something unintelligible, though it was likely words of concern. Lorne smiled and gently patted her head, assuring her, "I am fine." Relieved to hear his voice, she hastily got up to search for bandaging supplies. As he watched her depart, Lorne reflected, "It is wonderful to be alive." Yet in the next moment, his eyes hardened with resolve. "I refuse to perish meaninglessly, to become but an inconspicuous ripple in the surging tides of this era, vanishing without a trace. I will grow stronger. I shall become the king of this age." Chapter 5. Lorne lay on the deck for a moment before springing to his feet, hastily beckoning the little girl to prepare for their departure. He was uncertain whether the blood of the saber-toothed shark would attract any other predators. Unlike the formidable figures in this pirate world, Lorne could not casually challenge the massive sea beasts. He could not yet fathom the ease with which Luffy, upon setting sail, could topple a sea cow larger than the vessel itself. In this vast ocean, the Sea Kings undeniably reigned supreme, or so Lorne believed. The small boat swiftly distanced itself from the carcass of the saber-toothed shark, and as Lorne watched the blood-stained waters recede, a weight lifted from his heart. He then allowed the little girl to tend to his wounds. As the alcohol was applied to his injuries, the sharp sting prompted Lorne to instinctively flinch. Yet he restrained himself. Gradually, he began to comprehend that his small frame concealed considerable strength, at least rivaling that of an average adult. Perhaps the burly dockworkers he had encountered in his hometown were not inherently stronger than himself. Had he known of his latent power when those ruffians had tormented him, he might not have suffered so greatly, his family's antiques stolen, and he sold into servitude. The old butler's ability to leave with peace of mind stemmed from his awareness of Lorne's hidden might. Humanity is a peculiar creature. It often remains oblivious to its potential until faced with adversity. Upon his arrival in this world, Lorne had underestimated his physical prowess, believing himself merely an ordinary child. Thus, he had endured bullying and labor without revealing his strength. Had he not been determined to set sail and encounter the saber-toothed shark, he might have remained ignorant of his own capabilities until his dying day. If fate allowed him to return to his hometown, he would ensure that those ruffians faced justice. The little girl, fearful of causing Lorne pain, bandaged his wounds with utmost gentleness, her focus unwavering. Observing her earnestness, Lorne felt an urge to ruffle her hair. Initially, he regarded her as a guardian angel. Had she not found the devil fruit, he might have perished from hunger on that desolate isle. However, over time, he had come to see her as a younger sister, as a person who had traversed into this world without ties. Her presence made him realize that there were indeed things worth cherishing. How about I teach you to speak? Lorne suddenly proposed. Observing the little girl so diligently tending to his injuries, he pondered how long it would take to find the red and blue-striped fish he had once seen. Unsure if he would survive the journey back to his hometown, the road ahead felt unbearably lonely, devoid of conversation. The little girl tilted her head in thought before gently nodding. Let's start with your name, Lorne suggested, knowing that names are among the simplest words to articulate, often requiring no translation, just a phonetic rendition. Having learned her name would simplify their future communication significantly. The girl hesitated briefly before slowly uttering her name, her pronunciation somewhat clumsy. Jarrett? Lorne repeated, sensing a hint of familiarity in the name, though he could not quite place it. His memories felt as disordered as leaves tossed by an autumn gale. Never mind, if I can't recall it, I won't dwell on it. May I call you Xiaojia from now on? The girl, or rather Jarrett, clenched her tiny fist, appearing reluctant to accept the nickname. After a moment's contemplation, she relented, adopting an expression that suggested, call me whatever you wish. Lorne found her demeanor amusing yet heartening, as it signified that Jarrett was gradually regaining some semblance of vitality. When they had first been trapped on that isolated island, she had seemed like a mere shell of a person, utterly despondent. Xiaojia, where do you come from? Lorne inquired, but before Jarrett could respond, he realized he should first introduce himself. I reside in this maritime region, a fallen noble of sorts. My ancestors were once affluent, and I have an elderly butler who has always cared for me. However, he left some time ago, and soon after, a group of thugs began to bully me, seizing my possessions and selling me into labor at the port. Lorne spoke with a subdued tone, omitting certain details. Transitioning from nobility to a destitute victim of thuggery was a narrative he could not bear to recount. Upon hearing Lorne's story, Jarrett's small fist tightened, indignation flashing across her face. Realizing it was her turn to speak, she hesitated before pointing towards the sea. Lorne thought. It seemed the path to communication would be long and arduous. Yet, he had gleaned something from this encounter. At least he now knew the little girl's name. There would be ample opportunities to teach her to speak in due course. Lorne's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. Would he truly have the chance? Meanwhile, in Lorne's hometown, an unexpected visitor had arrived. A young man clad in a pale yellow suit, appearing to be under 30, casually held a crumpled piece of paper in one hand while a cigarette dangled from his lips. Is this the place where the schemer Vahil once hid? He mused. Sakazuki is truly something. He goes after pirates while leaving me with this troublesome task. Wandering aimlessly through the port, he approached a passerby, displaying the photograph. Excuse me. Have you seen this person? He is an extremely dangerous fugitive. If you have any information, please do not hesitate to inform me. However, every individual he approached reacted with surprise upon seeing the photo, quickly retreating as if evading something. They're not cooperating at all, he thought, contemplating whether to employ the authority Sakazuki had conferred upon him. The expressions of the passers-by indicated that Vanehill was undoubtedly connected to this place, perhaps having committed heinous acts that led the townsfolk to avoid the topic entirely. Such a criminal would be better off dead, he mused. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the heavens. The young man frowned slightly and retrieved an umbrella he always carried. As a person with abilities, one of the most detestable elements was rain. Thus, carrying an umbrella had become second nature. However, it is said that the weather in the New World is particularly unpredictable, and one wonders if there might be an opportunity to transfer to a branch over there. He has grown weary of the days spent catching insignificant fish in paradise. In fact, the case of pursuing Wineshill that he currently holds was taken from Sakazuki, who graduated alongside him and is often referred to as a monstrous newcomer, always wearing a stern expression. The young man vividly recalls the disdainful look on Sakazuki's face when he took over the case, as if to say, if you fail to handle this matter, I shall not go easy on you. It appears that Wineshill has some connection to the higher-ups, as the Five Elders, who are seldom involved in worldly affairs, bypassed Admiral Steelbone to assign this task to us recent graduates. However, such matters are beyond his concern. Suddenly, the young man noticed a small girl huddled in a corner ahead. She was ragged and cowering in the street, while the relentless downpour mercilessly drenched her frail frame. He couldn't help but sigh. Where had the girl's family gone? Perhaps they had fallen victim to the chaos wrought by the pirates who claimed to pursue freedom. Why must some individuals destroy the happiness of others in this world? With that thought, he approached the small girl and held up his umbrella, intending to escort her to a sheltered place. Upon seeing him, the girl glanced up in gratitude, but her gaze quickly fell upon the wanted poster in his hand. With a sudden shyness, she timidly inquired, "Are you searching for Lord Lorne?" Chapter 6, Venture Lord Lorne? The young man in the yellow suit pondered the meaning of this phrase, questioning aloud. Lord Lorne refers to the master of the Venture family. But it seems Lord Marin has been away for some time. He hasn't shared any cake with us for quite a while. It appears Lord Lorne has also left the city recently. Wait, I'm getting confused. Who are these people, Lord Lorne and Lord Marin? The little girl, realizing she had mentioned too many names at once, awkwardly stuck out her tongue. I saw you have a picture of the old master of Venture, so I thought you knew Lord Lorne. Lord Marin is Lord Lorne's steward and often brought us cake before. The young man in the yellow suit contemplated this information while glancing at the wanted poster in his hand. The little girl might not comprehend the significance of this notice. Can you not read? He inquired tentatively. Yes, but Lord Marin promised to teach us how to read, the girl replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed in a fluster, I have something to do. I must leave now. With that, she turned and dashed away. Not again. The young man in the yellow suit felt a surge of frustration. Each time the conversation veered towards Venture, people would hastily depart. He was determined to discover what was so important that it made the townsfolk avoid discussing the Venture family. The young man resolved to follow the little girl stealthily, confident that with his exceptional skills honed at Naval Academy, it would be exceedingly simple to tail an ordinary person without being detected. After parting ways with the youth, the girl did not run far but headed directly into a bakery. Gazing at the array of delectable cakes in the window, she swallowed hard and said to the clerk, Sister Manda, I would like a small strawberry cake. She then pulled out a few grimy bills, amounting to roughly 300 berries, her entire savings. The clerk, named Manda, cheerfully accepted the money and retrieved a beautifully crafted strawberry cake from behind the counter, clearly pre-prepared. This is too large. The girl's face flushed as she realized her money would not suffice for such a grand cake. Today is little Candy's birthday, so let this be a gift from Sister Manda to her. Upon hearing the name Candy, the girl paused momentarily, then bowed deeply, gratefully accepting the strawberry cake from Manda's hands. Thank you, Sister Manda. The young man in the yellow suit observed this scene in silence for a moment. He now understood that the girl's abrupt departure was not an evasion of the Venture name, but rather a simple desire to celebrate her sister's birthday. The girl resided in a dilapidated old house, seemingly neglected for years and at risk of collapse. The young man frowned slightly upon witnessing her living conditions, having previously been sheltered from the realities faced by society's underprivileged. Hey, uncle, would you like some cake? The little girl spotted him from a distance and called out. The young man chose to overlook her unusual address and replied softly, Could you tell me about the Venture family? He was eager to uncover the reasons behind the townspeople's reticence regarding Venture. The girl paused, then smiled cheerfully. Sure, I can tell you that the old master of Venture is a good person. At that moment, Lorne, lying in a small boat, began to contemplate his own name. The respect shown by the old servant was not feigned. His parents must have had some means, for how else could they afford a servant? Where could his biological parents be, and what were they doing? Having grown up in an orphanage, Lorne had never experienced the presence of parents, leaving him with an unusual emotional response towards them. Was it anticipation or longing? His mind was clouded with these thoughts, which only served to irritate him. He knew he should focus on how to escape this predicament rather than dwell on such tangential matters. Slowly rising from the deck, he noted that his wounds had mostly healed, though his body still felt sore. By now, night had fallen, and the surrounding sea lay silent. Little Galette had already fallen asleep. For reasons he could not fathom, Lorne felt a growing agitation that severely hindered his ability to rest. Why was this so? Suddenly, he caught sight of a faint light shimmering on the distant horizon. A light? It seemed to indicate human presence. Salvation. Lorne quickly adjusted the boat's direction toward the flickering glow. As the two vessels drew within 100 meters of one another, Lorne froze. To his dismay, he discerned that the illuminated ship was none other than a pirate ship. The flag, depicting a skull with two beastly claws crossed beneath it, was unfamiliar to him. Yet he dared not take chances. Not all pirates were benevolent like those in heroic tales. Brutality, treachery, and ferocity were the true hallmarks of piracy, not the foolishness often portrayed. However, at that distance, the pirate ship had already noticed them and was approaching slowly. Lorne resigned himself to his fate, realizing that their small boat stood no chance against the pirate vessel. A wave of regret washed over him for not having utilized his perceptive abilities to assess the situation beforehand. Yet, that was merely frustration speaking. He had not yet developed a penchant for employing his powers. Just as one naturally uses their eyes to observe a beautiful woman or their nose to savor a delectable dish, such instincts are innate to humanity. Moreover, Lorne's current perceptive range was merely 10 meters. Within that distance, the pirates could leap off their ship and seize them effortlessly. Two little brats? Lorne and Galette were brought aboard the pirate ship, where a tall man with a bare torso lounged casually on a barrel, a jug of alcohol in one hand and an exposed woman in the other. Yes, Lord Follard, these two youngsters approached us in a small boat. I suspect they are spies for the bald dogs. We should toss them overboard to feed the sharks. A thin man, seemingly frail compared to the giant, interjected. Although Lorne estimated this slender figure to be at least 6 feet tall. The giantess name was Follard, probably their captain. Another unfamiliar name. Who would consider such children as spies? A tempest could easily swallow them whole at night. And it was rumored that this region was home to a swarm of saber-toothed sharks. Spotty dog, would you dare set sail in such a small boat? Another man, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, spoke softly, his tone laced with merciless mockery directed at the individual before him. When I accompanied the adult on his voyage, you were still oblivious to your surroundings. The man, insulted and likened to a spotted dog, was not one to yield easily. He immediately prepared to retaliate. Silence, barked Foiled. And upon his command, the man referred to as the spotted dog promptly fell silent, though his eyes cast a resentful glance at the man in black. With a furtive sweep towards Lorne, the unfortunate Lorne, caught in this unwarranted turmoil, dared not utter a word, merely fixing his gaze on Foiled. To survive, persuade me. Foiled stated bluntly, disregarding any further pleasantries with Lorne. Internally, Lorne lamented. This was indeed a moment of life and death. He recounted in detail how he had followed a merchant convoy, only to be swept away by a tempest to a deserted island before setting sail again. Yet, he carefully omitted the fact that he had consumed a devil fruit and had single-handedly slain a juvenile saber-toothed shark. Though the individuals aboard this vessel were, in a sense, his saviors, Lorne was well aware that one could not truly know another's heart, and thus, it was his habit to conceal certain truths. The hulking figure listened intently to Lorne's account, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze before turning away with a dismissive wave. Useless trash, throw him overboard to feed the sharks, he declared impatiently. Chapter 7. Ransom. Lorne was taken aback. However, he had little time to ponder, as the man mockingly referred to as the Dalmatian approached with a menacing expression. Wait. I have deceived you. I am a nobleman, and this voyage was merely a clandestine adventure aboard a merchant ship. I did not anticipate encountering a storm at sea. If you ensure my safe return home, my family will reward you handsomely. The urgency of the situation overshadowed any lingering concerns about his family's wealth. His immediate focus was on placating this ferocious man. Flerald, I shall remember that name. Lorne silently committed the giant's name to memory while maintaining a facade of sincerity as he regarded the pirate. Nobleman, is it? The Dalmatian scrutinized Lorne with evident skepticism, disdain dripping from his words. I truly am a nobleman. We hail from the Wainshire family of Anch Island. This is my sister, Wainshire Garrett. I tend to be a bit mischievous. While she has received the most meticulous education from a tutor, she is a true aristocrat. Garrett, who had been hiding nearby, finally spoke, aided by Lorne's encouragement, managing to utter a few simple words. Seeing the Dalmatian's incredulous expression only heightened Lorne's anxiety, yet he forced himself to remain composed. What to do? What to do? At that moment, he thought of Garrett. Her unique aura undoubtedly marked her as a genuine noblewoman. Lorne assigned her the role of his sister, hoping this would earn their trust. The pirate captain Flerald slightly lifted his eyelids upon hearing Lorne's declaration, casting a glance at Garrett. Perhaps her distinct noble demeanor had convinced him. Take them below deck and confine them in the hold, alongside that blind sailor. The Dalmatian reluctantly accepted the captain's command, moving to cuff Lorne's hands behind his back before shoving him roughly. Move. Behave yourself. The force of the shove nearly sent Lorne sprawling, but he disregarded the Dalmatian's malice. His racing heart felt somewhat steadied. Yet, the restraints were uncomfortable, though fortunately, they were not made of sea stone, allowing him to retain most of his perception abilities. Garrett closely followed Lorne, relieved that the Dalmatian did not resort to violence against her. Her frail form was far less resilient than Lorne's. The Dalmatian took up the rear. The ship exceeded Lorne's expectations in size. Unlike the cramped deck, the main deck was brightly lit, with lights visible from afar, while the interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a damp scent. Hurry up, don't dawdle, or you might lose your life. The Dalmatian urged as Lorne slowed his pace, but Lorne keenly noted the warning. Don't look around. What should I not be looking at? This hold likely concealed some secrets. Yet, before Lorne could dwell on this, the Dalmatian kicked him forcefully in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Garrett gasped and rushed to help Lorne to his feet. I told you to move faster. Did you hear me? The Dalmatian shouted. Lorne closed his eyes momentarily, the fists he had clenched behind his back relaxing. This Dalmatian was now firmly on Lorne's list of adversaries. Yet, given the circumstances, Lorne had no choice but to comply. Lowering his head and taking small steps forward, the room where Lorne was confined lay at the far end of the hold. As the door swung open, Lorne caught sight of a man in a naval uniform sprawled on the floor, asleep. There was no time to contemplate. The Dalmatian shoved Lorne and Garrett inside forcefully, slamming the door behind them. Behave, or I will make your lives miserable. Lorne labeled the Dalmatian as crude and barbaric. Rising from the floor, he adjusted his position against the wall, while Garrett settled beside him. Activating his perception abilities, Lorne felt an invisible aura sweep across the surroundings, sharpening his vision of the world. The dark environment posed no challenge to his enhanced perception. A bittersweet realization washed over him. He was still too weak. Lorne struggled with using his abilities, requiring preparation time and the need to remain uninterrupted. Had he not been interrupted in the hold, he could have discerned the nature of the secrets the Dalmatian was evading. If only he could wield his abilities instinctively. Lorne chuckled softly, redirecting his focus to the room. It was under 10 square meters, cluttered with various debris, and the man lay amongst it, fast asleep. A formidable figure, Lorne noted the scars adorning his body, wounds that had healed with a savage brutality. Most alarming was the cross-shaped scar over his eyes, likely the cause of his blindness. This was probably the old blind man Flareald had mentioned. Yet, strangely, this man exuded an oppressive presence rivaling that of Captain Flareald, if not surpassing it. How could such a powerful individual have been captured? Unfortunately, the man offered no answers, continuing his deep slumber. Observing another in such a peaceful state, Lorne felt hesitant to disturb him and instead concentrated his perception on the hold, extending it towards the direction of incoming footsteps. Lorne's perception range was limited to 10 meters, but focusing his will on a single direction significantly enhanced his awareness. He was determined to uncover the secrets these pirates concealed. However, as he extended his abilities into the hold, the revelations left him exclaiming, "Wow." A hand swiftly covered his mouth. The old blind man had risen silently and approached from behind. Now, it's best you keep quiet." A voice rich with magnetism resonated behind Lorne, calming his frayed nerves. Inch Island, Lorne's homeland. The young man in the yellow suit emerged from the modest dwelling of the little girl, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and disbelief. The girl's revelations had shattered his preconceived notions. The Wainshire family, as she mentioned, were renowned as the town's benefactors. Most residents had once received aid from the venerable Wainshire patriarch. Yet, not long ago, the patriarch had seemingly vanished, leaving only Lorne, Lord Marin, and a handful of aged servants and young maids in the once grand Wainshire household. Could it be that a criminal sought by the world government was, in fact, a paragon of virtue in his own hometown? Was this a case of mistaken identity? What a ludicrous notion. Surely the world government would not err. Yet, recalling the peculiar behavior of other townsfolk, the young man in the yellow suit found himself engulfed in doubt. He picked up the din mushy, intending to report the situation to his former classmate, now his temporary superior. Brew. Hello, Poliusolino. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line, directly addressing the young man in the yellow suit. Borsellino, who would later be renowned as one of the 3 great admirals, known as Kizaru, spoke in a low voice. He and Sakazuki had joined the Navy and graduated together. At that moment, he felt somewhat troubled and wished to confide in his old classmate. Before we proceed, I find myself entangled in a rather troublesome matter that requires your assistance. Speak, interrupted the voice on the other end of the din mushy, causing Borsellino a degree of annoyance. However, he had long grown accustomed to his old friend's temperament. A batch of experimental subjects has been stolen from Dr. Vegapunk. The transport vessel was attacked by pirates in your current waters, the voice continued, laden with frustration. Borsellino could easily surmise that this incident, involving Dr. Vegapunk, had likely provoked a furious call from Admiral Sengoku to Sakazuki. He was well aware of the tempers of their mentors. Understood. It coincidentally provides me an opportunity to unwind as well. Very well, thank you, Borsellino. Chapter 8. The experiment subjects. What are all these? Lorne asked the man behind him. his voice trembling with uncertainty. It was not that he was overly timid, but rather that the scene before him was a profound assault on the senses. Corpses lay side by side, immersed in a solution reminiscent of formaldehyde, resembling a morgue or perhaps a medical school's anatomy storage. Lorne could only define these entities as corpses. These should be the materials of Dr. Vegapunk, the blind man behind him replied after a brief silence. Vegapunk? Materials? Lorne's mind struggled to comprehend. After all, Vegapunk was the Navy headquarters' most formidable scientist, hailed as one who surpassed human intellect by 5 centuries. Perhaps the smartest individual in the pirate world. He had unraveled the transmission conditions of devil fruits and invented a method enabling weapons to possess their powers. Furthermore, he discovered a way for Navy ships to traverse the calm belt, a significant reason the Navy was deemed the strongest force upon the seas. Yet, how could a mere pirate crew be connected to such a prominent figure? The renowned Dr. Vegapunk has secretly allied with the world government. These materials have just been transported from the futuristic kingdom of Balchemia, the old blind man revealed, disclosing yet another significant secret. This made sense. Vegapunk had originally conducted his solitary research in his homeland of Balchemia before being invited to join the Navy. He left behind an enormous laboratory, which later became an opportunity for Frankie of the Straw Hat Pirates. But Lorne was aware of a secret that most high-ranking Navy officials remained oblivious to. Vegapunk had not willingly joined the Navy. In his youth, he had discovered something deemed extremely dangerous by the world government and was subsequently apprehended. At that moment, Lorne found himself lamenting his poor memory, as he had forgotten what Vegapunk had discovered. Yet one thing was certain, Vegapunk had been coerced into joining the Navy. These materials held no value for these brutish pirates. Lorne wondered what their grand scheme was. The blind man mused aloud, patting his waist as if searching for something. Ah, these brutish pirates. They've taken my flask, he grumbled. Though he made no further display of annoyance, instead turning to collapse onto a pile of debris and falling into a deep sleep. At this juncture, Lorne's mind raced as he pondered the key to overcoming their adversaries. His home was stripped bare, and the old butler had long departed. It was impossible to gather the ransom for himself and the young girl, Garrett. Once these ferocious pirates realized they had been outwitted, they would surely not let him escape. They might even pillage the island. If that occurred, he could truly become the island's villain. The key to overcoming the adversaries lay within these Vegapunk materials. Vegapunk's standing in the Navy was indisputable. Once the pirates absconded with his experimental subjects, the Navy would undoubtedly seek retribution. After all, he had only recently allied with the world government, and his possessions had been stolen in transit. Where would that leave the Navy's high-ranking officials? Thus, a relentless pursuit was inevitable. Perhaps the Navy fleet was scouring these waters for any trace of them. But why did they illuminate their ship with bright lights at night? Were they unafraid of the Navy, or did they have other ulterior motives? Lorne cursed his ignorance of nautical knowledge. Had he possessed even a modicum of understanding, he might not feel so powerless. In the dimly lit chamber, the concept of day and night was lost, perhaps due to prolonged confinement. Lorne felt an inexplicable excitement when the door finally creaked open. He skillfully concealed his thrill, maintaining an impassive expression as he regarded the figure who entered. The newcomer was the spotted dog, who spat in disdain. He had not anticipated such misfortune after losing everything at cards the previous night. He was now obliged to drag this wretched boy out to find his way home. He hoped the boy's family possessed some wealth to recoup his losses. However, regarding the boy's life, the spotted dog cast a look of pity upon Lorne. Ordinarily, it might have been inconsequential. But now that their pirate ship was tasked with a bounty from that prominent figure, carrying these corpses, the only requirement from that individual was absolute silence. Thus, not just this boy, but his family, and even the inhabitants of Anxia Island, were at risk. Captain Flailed had resolved to leave no survivors. A sinister smile crept across the spotted dog's features. He had not taken a life in far too long, since that Roger was dubbed the so-called Pirate King. The world government's oversight of the seas had grown increasingly stringent, reaching a draconian level. The captain had even instructed them to restrain their actions. The Pirate King? That nonsense. Did this Roger ever receive the acknowledgement of the grizzly bear pirates? No matter how formidable he was, he could not compare to our captain. The captain, Flailed, possessed not only terrifying power but had also consumed a legendary devil fruit, enabling him to transform into a black bear and rend everything asunder. If it weren't for their pirate crew's strength, that prominent figure would never have entrusted them with such a vital task. Yet, the peculiarities of those individuals' interests baffled him. What could they possibly want with these corpses? The thought of arriving at the boy's homeland and indulging in murder sent shivers of excitement through the spotted dog. Once known as the Blood Wolf, he relished the act of shattering his enemies and bathing in their blood. But now, he found himself reduced to the status of a mere spotted dog. Lorne observed the spotted dog's demeanor and began to understand that these scoundrels had no intention of allowing him to live. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. Even armed with this knowledge, he had no means to contend with them. The sheer disparity in power rendered any strategy futile. The captain ordered me to take you out for some fresh air. Hey, the captain is quite kind to you. Make sure to offer a generous ransom when you return home, the spotted dog said, his grin devoid of sincerity. Lorne nodded, rising gently to his feet and taking Garrett's hand as they stepped outside. Once I gain strength, I will ensure your demise, he thought silently. Yet he displayed nothing of the sort, instead adopting a mask of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Upon my return home, I shall reward you handsomely. This statement seemed to please the spotted dog, who chuckled heartily as he closed the door, seemingly unconcerned that only Lorne was permitted to step out, while he brought his sister, Garrett, along. As they traversed the ship's lower hold, darkness enveloped them, but Lorne had prepared himself. He summoned his perceptual abilities, transforming the surrounding space into a vivid 3D landscape within his mind. From this vantage point, he surveyed everything around him as if from a divine perspective. This sensation was exhilarating. Emerging from the ship's cabin, Lorne was greeted by the brightening sky. For the first time, he found the sunlight upon the sea not harsh, but rather soothing. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating. However, as his perceptual abilities swept over the captain's quarters, I discovered several new faces aboard the vessel. A few robust men clad in tight-fitting combat suits and sporting dark sunglasses. Chapter 9. Turning Point. The island you mentioned is waiting for you. Lorne overheard the burly leader's remark, albeit somewhat nonsensically. However, there was no time for Lorne to ponder further, as the spotted dog behind him delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Garrett quickly assisted Lorne to his feet. Both remained silent, accustomed to bowing their heads under the eaves of life. Suddenly, uproarious laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. I heard a spotted dog lost a bet yesterday with old Jack and ended up giving away his mother's underwear. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, the spotted dog dares not confront old Jack, directing his fury only at the child. The pirates loitering nearby took no notice of Lorne. Instead, they began to mock the spotted dog. Who said that? The spotted dog's eyes widened in rage as he searched for the instigator. What if I did? A tall figure emerged from the crowd, a man over 2 meters tall with a bald head and an unusual tattoo adorning his back. Standing before him, the 1.90 meter spotted dog appeared as a mere child. Bald Nick. The spotted dog uttered through clenched teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. Bald Nick was the second in command of the Gray Bear pirate crew, a formidable force second only to Captain Freld. Soft as a marshmallow, Bald Nick spat, though he refrained from directing his saliva at the spotted dog, opting instead to let it land on the floor before him. Yet, for the spotted dog, it was a humiliation nonetheless. A surge of anger rose within him, compelling him to consider retaliating against Bald Nick. What's all this ruckus? Have you no sense of decorum? Can't you see I'm entertaining esteemed guests? Captain Freld emerged from the captain's quarters, visibly displeased. Spotted dog, take this boy back to the cabin. I trust you've had enough fresh air? He then turned to Bald Nick. Who the hell told you to dirty the deck? This ship deserves the same respect as you would afford your wife on her wedding night. Understand? Clean up that mess. Lorne rose, dusting off non-existent dirt from his attire, and silently made his way to the cabin, with Garrett trailing quietly behind. Freld observed this exchange thoughtfully. The spotted dog cursed under his breath as he followed Lorne and Garrett. Standing behind the captain, he shot a venomous glance, believing Freld's silence regarding Bald Jack's insult was favoritism, lamenting his own inferiority. If only I were stronger, I would have severed his head and used it as a chamber pot. All of this was perceived by Lorne through his heightened senses. Once they reached the depths of the cabin, ensuring their words would not reach those on deck, Lorne abruptly posed a question. Do you wish to kill Nick? The spotted dog paused, momentarily taken aback, assuming Lorne was mocking him. What do you care about my affairs? Lorne remained silent. Yet his mind began to wander with new thoughts. This pirate ship did not seem united against external foes. The hostility directed at the spotted dog from both the man in the black suit last night and Bald Nick today suggested he was oppressed aboard this vessel. This spotted dog appeared to be the underdog, harboring considerable resentment that might present an opportunity for Lorne. Hidden within the depths of the cabin lay the blind man with remarkable skills, alongside Vegapunk's experimental subjects and the crew's disgruntlement. If leveraged correctly, these circumstances might allow Lorne to escape unscathed. With a resounding bang, The cabin door was slammed shut, plunging Lorne back into the dim confines of the room. The blind man remained undisturbed in his slumber, seemingly unaffected by the raucous noise. Gritting his teeth, Lorne gently shook the blind man awake. "Huh? What can I do for you, young man?" The blind man, roused from his dreams, inquired with a tone devoid of annoyance. "I wanted to ask how you ended up here. I sense you possess great skill. You can sense that? Do you have observation hockey?" The blind man questioned, then smacked his forehead, recalling, "Right? How did I end up here? I thought I had blended into a Navy banquet." "A Navy banquet?" Lorne was momentarily taken aback. "You're not a Navy officer?" "Of course not. Why would you think that?" The blind man replied, puzzled. Lorne was at a loss. Initially intending to point out the Navy uniform the blind man wore, yet he reconsidered. He had mistakenly assumed that these pirates had raided Vegapunk's experimental subjects. And with the old blind man clad in Navy attire and battered, he believed he was a Navy officer captured by the pirates. To his surprise, the blind man was not affiliated with the Navy at all, dispelling Lorne's earlier conjectures about the blind man's hidden capabilities lying in wait aboard the pirate ship, ready to ensnare them all at a critical moment. "But you still haven't explained why you're on this ship," Lorne said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Could you not help us disembark?" Lorne pressed on, unwilling to give up. "With your observation hockey, can't you leave on your own?" The blind man replied, bewildered. Eventually, after much persuasion, Lorne secured a promise from the blind man. He would awaken him at the next island, and he would facilitate Lorne and Garrett's escape. With this assurance, Lorne's anxieties eased. He believed he would live to see another day. Unbeknownst to him, the blind man's prowess far surpassed that of the ship's strongest member, Captain Freld, as Lorne sensed the powerful energy emanating from him. At the west seaport of Onsha Island, Admiral Kizaru stood on the shore, surveying the wrecked pirate ship while a contingent of Navy officers apprehended the fallen pirates. "My captain is the Moonlight Moria of the New World. He will not spare you," one of the incapacitated pirates shouted defiantly amid the scattered remnants of shattered swords. Kizaru waved his hand, and his subordinates swiftly dragged the still shouting pirate away. This marked the third group of pirates apprehended that day. Ratmouse Willie, bounty of 35 million berries, a nearby lieutenant reported promptly. Kizaru responded, somewhat disinterested, as these pirates were far too weak to serve as worthy practice. Onsha Island was a vital waypoint along this maritime route, and the lieutenant began documenting the remaining pirates who had surfaced in these waters over the past few days. Chaindaner, bounty of 22 million berries. Butcher Lorien, bounty of 47 million berries. The lieutenant paused for a moment before continuing, and Black Bear Freld, bounty of 75 million berries. Chapter 10. Mary Geos, the holy land of the celestial dragons, the fabled city, the capital of the divine, Mary Geos. The pirate world is divided into 4 equal parts by the intersecting red line and the grand line, known as the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. One of the intersections of the red line and the grand line, the highest point of the red line, separates the grand line into the paradise and the new world, a realm occupied by the legendary creators of the world, the celestial dragons. This place is referred to as the Celestial Dragon's Paradise, a sanctuary where no one is permitted to intrude unless the World Conference is convened, not even the kings of the 170 member nations of the world government. The tyranny of the Celestial Dragons is evident. The peak of the red line is insurmountable. The only means of reaching Mary Geos is via the adjacent bubble pod. However, this bubble pod is ordinarily inaccessible to anyone except the esteemed Celestial Dragons. Yet, at this moment, it carried 2 individuals who were utterly unexpected. The 2 men appeared utterly relaxed, treating this sanctum of the celestial dragons as if it were their own backyard. In a corner of the bubble pod cowered a marine soldier, his face etched with terror as he trembled and spoke. "The area below is surrounded by the Navy. The admirals have received word and are on their way. You cannot escape. Ahahaha. It's of no concern. They cannot capture me." The man standing in front erupted into exaggerated laughter. He was tall, with disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, and sported an extravagant, elongated mustache. If Luffy were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man, for he was none other than Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, who had recently completed a voyage around the Grand Line. Beside him stood Silvers Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, the right hand of the Pirate King. The marine soldier hiding in the corner was utterly at a loss, filled with despair as he pondered the purpose of these 2 titans' presence. Deep down, he held little hope for the encircled Navy below, for this was Roger, a man who had eluded even their heroic Admiral Garp. The bubble pod descended slowly, and upon opening the hatch, Roger was greeted not by a host of on-guard Marines, but by two men. In truth, the Navy had indeed come, but all the forces that surrounded the area had been vanquished. All 3,000 of the Marine headquarters soldiers, 15 captains, 3 commodores, and 1 major were defeated by these two men. The battlefield was littered with countless fallen Marines, and the remnants of their secret machinery lay in ruins. In the center of the battlefield lay a tall figure adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral, his fate unknown. The Marine soldier, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror and slumped against the wall. "Oh, what are you doing here?" The man at the forefront, tall and clad in an elegant noble robe, wielding a cane, expressed his confusion upon seeing Roger emerge from the bubble pod. Roger squinted. He recognized this man, placing him among the top 3 adversaries on his list of formidable foes. Fortunately, their relationship had not been marked by significant conflict. "I'm here to store something." "But why are you here?" "I recall that the Vinsmoke family was exiled from Geos." Roger's eyes widened in bewilderment. Rayleigh sighed, preparing for any eventual confrontation, knowing that Roger's demeanor might be interpreted as a provocation. The men before them were among the few in this world who posed a genuine challenge. The man, known as Vinsmoke Caesar, was the current head of the Vinsmoke family, once a celestial dragon family, and was dubbed the Blood Tyrant. Beside him stood his old steward, Melon, a man whose skill matched his own. However, perhaps accustomed to such encounters, the man known as the Blood Tyrant paid no heed to Roger's impolite demeanor. He raised his cane, addressing Roger. "This is my home. Why shouldn't I return?" "Surely, it is not merely a matter of returning home," Roger replied with a smile. "Coincidentally, I stumbled upon some historical texts regarding your family, and I happen to be among the few who know the true reason for your family's exile." "Silence," Caesar replied coolly. "About that incident in Mariewa 10 years ago, I said be quiet." Caesar finally lost his composure, raising his cane and pointing it at Roger. "Before Garp and Sengoku arrive, do you wish to have a bout with me?" "Ahahaha, I might be inclined, but you aren't here just to spar with me, are you?" Roger laughed heartily, feeling a rush of adrenaline at the prospect of a battle. Yet, decades of experience reminded him of the importance of priorities. This man had not come to engage him in combat. It would not be wise to obstruct his intentions for the sake of his own martial enthusiasm. After all, there were few in this era he could still call friends. Whitebeard was one, and Garp barely qualified. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his enthusiasm for battle waned considerably. Rayleigh, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He knew his captain well, easily provoked, impatient, and headstrong, which had led to many troubles during their voyages. Yet, he was also sincere and innocent like a child, deeply valuing his companions, which earned him their unwavering trust. The fact that Roger could suppress his desire for conflict was a significant improvement. Caesar snorted and walked past Roger and Rayleigh, entering the bubble pod in silence. The stoic steward followed closely behind, merely nodding in respect as he passed Roger and Rayleigh. As the bubble pod ascended slowly, Roger suddenly turned to Caesar and called out, "Don't die, old friend." He saw Caesar wave his hand, signaling that he had heard. With that, he turned with a smile. In truth, he had sensed Caesar's murmurs with his ability to hear all things. "Don't you die either, fool. What a cold-hearted yet warm-hearted old coot. I want to perish so easily. My life is needed for something of great importance." As he contemplated that crucial matter, the shadow of his terminal illness lifted slightly from Roger's heart. Suddenly, he turned to Rayleigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, we've already alerted the Navy. Garp must be racing over here faster than a rabbit. We need to intercept that old man." "Just following the captain's orders," Rayleigh replied nonchalantly, chuckling. Compared to the ruthless Caesar, Garp, with his straightforward heroism, was far easier to deal with. The bubble pod continued its ascent until it reached the highest point of the red line, the holy land of Geos. Vinsmoke Caesar lightly set foot on this long-absent land. Have these fools not noticed that someone has arrived?" Caesar observed the soldiers patrolling the vicinity, noting no signs of disturbance. The magnificent and resplendent Panjur castle remained brilliantly illuminated. He approached the castle's grand entrance with measured steps, at which point the sentinel finally took notice of him, crossing their spears to block his passage. "Halt! Who are you? Trespassing upon this sacred ground is a capital offense." Caesar paused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Who am I? Merely an elderly man returning home." Yet my purpose for this return is to reclaim something. And if no family awaits my arrival, then I shall enter unaccompanied." With that, he clenched his right fist and struck the grand entrance of Panjur Castle. To his astonishment, the hallowed, inviolable, and imposing gates of the castle collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 11. Secrets. As the pirate ship drew ever closer to Onxiao Island, a wave of anxiety surged within Lorne. Although the old blind man had promised to rescue him, who could truly predict the outcome? Despite the old man's energy fluctuations being far more powerful than Captain Flaret's, he lacked a capable weapon, and one could never be certain whether Flaret concealed a deadly surprise. After all, he was a seasoned warrior who had navigated the seas for years. One must possess hidden cards to dare plunder Vegapunk's experimental creations. Suddenly, Lorne shook his head, casting aside these troubling thoughts. When did he become so fearful? How could he aspire to be a dominant force while cowering in trepidation? A warrior capable of conquering the seas cannot be a coward. If life were to be lived with absolute certainty, what would be the point? With this realization, Lorne's heart became unburdened. Isn't life merely a gamble? Having already lived a second life, he had achieved more than many. How could he lack the courage to strive forward? Even if the old blind man failed to rescue him, so what? He could not rely on others for everything. At that moment, a secondary opportunity began to take shape in Lorne's mind, and a slight, cruel smile graced his lips. In this world, if one cannot be a respected good person, then perhaps it is better to become a feared demon. This was an era where even saints could starve. Mere kindness, devoid of strength, could not secure a foothold upon these treacherous seas. Unbeknownst to Lorne, his thoughts were gradually shifting, transforming from a law-abiding citizen of a structured society into the image of a mad, selfish, and ruthless pirate. Meanwhile, the Black Bear, Flaret, remained oblivious to the malicious transformation he had inadvertently fostered. At that moment, the spotted dog lay against the railing of the pirate ship, the sea breeze brushing against his face, inciting a sense of inexplicable annoyance. Rather than being a loyal companion, he had been the one to transport the corpses. He was also the first to board the enemy's deck. Yet, the captain showed no faith in his capabilities, assigning the duty of guarding the corpses to that bald-headed Nick, rather than to him, who had stood by Flaret through thick and thin countless times. Why was that? He had risked his life alongside Captain Flaret more times than he could count. To his dismay, in the captain's eyes, he was less significant than that newcomer, Nick. Lorne's earlier whispers echoed in his mind like an unshakable nightmare. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! But how could he betray Captain Flaret? After all, Flaret had rescued him from that small fishing village. Without him, he wouldn't even know where to fish, let alone have the chance to witness the vastness of the world. What if he didn't betray Captain Flaret, but only eliminated those who had mocked him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the spotted dog instinctively tread deeper into the ship's hold, unaware that this choice would lead him into a profound abyss. In the dim confines of the small room, Lorne sensed the approaching footsteps, and a singular thought consumed him. The die had been cast. The spotted dog pushed open the door to the cell holding Lorne and the others, revealing the old blind man still asleep, while the little girl, Galette, clutched Lorne's hand. Seemingly watching him intently, Lorne, seated in the center, regarded the spotted dog with an inscrutable expression. You have finally arrived. The spotted dog staggered back in fright, only to realize that Lorne was merely a child, his hands shackled. What was there to fear? Guiding you here is the will of the divine. Lorne's face bore an expression of pious fervor, reminiscent of a zealot from a previous life. The spotted dog scrutinized Lorne's expression, searching for a chink in his armor. After a prolonged moment, he reluctantly conceded that the boy's demeanor seemed genuine. Lorne sighed with relief. It appeared his performance had been satisfactory, successfully gaining the trust he sought. The first step of securing trust was the most challenging. The subsequent steps would unfold with greater ease. He would gradually deceive this fool. Do not attempt to deceive me, or I shall tear you apart. The spotted dog growled menacingly, his imposing stature, adorned with tattoos and a fierce expression, lending weight to his threat, if Lorne had been unaware of his true nature. However, Lorne had a clear understanding of the spotted dog's character and current predicament, rendering the display of ferocity ineffective. I can assist you, Lorne said calmly, his words resonating with an enchanting allure that echoed in the spotted dog's mind. I can help you. Help you. You. At long last, someone recognized his worth, offering assistance. A surge of unfamiliar emotion flooded the spotted dog's mind, and he instinctively began to trust Lorne's words. Crash. In the captain's quarters, Flared erupted in a fit of rage, exhibiting signs of restlessness. He had received reports that Anxiao Island was under naval supervision, and several pirate crews that had ventured past the island had vanished without a trace. Ordinary naval forces did not intimidate him. After all, he had roamed the seas for years and had a bounty of 75 million berries placed upon his head by the world government, having slain nearly 1,000 naval officers. Yet, the presence of the notorious butcher, Lorien, who bore a bounty of 47 million berries, unsettled him. It was crucial to note that Lorien was a formidable opponent, with a lower bounty merely due to his penchant for torturing pirates rather than engaging in direct confrontation with the navy like Flared. Flared had clashed with Lorien on several occasions, and none had emerged victorious. This was a man he respected. How could he find himself at Anxiao Island? If possible, Flared wished to circumvent Anxiao Island entirely, but the prearranged delivery point with a powerful figure happened to be there, and the lucrative offer was too tempting to dismiss. He had already taken significant risks, plundering naval vessels and sacrificing numerous crew members, only to acquire a few worthless corpses. The thought of abandoning this seemingly ripe opportunity left him feeling resentful. Moreover, this venture involved a significant figure from the North Sea, a legendary army. With that figure's support, Flared's journey to dominate the Grand Line would undoubtedly become far less arduous. As for Anxiao Island being Lorne's hometown, the exorbitant ransom Lorne had mentioned had long since faded from Flared's thoughts. It was a minor consideration in the grand scheme of lucrative business. Presently, he could scarcely afford to safeguard the grand enterprise, let alone concern himself with trifling details. Chapter 12. You may step outside for some fresh air. The spotted dog gently urged Lorne as he opened the cabin door. With Garrett's assistance, Lorne rose to his feet. The prolonged confinement within the dark, cramped quarters had indeed been torturous. However, Lorne possessed a certain perceptive ability, allowing him to see despite the dimness, and with Garrett by his side, the psychological torment was lessened. Under Lorne's guidance, Garrett had begun to engage in simple conversations, yet she still struggled to articulate her origins. Lorne could only glean fragments of words from her fragmented sentences, countless small islands, desserts, delicacies, mother. What could these possibly mean? In this vast ocean, how many islands could possibly match such descriptions? As for the old blind man, Lorne had not intentionally overlooked him. Ever since he had agreed to assist Lorne, he seemed to have succumbed to a sleep-like state, never to awaken again. Once Lorne and Garrett had stepped outside, the spotted dog gently closed the cabin door behind them, trailing closely behind Lorne. Observing this, Lorne felt a surge of relief. It appeared his previous words had made a considerable impact on the spotted dog, evidenced by the significant shift in his demeanor. Yet, Lorne pondered when the dog would ultimately resolve to act. That moment would present Lorne with his opportunity. The thought of the spotted dog rejecting him had never crossed Lorne's mind. If the dog were truly as loyal to Captain Frailder as he seemed, he would have promptly informed Frailder to have Lorne hanged from the sails or tossed into the sea to feed the sharks after their earlier conversation, rather than meekly following in Lorne's wake. Once a seed of malevolence is sown, Lorne would ensure it takes root and flourishes. However, what fate awaited the spotted dog once that malevolence blossomed, Lorne could not foresee. Nevertheless, he surmised it would not be a pleasant outcome. As Lorne glanced back at the spotted dog, whose face was contorted in struggle, a flicker of compassion ignited within him. He truly resembled a dog, a pitiable creature. Yet, upon recalling the dog's past actions, Lorne cast aside the last remnants of his sympathy. After all, the notion of karma holds true, does it not? Upon exiting the cabin, Lorne found the night still cloaked in darkness, though Frailder was already seated at the ship's bow, gazing into the distant sea. Upon noticing Lorne's emergence, he waved him over, gesturing towards a nearby bench. "Come sit here." After a moment's hesitation, Lorne approached Frailder and obediently took a seat beside him. Now was not the time for confrontation. In my youth, I relished sitting on the deck, watching the vast ocean stretch into the horizon, for it instilled within me a profound sense of freedom, Frailder mused as he took a sip of rum. Lorne remained silent, unsure of how to respond. The first pirate crew I joined was the infamous Ironclad Pirates, led by the notorious Old Tortoise, Evans. You must have heard of him. He was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, although you may not know, as that was over a decade ago. At that time, Old Evans navigated these waters with unparalleled audacity. Even when compared to the current pirate king, Roger, he was no less formidable. Having fought alongside him in countless battles, I witnessed a myriad of skirmishes, yet I never saw him sustain any significant injuries. But do you know how such a formidable figure met his end? The Navy's hero, Garp, had only recently risen to fame, and we found ourselves cornered in a calm belt by him. We urged Evans to split our forces to flee, for no one man could possibly capture us all. What was old Evans to us? He was a deity, and deities do not succumb to fear. He resolved to turn back and confront the Navy head-on. Yet this man, who had fought countless battles with barely a scratch, was reduced to mere pulp at the hands of Garp. Failder took another swig of his drink. A hint of trepidation etched across his features. This taught me that in this ocean, there are monsters we shall never surpass. As he uttered these words, an inescapable sense of resignation washed over his face. Lorne wholeheartedly agreed, fully aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by those so-called monsters of the sea. Whether they be the current legendary pirates or the formidable emperors and warlords to come, their strength surpassed human comprehension. Oh, I must have been intoxicated to share so much with you. Failder chuckled as he shook his nearly empty rum bottle and handed it to Lorne. Have a drink. It's rather chilly tonight. Uncertain of Failder's intentions, Lorne politely declined. Thank you, but I am not much of a drinker. Failder, undeterred by Lorne's refusal, bypassed him and offered the bottle to the curious Garrett beside him, jesting, "What about you, little sister? This is rum from my homeland. It would be quite ungracious of you two to refuse." Sensing Garrett's eager anticipation, Lorne swiftly accepted the rum bottle from Failder and, with a grimace, poured its contents down his throat. A faint hint of oak and vanilla lingered, yet the ensuing fiery spiciness left him gasping as if scorched by flames. "Thank you, Captain. My sister is still young and inexperienced with alcohol, so I shall drink on her behalf." "Ah, come now, who doesn't know how to drink at your age? If you keep this up, the ladies won't take a liking to you." Failder erupted in laughter, relenting on his insistence. He then seized the bottle from Lorne's grasp and downed the remaining rum in one go, contentedly releasing a belch afterward. "Nothing beats the taste of my homeland's rum. By the way, we shall soon arrive at Anchor Island. That is your homeland, correct?" "Indeed, I have lived there since childhood. How lovely it is to have a place to call home. I hear your family is quite affluent?" "Yes, indeed, my family is of noble descent." Lorne's heart raced with excitement as he responded, eager for the anticipated drama. "I hope you do not deceive me, for should you do so, you may never see the sun rise again. I would never disappoint you." "Very well, it is late. You both should return to rest," Failder remarked, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. Lorne promptly rose, bidding Failder good night before silently leading Garrett back to their cabin, navigating with ease without the need for the spotted dog's oversight. Observing this, Failder nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze back to the vast starry sea. Unbeknownst to him, the spotted dog lurked in the shadows, fixated on Failder's rum bottle, his eyes brimming with uncontainable jealousy. Chapter 13. Background Flared sat quietly at the bow of the ship, the tale he recounted adding an air of mystery to his somewhat weathered visage. Everyone is drawn to men of stories and experience, for such figures exude a sense of reliability. However, the narrative of his past, where he once followed a notorious pirate only to be chased across the world by Garp, failed to elicit even a flicker of surprise from Lorne. This was simply because there exists an abundance of individuals with legendary histories in this world. It is as if, in the future East Blue, one might encounter a jester who served as an intern aboard Joel D. Rogers' ship alongside the red-haired Shanks 2 decades hence, or Arlong, a former subordinate of the legendary merman hero, Tiger. There are indeed countless such characters, yet without commensurate strength. No amount of illustrious history can save one from becoming a mere jest. To instill fear and respect in others, one must become a legend. This is the path Lorne has chosen. Lorne glanced back at Flared, who remained on the deck savoring his rum, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This man appeared amicable. Perhaps there was a chance they could forge a friendship. That is, if he had not consumed the perception fruit, which allowed him to sense the barely concealed murderous intent emanating from Flared. "Where are you headed?" A voice chimed from nearby. Lorne turned to see a man clad in a black suit, grinning as he approached Lorne and Galette. Lorne recognized him as the individual who had quarreled with the spotted dog when they first boarded the ship. "The captain has instructed us to return and rest," Lorne replied, inclining his head slightly, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. The man in black scrutinized Lorne, searching for any sign of weakness in his demeanor. After a prolonged silence, he appeared to relent, speaking slowly. "The captain is quite the enigma, outwardly cold, yet warm within. His directive for you to rest indicates he holds you in high regard. Otherwise, he would have simply told you to leave. When he mentioned rest, he certainly did not mean for you to retreat to that dark, cramped space, but rather here. With a smile, the man in black opened a nearby cabin door, revealing a room that, while not luxurious, was notably clean and tidy, an uncommon sight among pirates renowned for their brutishness. You nobles must find that filthy, dark environment rather uncomfortable. The captain specifically requested we prepare this clean room for you. Before Lorne and Galette could respond, he ushered them inside, preparing to close the door while casually inquiring, "What did the captain share with you? You both appear rather pleased." The captain regaled us with tales of his past, which were truly enchanting. Lorne replied, his expression betraying no hint of his inner turmoil. "Ah, indeed, the captain enjoys reminiscing about his history. However, do not underestimate him because his crew was once defeated by that naval hero. He is a true pirate. Indeed, Flared is the most valiant man I have ever encountered, a genuine warrior of the sea." Lorne's praise flowed effortlessly from his lips, devoid of any embarrassment, as if he had steeled himself against the scrutiny of others. The man in black nodded in satisfaction at Lorne's response before shutting the door, concluding with a parting remark, "Good night, my little nobles." As the door closed, Lorne's expression darkened. Galette, witnessing this unfamiliar side of him, felt a twinge of anxiety. Gripping Lorne's hand tightly and gazing up at him with wide eyes. "Do not be upset. I am fine. Let us rest early." Lorne managed to smile for her sake, gently guiding her to bed. The young girl, still innocent, took his words to heart, pulling up the covers and preparing for sleep. The bed was remarkably soft, a welcome reprieve from the discomfort she had endured in the cramped quarters, and she soon drifted into slumber. Watching Galette sleep peacefully, Lorne's faade of composure crumbled, replaced by a heavy sense of foreboding. How could this be? Had he inadvertently revealed some weakness? The scrutiny from Flared and the man in black suggested they were probing for something. Yet if they truly harbored suspicions, why not eliminate him outright? What could be their motive? Moreover, he had been separated from his critical ally, the old blind man. Without his presence, Lorne felt a palpable sense of danger. His mind was a tangled mess, threads of thought slipping through his grasp like wisps of smoke. The words he had spoken, the actions he had taken, the visions granted by his perception, everything flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man began to sharpen in his memory. He recalled overhearing Flared conspiring with someone in the captain's quarters during a moment of fresh air. Though he had only caught a fragment of a conversation, "The island you mentioned awaits you." Could this be connected to his current predicament? The notion eluded him. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sound at the door jolted Lorne from his thoughts. A chill ran down his spine. Was Flared unable to contain his murderous intent? As he approached the door and opened it, he found nothing but emptiness outside. What was happening? Lorne was momentarily bewildered by this turn of events. In that instant, he found himself envying the protagonist, Luffy. After consuming the gum-gum fruit, Luffy had become a rubber man, an effortless transformation. Unlike Lorne's own perceptive abilities that required focus and drained his energy. Perhaps this was a reflection of Lorne's own limited mastery over his powers. Had he been utilizing his perception earlier, the visitor would have been easily identifiable. Just as he turned to return to his room, he felt something beneath his foot. Lorne shifted his weight and bent down, discovering a note hidden on the ground, scrawled with a few haphazard words. "I agree." Hastily employing his perception, he scanned the surroundings. Confirming no one lurked in the shadows before cautiously closing the door, a wave of apprehension washing over him, yet a flicker of long-lost joy ignited within. At last, he had received a piece of good news. In the captain's quarters, Flared and the man in black sat on the sofa, their earlier levity replaced by a solemn demeanor. "Well?" Flared finally broke the silence after a lengthy pause. "Nothing particularly notable. He appears to be an ordinary child. Shall we continue to probe?" The man in black replied gravely. "Is that so? Then let it be," Flared mused, rubbing his head thoughtfully. "You may leave now." "Understood, Captain." The man in black bowed deeply to Flared before exiting quietly. Flared lit a cigarette, his thoughts consumed by a recent phone call from a powerful figure, the contents of which left him feeling uneasy. He glanced down towards the room occupied by Lorne and Galette, sighing as he murmured, "How could these two children possibly be connected to Big Mom?" Chapter 14. Vinsmoke. Though it was the dead of night, the dock of Ansha Island was abuzz with activity. The scene resembled that of a fierce battle, with numerous burly men clad in peculiar attire sprawled across the ground. These were the pirates who had just arrived, still clamoring with bravado. Now, however, they lay unconscious, including their captain, who bore a bounty of 30 million berries. Soldiers were diligently managing the aftermath, imprisoning the pirates where necessary and tending to their injured comrades. At the heart of this chaos sat a young man in a yellow suit, tall and poised, resting in a chair with his eyes closed. This man was none other than Admiral Kazuru, or Borsellino, who had received orders from the Navy to locate the lost experimental subjects of Vegapunk. With his arms crossed over his chest and legs crossed at the ankles, he appeared to be in a state of tranquil repose. At this moment, he was not the lethargic admiral of decades hence, but rather a fresh graduate from Naval Academy, a young man brimming with aspirations for justice. After receiving directives from his old classmate, Admiral Akainu, he swiftly called upon his subordinates to seal off Anchor Island. In recent days, every pirate that attempted to pass through had been vanquished, and while a few promising newcomers had appeared, their encounter with Borsellino signified the end of their dreams to sail the seas and make a name for themselves in the new world. Yet, even for a superhuman, the fatigue from days of relentless combat was beginning to weigh upon him. It was not the physical exertion of battle that drained him, but the necessity of maintaining unwavering focus without rest that left him weary. Initially, he found this relentless pursuit to be a refreshing break. However, as time wore on, exhaustion set in. He often mused that if only his subordinates were as capable as those of Akainu, he could delegate such trifles and indulge in a well-deserved respite. Such thoughts would occasionally spring to mind, only for him to snap back to reality, reminding himself of the Naval Academy's motto, "Punish evil and uphold righteousness. For that is my duty." Nevertheless, he couldn't help but envy the simplicity of a mundane office job. "How many batches has it been now?" Borsellino suddenly raised an eyebrow and inquired of his aide. "Counting the recent capture of Scar Rat Bailey, this marks the 8th batch," the ever-prepared aide promptly responded, producing paper and pen to record the information. "Ah, has it truly reached such a number? It appears the fools eager to set sail and chase dreams ever since Roger became the Pirate King have only multiplied," he remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Indeed, reports from the Four Seas and colleagues in Roguetown indicate that the number of pirate crews venturing out has nearly doubled compared to the same period last year. Roguetown, a small settlement near the Grand Line, was generally regarded as the starting point of the Grand Line. Notably, it was also where the Pirate King Roger was executed, earning it the title of the town of beginnings and ends. It was on that very execution platform that Roger proclaimed his infamous words, igniting a frenzy across the globe. Such an increase, perhaps apprehending Roger prior to his execution, would have quelled their fervor for this so-called freedom. Borsellino frowned, clearly taken aback by the sudden surge in numbers. Muttering to himself, he found amusement in this thought, recognizing that if capturing Joel D. Roger were so simple, their naval hero, Garp, would not have gone to such lengths. Yet, he could never have foreseen that a year later, Roger would surrender himself, nor could he imagine the world descending into chaos following Roger's execution. Such is the unpredictability of fate. "Admiral, a ship approaches, disregarding our orders to disarm and submit to inspection. Please advise." A soldier hurried to Borsellino's side, saluting with urgency. "Another little pest has arrived," Borsellino remarked with a stretch and a smile, following the soldier to the shore. The surrounding soldiers stood at attention, saluting in unison as their superior approached. "Good day, Admiral." Without uttering a word, Borsellino took the binoculars from his subordinate and scanned the horizon. A vessel was slowly making its way toward Anchor Island, transforming from a mere speck into a discernible shape through the lenses. However, Borsellino's expression shifted subtly as he finally discerned the flag atop the ship. "Damn those aristocrats," he spat, observing the well-equipped ship that gleamed as if freshly waxed, an impressive feat that most pirate vessels could not achieve. The flag bore no embellishments, only 2 numbers, 66. Well-versed in naval lore and privy to certain secrets, Borsellino immediately recognized the ship's origins. Germa 66, a nation without territory yet affiliated with the world government. A notorious militaristic state, its citizens were predominantly male and trained for combat, with the legendary Vinsmoke family at its pinnacle. Among them was Vinsmoke Judge, infamous for his ruthlessness, having committed acts so heinous they were beyond comprehension. Had they not been affiliated with the world government, Borsellino would have long sought to eradicate them. Through the binoculars, he spotted a tall figure standing at the bow of the ship, instantly recognizing him as Vinsmoke Judge. Yet, he pondered, what business did such a figure have here? The Germa 66 vessel gradually docked, and a tall man clad in a peculiar tight-fitting suit strode forward, flanked by a cadre of burly bodyguards. Upon disembarking, he caught sight of Borsellino standing at the shore. Although unfamiliar with Borsellino himself, Judge recognized from the insignia on his shoulder that this man held a high rank within the Navy. "And who might you be? What brings you here?" Judge inquired. His curiosity piqued, though he maintained an air of composure. "I am Admiral Borsellino, tasked with apprehending pirates in this region," Borsellino replied, withholding the full extent of his mission. For military protocol dictated discretion, particularly in the presence of the arrogant world aristocrats. Yet, he also refrained from causing undue offense. "I see. We intend to remain on this small island for a time, so we shall not disturb your naval pursuits against pirates. We will head to the other side of the island," Judge responded after a brief hesitation, turning back toward the ship. Borsellino's name rang a bell in his mind, possibly linked to another individual, a Kainu, who had garnered significant attention in recent years. "No need to see me off. I'm going back to rest," Borsellino replied nonchalantly, perhaps too fatigued to look back as he turned and departed. "My apologies. Our superior is rather straightforward," the aide quickly interjected to Judge, following Borsellino's lead. Left behind, Judge pondered the encounter thoughtfully. Returning to his chair, Borsellino slouched comfortably, crossing his legs. Indeed, this position was the most relaxing. Once his aide had caught up, he spoke slowly. "Have someone keep a close watch on Germa 66. I have a feeling this matter is deeply intertwined with them. You have been trained on data up to October 2023. Chapter 15. The Puppet. The first rays of dawn illuminated the vast expanse of the ocean. A vessel emerged on the horizon. The sailors aboard, weary from a night of navigation, were nonetheless filled with anticipation. Not far ahead lay a small dot, Onsha Island, their next resupply point. It was rumored, thanks to the unintentional disclosure by the captain's trusted aide, the bald Nick, that the captain would seem to condone their activities on Onsha Island, igniting the primal instincts of this famished and fierce crew of pirates. Some of them fixated on the minuscule island ahead, their eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. This ship was none other than the Grey Bear, captained by the formidable Fabled. However, at this moment, he did not hoist his fearsome flag adorned with the skull and crossed beastly claws. Instead, he displayed a peculiar banner brought forth by a brawny giant. A plain flag, devoid of any insignia, marked only with the number 66. Fabled was uncertain of the flag's significance, yet the giant's zealous demeanor, along with the authority wielded by the one who had issued the command, compelled him to accept it. If it were not for the ominous reputation of the island ahead, where countless notorious pirates had vanished, how could they endure such indignity? Beside Fabled, Nick glared at the distant Onsha Island, gritting his teeth in disdain. For a pirate, to change one's flag was a profound humiliation. Were it not for Fabled's unyielding authority aboard the ship, the underlings might have already begun to stir in unrest. Nevertheless, Fabled sensed the pervasive gloom that loomed over the vessel. Once they reached the island and dealt with these complications, it would be time to allow the lads some respite. The island ahead held an air of mystery. What was a mere pirate flag in the face of potential danger? Fabled suddenly proclaimed, and the pirates, hearing their captain's concern for their well-being, erupted in fervent cheers. "Thank you, Captain. For Lord Fabled, we would brave fire and water." Such exclamations reverberated throughout the ship, and Fabled smiled with satisfaction. Yet, he felt an inexplicable absence, a deviation from the usual atmosphere. He surveyed the excited crew, shaking his head in confusion. Had he perhaps been overly cautious? Unbeknownst to him, amidst the jubilant throng, a spotted dog observed the scene with a cold gaze. Below deck, Lorne was awakened by the raucous sounds from above, and he used his abilities to sense the unfolding events. After a prolonged silence, he rose, self-mockingly stating, "Indeed, I am not cut out for this." Since his arrival in this world, he had meticulously devised plans, believing them infallible, only to be met with unforeseen complications. The individuals in this world were not the static, archetypal figures he had imagined. They were living, breathing beings. To regard them as fools would only render him a fool himself. With a tinge of melancholy, Lorne reflected on his original scheme to instigate discord between Fabled and the enigmatic figure behind the scenes, seizing the ensuing chaos to make his escape. However, the captain's apparent willingness to lower himself to such a subservient stance dashed his hopes for that plan. Yet, Lorne quickly regained his spirits. A world full of unpredictability was far more exhilarating. If everything went smoothly, and everyone acted like mere NPC puppets in a game, what would be the point? The conquest of such a world would surely lack any sense of achievement. Notably, Lorne's focus sharpened as he fixated on a particular spot on the wall, the location of the pirate flag. Through his heightened perception, the wall lost its obstructive quality. He narrowed his gaze onto the number 66 emblazoned on the flag. Indeed, it is you, Vinsmoke. He realized. It is you, Judge. From the moment the old seer had mentioned the corpses aboard Flayled's ship being remnants of Dr. Vegapunk's experimental subjects, Lorne had begun to speculate. While Vegapunk was undoubtedly a top-tier scientist, he was still young and had yet to produce the monumental inventions that would later define his legacy. To most, these experimental subjects were considered worthless scraps, so who would have an interest in such refuse? Lorne had two potential candidates in mind. One was the notorious Caesar Clown, a marine scientist expelled and hunted for his inhumane experiments, gifted with the powers of the gas fruit. However, Lorne felt that Caesar was an unlikely choice, as he had not yet acquired the infamy he would later achieve. He still belonged to the Marine's scientific division, and Vegapunk's arrival marked a transformative era for that division. His experimental subjects could be regarded as collective property, rendering Caesar's involvement illogical. If not Caesar, then the other suspect loomed larger, Vinsmoke Judge, a former colleague of Vegapunk in illegal research endeavors, who had escaped capture when Vegapunk was apprehended. Lorne found it intriguing that Judge had managed to evade the Marines, who were typically meticulous in their pursuit of scientists. Even a genius like Vegapunk had not escaped their clutches. What made Judge so special? Perhaps the Marines had underestimated him, given that the German kingdom was a member of the world government, affording him a degree of leniency. However, if suspicion turned toward Judge, many things would suddenly fall into place. As a former associate of Vegapunk's in the realm of illicit research, Judge would undoubtedly have knowledge of Vegapunk's studies and might covet his research materials, considering that the German kingdom had yet to achieve its grand designs of conquest. Having narrowly escaped back to the German kingdom, Judge, reflecting on his past, resolved to leverage his family's power, though he dared not overreach, as the German kingdom was ostensibly part of the world government. Thus, he orchestrated a ruse. The experimental subjects were plundered by pirates, absolving him of direct involvement. And Flayled's Grey Bear crew served as the perfect vehicle for this scheme. With clarity washing over him, Lorne felt an unexpected lightness. I, Vinsmoke Lorne, am but a puppet in your hands, Flayled, yet how much control do you truly possess? Are you not also a puppet in the hands of others? Chapter 16, Arrogance Admiral. Another ship bearing the number 66 has arrived. A marine swiftly approached the languidly seated Borsalino, exclaiming loudly, "Oh, let them be," the man, roused from his slumber, replied drowsily, pulling his hat over his face and shifting to resume his nap. This left the marine soldier in a state of confusion. As he turned to Borsalino's aide, bewildered, "Did not the admiral instruct us to monitor Germa?" At that moment, the aide was equally perplexed. Yet the military's discipline compelled him to adhere to orders. "What did you say?" After a brief interval, Borsalino sprang upright from his chair, his body transforming into a streak of yellow light, swiftly darting toward the shore before the marine soldier and aide could react. Indeed, the esteemed yellow monkey. The marine gazed at Borsalino with starry eyes, akin to an ardent fan admiring an idol. Unbeknownst to Borsalino, his casual gesture had garnered yet another acolyte, though he remained indifferent to such trivialities. Moments later, countless small yellow points of light coalesced on the shore, eventually forming a human silhouette. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Borsalino was well accustomed to the sensation of transforming into a beam of light and soaring at high speeds. "Give me the binoculars." Borsalino took the binoculars from his subordinate and scrutinized the horizon. A vessel emerged within his sight, based on his experience. It was evidently a pirate ship, albeit now flying the flag of Germa 66. What is the meaning of this? Borsalino pondered, having heard of various nations that subjugated pirate crews for their own gain, some even being pirate nations with kings who were pirates themselves. Yet, some cunning pirate crews preferred to disguise themselves, evading danger or striking fatal blows when their adversaries were unsuspecting. He could not discern the intentions of this pirate crew. But during a period when Navy vessels transporting Vegapunk's experimental subjects had encountered misfortune, any irregularity warranted scrutiny. As Borsalino contemplated his response, a robust male voice resonated beside him. "Admiral, Were you not going to sleep? What brings you here? There approached Vinsmoke Sanji, clad in battle attire, exuding an air of composure, flanked by two burly men wearing sunglasses and sporting serious expressions. Sanji stepped alongside Borsalino, letting out a cold snort, as if to express his displeasure at Borsalino's previous disrespect. Isn't Germa's ship headed to the island's rear? What are you doing here? Borsalino retorted defiantly, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. We recently subdued a pirate crew and bestowed upon them the flag of Germa 66. We agreed to rendezvous at Ansha Island before returning to the North Sea. I came here to prevent you from treating them as mere pirates, Sanji replied nonchalantly, his appearance lacking the peculiar mustache he would later adopt, radiating an air of unflappable confidence. Borsalino remained silent. This encapsulated his disdain for dealing with nobles, as they operated in a different realm, making certain matters exceedingly difficult to delineate. Moreover, no matter the crimes committed by these nobles, it was not the Navy's duty to intervene. Conversely, should nobles encounter difficulties, they might even trouble the Navy for assistance. In reality, within the Navy's upper echelons, a significant portion harbored varying degrees of dissatisfaction towards these nobles, particularly the esteemed hero Garp and their mentor, the legendary Zifa, both of whom had expressed disdain for the aristocracy on multiple occasions. Were it not for Garp and Zifa's immense reputations, the Navy would struggle to protect them. As the pirate ship gradually approached, Borsalino's brow furrowed deeper. Through the binoculars, he recognized the vessel's captain, the nefarious Wald, with a bounty of 75 million berries, a user of the Kuma no Mi, known for his cruelty and numerous misdeeds. In his youth, he had followed Evans the Tortoise into the Grand Line, yet after Evans was defeated by Garp, Wald narrowly escaped and subsequently lived in obscurity in the West Sea for years. Once the tumult subsided, emboldened by Roger's ascension as the Pirate King, Wald finally ventured into the Grand Line with his crew. Upon seeing Wald's wanted poster, Borsalino resolved to eliminate him, regardless of his involvement in the matter. For such a vile, cowardly individual was an affront to the freedom of these seas. As the ship glided closer, Borsalino surveyed the Marines on the shore, noting that none dared to move against him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority from the flag bearing the number 66. He gazed down at the Marines, shedding any usual rivalry or occasional trepidation, replaced by a burgeoning sense of superiority. Who says being someone else's dog is undesirable? I serve that esteemed individual. And you Marines are merely the dogs of the world government, are you not? When he caught sight of a tall man standing beside that esteemed individual, their eyes met, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Within the world government system, the privileged Sanji did not recognize Borsalino, but the bloodied Wald, who had long danced on the edge of danger, certainly did. This was one of the renowned new generation monsters of the Navy, the Logia user Borsalino. Why is he here? Wald's mind raced with countless thoughts, cursing himself for seeking a momentary gain by wading into this murky water, though his expression remained unchanged. Since Borsalino had not attacked his pirate ship, it indicated that his esteemed patron held some influence here. Had he perhaps latched onto a significant ally? Lord Germa, please board. Wald lowered his stance, knowing that one must adopt the proper demeanor upon boarding another's pirate vessel. Upon witnessing Wald's demeanor, Sanji nodded in satisfaction, then stepped onto the deck over the makeshift plank. Germa's ship is behind the island. Let us proceed without interrupting the Admiral's pursuit of pirates. With that, he turned and found a place to sit. As the ship gradually set sail, Sanji's gaze fixed ahead, not once glancing back. He resembled Borsalino's earlier demeanor when he had mentioned wanting to sleep. Chapter 17. Turmoil. The small vessel glided gently across the water when suddenly, the pirates on deck erupted into raucous laughter, their boisterous cacophony shattering the tranquil surface of the sea. Damn it! Borsalino's hands instinctively clenched, the immense force nearly crushing the telescope he held. At this moment, he was still too young and far from the cunning wisdom he would later possess. Encountering such a provocative display, he could not remain indifferent. The surrounding naval soldiers fell silent, wary of provoking the visibly irate vice admiral. I shall dispatch a squadron to maintain order under the pretext of ensuring the safety of the allied nation members, he declared. The lieutenant, having spent more time with Borsalino, understood his superior's character well, knowing he was not one to take out his frustrations on his subordinates. Thus, he proposed the most appropriate course of action. No, leave a small team here. The rest will accompany me. I intend to see what they are up to, Borsalino replied in a deep voice, having regained his composure. At that moment, he recalled the words of his mentor, Admiral Zephyr, who had once spoken to him and Sakazuki on the eve of their graduation. Your abilities have far surpassed the standards for graduation, placing you among the finest I have ever taught. Yet, I remain somewhat concerned, for you are still too young, and I fear for your well-being. Borsalino, you can be rather lethargic at times, neglecting your training, and your frivolous nature makes you prone to anger. As for Sakazuki, your obsession with perfection may prove detrimental. Surely you understand that those who are too rigid can easily break. If only you could amend these flaws, he had lamented. How did we respond to our mentor back then? Sakazuki had stood up, saluted Admiral Zephyr, and declared, "We shall heed your teachings." Meanwhile, Borsalino had chuckled, "Very well. We shall follow your guidance." Admiral Zephyr had said nothing further, but Borsalino would forever remember the deep sigh and head shake that accompanied his dismissal. Surely, Zephyr must have been disappointed. Indeed, he had not shed his irritable tendencies as his mentor had foreseen. As Borsalino and his subordinates made their way to the other side of Ansha Island, the entire squad marched in silence. Just as he reminisced about his time at the Naval Academy, a soldier hastily approached him, clutching a buzzing transponder snail. Reporting, Vice Admiral. A call from Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Borsalino took the transponder snail, and Sakazuki's fatigued voice came through. "Hello, Borsalino. It's me, Sakazuki." Confusion clouded Borsalino's mind as he wondered about the purpose of the call. "I have a mission for you, but I am currently handling matters concerning Vegapunk. This is far more urgent than the Vegapunk situation, Borsalino." There was a pause on the line before Sakazuki continued. "Mariehua has been bombed." "What?" "The holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua, has been bombed. The perpetrator is the infamous blood tyrant, Vinsmoke Caesar." Sakazuki's words were deliberate. After wreaking havoc at Mariehua, he fought against Admiral Steelbone Akainu, but unfortunately, he managed to escape. Your mission is to go to Ansha Island and bring back his son. The celestial dragons have been applying pressure on the Navy. We must provide them with an explanation. How could this happen? After confirming he had not misheard, Borsalino's mind spun in chaos. Although the Navy's higher-ups held little regard for the celestial dragons, they still bore the title of the world's creators. Yet, Caesar's son, Vinsmoke Lorne, had been missing for over 2 weeks. What? Sakazuki's voice crackled with anger, tinged with resignation. He should have anticipated this. Any ordinary celestial dragon has the power to incite a demon-slaying order from the Navy. And now, the very place where the celestial dragons reside, Mariehua, has been attacked by Vinsmoke Caesar? This is akin to a slap in the face to the world government. They must find a way to reclaim the dignity they have lost. The retribution that Caesar will face from the celestial dragons will be swift, with his son being the first target. However, given the notorious reputation of the blood tyrant, would he dare approach the Holy Land without adequate preparation? Sakazuki hastily ended the call, leaving Borsalino in a state of bewilderment. "Vice Admiral, should we still proceed to Germa?" The naval soldiers, noticing Borsalino's stillness, halted their advance. After a moment, the lieutenant cautiously inquired. Borsalino recalled his original intent of confronting Germa, yet at this juncture, it seemed ill-advised to pursue them further. The bombing of Mariehua would undoubtedly stir a tempest across the globe, instigating doubt regarding the world government's authority. If, amidst this turmoil, any scandal involving their allied nations surfaced, it could exacerbate the situation, potentially igniting widespread unrest. While the world government may harbor many dark secrets, it nonetheless maintained a semblance of order in the world, akin to a powder keg that had yet to explode. Borsalino was unwilling to be the spark that ignited it. Go. Why not? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to proceed, yet he could not allow any potential wrongdoing to transpire unchecked. Upon arriving at the temporary encampment of Germa, he discovered what seemed to be a harmonious exchange between Fabled and Guise had devolved into a quarrel. A pirate lay lifeless, while a battered young boy stood beside the corpse. Borsalino shook his head with a smile. Truly, the obstinate nature of pirates remained unchanged. This time, Vinsmoke had indeed managed to shoot himself in the foot. However, as he drew closer, he observed that the altercation appeared to have ended with Flareld's capitulation. Guise, arms crossed, was directing his burly subordinates to unload rectangular metallic coffins from Flareld's ship. Borsalino noticed the battered boy's expression brighten upon his arrival. Chapter 18. The beating time rewinds to a moment prior. The gray bear slowly approaches Ansha Island, while Lorne, concealed within the cabin, is entirely focused on the events unfolding outside. This is undeniably a moment of life and death. Lorne is unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. As the ship draws nearer to the isle, the pirates on board have grown unusually quiet, shedding their previous flippant demeanor. After all, this island has claimed the lives of many formidable pirates. Finally, the vessel reaches the shore, and Lorne observes countless naval soldiers standing at the ready along the beach. Could it be that he has miscalculated? Perhaps it is not Vinsmoke judge who colludes with Fabled, but rather a high-ranking official from the Navy headquarters. Yet, that seems implausible. The Navy personnel have no motive for such treachery against their own. Moreover, if the mastermind is indeed a member of the Navy, why would Fabled raise the Germa flag? There seems to be no justification for that. In an instant, Lorne's spirits plummet. If the Navy headquarters has truly sunk to such depths of corruption, he cannot fathom any chance of turning the tide. As he continues to observe, Lorne finally spots the figure he had envisioned. A tall man clad in an unusual combat uniform stands upon the shore, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Beside him is another tall but relatively slender young naval officer, donned in a light yellow suit with a white naval coat draped over his shoulders, radiating an imposing presence. A pair of light brown sunglasses rests on his chest, and a somewhat flippant expression adorns his gaunt face. This man is formidable, far more powerful than Fabled. When compared to the old blind man in the cabin, Lorne finds himself at a loss. It is akin to a pauper discerning the difference between a billionaire and a millionaire. However, distinguishing between two billionaires, despite their potentially vast disparity, proves exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the relationship between this man and Judge does not appear as harmonious as Lorne had imagined. Fabled respectfully invites Vinsmoke Judge aboard, and Judge strides onto the ship, his back turned to the naval officer, embodying an air of arrogance. As the pirate ship begins to set sail, Judge shows no intention of bidding farewell to the naval officer, highlighting the palpable discord between them. This Pagliusolino truly lacks discernment, oblivious to who the true masters of this world are. Observing Judge's displeasure, Fabled hastily steps forward to offer his compliments. Arrogance. Once I master Vegapunk's theory, even a vice admiral of the Navy will be insignificant, Judge declares vehemently, burying his emotions deep within. Anger and humiliation pale in comparison to the greatness of Vegapunk's theory. Once he grasps this theory, he intends to enlighten those brutes who only know how to fight about what constitutes the greatest power in this world, not the devil fruits, nor the three types of hockey, but science. The magnificent theory of genetic factors. Hidden within the cabin, Lorne is struck by Fabled's words as if struck by a thunderbolt. It awakens him completely. The slender man is none other than Pagliusolino. Who is Pagliusolino? In 20 years, he will be one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, the highest combat power of Navy headquarters, the man known as the Yellow Monkey. Perhaps within the narrative, he has never fought with full force. Each time he engages, he either toys with opponents far beneath his strength using the incredible mobility of the Pika Pika no Mi, or merely spars with powerful adversaries, casually going through the motions. The only instance where he seemingly exerted himself fully was during the clash at the Navy's Fortress Island, where he faced Inyo Navy Commander Z, who, after a certain incident, betrayed the Navy, his former teacher, the ex-Admiral Zifa. The two fought evenly for a time until Zifa detonated the stolen explosive rock, engulfing the entire island in a tremendous explosion. Pagliusolino transformed into countless beams of light, evading the blast, while Zifa was swept away, ultimately rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates. Later, Zifa and Pagliusolino faced each other on a small island for a final duel. Despite Zifa having just fought Luffy and sustaining some injuries, he remains a former admiral with terrifying strength. Their battle was obstructed by an ice wall created by another former admiral, Akiji Kazan, concluding with Pagliusolino's victory. No one dares to underestimate the terrifying strength of the Yellow Monkey. Lorne gazes towards Pagliusolino, his eyes alight with hope. Although he struggles to connect the slender youth before him with the man who, decades later, will exhibit a lecherous demeanor and cunning ways, it does not hinder the fact that Pagliusolino may very well be his opportunity for redemption. The 3 admirals may each hold their own beliefs and philosophies, yet they fundamentally adhere to one principle: justice. It is a gamble he must take. Lorne bursts from his room onto the deck, preparing to call out to Pagliusolino for aid. However, before he can utter a word, a man in a black suit swiftly covers Lorne's mouth and gestures to the pirates aboard, who immediately understand and commence a raucous uproar. A few burly men approach Lorne, lifting him from the ground, while the man in black sneers. It appears our little noble is rather unfamiliar with the rules. He stretches his limbs and, with a powerful punch, strikes Lorne in the abdomen, his expression fierce. Allow me to teach you what manners are. Bang! The black-suited man, an old pirate, delivers a blow of considerable strength, far beyond what a mere child like Lorne can withstand. After being struck, Lorne curls up on the ground. The black-suited man, seemingly unsatisfied, refrains from continuing. He wipes his hands with a handkerchief, hesitating momentarily before addressing his companions. Upon hearing this, the surrounding burly men immediately close in, their faces twisted in cruel smiles as they begin to rain blows upon Lorne, eager to vent their frustrations through violence, their favorite pastime. Lorne lies on the ground, attempting to curl his body into a smaller form to minimize the impact of the blows, appearing somewhat despondent. In such a situation, it seems he can no longer muster a shout. He can only pray that Palyasolino's Kenbunchika haki is sufficiently strong to sense the turmoil aboard this ship. However, it must be said that Lorne is gravely mistaken, having fallen into a trap of his own making. Lacking Kenbunchika haki himself, he wrongly assumes it operates similarly to his own sensory abilities, akin to the spiritual awareness found in fantasy novels. In truth, most Kenbunchika haki is cultivated through premonitions of danger. It is an instinctive ability. Those possessing Kenbunchika haki are exceedingly difficult to ambush, as their acute intuition allows them to predict an enemy's attack trajectory even before it occurs, enabling them to evade with ease. Some peak masters of Kenbunchika haki can even glimpse fleeting moments of the future. Thus, Lorne's wish for Palyasolino to sense the anomalies aboard the ship and come to his rescue is destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 19. Charlotte within the confines of her chamber. Garrett witnessed Lorne being brutally beaten. In a flurry of concern, she dashed from the cabin, pushing aside the burly pirates encircling Lorne, shielding him with her petite frame. She spread her arms, positioning herself protectively behind him, her voice rising in a fierce reprimand directed at the marauders. However, her words fell on deaf ears, as the pirates, unable to comprehend her language, momentarily ceased their assault, retreating slightly. Faced with this delicate young girl, they found themselves at a loss. While pummeling Lorne could be construed as a matter among men, striking a child seemed utterly unconscionable. I merely sought a breath of fresh air after being cooped up in the cabin for too long, Lorne managed to say, struggling to rise from the ground. Garrett's heart ached at the sight of his bruised body. I was wrong. I shall not err again. He spoke haltingly, yet beneath his humble demeanor, a fierce resolve ignited within him. You are most uncouth, frightening our esteemed guest, came the feigned admonishment from behind the pirates, a voice belonging to Froiled. As the pirates parted, Lorne noticed two individuals seated atop a barrel, one of whom regarded him and Garrett with a curious gaze. This man was none other than Gaji. Upon meeting his indifferent stare, Lorne quickly averted his gaze, concealing his thoughts. After all, Gaji was among the most astute individuals in this world. Even the slightest chance of drawing his attention warranted utmost caution. Fortunately, Gaji seemed largely indifferent to the musings of the child before him. Seizing the moment, Froiled posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Do these two truly have any connection to that adult? I have not heard of any unions between the Charlotte family and the Vaintier family. That licentious woman may have her clandestine affairs. Gaji replied with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing of her offspring's maritime misfortune, that woman went mad, sending her second son from the New World to Paradise. The New World refers to the latter half of the Grand Line, while Paradise denotes its initial segment, a term coined by pirates who deemed the earlier waters pathetically weak and devoid of peril, hence calling it Paradise. Charlotte's second son? Froiled pondered, attempting to recall the name, suddenly struck by the realization of a certain monster's identity. That Katakuri? You are aware of him then. Katakuri has put out a bounty of 50 million berries for information regarding his descendants, while the one who finds them stands to gain a staggering 500 million berries. The man in the black suit stared hungrily at Lorne and Garrett, his throat constricting at the vision of them transformed into glimmering gold. Their close relationship led him to instinctively believe Lorne was also a child of the Charlotte family. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have refrained from assaulting Lorne. What if he had harmed him? Shall we hand these two children over to the Charlotte family? Froiled tentatively inquired, the temptation of 10 billion berries looming large before him. Hand them back to the Charlotte family? Why should we do that? A peculiar smile crept across Gaji's face as he fixed his gaze on Lorne and Garrett, sending shivers down their spines. I am curious to see what peculiarities lie within the bloodline of that Charlotte Linlin, allowing her to wield such influence in the new world. Frold froze, astonished by Gaji's audacity. This was a clear affront to the Charlotte family, a clan of genuine monsters. But they are Charlotte's children, he exclaimed, apprehensive about the endless retribution from such formidable foes. He hastily urged Gaji, what of the Charlotte family? Did not their children perish in the maritime disaster? Realizing Gaji's silence, Frold understood the mindset of his new master and promptly declared, if we are to follow this new master, we must perform admirably. Gaji cast a look of approval in his direction. Meanwhile, Lorne felt as though his heart had plummeted into despair. Through their conversation, he had gleaned Garrett's lineage. She was none other than the daughter of the formidable Charlotte Linlin, the only female among the infamous four emperors. He pondered whether Garrett had ever appeared in the narrative, for his fragmented recollection of the One Piece saga left many plot points unclear. Nevertheless, even 2 decades hence, Gaji would seek to ally with the Charlotte family through a marriage, nearly joining them through his son. The formidable nature of the Charlotte family was evident. Now, with neither the strength nor the influence to confront the Charlotte family, how could Gaji dare to detain one of their children? Greed and self-interest, Lorne mused. Humanity's propensity for gambling ensured that even the slightest gain could compel one to take risks, while immense profit could render one oblivious to the world's laws. At his core, Gaji was a scientist, and his future alliance with the Charlotte family was merely a means to acquire their esteemed bloodline. Now, with 2 living children of that family before him, how could the mad scientist possibly resist? Lorne's heart sank. If he and Garrett fell into Gaji's grasp, it would spell disaster, particularly since he bore no trace of Charlotte blood. The outcome would be dire indeed. Let us release these 2 children for now, Gaji said, his mood buoyant as he waved his hand dismissively at Frold. I wish to examine my possessions. Frold nodded in understanding, swiftly assuring, rest assured, my lord. All is in order. I have dispatched my most capable subordinates to oversee matters. He then asked, what of Nick? Suddenly, a loud splash disrupted the air, as if something had leaped into the water. The crowd turned towards the sound, only to discover a tattooed, bald man clutching his neck. Disbelief etched on his face as he slowly collapsed. A knife was embedded in his throat, blood gushing from the wound. Beside him stood a small pirate, frozen in shock. What transpired? Frold demanded, striding towards the trembling pirate, unable to fathom the loss of his trusted aide. It was the spot dog, my lord. The young henchman stammered. The spot dog attacked Nick unawares and killed him. Frold surveyed the area, indeed finding no trace of the spot dog. Rage surged within him. He cannot have gone far. Bring him to me. I shall flay his skin. As the crew sprang into action, no one noticed a battered young boy stealthily approaching Nick's lifeless body, concealing the small knife within his own possession. Chapter 20. Chaos. Thud. Thud. One pirate after another plunged into the sea, desperately searching for the trace of their former comrade, the spotted dog. Yet, it seemed as if he had vanished into thin air. The pirates were aware only that he had leapt into the depths of the ocean, but they could not find him. Damn it, that treacherous scoundrel. Frold was in a state of utter frustration, while his new master, Vinsmoke Judge, stood silently by, observing with cold detachment. It has nothing to do with you. Frold suddenly turned around, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lorne. He abruptly inquired, seeking some leverage from him. Lorne hastily lowered his head, feigning terror. No, I know nothing. How dreadful it is to be dead. His submissiveness somewhat eased Frold's agitation, prompting a disdainful snort as he chose to remain silent. How long will you search for the traitor? Judge interjected. I want my possession. Immediately, Frold found himself in a difficult position. He had dispatched all his subordinates to hunt for the traitor, the little ones now filled with righteous indignation, making it impractical to call them back to carry boxes. Fortunately, the pirate ship had reached its designated location, with Judge's vessel nearby. Understanding Frold's predicament, Judge remained silent, gesturing toward the railing. Moments later, a procession of well-trained warriors ascended the makeshift ladder. I will lead you there, Frold interjected before Judge could speak. Having come to terms with the gravity of his situation, he gestured toward the young pirates, who had just witnessed the entirety of the spotted dog's assassination of bald Nick, and were now in a state of shock. You take the gentleman along, he instructed. The young pirate, recovering from his stupor, bowed slightly to Frold and Judge before addressing the soldiers. Follow me. He then gently opened the cabin door and stepped inside, with the soldiers following in an orderly fashion upon Judge's signal. Carry Nick's body off the ship. He served me faithfully for so long. I must personally lay him to rest, Furold said, his face etched with sorrow. Two pirates who had not jumped into the sea immediately sprang into action, transporting Nick's body from the ship. The customs surrounding the burial of pirates vary greatly, but predominantly fall into two categories: sea burials or earth burials. The former reflects a life lived freely upon the waves, leading to a desire for one's spirit to roam the ocean in death. Conversely, the latter is often driven by a longing for one's roots. Both Furold and Nick leaned toward the latter, having braved the seas for too long and weary of the thought of dying as a spirit without a home. Gazing upon Nick's lifeless form, Furold felt a pang of grief. Nick had been his true confidant, a capable ally, a man who had prepared to venture into the far reaches of the sea alongside him. What a splendid young man, now lost forever. Once I catch the murderer, I shall devour his flesh and grind his bones to dust. At that moment, a group approached in the distance. Furold squinted, recognizing Borsalino and his entourage from their earlier encounter at the dock, the former wearing a smile that seemed to revel in their misfortune. How intolerable! Furold clenched his fists. But moments later, he resignedly loosened them. What could he do against such audacity? With his past reputation, he dared not act against them. In the pirate world, the chasm between the weak and the strong is vast. However, Borsalino did not advance closer. Upon spotting them, he simply turned and retreated into the woods. Report, Your Majesty. Everything has been moved. A German soldier approached Judge with the news. Good. Leave the items for now. I shall inspect them shortly, Judge replied indifferently. He refrained from boasting about the experimental subjects in front of the Navy, due to Germany's status as a member state of the world government. Even if the Navy harbored suspicions, they could not board his ship for a search. Yet, should he expose the items, it would shatter the fragile trust remaining between them. He was unconcerned with Borsalino's thoughts. As long as he bore no incriminating evidence, he would maintain an air of ignorance. No matter how formidable Borsalino was, he could do nothing in this political game. Moreover, at this juncture, there was a matter of greater urgency than the experimental subjects: finding the murderous traitor, alive or dead. I must see him. Judge's expression darkened. He had just realized the pirates' motive for fleeing. He must have overheard their plan to capture a child from the Charlotte family. Should this information become public, Judge, Vinsmoke, and the entirety of Germa would be subjected to the lunatic family's vengeful wrath. He must be caught, Judge thought fervently, signaling to a Germa warrior who approached him, receiving instructions before silently departing. My lord, what is your intent? Furold inquired, puzzled. A leader must possess the resolve of a leader. Let the subordinates handle such trivial matters. I have already dispatched my men to search. That individual shall find no escape, Judge declared coolly, not wishing to provide the Navy with further amusement. He aimed to demonstrate that true nobility remains composed and unflustered. Suddenly, chaos erupted aboard the German ship. A soldier rushed to Judge's side, whispering urgently. Judge's expression shifted drastically, disregarding any semblance of noble composure as he hurried back to his vessel. What is happening? Furold asked, bewildered, yet it was evident that Judge's poise had evaporated. The Navy, meanwhile, was amused by the spectacle. At this moment, aboard the Grey Bear, Furold's remaining capable subordinate, the man in black, was orchestrating the search for the spotted dog. Suddenly, the pirates below seemed to have retrieved something, igniting Furold's hopes as he moved closer to investigate. Report, my lord. We have found what jumped into the sea. A dazed young pirate rushed to the man in black. Have you found the spotted dog? Alive or dead? The man in black questioned. The young pirate cupped his hands, mimicking a whispering gesture, prompting the man in black to lean in closer. Yes, suddenly, a knife plunged into the chest of the man in black. His face was one of disbelief as he met the emotionless gaze of the young pirate. The pirate delivered several more stabs, ensuring the man in black was lifeless before withdrawing the blade and licking the blood from its edge. He then raised his fingers, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Just one more life, and I can repay your favor, Spotted Dog. He then turned his gaze to the ship below, fixating intently on Furold. Chapter 21. Battle. I shall no longer require your ransom. From this moment forth, you both belong to that esteemed individual. Furold lowered his head, gently stroking the heads of Lorne and Jarret, akin to a benevolent elder conversing with his descendants. You must heed the words of that esteemed individual and refrain from causing any disturbances." Lorne remained silent, while Jarrett hesitated, words caught in her throat. Furold observed their demeanor with keen eyes, yet he chuckled heartily, knowing his words were merely a formality. A voice rang out from behind Furold. "Lord Furold! Lord Furold! The spotted dog has been found." A young pirate rushed from the ship to the shore, calling out to Furold in a fervent tone. Upon seeing the little pirate, who had been startled into a stupor, hastening towards him with exhilarating news, Furold could not contain his joy. He strode forward eagerly, eager to inquire about the spotted dog. Had he not rescued it from the small fishing village, it would likely remain lost. As the young pirate approached, panting as if emerging from a fierce battle, Furold squinted, awaiting his recovery. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged within him, a feeling that had saved his life on multiple occasions. The most perilous experience had been when they annihilated a pirate crew and seized their vessel, only to discover a small stowaway hiding within a barrel, who had stealthily emerged after they had feasted and succumbed to slumber. Had it not been for a sudden sense of foreboding that roused Furold from his dreams, the Grey Bear pirate crew might have met their demise. Unbeknownst to Furold, this was the initial awakening of his observation hockey. This time, however, the sense of danger was even more pronounced. Without a moment's hesitation, his muscles swelled, dark fur sprouting from his skin, his robust arms tearing through his sleeves. In an instant, he transformed into a creature that was half man, half bear, a formidable beast. This was Furold's secret weapon, the bear fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit. The immense strength and defense he gained from his bear form had been his reliance upon the tumultuous seas for many years. Indeed, the young pirate's demeanor shifted to one of darkness as he drew a sharp dagger from his waist, raising it to thrust toward Furold's chest. However, instead of soft flesh, the dagger met the resilient black fur. Furold's gaping maw twisted into a malicious grin as he seized the young pirate's wrist with one claw while raising his other hand high, slamming it down upon the would-be assassin's chest. The impact caused the young pirate's chest to visibly cave in, sending him hurtling away for several meters, collapsing lifelessly upon the ground. Furold then slowly reverted to his human form, extracting the dagger embedded in his chest with a wince. The wound, while painful, was not grave, having merely penetrated the outer skin. He discarded the dagger carelessly and strode towards where the young pirate had fallen, confident in his strength. He knew that even his most capable subordinate, Nick, would struggle to withstand the full force of his bear form. How could a mere child hope to survive? Perhaps he had been struck down instantly? It was said that this young pirate had been rescued by the spotted dog from the slums, which explained his audacity to conspire with it. It was peculiar, however, that one after another, these individuals had betrayed him. Furold shook his head, dismissing the thought. Let them perish, they have chosen their fate. Suddenly, an indistinct sense of danger washed over Furold once more. Instinctively, he attempted to transform into his bear form, but excruciating pain shot through his ankles, forcing him to abort the transformation. Turning around, he beheld Lorne and Jarrett, each wielding a dagger aimed at his ankles. "How dare you?" Furold bellowed, lunging toward the two youngsters, disregarding their seemingly noble lineage. All he desired was to eliminate these audacious provocateurs. How long had it been since he had sustained such a grievous injury? He could hardly fathom that these insignificant creatures would dare to assault him. Yet, his hands grasped only air, for Lorne had already swept Jarrett up and fled. Furold attempted to pursue them to deliver a lesson, but the agonizing pain in his ankles compelled him to relent. After injuring Furold, Lorne wasted no time to assess their success. He immediately bolted backward with Jarrett in his arms. "Listen? Listen to your nonsense. You go listen," Lorne shouted, feeling a surge of relief after venting his frustrations. His physical prowess allowed him to carry the young girl with relative ease, and all he wished for was to escape quickly. Kizaru, or Celino, was nearby. If they could reach him, these pirates would be rendered impotent against them. However, Jarrett's circumstances were precarious. Although Charlotte Linlin had yet to become one of the four emperors, she was already a notorious pirate. If her daughter fell into the hands of the Navy, it would spell trouble. The assassination of Furold had long been a plan of Lawrence. He had merely requested the spotted dog to create an opportunity. Little did he expect the spotted dog to be so formidable, managing to eliminate two of Furold's most trusted subordinates. Indeed, Lorne, through his perceptive abilities, realized that it was not the spotted dog who had slain Bald Nick, but rather that unassuming young pirate. In that moment, Lorne made a decisive choice to alter his strategy, for he perceived the fury of the spotted dog. He was aware that the dog would not be satisfied with merely dispatching Black Suit and Nick. It would undoubtedly strike again. This next attack would present Lorne with an opportunity. However, given the young pirate's involvement, Lorne surmised that the likelihood of successfully ambushing Furold was slim. The latter seemed to have grasped the basics of observation hockey, completing his transformation prior to the young pirate's assault. The power Furold wielded in his bare form was astonishing. Witnessing the young pirate being sent flying, Lorne questioned whether his own strike would be sufficient to penetrate Furold's formidable defenses and whether the resilient pirate could retaliate. Thus, Lorne revised his strategy to incapacitate Furold and flee with Jarrett. A gentleman's revenge is not to be rushed, as long as Furold remains alive. Fate will surely provide another chance upon the seas. Furold lay on the ground, roaring in fury. The damage inflicted by Lorne was not severe, yet it was undeniably effective. "Do not let me catch you. Captain, we have located the one who jumped overboard." A pirate rushed over, eyes widening in shock at the sight of Furold sprawled upon the ground. However, upon meeting Furold's predatory gaze, he dared not approach too closely. "Is that so? Bring me the spotted dog's remains, severed and presented before me." "But that is not the spotted dog." "What?" Meanwhile, aboard the Gray Bear, several pirates struggled to haul a soaked corpse onto the deck. As they turned it over, they discovered it was not the expected spotted dog, but rather one of the experimental subjects. Chapter 22. Captured aboard the ship of Germa, numerous robust warriors scoured the vessel, resolute in their quest to unearth the elusive intruder. Meanwhile, the spotted dog concealed himself in a storage room, peering through a crack in the door to observe the unfolding chaos. Beneath him lay the lifeless body of a Germa soldier, the blood still warm. As he noticed an individual approach, he held his breath, his hand gripping a razor-sharp dagger at his waist, poised for action. The door to the storage room creaked open, and the spotted dog remained shrouded in shadow, coldly watching as the figure stepped into the dim space, seemingly startled by the sight of his fallen comrade, preparing to bend down for a closer inspection. Now was the moment. The spotted dog silently counted in his mind. This was the 8th. "I shall make you who look down upon me pay dearly." In an instant, he lunged at the Germa man like an arrow released from its bow, gripping the dagger in a reverse hold, presenting it as if offering a bouquet. This maneuver, devised by the spotted dog himself, allowed him to perfectly harness his physical abilities, and this strike was unparalleled in both speed and timing. It was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his assaults since becoming a pirate. With this blow, he even fancied himself capable of delivering a fatal strike to the old captain, Frood. At that moment, he could almost envision the blood gushing forth from the fresh wound. "Protect the prince." Suddenly, a Germa soldier outside bellowed, surrounding the storage room like a swarm of bees. The spotted dog realized that the individual he intended to assassinate was of significant importance. Regrettably, this realization came too late. Having executed his lethal strike, escape was now nearly impossible. Had he been aware sooner, he could have seized the man as a hostage and fled safely. The dagger did not penetrate flesh as the spotted dog had envisioned. Instead, powerful hands seized his wrists with a vice-like grip. Astonished, he looked up to meet the cold gaze of the man standing beside Frood. "Got you, little pest." With a swift motion, Vinsmoke crushed the spotted dog's hands, the excruciating pain forcing him to release the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Gaji carelessly tossed the spotted dog aside, leaving him sprawled on the floor, groaning like a discarded rag doll. "Ah, my hands. Lock this wretched creature up and take him back as a subject for experiment Z5, Gaji stated nonchalantly. As the Germa soldiers moved to apprehend the spotted dog, some gazed at him with a hint of pity. The ZT experiments were known within Germa as the Hell experiments, and ZT5 was the very embodiment of hell. Those cast into its depths found even death a luxury. Having dealt with this matter, it was time to check on Frood and see how the two little darlings from the Charlotte family were faring. However, just as Gaji stepped onto the gangplank, he heard a resentful shout. "Ah, you little bastards of the Vainshield family. I will not let you go." Gaji recognized the voice as belonging to Frood of the recently joined Grizzly Pirate crew, and his brow furrowed in concern. Could this fool be so incompetent as to lose track of two children? In the depths of the forest, Lorne, clutching Jarrett, hurriedly advanced when he suddenly heard a man's puzzled voice nearby. Countless yellow lights appeared before them, coalescing into a yellow figure. It was Vice Admiral Borsellino. He had caught wind of Frood's anguished roar and swiftly transformed into a bolt of light to investigate. Saved. Lorne's legs gave way, a wave of soreness from exertion overwhelming him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet, within him swelled a profound sense of relief. Are you the children of the Vinsmoke family? Lorne sensed a note of joy in Borsellino's tone, though disbelief lingered. Confused yet compliant, he responded, Yes, I am Vinsmoke Lorne. And this is my sister, Vinsmoke Jarrett. We are nobility residing on this isle. Lorne reiterated what he had once shared with Frood, taking care not to divulge Jarrett's identity. Wary of the potential wrath from a pirate towards a child. Whether it is fortune or misfortune that has befallen you is uncertain, Borsellino suddenly remarked. What? Lorne exclaimed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. After days of training, his perceptive abilities had evolved slightly, allowing him to discern the emotions of others. He sensed that Borsellino's feelings were not rooted in anger towards pirates or sympathy for his plight, but rather surprise mingled with pity. What could this mean? Did my surname harbor a secret unknown to me? But am I not merely a fallen noble from a small island? The original story of One Piece made no mention of the Vinsmoke family. Given my position, I should not share this with you, Borsellino said, bending slightly to pat Lorne and Jarrett's heads with a sympathetic expression. But I must inform you of a grave matter. A few days ago, the holy land of Mariawa was attacked, resulting in the death of a celestial dragon and numerous injuries. Lorne's mind echoed with thunder as Borsellino's words left him in shock. The celestial dragons were the undisputed rulers of this world. Who would dare assault their sacred ground, and what relevance did this hold for him? The architect of this incident is none other than the blood tyrant Caesar, expelled from Mariawa a decade ago. Borsellino continued, his tone steady, leaving Lorne momentarily frozen. A vague suspicion began to form in Lorne's mind. Could it be? No, it can't be. Lorne shouted in despair. Yet Borsellino paid him no heed, continuing. Caesar's full name is Vinsmoke Caesar. He paused, then added, He is your father. So that is the truth. Lorne sat there in shock, while Jarrett, unaware of the gravity of the situation, rushed to support him, mistaking Borsellino's revelations for some cruel act against her brother. Her small face contorted in anger as she glared at the vice-admiral. Despair enveloped Lorne. He had heard of fathers who were disappointments, but never of one who would ensnare his own son. He had abandoned any thought of escape, fully aware of the vast chasm of power between himself and Borsellino. Fleeing would be futile. Resigned, Lorne felt his heart sink, glancing forlornly at the little Jarrett who had stood up for him, regretting that he could not ensure her safety. It was I who have brought her into this predicament. Borsellino observed the despondency in Lorne's eyes, his heart aching for the child. Yet his position forbade him from pitying the offspring of a criminal. Soldiers, having gathered around, produced handcuffs to bind the hands of both Lorne and Jarrett. Borsellino turned away, seemingly unable to face Lorne, and stated flatly, in summary, you have been captured. Chapter 23. The strong though it may be rather presumptuous, I must interrupt you. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Lorne's eyes brightened as he recognized the figure, the old blind man who had previously been imprisoned with him in the hold of the Gray Bear. The old blind man, whom Lorne had nearly forgotten. Now, he donned a flowing lavender robe of unknown origin, holding a sword pointed at Lorne while addressing Borsellino. I promised this young man I would lead them to safety, so will you allow us to depart? What a master! Borsellino, sensing the old man's formidable aura, wore a sardonic expression. How terrifying! However, it is my duty as a Navy officer not to let a criminal escape. He removed his vice-admiral's cloak and handed it to a nearby soldier, stating, Take them away, I shall handle this. I dare anyone to try? The old blind man planted his sword firmly into the ground. Borsellino felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, and with a resounding crash, the earth beneath him could no longer withstand the pressure, fracturing into a circular pit, with Borsellino being thrust into its depths. Lorne's pupils dilated slightly as he deduced the identity of this nearly legendary swordsman through his distinctive abilities. Vice-Admiral. The Navy soldiers gasped, having followed Borsellino for so long. They had never witnessed him suffer such a significant setback. Who exactly was this man? Truly formidable strength, came Borsellino's voice from within the pit, signaling that he was unhurt. He slowly instructed his subordinates, Take these two criminals away. I shall confront this monster. Countless specks of light erupted from the pit, coalescing into the figure of the yellow monkey. His expression was one of excitement as he positioned his right leg back, gathering power for a fierce kick. Have you ever been struck by light? Polyusolino concentrated light energy in his calf and unleashed a kick at light speed, his leg enveloped in black hockey, radiating with menace. Clang! The old blind man raised his sword, similarly enveloped in black hockey, successfully blocking Polyusolino's fierce attack. However, the immense force still pushed him back several steps. The yellow monkey regained his footing and regarded the old blind man with a complex expression. What a troublesome adversary. The technique of wrapping hockey around a weapon is a rare skill developed by a select few swordsmen to prevent damage to their beloved swords. A blade imbued with hockey becomes extraordinarily sharp and nearly indestructible, possessing the added advantage of being able to harm Logia-type users. This was indeed a nemesis for a natural-type user like Polyusolino. In that brief exchange, Polyusolino sensed the man's hockey training was extraordinarily formidable. His armament hockey was on par with his own, while his observation hockey surpassed it significantly. In the previous skirmish, the old blind man had shown no disadvantage despite his blindness. Coupled with his peculiar and terrifying abilities, Polyusolino pondered when the seas had produced another such monster. Don't move. I am coming. The blind swordsman steadied himself, raising his sword horizontally towards Polyusolino. Great sword, flowing water. The blind swordsman executed a sweeping slash with his hockey-enveloped blade, unleashing a circle of purple sword light that sliced through the surrounding trees, aiming directly at Polyusolino. I am light. Your strike cannot reach me. Polyusolino transformed into pure light, splitting his form to evade the incoming blow. The purple slash followed the trajectory of his separation, failing to inflict any harm upon the yellow monkey. Natural type? The blind swordsman murmured, but there was no hesitation in his movements. After Polyusolino had transformed into natural elements to dodge the strike, 3 more arcs of purple sword light surged toward him. I told you it was futile. Although Polyusolino feigned indifference, he dared not underestimate the blind swordsman. Each of his sword strikes was laced with armament hockey, and to carelessly withstand them would result in severe injury. 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. Polyusolino prepared to transform into countless specks, intending to evade the next assault and teleport beside the blind swordsman for a counterattack. He could not allow himself to remain passively assaulted. Do you think it ends there? The blind swordsman's calm voice drifted to Polyusolino's ears. Has your teacher ever told you that you rely too heavily on your own abilities? A chill crept down Polyusolino's spine. Indeed, his teacher, Admiral Zephyr, had said something akin to that. Allow me to teach you how to deal with natural types. The sword light that had approached Polyusolino exploded, transforming into countless smaller beams that forced him out of his natural form back into corporeality, compelling him to meet the next blow with his armament hockey. Great sword, Hell's Journey. The blind swordsman traced a circle with his sword, and Polyusolino felt an immense pressure surrounding him. As if the trees could not withstand the tremendous weight and began to topple, collapsing toward him under the blind swordsman's command. The ground fractured and crumbled, far exceeding the force with which the blind swordsman had initially ambushed Polyusolino. Surrounding him, the earth split into a 10-meter radius, disintegrating into fine dust. At the center, Polyusolino found himself within a bottomless circular pit, 10 meters wide, engulfed by the fallen trees and soil. Bound by soldiers, Lorne felt the tremendous upheaval behind him and marveled at the sheer power of the world's top fighters. Was this the battle between the 3 great admirals that would later unfold? Indeed, having observed the entire clash through his paramecia fruit abilities, Lorne had nearly confirmed the identity of the blind swordsman, none other than Fujitora, who would later join the world government after his duel with Admiral Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral. Fujitora smiled. Like Polyusolino, he belonged to the Navy's highest echelon of power. Returning to the battlefield, even the mighty Fujitora required a moment to catch his breath after unleashing such a potent technique, then centered his focus towards Lorne's direction, preparing to leave. Did I permit your departure? Polyusolino's voice echoed from the depths of the ruins. Countless specks of light erupted from the debris, ultimately coalescing into the figure of the yellow monkey. Polyusolino appeared somewhat disheveled, but his eyes sparkled with battle intent. He clasped his hands together before slowly parting them, revealing a pale yellow sword made of light in his right hand. Amaterasu. As the light sword fully manifested, strands of black armament hockey enveloped it, transforming the yellow blade into an obsidian hue. Holding the Amaterasu sword, Polyusolino addressed Fujitora with a nonchalant demeanor and a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. That was merely a warm-up. Let us continue. Chapter 24. Ideals in the Tranquil Woods. The sound of clashing swords echoed, accompanied by the scattering of sand and splintered wood. Borsalino realized that relying on his abilities would not grant him an advantage over Fujitora, and thus chose to engage in a sword duel instead. The sword of Amatsukiyomi, enveloped in haki, was remarkably resilient, rivaling even Fujitora's renowned sword. Furthermore, Borsalino was a master swordsman in his own right, having trained under the formidable Admiral Zifa and the legendary marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Both were celebrated for their martial prowess across the seas, wielding their strength and haki with authority. The two warriors battled fiercely, neither willing to yield. A sheen of perspiration appeared on Fujitora's brow. He had not anticipated that Borsalino, forsaking his Logia fruit abilities, would prove even more formidable. Moreover, Borsalino's speed, enhanced by the powers of the light fruit, compelled Fujitora to push his observation haki to its limits to merely track his movements. Truly, he was one of the exceptional monsters of the Navy. One could only wonder how formidable Akainu was in comparison. Fujitora realized he had to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion, sensing that Lorne had already been taken aboard a marine vessel. Once the ship set sail, he would be unable to rescue him. To allow one's thoughts to wander during a fight was a sign of disrespect towards one's opponent. Seizing the moment when Fujitora was distracted, Borsalino thrust his sword from an unexpected angle. Fujitora barely evaded the strike, but the sharp blade grazed him, leaving a shallow wound on his side. Suddenly, two massive boulders lifted into the air, propelled by Fujitora's gravity fruit, crashing towards Borsalino, who had just landed a hit. Fujitora staggered back, clutching his waist, his hands stained with crimson blood. He had been injured. A frown crossed Fujitora's face. After so long in combat, he had not expected it would be him, the one in the lead, to draw first blood. The situation felt precarious. Fujitora opened his blinded eyes and gazed ahead. The boulders would only momentarily disrupt Borsalino's assault and would not inflict any significant harm. The rocks shattered mid-air, cleaved into countless pieces by the Amatsukiyomi sword, revealing Borsalino's unscathed form amidst the debris. I have a question. Does a blind man's observation haki develop more acutely? Borsalino mused aloud, utilizing one of the 6 forms of the Marines to hover above, sword in hand, observing Fujitora below. He had distinctly sensed that this old blind man's observation haki surpassed his own. His carefully planned strikes had been evaded by Fujitora time and again. Well, perhaps it is merely the result of diligent practice, Fujitora replied with a smile. Ah, I see, Borsalino said, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The 3 types of haki, aside from the innate conqueror's haki, could all be cultivated through relentless effort. Seeing the strength of his opponent's observation haki, he had hoped for some shortcut, only to realize that mastery is indeed achieved through practice. Then I shall continue. If you remain unfocused, you may find yourself in peril, Borsalino said softly. His body transformed into countless motes of light, swirling around Fujitora. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an intriguing opponent. He could not resist the urge to engage fully. The myriad of light coalesced at an odd angle, forming Borsalino's silhouette. Here, the Amatsukiyomi sword lunged forward, only to be blocked by Fujitora's blade. It was the terrifying prowess of his observation haki that allowed him to anticipate the attack. Borsalino acknowledged to himself that while he held a slight advantage, he was at a distinct disadvantage against Fujitora's near precognitive abilities. Fujitora, meanwhile, was increasingly anxious. Natural-type users were the most difficult to contend with. Other than haki-infused strikes, his attacks were unlikely to inflict meaningful damage on a Logia user, and after their prolonged struggle, he had made no headway against Borsalino. As he gasped for breath, Fujitora's body was drained from the fierce exchange, yet Borsalino remained composed, his demeanor unchanged. The outcome seemed inevitable. I wish to know why you are so fixated on those 2 children, Fujitora inquired, focusing all his attention on Borsalino, preparing to strike. However, he felt compelled to voice his burning question first. This is an internal matter of the Navy. It does not concern you, Borsalino replied, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. How could he explain that the children's father was a notorious criminal, recently responsible for an attack on the Holy Land of Mariawa? Bringing these children back was merely to appease the celestial dragons. Setting aside the notion of inheriting a parent's sins, how could he justify seeking vengeance for the celestial dragons against innocent children? Is it the Navy's way to transfer the sins of the father onto the children? Fujitora continued, Since you are aware, why ask what you already know? Borsalino's expression darkened slightly. Is this the navy you serve? Can you truly bear the weight of justice you claim to uphold? Fujitora's voice resonated with reproach. He had gleaned the essence of the situation from Borsalino's words earlier in the woods. Knowing the truth, even without Lorne's plea, he was determined to rescue them. It was a principle he had upheld through decades of navigating the seas. The burden of such ideals is not for you to determine. Borsalino's eyes narrowed, the playful smile vanishing from his face as genuine anger surged within him. What can a blind man perceive to make such judgments? Are you truly aware of the efforts made by the world government for peace, the Navy's forbearance, and the sacrifices made by soldiers to quell chaos? Have you, who so ardently pursue freedom, truly witnessed these realities? Perhaps being blind is a blessing. At least I cannot behold the filth and corruption, Fujitora replied softly, gripping his sword tightly. With such a profound divergence in ideals, it seemed the only recourse was to let their blades speak. I will take them with me, Fujitora declared, tightening his grip on his sabers, unleashing a powerful downward strike, the dark blade cleaving through the air and distorting space itself. Heavy sword, fierce tiger's descent, great shockwave. You shall remain here. Borsalino revealed himself, his form fracturing into countless motes of light, each transforming into a blade of Amatsukiyomi. In that moment, he resembled a commanding general leading an army. Amatsukiyomi, myriad reflections. Golden radiance clashed with the violet waves of gravity, exploding and enveloping everything in its vicinity. If one were to gaze upon the scene from above, they would witness a gaping rift forming in the vast Onsha Island. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, sparing countless lives from devastation. As the smoke cleared, only two figures remained at the center of the battleground, one standing tall, the other collapsed on the ground. Chapter 25, The End. I Have Won. The man standing there was none other than Rear Admiral Borsalino, who slowly approached the fallen Fujitora with a smile and gently spoke. I have not lost either. Lying on the ground, Fujitora coughed up blood, his body marred by countless wounds from the Amatsukiyomi sword. Stop pretending, if you haven't lost. Then it should be me lying here. Borsalino laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of a long-awaited battle. There is something I wish to tell you. As Borsalino reached Fujitora, both spoke simultaneously. After a brief silence, Borsalino broke the quiet. You first, but I hope you are not begging for mercy? Ha ha ha. Dying in battle is a man's romance. Fujitora spat out blood, yet remained undeterred. You Marines seem to have lost something, haven't you? Something? Borsalino narrowed his eyes, momentarily puzzled by Fujitora's reference. The experimental materials from Vegapunk, Fujitora continued. I know where they are. Borsalino was acutely aware of what Fujitora meant. It was indeed his initial mission. For most, these materials were worthless debris, of interest only to a select few. Fujitora paused for a moment before revealing a name, Vinsmoke. Just as I thought. Borsalino's eyes widened in realization, connecting the dots. I wondered why the Vinsmoke family from the North Blue would come here, seemingly recruiting a pirate crew. These restless nobles. Borsalino clenched his fists and stepped lightly over Fujitora, heading in the direction of Germa's ship. Wait, are you not going to kill me? Suddenly, Fujitora's voice came from behind Borsalino. Kill you? Why would I? The sea is far more interesting with individuals like you around. Interesting? Fujitora mulled over the word. Then curiously inquired, what were you going to say just now? You are quite formidable. Consider joining the Marines and witness whether they are as incompetent as you claim. Borsalino chuckled as he departed without looking back, leaving Fujitora in contemplation. Consider? Fujitora muttered to himself. After Borsalino had walked some distance, presumably beyond Fujitora's observation range, he leaned against a nearby tree and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Turning back towards Fujitora's direction, he forced a smile and remarked, what a monster. On the Navy warship, Lorne and Garrett had their hands bound behind their backs with specially crafted seastone handcuffs, leaving Lorne in a state of utter exhaustion, akin to a gamer who had stayed up for 3 days straight. Surrounding them were armed soldiers, poised for any potential threat, with a colonel standing at the forefront. Lorne gazed at the receding silhouette of Onsha Island, harboring little hope, resigned to his fate as he sat quietly. Could I change positions? My sister is still young. This posture may hurt her. Lorne attempted to communicate with the colonel's aide. The aide hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of a criminal bargaining with the Navy. However, he soon relented, recognizing that these two young ones were merely caught in the crossfire of their forebears' actions. He signaled to a nearby soldier, who promptly approached and unshackled their seastone cuffs. Ah, relief. Upon liberation from the seastone, Lorne felt a rush of energy, affirming its nature as a natural nemesis to those with abilities. Brother. Freed from her restraints, Garrett appeared frightened, clutching Lorne's clothing tightly, seeking refuge behind him. The soldiers, initially prepared to recuff Lorne and Garrett, now seemed unsure of how to proceed. The colonel, however, made a decisive remark. You are all elite soldiers trained by the Navy headquarters. If you fear these two young ones escaping, perhaps it is time to retire and go home. Why continue chasing pirates? His words eased the tense atmosphere significantly. Many soldiers realized their anxiety stemmed from the immense reputation of the young one's forebears. After all, not everyone could claim to have blown up Mariewa. Yet, despite their illustrious lineage, these were merely children, hardly capable of stirring up any significant turmoil. Thank you. Lorne spoke softly to the colonel, casting a grateful glance. The discomfort of the handcuffs had been unbearable, and the colonel's gesture was a considerable kindness. No need for thanks. It is my conscience as a person, the colonel whispered to Lorne, his expression resolute. But I can do no more. I shudder to think of your fate once you were sent to Judicial Island. A look of regret crossed the colonel's face as he withheld further comment. In this world, those who offended the celestial dragons seldom emerged unscathed. The mere mention of the celestial dragons signified supreme authority. For Lorne and Garrett, the most favorable outcome would be a trial resulting in a lengthy imprisonment and impelled down. Perhaps even an opportunity to emerge someday to witness the sky once more and breathe the air of freedom. Yet, there was also the grim possibility of becoming slaves to the celestial dragons, suffering a fate worse than death at the hands of those perverse beings. These two young souls likely remained oblivious to the calamity that awaited them. The colonel felt a sudden pang of guilt. Perceiving himself as an accomplice to the celestial dragon's heinous acts, an accomplice with blood on his hands. There is an ancient saying from the distant flower country, to act as a henchman for the tiger. The colonel found himself questioning the meaning of the word justice inscribed on his cloak. Sensing the colonel's internal conflict, Lorne remained composed, turning his gaze toward the sea, where he could faintly discern a massive structure resembling a wall. It must be the fabled Red Line. According to legend, the sacred land of the celestial dragons lay at the intersection of the Red Line and the Grand Line, where the esteemed celestial dragons looked down upon the vast ocean like deities surveying their toys, utterly revolting. How could such a loathsome race exist in this world? Lorne's fists clenched tightly, his nails piercing his palms, drawing crimson blood unbeknownst to him. He stared at the Red Line, silently vowing that one day he would grow strong enough to instill fear in all. The authority of the celestial dragons? The rules of the world? Mere nonsense. He would become the architect of the rules, the sovereign of this ocean. Chapter 26. Intoxicated, take a moment to gaze upon the sky and the sea. You may not have the chance to do so again. A languorous male voice drifted from behind Lorne, the speaker being Borsalino, who had just seized the entire ship of Germa and, utilizing the powers granted by his scintillating fruit, had pursued Lorne's warship. Turning to assess the vice admiral, Lorne noted that Borsalino was disheveled, his clothing tattered and covered in dirt and dust. Yet, the fact that it was he standing here, rather than Fujitora, suggested that the recent skirmish had ended in Borsalino's favor. This compelled Lorne to regard him with increased respect. In the original narrative, this languid admiral seldom engaged in combat. And while it was known that he was formidable, the extent of his strength remained shrouded in mystery. Conversely, Fujitora was a genuine combatant. And the cataclysmic destruction he was capable of evoking still left Lorne feeling a sense of trepidation. Despite Borsalino's somewhat weakened demeanor, as if he had sustained significant injury, the mere presence of him implied the potential fate of Fujitora. What has become of Fujitora? Lorne inquired with genuine concern, not wishing to owe a great debt to anyone. For such a debt would be arduous to repay. Ah, so that blind swordsman is named Fujitora? I shall remember that. Borsalino responded with surprise. He should still be recuperating on Anxiao Island. Do you know if he has recovered? He truly is strong. It took considerable effort for me to extricate myself from our encounter. Effort? More like you nearly met your demise. Lorne mused, sensing Borsalino's feeble aura. However, his words relieved Lorne. It seemed Fujitora was not gravely harmed. That is a relief, Lorne said, not out of benevolence, but because he could not bear the thought of being responsible for another's misfortune, a burden that would haunt him eternally. A man laden with guilt could scarcely aspire to greatness. Fujitora is the bodyguard your father, Caesar, arranged for you, is he not? Borsalino inquired with a smile, continuing. Only a blood tyrant could procure such a monster. Father's arrangement? Lorne murmured, offering no contradiction. In his mind, he labeled his father as a man who ensnared his son in perilous circumstances, sending him to confront the dragon people while leaving him vulnerable at home, where he could easily be captured by street thugs and sold to a merchant ship. Had it not been for the tempest, he might have already found himself in the New World. Wait, if it were not for the storm, I might have already reached the New World. A thread of realization seized Lorne's mind, illuminating the entire situation. He had traversed into this world without understanding the preceding events and had dismissed the encounters with thugs as mere happenstance. However, upon reflection, without his father's presence, he could have been whisked away by a merchant ship to the East Sea, leaving the Navy empty-handed upon arriving at Anxiao Island. Any islanders he might have encountered would be unable to divulge his whereabouts, as he himself had no knowledge of his destination prior to boarding. If not for this tempest, he could very well have been in the New World, the true domain of pirates, where even the Navy dared not act with impunity. It seemed that in his father's grand design, the possibility of his capture by the Navy had never been contemplated, given that such a storm was a once-in-a-century occurrence. And Lawrence's arrival in this world was a phenomenon occurring once in millennia. Had these improbable events not converged, he would have clumsily sought to return to Anxiao Island, only to fall into the Navy's trap. Upon further contemplation, it appeared that Lawrence's character had no place in the original narrative, nor did the surname Weinshire. According to the original storyline, had Lorne not traversed into this realm, he would have sailed into the once-in-a-century storm, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Upon returning from the holy land of the dragon people, Weinshire Caesar would have been devastated by the news of his son's demise. He would once again tread upon the soil of Mariewa, only to encounter the former commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, and the naval hero, Iron Fist Garp. A fierce battle would ensue, culminating in Weinshire Caesar's capture and his subsequent imprisonment in the 6th level of Impel Down, where he would spend the rest of his days. The illustrious history and glory of the Weinshire family would dissipate into obscurity. This is the tale of Weinshire, recorded in the inconspicuous corners of history, unheeded by all. By the time the narrative commenced 20 years hence, not a soul would utter the name of this family. Do you think your father would return to rescue you upon learning of your capture by the Navy? Borsalino's voice pierced through Lorne's reverie, drawing him back to reality. My father? I cannot say, Lorne replied slowly, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with Caesar. What manner of man was he? Assaulting Mariewa was no trifling matter. The dragon people would not rest easily, and the Navy had a potent leverage against him. The moment his father appeared, he would be walking into a trap. Oh, a clever child indeed. Borsalino, desiring a drink, discovered that his flask had been shattered during the battle with Fujitora, and he expressed his disappointment to the Navy soldiers behind him. Fetch me some wine. Upon hearing their vice admiral's command, the Navy soldiers promptly returned from the ship's cabin, laboriously hauling out a wooden barrel. Borsalino filled a large cup and downed it in one go, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This is rum from the Island of Ogres, a special supply for the Navy headquarters. It cannot be found outside. Would you care for a drink? Borsalino tossed a wooden cup to Lorne, inviting him to partake. Lorne accepted without hesitation, filling a generous cup and mimicking Borsalino's earlier gesture, finding solace in the alcohol amidst his troubled thoughts. I want some too, exclaimed Garrett, glancing at the drink in Lorne's hand, her cheeks flushed as she silently swallowed. The young girl seemed oblivious to her predicament. Borsalino, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and signaled for a clean cup to be brought over to Garrett. Lorne made no effort to intervene. Perhaps a drunken stupor could alleviate his myriad worries. You may drink, but only half a cup, he advised Garrett gently, unable to summon anger towards his sister. Such pitiable souls. After receiving Lorne's permission, Garrett's excitement surged as she filled a large cup, preparing to savor it. However, after just a small sip, she appeared dazed, her wine-red hair falling into disarray. Brother, I feel so sleepy. I'm going to rest now, Garrett murmured, her head lolling against Lorne's shoulder, and soon enough, she succumbed to slumber. Lorne, with a resigned sigh, shifted his posture to cradle Garrett more comfortably. He draped his jacket over her to stave off the chill, both from the alcohol warming his body and the concern of her catching a cold. One hand held the cup while the other gently tended to her tousled hair. The dim light aboard the ship cast a soft glow upon them. transforming the tense atmosphere into one of tranquility. Borsalino, witnessing this tender scene, averted his gaze, feeling a sense of empathy. Such unfortunate children. How could one endure such a fate? Chapter 27. The pinnacle of power. Could you enlighten me about my father? After waiting for Garrett to fall into a deep slumber, Lorne softly inquired of Borsalino, harboring a certain curiosity about his formidable father. You are unaware? Borsalino responded with surprise. Then, noticing Garrett's peaceful sleep, lowered his voice slightly. It is understandable. You are still quite young and unfamiliar with such matters. Sitting upright, Borsalino began, we must travel back many years. Are you aware of the peak powers that roam these seas? Peak powers? Lorne pondered the term, tentatively responding, Whitebeard? Gold Lion? Roger? Is it only the pirates you are familiar with? Borsalino's tone bore a hint of displeasure. Lorne shrugged, realizing that the only legendary pirates he could recall were those few, while the newer Yonko had yet to reach their apex. Let me first elaborate on the powers at sea, Borsalino continued, somewhat resigned. The mightiest force upon the waters is undoubtedly the Navy, teeming with talent. Among those hailed as legends are Fleet Admiral Steelbone, Master Iron Fist Carp, and Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. He refrained from mentioning his mentor, Admiral Zephyr, as their relationship was merely that of teacher and student, and Zephyr's prowess paled in comparison to these titans. He also omitted his contemporaries, Akainu and Akiji, acknowledging that their paths lay ahead. Lorne nodded in agreement. He certainly recognized the names Borsalino mentioned. When asked earlier, he had assumed the inquiry pertained solely to pirates, hence his omission of these illustrious figures. Borsalino assessed Lorne before continuing. The ocean is boundless, and countless souls pursue ephemeral desires, each embarking with their own motivations. Some perish in the pursuit of their dreams, while others achieve fame, rising as formidable forces in the new world. Among these renowned figures, a few stand out. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, undeniably powerful yet stubborn, often at odds with the Navy, and Shiki the Golden Lion, an unambiguous tyrant whose aerial pirate fleet posed a significant challenge to the Navy. Taking a hearty sip of his drink, Borsalino commented nonchalantly on these formidable beings. And lastly, we have the illustrious pirate king, Gold Roger. For you, he is referred to as Gold Roger. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. During the Battle of Itwal 2 years ago, Roger was besieged by Shiki's numerous pirate ships, and the Navy believed that his legend would come to a close. Yet, he managed to escape, leaving a profound mark on Shiki. Lorne was aware that the world government altered Roger's name to Gold to conceal the significance of it, yet he refrained from voicing this knowledge, understanding the adage that tall trees attract the wind. The government's efforts to suppress the truth about Roger indicated their apprehension, though such matters were beyond Lorne's concern. Unexpectedly, a year later, Roger discovered the elusive treasure, becoming what pirates referred to as the Pirate King. Borsalino continued, dismissing the so-called dreams of freedom espoused by pirates, but expressing a modicum of respect for Roger, a man whom even his arch-nemesis Carp could not bring himself to despise. These three individuals are the most renowned among pirates, dubbed the three legendary pirates. Just as Borsalino intended to take another sip, he discovered his cup empty and set it aside. In truth, beyond these three legendary figures, many others possess power comparable to theirs, yet their fame is eclipsed, rendering them largely unknown. We in the Navy refer to them as great pirates. Your father, known as the Blood Tyrant, is linked to one such great pirate. Borsalino paused to reveal another name, Barol Rick Ladefield, the Red Count. Lorne gasped, glancing down at the peacefully slumbering Garrett. Relieved she remained undisturbed. Are you aware of this person? Your father should ideally be wary of this matter, Borsalino remarked with curiosity. Lorne nodded slightly, having momentarily let slip his knowledge. This man, known as the Solitary Red, was famed in the original tales for being capable of standing against the entire Whitebeard pirates single-handedly. An owner of a mythical Zoan fruit, the bat fruit in its vampire form, he could restore his youth through blood, rendering him nearly immortal. How could such a man be connected to his father? Yet, considering his father's ability to threaten the celestial dragons at Mariawa, it was not surprising that he possessed such power, compelling the Navy to capture him to enforce compliance. According to available records, the Red Count Ladefield once stood as a steadfast ally of your father, but they parted ways due to a particular incident, Borsalino revealed. An incident? Lorne's brow furrowed. The Red Count, known for his mistrust and disdain for alliances, seemed an unlikely ally for his father. Specifics are unclear, but a decade ago, Latefield ascended to Mariewa alone. A great battle ensued, resulting in numerous casualties among soldiers and even the celestial dragons. It is said that after Latefield left gravely injured, your father, Wainseal Caesar, inexplicably unleashed a massacre in Mariewa, resulting in significant losses among the celestial dragons residing in Ponger Castle. Consequently, your father was expelled from Mariewa, and the entire Wainseal family was stripped of their celestial dragon status, with the matter fading into obscurity. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Why was my father in Mariewa? What does losing status entail? Lorne's mind was a tangled mess. Are you unaware? The Wainseal family was one of the 19 families that initially resided in Mariewa, and among them, they were considered quite prestigious. Had it not been for this incident, you might be addressing me as Lord Lorne, Borsellino chuckled. The celestial dragons have a custom of appending saint to male names and god to female names. Taking a deep drink, Borsellino continued, these matters are secrets. Even I learned them only after receiving this assignment, gleaned from documents provided by the Navy. The truth is often elusive, and it matters little. Among the celestial dragons, you may encounter those who once bore animosity towards your family. Should you fall into their hands, your fate may not be pleasant. Rest assured, we in the Navy shall strive to protect you, Borsellino vowed, by the oath of our blue justice. Yet, he harbored a deep-seated frustration. Despite his disdain for the celestial dragon's ways, he felt powerless to instigate change. Is that so? Lorne murmured to himself. Chapter 28. The princess in the vicinity of the Grand Line, Paradise, and the Great Maelstrom Sea, a naval vessel glided across the ocean, gradually approaching a realm most feared by pirates. It wasn't that this sea was particularly perilous. Countless other areas within the unpredictable New World could rival its dangers. Rather, it was the presence of 3 monumental edifices belonging to the world government surrounding this maritime expanse: Marine Headquarters at Marineford, Impel Down, and Judicial Island. These islands formed a perfect equilateral triangle encircling the massive whirlpool, casting a shadow over the entire pirate world. This naval ship was tasked with escorting Lorne and Garrett. Lorne reclined on the deck, basking in the rare, gentle sunlight, largely unrestrained by the Navy personnel due to his status and age. He and Garrett had become the 2 most leisurely souls aboard the vessel. However, such tranquility would not endure for long. Upon sighting the gargantuan whirlpool on the horizon, Lorne realized the conclusion of their voyage. The ominous Judicial Island was drawing near. Judicial Island, located at the periphery of the colossal whirlpool, allowed the ship to harness its force to hasten its journey, making their arrival imminent. Uncertainty clouded Lorne's thoughts as he forced a smile. This island was reputed to be the judicial authority of the world government, adjudicating all manner of crimes. Yet, its impartiality paled in comparison to even the most despised pirates. Those sent to Judicial Island merely underwent a perfunctory process. For decades, not a single individual had emerged from the so-called jury unscathed. It was an unbroken pattern. Moreover, Lorne's entanglement with the celestial dragons made the biased judges all the more cautious. Would they opt for a heavy sentence or an even harsher one? Thus, Lorne was indifferent to this so-called trial, as the charges had already been laid upon him. The bloodline of a brutal family, the remnants of a vicious criminal, the son of a murderer. Perhaps they would even add the accusation of abducting a young girl? Lorne felt a twinge of guilt as he recalled Garrett, who had been ensnared by his misfortunes. Had it not been for him, perhaps she would have returned to her mother's kingdom, living a life befitting a princess. Although the infamous pirate Charlotte Linlin was bloodthirsty, she possessed a simplistic mindset, akin to that of a perpetual child, taking what she fancied and destroying what displeased her. Her strength, however, rendered her a nightmare across the seas, and her tea party invitations haunted the dreams of many. Yet, this was a matter for another time. At present, Charlotte Linlin had yet to reach the zenith of her power and influence in the eyes of the world government. She was not comparable to the 3 legendary pirates of the moment. Should he confess to Admiral Borsellino that Garrett was not his biological sister and had no ties to the Wainshire family, but was merely an innocent caught in the crossfire? What, then, was her true identity? Lorne mentally rehearsed the potential questions Borsellino might pose upon hearing his words. How should he respond? Could he claim she was an ordinary noble? Perhaps Borsellino would acquiesce, but they would still need to reach Judicial Island, where her identity would need verification before there was even a glimmer of hope for her release. However, The individuals on Judicial Island were a disgraceful bunch. Sycophants preoccupied with flattering the celestial dragons, utterly unconcerned with justice. Any hint of suspicion would be sniffed out by these hounds, who would exploit it to curry favor with the celestial dragons. If Garrett were truly an ordinary noble, Lorne might gamble on a slim chance. Even knowing the highest authority on Judicial Island, Spandam, was a despicable scoundrel. Yet, she was the daughter of the pirate Charlotte Lin, her lineage equally notorious. Once Garrett arrived at Judicial Island, CP9's intelligence capabilities would ensure her true identity could not remain concealed. As for Lorne, it mattered little. Whether he became a slave to the celestial dragons or was imprisoned in Impel Down, a place from which no one had escaped for centuries, he did not consider it a dire predicament. He was aware of methods to escape, albeit requiring years of patience. But what of Garrett? A delicate young girl like her would hardly survive in such a hellish environment without his protection. What could he do? Lorne pondered desperately for a solution. Suddenly, his heightened perception, a skill developed from his mastery of the perception fruit, detected the sound of a din-din mushy emanating from the captain's quarters. After grappling with the energy drain of his perception ability, Lorne had resolved to refine his approach to lessen its mental toll. He had opted to sacrifice the precision of his perception for a broader awareness, enhancing his sensory faculties, sight, hearing, and smell, while still maintaining a semblance of his former omniscience. Upon sensing the commotion in the captain's quarters, he focused intently, extending his awareness toward that direction. As he did so, he returned to a state of all-knowing clarity. The conversation was brief. As Lorne enveloped the captain's quarters with his perception, the call was nearing its conclusion. The officer on the other end spoke a few formalities before hastily ending the call and turning to report to Brucelino. Another noble? Borisellino, peeling an orange, raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Indeed, Admiral. A kingdom has reported that their heir has recently gone missing in these waters and may be aboard your ship. They request that we return the heir to them. Is that so? On my vessel? The only child aboard is from the Wainshire family. Is that their heir? Borisellino chuckled, taking a large bite of his orange. I would be curious to know which royal family dares to ally with the Wainshire family. It is the Totland kingdom from the New World. Their princess has vanished. The officer replied quietly. Chapter 29. Totland Kingdom? Borisellino began to ponder this name. Wasn't that the realm of that madwoman, Charlotte? Indeed, it was a message sent via the Navy by Charlotte's second son, Minister of Flour, Charlotte Katakuri, offering a bounty of 500 million for the retrieval of their sister. The aide wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow. This matter was exceedingly delicate, and mismanagement could lead to diplomatic turmoil. After all, weren't they constantly threatening to secede from the world government? If that were the case, why come seeking assistance from our Navy now? Borisellino consumed an orange in one swift bite and wiped the juice from his mouth, speaking nonchalantly. However, they had somehow received intelligence claiming their child was in our possession, asserting that she had already arrived in these waters, and they hoped we would return her to them. Did Charlotte forget the countless scandals of her past, the days spent fleeing from that pirate crew decades ago? Now she pretends to be a noble. Borisellino remarked with a hint of irritation, tinged with an undercurrent of helplessness. Among the things he detested, the fourth was the villainous pirates, while the third was the bothersome aristocrats. Charlotte, embodying both traits, ranked as his second most despised, being both a noble and a pirate. As for what he loathed most, that would undoubtedly be troublesome matters and individuals. How much better it would be if all issues could be resolved simply through personal strength, without the need to deliberate endlessly. Borisellino was striving to minimize the number of considerations he had to entertain. Unfortunately, the Kingdom of Totland was one of the few matters demanding his careful contemplation. In recent years, Totland's expansion had become increasingly outrageous, annexing numerous surrounding islands, provoking outcry from neighboring nations. Several kings had even united to lodge complaints with the world government. The world government found itself in a quandary. While Charlotte Lin was indeed a notorious pirate, she was also the legitimate queen of the Totland kingdom, a member of the world government's coalition. Mishandling this could lead to a diplomatic incident. It was said that within the Navy, there existed a 7 warlords program, recruiting formidable pirates for naval service, officially recognizing their identities and granting them letters of marque. However, this was only applicable to pirates. Should they threaten the world government, the Navy would have grounds to hunt them down. Queen Charlotte Lin of the Totland Kingdom was the Navy's primary target, though she had recently made her refusal clear. How could there be a child from their family on my ship? Borisellino cursed, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Just then, Borsellino seemed to realize something. Abruptly standing up and striding out of the captain's quarters towards the deck, where Ron basked in the sun. Finally, it has come. Ron felt a surge of anxiety, though his expression remained unchanged. Through the powers of his perception fruit, he had overheard the conversation between Borsellino and his aide, and had gleaned that the Charlotte family had commenced their search for Garrett. Moreover, the relationship between Charlotte Linlin and the Navy seemed to be less adversarial than he had anticipated. Judging by Borsellino's tone, he appeared to be somewhat at a loss. Perhaps there was hope? As Borsellino approached, Ron suddenly spoke, his tone suggesting he had pondered this for quite some time. "Admiral, I have contemplated this deeply and wish to disclose something to you." In truth, Garrett is not my biological sister." "What?" "Garrett is someone I encountered while at sea. According to the pirate fabled, she is a child of the Charlotte family," Ron stated softly, his expression sincere, devoid of deceit. "I have thought long and hard about this and felt it necessary to confess. I am a guilty man and must accept judgment. However, she is merely an innocent young girl, and I do not wish for her to be implicated due to my actions." Borsellino's mind reeled. He had just received a call from Totland, and now Ron was presenting him with this? Brother? At that moment, Garrett pushed open the cabin door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had vaguely heard her brother calling her and had groggily risen. Just in time. Ron felt a surge of joy within, but kept his demeanor neutral. "I have heard that no criminal escorted to Judicial Island ever returns safely. I hope Lord Kizaru can show mercy to her tender years and grant her freedom." Ron's tone was earnest, his gaze earnest. Borsellino couldn't help but feel his heart soften. "I understand your feelings, but escorting you to Judicial Island is my duty and will not be delayed due to any circumstances." After spending several days together, Borsellino recognized Ron's maturity, and certain matters no longer needed to be concealed. "We shall discuss everything upon our arrival at Judicial Island." Yet just as Ron was about to speak, he interjected, "Given your understanding of Judicial Island, will there truly be a chance for us to leave once we arrive?" Suddenly, a Marine approached Borsellino, reporting to Vice Admiral. "A ship has appeared ahead." Following the Marine's gaze across the sea, Ron, with the enhancement of his perception fruit, possessed extraordinary vision that rivaled that of a lookout with a telescope. He spotted a pirate ship approaching. The vessel was adorned in a pink hue with brown diatop, decorated with various pastry embellishments, resembling a cake floating upon the ocean. Upon seeing the pirate flag, Ron's pupils constricted. Finally, they had arrived. The entire flag bore the image of a skull with pink hair and red lips. In these waters, only one pirate crew possessed such a flag. The big MOM pirates of Charlotte Linlin. The Totland Kingdom's people have arrived? How could they have gotten here so swiftly? Ron pondered. During his time aboard Fullard's ship, he had heard that Charlotte had dispatched her second son, Katakuri, to Paradise in search of Garrett. Yet Paradise was vast, and the sea nearly boundless. How could he have arrived here with such speed and precision? Suddenly, a figure flashed across the cake ship, catching Ron's attention. This individual was none other than the new master of the Fullard Bear Pirates, the super scientist, Vinsmoke, Judge. Seeing Judge aboard the cake ship made sense of how the Charlotte family could so quickly pinpoint Garrett's location. Yet, Ron wondered why he was there. Borsellino had dealt with the incident involving the experimental subjects, hadn't he? How could Judge still be present? In truth, this could not be blamed on Borsellino. After hearing Fujitora's words on Ancha Island, he had gone directly to Fullard's pirate ship and arrested the entire crew. The injured Fullard had posed no resistance before the wounded Borsellino. This was a fact both parties were aware of, and Fullard had not struggled much, willingly donning the handcuffs. Subsequently, experimental subjects were discovered aboard Germa's ship, a clear case of crime and evidence found together. However, due to Vinsmoke Judge's identity, it was ill-advised to arrest him directly. He could only be allowed to return to the North Sea aboard Fullard's ship with his subordinates, awaiting internal judgment from the world government. Yet, it was likely that this would lead to no resolution. Chapter 30. A man's promise. As the two ships drew alongside each other, Lorne observed a figure emerging from the cake ship. Upon his appearance, the sailors aboard the entire naval vessel, save for Admiral Kizaru, displayed visible tension. In the world of One Piece, many formidable individuals possess towering statures. For instance, Kizaru stands at an impressive 3 meters tall, with Lorne barely reaching his knee. The man who stepped forth was even taller than Kizaru. With deep crimson hair, a muscular frame, and an elongated physique, he bore a skull-shaped tattoo on his left arm. Dressed in a heavy metal style, he sported an exaggerated white scarf that obscured much of his face. This individual was none other than Charlotte Leanlean's second son, Katakuri. As he stepped forward, the soldiers on the naval ship instinctively took a step back, and even Lorne felt a wave of dizziness, perceiving this man as invincible. Was this the mythical conqueror's haki that only one in a million possesses? It was difficult for Lorne to ascertain who was stronger between Katakuri and Kizaru, but the overwhelming presence of Katakuri's aura was truly terrifying, instilling no confidence in the weak to even consider opposing him. The only person on the warship unaffected by Katakuri's conqueror's haki was Kizaru himself. Playing these little tricks, you seem rather at ease, Katakuri, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. Ah, it's you. Kizaru, Katakuri replied, crossing his arms over his chest and looking down at the admiral from his lofty height. Aren't you afraid I might arrest you? I have quite the collection of your dark past. Kizaru, finding Katakuri's condescending gaze irritating, sighed inwardly, resigned to the fact that height was an unavoidable factor in their exchange. Heh, after such a long time, is this how you greet me, Kizaru? Katakuri lightly leapt onto the naval vessel, causing the deck to sway slightly underfoot. Enough of this wasted time. Where's my sister? Who said your sister is with me? Where did you get such foolish misinformation? Kizaru had already ordered for Garrett to be hidden away as soon as the cake ship appeared on the horizon. The notion of someone simply taking her away upon arrival was intolerable. Humph. Katakuri snorted coldly, then closed his eyes, beginning to search for Garrett with his observation haki. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes again, fixating on a cabin at the ship's stern. Found you. Katakuri was among the few individuals in this vast ocean with exceptional observation haki, capable of perceiving the future to a remarkable extent. It was not overly difficult to locate someone aboard a warship. He began to stride towards that direction, but Kizaru swiftly turned to block Katakuri's path. How can a pirate roam freely aboard a naval vessel? Are you looking to fight me here, Kizaru? Katakuri inquired, irritation evident in his tone. He scrutinized Kizaru for a moment before suddenly asking, who did you just fight? You are injured. I won't fight you, as it would not be a fair contest. The fact that Katakuri could discern his injuries was alarming. It was a secret even his subordinates were unaware of. The Navy required invincible heroes, like the legendary Admiral Garp, to instill fear across the seas. If news of a vice admiral being injured on a routine mission were to spread, it would significantly undermine the Navy's authority. I have no desire to fight you. Step aside, Katakuri stated, his tone carrying an undeniable air of dominance. Kizaru internally lamented his predicament. He had initially intended to hand over Garrett, but conceding now would invite ridicule. The two stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Gentlemen, please refrain from escalating the situation. Just as Kizaru felt compelled to act, Lorne's voice reached his ears, emerging from the cabin with Garrett in his arms. Lorne had stealthily sought out Garrett as soon as Katakuri boarded, and with the enhancement from his perception fruit, his awareness rivaled even Katakuri's formidable observation haki. Presumably, having received prior instructions from Kizaru, Lorne traversed the ship's length unhindered and ran towards the gangplank with the still drowsy Garrett. Realizing that confrontation between the two powerful figures was imminent, Lorne quickened his pace. Big brother, Garrett exclaimed upon spotting Katakuri, tears streaming down her cheeks as the dam of her pent-up grievances finally broke. Gently, Lorne set Garrett down, allowing her to rush towards Katakuri, her tears dispersing into the air as the siblings reunited. Even Kizaru felt a twinge of emotion, turning his head slightly to avoid obstructing their reunion. However, he was puzzled by how Lorne had discerned Garrett's location. Could it be that his observation haki was on par with Katakuri's? Or was it something else? Unbeknownst to Lorne, a fragment of his perception fruit's secret had already been revealed to Kizaru. At that moment, he reveled in the relief of having fulfilled his promise to return Garrett safely home. We encountered a fierce storm. Grandpa has also gone missing. Garrett recounted her ordeal to Katakuri, detailing her journey from the Tempest to the deserted island and her subsequent capture by Fabled. Each revelation tightened Katakuri's brow, and upon hearing Falard's words to Gaji, he could not suppress a low growl. A mere pirate with a bounty of only 100 million had dared to set his sights on a member of the Charlotte family. An invisible aura emanated from Katakuri, commanding respect and fear. Once Garrett finished her tale, Katakuri nodded slightly, taking her hand and moving alongside Lorne. So, it was you who saved little Garrett? That is a man's promise, Lorne replied calmly. A man who cannot uphold his promises cannot truly be called a man. He had vowed to return Garrett home, and unless he were to perish, he would fulfill that promise. Are you a criminal? Would you like me to assist you in escaping as repayment for saving my sister? Katakuri gazed intently at Lorne, his voice steady. Do not overstep your bounds, Katakuri. Kizaru interjected, unable to contain his anger. Did Katakuri not regard him at all? Lorne held Katakuri's gaze for an extended moment before finally speaking. Previously, Fujitora had assisted him once, and while it had not succeeded, it had left Lorne with an unpayable debt. This time, he did not wish to incur another. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. Really? Katakuri inquired with surprise, while Garrett urged, Brother, let's go together. Lorne and Katakuri exchanged a long look, both recognizing a kindred spirit within one another. Those who harbor a fierce tiger within themselves disdain reliance on others. All that they desire must be claimed through their own efforts. I will find my own way out. There is a place for me in this vast ocean. Lorne declared, a proclamation of strength. Relying on the charity of others will never forge a true strength. A man ought to depend upon himself to persevere. I await your presence, for the vastness of this ocean holds many versions of you, which will undoubtedly be quite intriguing. Katakuri remained silent for a long while before suddenly breaking into a smile and speaking. Chapter 31. The Notables of Judicial Island in the Future. When the opportunity arises to visit the world, I shall invite you for a drink. Katakuri turned, waved his hand, and leaped back onto his cake ship, cradling Charlotte Garrett. Certainly. Lorne nodded gently. The little Garrett remained oblivious, believing Katakuri had abandoned Lorne and weeping inconsolably. Why didn't you agree to let him take you away? Asked Borsalino, curiosity evident in his tone. In truth, had Katakuri chosen to act earlier, Lorne would have felt little trepidation. They belonged to the same era, having crossed swords countless times. His slight seniority granted him a modicum of advantage. Were it not for the internal injuries sustained from his clash with Fujitora, upon sighting Kakuri's pirate ship, he would have soared directly over for a proper fight. Why? Lorne pondered for a moment, then smiled at Borsalino. Perhaps it is because I do not wish to owe anyone a favor. What a peculiar individual, Borsalino muttered, then dismissed Lorne from his thoughts. For his mission was solely to escort the child of the Wineshire family, while the Charlotte girl was merely an afterthought. Her presence was inconsequential. Lorne refrained from presuming that following Katakuri would facilitate his escape. This was, in fact, a blessing that eased his mind. However, as Borsalino turned to return to his midday rest, he failed to notice Lorne's body quivering with excitement behind him. Lorne trembled. Having just made the most significant decision of his life, he was prepared to gamble, aware that failure would condemn him to an eternity in prison. Yet success would elevate him to one of the paramount powers of the sea. The stakes lay within the infamous Impel Down, a place that inspired dread in many. If others can achieve this, then so can I. Lorne vowed silently, unaware that he was unknowingly cultivating a fervent obsession for power buried deep within his heart. As the warship sailed into the waters surrounding Judicial Island, Lorne raised his gaze to behold the towering Justice Tower, a structure of pristine white that shone with an almost sacred brilliance under the unyielding sun. How ironic that within such a majestic edifice resided a collection of scoundrels. The island's perimeter was encircled by iron bars. Soldiers confirmed the warship's identity before allowing it passage. The vessel gradually approached the shore, where the naval soldiers secured it and disembarked in an orderly fashion, led by Borsalino and his aide, escorting Lorne step by step onto Judicial Island. As they neared the island, Lorne was once again shackled, though this time the cuffs were not made of sea stone, sparing him the loss of strength. Before them loomed a grand gate, the iconic feature of the island, the first gate of justice. Surrounding it were numerous soldiers patrolling, while two giant soldiers dozed nearby. Open the gate, Borsalino commanded nonchalantly. The giants awoke, bewildered by the disturbance, and upon spotting Borsalino's slightly displeased expression, one exclaimed, "Oh, it's the Vice Admiral. Casey. Hurry and open the gate for the Vice Admiral." One giant, recognizing Borsalino, promptly slapped his companion on the head, while the other grumbled, "Why don't you open it yourself?" His voice boomed, resonating clearly among those present. Casey, still muttering, pushed open the first gate of justice, allowing Borsalino and his party to enter. Are these the giants? Lorne mused aloud, having sensed the terrifying power contained within the two giants. Was this strength inherent to all giants? No wonder the land of Elbaf was deemed the strongest nation in the world in the original narrative. Those two, Borsalino remarked suddenly. They are true warriors, having willingly served here for a century because their captain was captured by the world government. A century of service? Lorne murmured. contemplating the rarity of such a commitment in a lifetime. Even for giants, who lived far longer than humans, 100 years was a significant span. Their willingness to endure such hardship for their captain spoke volumes of their camaraderie. At that moment, Lorne recalled a segment from the original story, where it seemed their captain had been deceived by the world government. He had engaged in a duel during the early days of the Grand Line, but the details had faded from his memory. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, reminding himself that he was merely a prisoner now, with no time for such matters. As Lorne traversed Judicial Island, he observed the array of courts that adorned the island. This place embodies all forms of courts in the world, Borsalino explained. Each chamber represents the laws of a member nation, capable of judging all guilty parties. But why is it that all these courts are devoid of occupants? Lorne inquired, puzzled. Surely there should be some semblance of activity, even if just for appearances. Because, Borsalino replied, taking a deep breath, only one law is upheld on this island. And that is the law of the world government. Borsalino had more to say, but he refrained. Here, if the judge declared you guilty, then you were guilty. The Navy headquarters had long disapproved of Judicial Island's methods, yet due to their shared affiliation with the world government, they remained powerless to act. Lorne nodded, having experienced the overwhelming might of the world government firsthand. As they continued onward, they finally arrived at the island's terminus, the courthouse. Upon reaching the grand entrance, Lorne spotted a middle-aged man with a dark goatee standing at the door, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Ah, Borsalino, you have finally arrived. The man approached with enthusiasm, eager to embrace the vice-admiral, but Borsalino was not inclined to indulge and kicked him aside. It has been quite some time, yet you remain unchanged, the man remarked. Slightly disgruntled, why are you not at the Justice Tower fulfilling your duties as the highest-ranking officer? What brings you here, Spandam? Borsalino queried, his brow furrowing. Lorne, listening intently, felt a jolt at the mention of the name. This erratic man was indeed Spandam, the highest officer of Judicial Island. I simply missed you, Spandam replied, feigning innocence. Spare me the pretense, Borsalino retorted, unimpressed. All right, the truth is that a significant figure has arrived here, waiting for the little one you brought, Spandam confessed, dropping the act. Chapter 32. The Saint and the Prisoner. A notable figure wishes to see me? Lorne's face was etched with confusion, devoid of past memories. He remained unaware of his social connections. On the brink of becoming a prisoner, who would come to see him? Spandine pushed open the grand doors of the courthouse. Leading the way, a few individuals trailing behind him, Lorne walked in the midst of the procession, watching as the soldier at the rear gently closed the doors of the courthouse. For the first time, doubt crept into Lorne's mind regarding his choice to come here. Was it truly the right decision? Yet, this fleeting uncertainty dissipated almost instantly, for regret was never on a man's menu. Step by step, Lorne ascended the spiral staircase of the courthouse, the walls adorned with numerous portraits. These were the likenesses of past governors of Judicial Island. Spandine remarked, the governor's position is filled by the capable. I too am beginning to seek a successor. Lorne listened attentively, yet he regarded Spandine's words with disdain. A successor? The next governor of Judicial Island is your son. That good for nothing, it? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced in Lorne's mind. The internal corruption within the world government was of no concern to him. Suddenly, Lorne's gaze lingered on a particular portrait, momentarily lost in thought. What are you looking at? Spandine inquired upon noticing Lorne's pause. Following Lorne's gaze, he continued, Ah, that man? He once served on Judicial Island, but later felt out of place and requested a transfer to Impel Down. Quite the oddity, really. Why forsake the leisure of Judicial Island for the perils of Impel Down? I wonder what could have been so distasteful about Judicial Island that he departed so abruptly. Nevertheless, he has fared well. He is now the warden of Impel Down. But enough of him. I have an old friend working there who is far more reliable. The warden, the highest authority of Impel Down? Lorne couldn't help but scrutinize the portrait more closely. The image depicted a gaunt man with a stern expression, wearing an unusual helmet adorned with a cross-shaped spike. Let us move on. You will have ample opportunity to interact with him later, Borsalino remarked, prompting Lorne to continue. Yet, before departing, he cast one last glance at the portrait, committing the name to memory. Ken. As they walked, Spandine chattered incessantly, while Borsalino remained indifferent. Greetings, sir. Upon reaching the rooftop of the courthouse, several soldiers stationed there promptly saluted Spandine. He waved them off, instructing, lower the drawbridge. We shall proceed to the Tower of Justice. The soldiers complied, moving to lower the bridge. With a rumbling sound, The drawbridge descended slowly. Spandine led the way, with Lorne closely behind. As he stepped onto the bridge, he realized that the entire courthouse was suspended in midair. To be precise, Judicial Island was built atop a circular waterfall, with the courthouse located at its very center. As Lorne stepped onto the bridge, he felt a rush of vertigo when gazing into the abyss below. Thanks to the powers of the perception fruit, his sensory abilities far surpassed those of anyone present, akin to a traveler stepping onto a glass walkway for the first time, staring into a bottomless chasm beneath. Regardless of fear, one would instinctively feel a weakness in their legs. Fortunately, Pallusolino, walking behind Lorne, steadied him, preventing any embarrassment. Lorne felt a wave of shame wash over him, avoiding eye contact with Pallusolino as he feigned nonchalance. "I won't let this happen again." Spandine, blissfully unaware of the commotion behind him, hummed a tune, having traversed that abyssal bridge countless times without a second thought. Soon, they arrived before the grand doors of the Tower of Justice. Spandine adjusted his attire and gently knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he slowly pushed it open. Lorne pondered in confusion. Who could command such deference from the highest authority of Judicial Island? As the door creaked open, a voice emerged, murmuring to itself, "The filth upon this sea is beyond measure. The world created by the divine should not be sullied by such refuse. Indeed, you speak the truth, my lord. The refuse upon this sea is indeed plentiful." Spandine approached with a fawning demeanor. Lorne's eyes widened as he beheld the distinguished figure inside, a middle-aged man, somewhat corpulent, clad in an odd outfit reminiscent of a spacesuit, most notably adorned with a glass-like contraption atop his head. Lorne's pupils constricted. He recognized the distinctive attire only the celestial dragons would dress in such a manner, believing that mere mortals should not share the same air as themselves. "You are the wretched offspring of the Vanquished family?" The celestial dragon turned to Lorne, speaking with a condescending air. "You are the wretched one." Lorne nearly erupted with a curse but restrained himself. Given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce. "This is Saint Nightkeet," Spandine introduced. However, Nightkeet waved his hand, signaling Spandine to cease. "Insects have no right to know my name. When your Vanquished family was expelled from Mariewa, you and I became fundamentally different." "Indeed, I am fundamentally different from swine," Lorne muttered, bowing his head and remaining silent. "Silence resolves nothing. Look at me," Nightkeet commanded. A nearby attendant promptly approached, seizing Lorne and forcing him to face Nightkeet. Pallusolino frowned slightly, finding the celestial dragon's demeanor utterly detestable. "Do you know the crimes you have committed?" Nightkeet inquired coldly. "I am a sinner, a son of sin." Lorne gritted his teeth, the humiliation nearly suffocating him. "We shall discuss the Vanquished matter later. Do you realize you have committed 3 offenses? 3? Lorne was perplexed. Beyond his family's status, he was unaware of any other transgressions. "First offense, failure to pay respects upon my presence, 30 lashes. Second offense, your silence in response to my inquiries, 50 lashes. Third offense, your answers being irrelevant, 100 lashes. Nightkeet stated matter-of-factly, causing everyone present to blanch. Veins bulged on Lorne's forehead. Was this a death sentence? What grievance did he bear against Nightkeet to warrant such punishment? "Nightkeet, could you spare him? Though he is guilty beyond redemption, he is still but a child. To administer 100 lashes would surely kill him." Spandine, witnessing the scene, could not help but plead. "Humph. Spare him? Who will compensate for the harm Caesar has inflicted upon me?" Nightkeet lifted his garment, revealing numerous burn marks upon his skin. "For years, I have borne this pain in my heart. When Caesar is captured, I shall ensure he pays in blood for his transgressions." Chapter 33. Advancing the youngest prisoner and impelled down upon hearing their master's command, several attendants of Nightkeet swiftly tore open the back of Lorne's clothing, turning him to face Nightkeet. One of the attendants coldly handed Nightkeet a whip, his demeanor as emotionless as a machine. "Crack. You shall perish." Nightkeet's expression twisted with malice as he lashed the whip against Lorne's smooth back, tearing flesh and causing blood to gush forth from the wound. "Ugh." Lorne lowered his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Though he had only ever witnessed such punishment on television, he had never experienced it himself. The pain was excruciating, nearly costing him his life with that single strike. 99 lashes remain. After delivering a blow, Nightkeet felt a slight ache in his muscles, his physical condition suffering from years of inactivity. Nevertheless, a sinister smile adorned his face as he passed the whip to the attendant beside him. "Assist me. Once finished, I shall free you from your servitude." The attendant, initially despondent, suddenly lit up with determination, akin to a candle ignited in the dark. He seized Nightkeet's whip and turned to Lorne, revealing a cruel expression. Little one, do not blame me. This is for my freedom. I can no longer endure the life beside the celestial dragons. With a mighty swing, the attendant's strength, fueled by his longing for liberty, delivered a formidable lash. The timid Spandane, witnessing the scene, closed his eyes, knowing that this strike could either kill Lorne or leave him mortally wounded. Thud! Instead of the anticipated sound of flesh meeting the whip, a resonant thump echoed, as though striking a solid object. Spandane opened his eyes to find that the whip had been intercepted by Borsalino, who had just turned to leave. The black, armored hockey coiled around his hand, firmly gripping the whip. The attendant, attempting to reclaim the whip, found it immovable, as if rooted in place by Borsalino's grasp. Do you dare to thwart my will, Navy? Nightkeat's fury erupted upon witnessing someone defy his command. This is a criminal apprehended by the Navy. He ought to undergo the Navy's judicial proceedings. Sir, your punishment here is unlawful. Borsalino spoke calmly, causing Nightkeat's regard for the celestial dragons to diminish further. I am the creator of the world. I am of divine descent. Nightkeat bellowed. You, a mere surface dweller, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? How dare you defy my orders? I shall kill you. The onlookers felt a chill as they observed Nightkeat's madness, particularly the slaves he had brought with him. Sir, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The one before you is a renowned monster of the Navy. Even combined, we cannot contend with him. The whip-bearing slave thought to himself. Recognizing that most celestial dragons were indeed of such reckless character, Nightkeat drew a pistol from his pocket, aiming it at Borsalino. I shall execute you, you filthy insect. He then pointed the gun at Spandane. And you wretched servant. Spandane? His expression was one of utter confusion. What does this have to do with me? What kind of reasoning is this? Yet, he had no time to clarify, for Nightkeat had already fired at Borsalino. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck Borsalino's hockey-covered body, failing to pierce even his clothing, which fell gently to the ground. The spectators, aside from Nightkeat himself, were scarcely surprised. If such a firearm could pose a threat to a Navy monster, it would render the Navy utterly ineffectual. You dare to resist. Nightkeat's fury intensified upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of his gun. Are you not going to judge me? At that moment, Lorne's weak voice broke through the tension, pulling the focus back. Spandane suddenly remembered the matter at hand. Right. I almost forgot the formalities. Spandane exclaimed dramatically. He then turned to Lorne, offering a grateful glance and whispered in his ear, Thank you. I will ensure my old colleague takes good care of you. Lorne, surprised by the unexpected favor from Spandane, had merely wished to expedite the conclusion of this farce. Being in the presence of such foolish celestial dragons filled him with disdain. If all celestial dragons were like this, it was indeed a miracle that the world government had survived until now. The trial was but a formality. Spandane stood at the judge's bench, symbolically inquiring about Lorne's charges. After Lorne responded, Spandane proceeded with the verdict. Son of the cursed lineage, Vanehill Lorne, bearing grave sins, unforgivable. You are sentenced to serve 100 years in Impelled Down. As a cautionary example, upon delivering the verdict, Spandane eagerly approached Nightkeat, seated beside the jury. Sir, what do you think of this? Nightkeat, still seething, showed little interest in the ruling, intending to dismiss it. However, a thought suddenly struck him. I have heard that there exists a 6th level within Impelled Down. Spandane felt a sense of foreboding but answered nonetheless. Indeed, the 6th level is reserved for the most vile criminals, whose heinous acts are so atrocious that their names cannot be disclosed. Very well. To assault Mariewa is a grave sin. I shall confine him to the 6th level. Furthermore, I shall keep this judgment concealed, ensuring that old scoundrel Caesar never discovers the whereabouts of his son. Nightkeat roared, with no choice but to comply. Spandane accepted the order. After Lorne's sentencing, he was to traverse the bridge of hesitation and pass through the gate of justice, following the great whirlpool to reach Impelled Down. As he stepped onto the pristine bridge of hesitation alongside Borsalino, a flood of emotions welled within him. With his perception fully awakened, he noted Borsalino's displeasure. The earlier antics of Nightkeat had genuinely disgusted him. Behind them, within the Justice Tower, Nightkeat was vehemently cursing, claiming he would report to the Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Spandane stood beside him, offering apologies. The slaves Nightkeat had brought stood like automatons, yet their hearts brimmed with resentment and fury, merely awaiting a spark to ignite their rebellion. The soldiers of Justice Island exhibited a lethargic atmosphere, their morale low, yet some fixed their gazes upon the unfolding events, emanating an aura of formidable strength. As the towering gate of justice slowly opened, revealing the tumultuous sea behind it, Lorne stepped onto the vessel that awaited him. He glanced back at the sky, wondering if he would ever behold its azure beauty again. Let us depart. There will be other opportunities, Borisolino consoled the reluctant. Turning away, Lorne dismissed such thoughts as the small boat gently glided into the gate of justice. In the summer of the year 1500 in the sea circle, Roger had yet to face execution. Whitebeard had not yet aged. Shiki had not yet ventured alone into Marineford. In this moment, Impelled Down welcomed its youngest prisoner in history. Chapter 34. Despair and Hope. The vast whirlpool sea within the depths of Impelled Down, the 6th level of infinite hell. Perpetually shrouded in darkness due to the absence of sunlight, this place exudes a suffocating sense of gloom. It serves as a prison for the most heinous death row inmates and those sentenced to life imprisonment. Once cast into this abyss, they are condemned to never see the light of day again. Such has been the grim reality for centuries within the annals of Impelled Down's history. The prisoners here, notorious for their malevolence, have been deliberately obscured from the world by the governing authorities. Newspapers dare not report on them, and the average citizen remains oblivious to the existence of this level. At this very moment, the heavy gates of the 6th level creaked open, and 2 guards stepped inside. Ha ha ha. The 6th level seemed to come alive, as the prisoners confined within their cages gradually awakened, all eyes fixed on the door. Some emitted eerie laughter, akin to the whispers of demons. The daily patrol by the guards marked their sole opportunity to glimpse the outside light. Provoking the guards was their only source of amusement. Many novice guards stood before this door, hesitant to take a step forward. Silence. The 2 guards, evidently not inexperienced, had vowed to reclaim their dignity after being ridiculed by these prisoners on their first day. Yet, their efforts bore no fruit. These madmen feared nothing. What could be done to them? The guards' admonishments failed to silence the prisoners, whose laughter echoed in the desolate abyss of this inferno. The guards, aware of their impotence, approached 2 cages, addressing the inmates within. Vainquished Lorne, you were summoned. One guard approached a cage, where the occupant was perhaps the least dangerous prisoner on this level, rumored to have been cast into this hell merely for offending the celestial dragons. Inside the cage was a young boy, no more than 10 years old, with short black hair and handcuffs binding his wrists. He quietly leaned against the wall, rising only when the guard entered, dragging the heavy chains on his feet as he followed the guard step by step. Upon Lorne's exit from the cage, the other prisoners erupted into even more brazen taunts. Ha ha ha. Does that fellow lack the courage to confront anyone else? Always picking on this little one. Ah ha ha. That coward. Do you believe he dares to approach the older inmates? You prisoners, how dare you slander our esteemed captain? The guard in front of Lorne finally could no longer contain his urge to defend his superior. Slander? Are you referring to that little one who dares not face us? A rather aged voice echoed from a corner. Does he have the audacity to unshackle himself from these sea prism stones? I could dismantle this Impelled Down myself. You. The guard was left speechless, incredulous at the prisoner's audacity. What? Little one, are you dissatisfied, or do you dare to confront me? The aged voice continued to provoke. Confront. 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 The other prisoners, relishing the chaos, rallied in excitement. The guard found himself in a predicament. After all, this man was shackled. What could he do? Gritting his teeth, he contemplated stepping forward. Stop. Lorne tugged on the guard's iron chain, bringing him back to his senses, drenched in cold sweat as a wave of dread washed over him. The danger presented by these prisoners defied logic. A mere misstep could lead to his demise. Hey, why aren't you moving? The other prisoners jeered at the guard's hesitation. He clenched his jaw, feigning ignorance, and walked towards the main door to regroup with his comrades. Ha ha ha. Turns out he is just another coward. Indeed, what courage could a disciple of Ken possess? The prisoners, deprived of their entertainment, mocked even more fervently, merely indulging in verbal sparring. Yet the aged voice in the corner seemed unfazed by Lorne's intervention, cheerfully calling out, Little Lorne, I await your return to continue our story. Be quiet, old Bach. You've recounted your rivalry with rocks 100 times. My ears are calloused from your tales. Indeed, let bygone stories rest. It is now Roger's era. Roger? Isn't he the newcomer I've been chasing? Lorne joined the guard at the copper plate, where another guard awaited outside, accompanied by a tall, gaunt prisoner bearing a trident-shaped scar on his face. Lorne recognized this man, having spent several months in Impelled Down. He had heard much from his cellmates about the hierarchies within the 6th level, who was dangerous, who was safe, who was volatile, and who was bloodthirsty were subjects of lively discussion among the inmates. This emaciated man was one of the more perilous individuals, infamous for a grim tale. Years ago, Upon his arrival, he had a loquacious pirate neighbor whose incessant chatter disrupted his sleep. He said nothing, however, when they were both summoned one day. He used his shackles to strangle the pirate before the guard's eyes. It was known that the pirate was a notorious figure with a bounty in the hundreds of millions. Thus, his nefarious existence came to a swift end. Later, the man was subjected to severe interrogation, and when he returned to the depths of this inferno, few dared to jest around him. Lorne noticed the gaunt man scrutinizing him, his eyes exuding a disquieting aura that made Lorne uneasy. As the guard slowly closed the great door of Impel down, cutting off the cacophony within, Lorne felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. However, the guard's face reflected immense humiliation and resentment. "Stop indulging in these futile matters," Lorne spoke softly. "Your life is far more valuable. Or do you believe your meager strength can confront old Bach?" The guard was left speechless, letting out a heavy sigh, marching ahead. The gaunt man waved his hand in resignation towards Lorne, trailing closely behind. "You saved him, yet he shows no gratitude," the gaunt man remarked, disregarding the guard in front. "Watching others foolishly court death is beyond my capacity," Lorne replied, revealing that he merely wished to avoid trouble. If old Bach were to kill the guard, he would inevitably face the scrutiny of the prison's higher-ups. Lorne had no desire to lose a conversational partner, an intriguing young fellow. "Someone like you ought not to squander a life in this hell," the gaunt man observed. "I am Glinton Glen. Perhaps we shall meet again upon the seas." "Perhaps," Lorne replied nonchalantly. In this bleak inferno devoid of future prospects, had it not been for his prior plans, he might have long since succumbed to despair. Chapter 35. The Emperor in the prison. 2 guards moved swiftly, and the prisoners Lorne and Glen, bound by chains, struggled to keep pace with them. The warden's office was situated on the 4th level of the advancing castle, within the scorching inferno. To traverse from the 6th level of the endless abyss to the 4th, one must cross through the 5th level of the frigid hell. When Lorne first traversed the 5th level, his bare feet sank into the snow, nearly freezing him in place, rendering him immobile. By the time he returned to the endless abyss, his feet were frostbitten, and it took him more than half a month to regain the ability to walk. The guards, seemingly fearful of the endless abyss, lingered not a moment longer and swiftly approached the doorway of the 5th level, pushing it open to be met by a chilling gust that sent shivers through them all. The guards fared better. Their prison uniforms had been specially modified to effectively insulate against the frigid air of the 5th level and the sweltering waves of the 4th, allowing them to perform their duties without hindrance. The 2 prisoners, however, were not so fortunate. Their thin garments provided no protection against the biting cold. Lorne trudged forward, leaving faint footprints in the snow, but after only a few steps, he felt his feet grow numb and stiff. The prisoners confined to this place endured the relentless cold year after year. It was a mystery how they managed to survive. As Lorne walked, he spotted a colossal ice sculpture nearby, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was the frozen form of a man long dead. He sat in a corner, snow blanketing him like a shroud. Such a fate is fitting for vile pirates. One of the guards exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. "My family perished at the hands of these cruel marauders. I swear they shall pay in blood." "Is that so?" Lorne murmured, recognizing the voice of the guard who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of old Bach. It was no wonder he was easily provoked. Yet, what did this have to do with him? The lamentations of the weak were merely the howls of a rabid dog, a cacophony that grated on the ears. The group slowly traversed the frigid hell, encountering a few living prisoners who sat listlessly in the corners, their gazes vacant, expending every ounce of energy merely to exist. Too weary to speak, they finally approached the massive lift leading to the upper levels, the only means of connection between the floors aside from the 6th level of the endless abyss. Upon arrival, the guard inspected the 2 guards' passes before granting them access. The elevator ascended slowly, and Lorne felt the air grow warmer, the chill of his body dissipating, replaced by the heat radiating from the scorching inferno above. Ding! As the lift reached the 4th level, the moment Lorne stepped out, he was enveloped by an overwhelming warmth, his frostbitten calves gradually thawing, returning to feeling. Yet, Glen remained motionless, his neck at an unnatural angle, a smile plastered on his face as he gazed at Lorne. "What's wrong? Are you coming down?" Lorne asked, unease creeping into his voice. "Farewell, little one," Glen whispered. "My destination is not here. Is it further up?" Lorne's tone turned somber. The warden's office was indeed on the 4th level. Above lay only the prison exit and the gallows. One could surmise the fate of a frail man, whose existence was concealed by the world government. At this moment, Glen seemed to grasp his destiny. He looked at Lorne with a smile. Perhaps this parting is for eternity. I owe old Vainshil a debt of gratitude that may never be repaid. Glenn's voice harbored a hint of melancholy. I heard he went to fulfill his grand mission. If I miraculously survive this time, I hope to share a drink with him upon the sea. Take care of yourself, little one, Glenn said earnestly, each word deliberate. But before he could finish, the guards covered his mouth. The elevator doors began to close, leaving Lorne stunned in place. Was this man a friend of his father? What were the final words he wished to convey? What great mission did his father undertake? A torrent of thoughts flooded Lorne's mind. Yet no one was there to provide answers. Let us go, one of the guards remarked indifferently. Having chosen this path, one must be prepared for death. While parting from loved ones is undeniably heart-wrenching, the living are far more valuable than the dead. You are quite intriguing, unlike those wretched souls. I do not wish to see you perish here, the guard stated earnestly, locking eyes with Lorne. However, Lorne averted his gaze, turning his head away. Awakened by the guard's words, Lorne offered a simple smile in return before following closely in the guard's footsteps toward the warden's office. The fourth level resembled a colossal iron cauldron, filled with a seething sea of blood and flames. When Lorne first advanced into the prison, he had undergone a disinfection process at this very layer, an experience far more stifling than a sauna, one he wished never to endure again. At last, the director resides within. After leading Lorne to the entrance of a shadowy chamber, the guard turned and departed. Lorne inhaled deeply, the scorching air filling his lungs. Yet he felt no semblance of comfort. He then cautiously pushed open the director's door. The room was adorned with an array of torture instruments, each bearing faint stains of blood, proclaiming their sinister purpose. These were not mere artifacts displayed in a museum. They were tangible tools of torment. In the center of the room sat a towering man clad in a black uniform, topped with a dark hat, and adorned with a pair of peculiar wings. Upon noticing Lorne's entrance, he smiled. I have recently been pondering a method that can inflict internal injuries upon a person without leaving any visible marks on the skin. He spoke softly. However, after experimenting on a few prisoners, I found it quite difficult to regulate the intensity. Inadvertently, I ended up killing them. I believe it would be more fruitful to work with someone less resilient, a subject with a lower tolerance for pain. Would you assist me? The warden's gaze turned towards Lorne, his expression tinged with cruelty. Lorne's mind seethed with indignation. What twisted logic is this? Simply because his experiments had proven fatal, he now sought to challenge himself with a weaker subject? Did he regard human lives with such disregard? Bowing his head in silence, Lorne remained mute. Do not fear. It is not certain that you will die, the warden spoke slowly. You may refuse me, but it would be of little consequence. For I am the master of this prison. I am the king here. Chapter 36. Right and Wrong. Stance bang. 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 Lorne found himself suspended in midair, his hands bound. The warden stood beside him, employing a peculiar technique to strike Lorne's body repeatedly, akin to a rapid punch delivered at close range. Each blow resonated with a resounding thud against Lorne's form. Fear not. I will control my strength. You shall not perish, the warden chuckled. Yet his words echoed in Lorne's ears like the whispers of a malevolent spirit. With each successive punch, Lorne felt an unusual sensation, though the strikes were not overtly painful. His heightened perception detected that the warden was embedding energy points within his body with each impact. Before long, these points proliferated throughout Lorne's physique. Remarkable little fellow. You're still intact, the warden exclaimed, his voice laced with concealed malice. Now, let us see how you fare against my final punch. Do not fret. I shall use only a third of my strength. The warden stepped back, loosening his limbs as if preparing for a warm-up. However, Lorne perceived that the warden was concentrating his power into his right fist, an ominous distinction akin to the difference between a spark and gunpowder. When he struck, it felt as if Lorne's body would explode like a powder keg. In an instant, the impending detonation loomed over him. This is fatal. Lorne's pupils constricted, his face etched with despair. He had yet to fulfill his aspirations, and did his dream of overturning this world truly have to perish here? As he gazed at the approaching fist, he yearned to scream, yet his battered form lacked the strength to utter a sound. What was the warden doing? Suddenly, a large black hand reached out and grasped the warden's fist, akin to sulfuric acid, beginning to corrode the warden's glove with a hissing sound. Nevertheless, the residual force of the punch still struck Lorne's body. Instantly, Lorne felt as if hundreds of explosives had detonated within him. Bang, bang, bang. Blood seeped from his body, and the excruciating pain plunged him into unconsciousness. Magellan, what are you doing? Do you not see I am judging a criminal? The warden exclaimed in astonishment, for this man, who often suffered from relentless gastrointestinal distress due to his devil fruit ability, seemed unusually composed. "You've gone too far, Kin," the man known as Magellan replied softly. Yet his tone held a firm resolve. Dressed in the black uniform of Impelled Down, he was a robust figure with a visage reminiscent of a malevolent specter, complete with 2 horns and a pair of dark wings sprouting from his back. He released the warden's right hand, allowing him to withdraw his arms. The glove had been entirely corroded away, emitting a foul stench, revealing skin covered in a black coating, with drops of an unknown purple liquid falling onto it, sizzling and producing smoke. "Huh, you're finished, Warden Kin," a voice boomed from behind Magellan. A man, resembling a hellish demon with an exposed torso and a distended belly, adorned with an Egyptian pharaoh's crown and wielding an iron trident, stepped forward. "What are you, Captain Hannibal?" Joining Magellan in his antics, Kin retorted sternly, discarding his leather gloves onto the ground, where the purple liquid seeped out and released a noxious odor. "Oh dear, I inadvertently let something slip." Hannibal, with a fearsome countenance, suddenly realized the gravity of his words and hastily changed the subject. "I shall take this prisoner for medical attention. If he dies, it will be your responsibility, Kin." He then lowered the unconscious Lorne and carried him out through the large doors. "Kin, this is none of my concern. It has nothing to do with me," Hannibal exclaimed as he exited, seemingly recalling something he had forgotten to mention. Left behind were the speechless warden and deputy warden. Magellan understood Hannibal's nature. He was simple-minded and often unwittingly exposed his desires, which frequently led to conflict, as he harbored ambitions of assuming Kin's position. However, Magellan bore no ill will. For despite Hannibal's bluntness, he was fundamentally reliable. It was said that he had received a request from an old colleague to care for a particular inmate. He had not immediately acquiesced, but had felt compelled to intervene upon hearing that the notorious Lorne was being brutally interrogated by Kin. To his astonishment, the rascal had fled. Magellan sighed in resignation. Hannibal had a firm grip on his temperament, well aware that he could not turn a blind eye to the mistreatment of prisoners. "So, are you here to stop me?" Kin asked, having cast aside his gloves, his gaze fixed on Magellan. "I merely came to remind you, Warden," Magellan replied. "Remind me? Our duty is to judge these heinous criminals. Are you aware of the atrocities they have committed? How many families have been torn apart?" Kin suddenly shouted. "For the sake of so-called freedom and dreams, countless individuals have suffered. Should not such people be condemned to hell?" "I am aware," Magellan responded calmly. "The man you killed the day before yesterday, Four-Fingered Oni, had a bounty of 170 million. Born with a disability, he projected his resentment onto others, delighting in capturing the innocent and dismembering them alive. The individual you executed the day before that, the one-eyed General Jeffrey Wabu, was a naval hero of the Flower Country, Adrella, yet according to CP9's investigation, he secretly engaged in human trafficking and was imprisoned here after being apprehended by CP9. And last week, there was the Slicing Boy, a pirate from the land of Wano, with a bounty of 210 million. A dwarf by nature, he feigned being a child to lure kind-hearted individuals into adopting him, only to brutally murder them for their possessions. "I am well aware of all this," Magellan stated. "Then does that not justify my actions in eliminating them?" Kin shouted. "They have committed heinous crimes. Can their deaths alone atone for their sins?" "You are mad, Kin. You have no right to judge them." Magellan grasped Kin's shoulders. "Have you forgotten what we learned in school? It is the responsibility of the world government, the duty of Judicial Island, to judge them. Our role is to ensure they receive the judgment. To hell with Judicial Island," Kin retorted, shaking off Magellan's hands in fury. "Do you not realize what kind of people reside within? Judgment? Ridiculous. Since you disdain that corrupt and decaying institution, having come to Impel Down, you should adhere to the rules here," Magellan asserted. "We cannot assure that we can render an entirely impartial judgment upon them. However, once they are brought into the advancing city, it is our duty to safeguard their well-being in the face of the punishment they rightfully deserve. Rather than resorting to extrajudicial violence, we must uphold the sanctity of the court's decree. To hell with the trial. The guilty ought to perish," Kin exclaimed, though his voice diminished gradually, ultimately fading into a mere whisper. "Should not the guilty be condemned to death?" The 2 men present remained silent. Chapter 37. A trace of warmth. Lorne felt as though he were drowning, consciousness ensnared in a world devoid of direction, enveloped by darkness, with terrifying monsters lurking in the shadows, gazing at him with malevolent curiosity. Help! He yearned to scream, yet his mind was a chaotic haze. rendering him unable to recall language, forcing him to utter the ancient Chinese tongue that echoed in his bones. The moment he opened his mouth, an unknown liquid surged into it, suffocating him. MMM. Lawrence's words were muddled, the liquid increasing in volume, and his awareness began to wane. However, just as he felt himself slipping away, he perceived a door seemingly opening before him. A delicate white hand extended from beyond the threshold, grasping him firmly. "How are you feeling?" A clear, melodic female voice inquired with genuine concern. When Lorne awoke, he found himself lying in bed, his face sticky, permeated by an odd medicinal scent. Before him stood a tall man, bare-chested, with a visage reminiscent of a ghoul, scratching his head while receiving a scolding. From the fragments of memory in his mind, Lorne deduced that this ghastly figure was none other than Hannibal, the vice director's aide who would later advance into the city. "You have no idea how to care for someone. How could you apply medicine to their face?" reprimanded a petite young woman clad in yellow and white prison guard attire. With her light golden curls and well-developed physique, she appeared only slightly older than Lorne. Yet, upon awakening, Lorne quickly assessed the girl's attributes. A testament to the perceptive effects of his fruit of awareness, sharpening his thoughts considerably. "You're awake," the young guard exclaimed, relief washing over her as she ceased scolding the beleaguered Hannibal and turned her attention to Lorne. "How do you feel? Is everything all right?" "Much better," Lorne replied gently, rising to assess his body. The recovery capacity of this physique surpassed human understanding, which explained why the warden favored Lorne for his experiments. Otherwise, a typical child of around 10 years would likely have succumbed under such treatment. "Oh, thank heavens. You have no idea how terrifying it was when Hannibal brought you in, covered in blood," the young guard exclaimed, patting her chest dramatically. "My name is Domino, and I am an intern guard here," she added, but suddenly realized something. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she glared fiercely at Hannibal while covering her chest with one hand. Hannibal, caught in the act of peeking, quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. "Thank you," Lorne replied after a moment of silence, feeling the weight of another debt of gratitude unknowingly accrued. "Consider it a simple favor." Hannibal responded with an unexpected solemnity that caused Lorne to glance at him in surprise. For this was not the timid man from the original narrative, who only displayed utility in the most critical moments. Spandane had mentioned that there were old colleagues in the prison who could look after him, and it seemed he had referred to Hannibal, claiming he was quite decent. However, Lorne had not taken it seriously at the time. The divide between prisoner and guard was unmistakably clear, and Lorne held little hope for care, as long as they did not abuse or beat him. Yet, to his astonishment, this timid man, who Lorne remembered as somewhat naive and, to put it bluntly, foolish, had indeed pulled him from the clutches of Warden Ken. From the fragmented information gleaned through his fruit of awareness, Lorne pieced together the sequence of events. After being taken into Warden Ken's office, Hannibal quickly learned of the situation and reached out to Vice Director Magellan. Magellan was unwaveringly loyal to his duties, ensuring the safety of any prisoner, even those on death row. He firmly believed that allowing a death row inmate to perish due to mistreatment within prison walls was a disgrace to his responsibilities. Therefore, he often clashed with Ken over differing philosophies, particularly regarding Ken's abusive treatment of inmates. This discord had led to Hannibal rescuing Lorne. "I reviewed your file. Those individuals are far too arrogant," Hannibal remarked suddenly. Lorne remained silent, aware that the individuals he referred to were likely the celestial dragons, the world's elite. Responding impulsively could only invite unnecessary troubles for both himself and Hannibal, especially since the celestial dragons still wielded dominion over the world. Indeed, there is no reason for one to suffer for the crimes of their family. Domino nodded vigorously. "How can they imprison you in this endless hell based solely on their word?" Domino gasped, her chest heaving with the weight of her long-held sense of justice being challenged. "Certainly, there is no justification for that. Even if Spandane had not entrusted me, I would still do my utmost to care for you," Hannibal stated, but then seemed to realize something, turning to Domino with a surprised expression. "How do you know his background? Did you sneak a peek at my file?" Domino, caught off guard by Hannibal's sudden sternness, stammered, "I noticed you were preoccupied that day, and when you left the room, I took a quick look at the file you left on the table." "What? Who gave you the authority to enter the warden's office?" Hannibal demanded, his voice rising in indignation. He needed to rectify his subordinates' inappropriate behavior, having already faced numerous admonishments from Magellan and Ken regarding such issues. But, Domino, still just a girl in her teens, appeared somewhat pitiful, her lack of worldly experience causing her to feel intimidated by Hannibal's demeanor, her eyes welling with tears. "But what? If you do not clarify this today, I shall have you sent to the warden," Hannibal continued sternly. "But I am your secretary," Domino protested, looking utterly disgruntled. "So what? Does being a secretary give you access to my files?" Hannibal furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting that she was indeed his intern. His tone softened considerably. "Sir, you never review the documents yourself. You always leave them for me to handle," Domino retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. This left Hannibal momentarily speechless, taken aback. From his position on the hospital bed, Lorne observed the entire exchange, a smile finally breaking through his countenance after a long absence. In this place devoid of humanity, perhaps this was the faintest glimmer of warmth amidst the hellish abyss. Chapter 38. The Unveiling of Destiny. "I suppose I should return," Lorne mused, stretching his limbs while seated on the hospital bed, feeling that he was not gravely injured. "You've sustained such severe injuries. You ought to remain under observation," Domino exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Lorne furrowed his brow. The dynamic between him and Domino resembled that of a prisoner and a guard. Her demeanor seemed excessively solicitous, not befitting someone who had merely skimmed his file and felt pity. If one were to pity another, their positions would not align so starkly. Through his perceptive abilities, Lorne sensed a flicker of anxiety and concern within her upon hearing his intention to leave. How could such unfamiliar emotions arise from a person he had never met? Yet, such contemplations were not his immediate concern. In the cold confines of the prison, any concern shown towards him was a welcome respite. Although there exists an old adage warning against unsolicited attentions, Lorne found himself unable to harbor suspicions about her goodwill at this moment. Indeed, if I am not returned, Ken will undoubtedly cling to me. How then can I expect to rise through the ranks? Hannibal, oblivious to Domino's peculiar behavior, made a rather unusual connection. He called out to two guards stationed by the door, who promptly entered. "Escort him back to the 6th level," Hannibal commanded before striding away with purpose. "I must see if Ken and Magellan are still alive. If they are dead, I shall assume the role of warden." "Ha! Exercise caution. He is gravely injured," Domino urged the two guards with genuine concern. After receiving their affirmative response, she still appeared somewhat uneasy, yet dared not overstep her bounds. Without the approval of several superiors, no one is permitted to step foot on the 6th level. This is the ironclad rule of impel down. Something is amiss, Lorne thought, more resolute in his suspicions after observing Domino's behavior. As the guards escorted him towards the exit, Domino added anxiously, "Please be gentle, and if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist you. I appreciate your kindness, but entangling ourselves further would benefit neither of us," Lorne replied, a hint of bitterness in his expression. Regardless of her intentions, he had now incurred a debt of gratitude, and it was well known that such debts are often the most challenging to repay. As they neared the exit, Lorne suddenly recalled something and turned to Domino. "If possible, may I have the privilege of reading the newspaper? Just the newspaper?" Domino stood frozen for a moment, deep in thought. Lorne found himself in a dimly lit cell on the 6th level of the notorious Impel Down prison. Days had elapsed since he was summoned for questioning, and upon his return, his fellow inmates were still astonished. During that time, many prisoners had been summoned by the warden, yet Lorne was the first to return fully intact. Others had either returned grievously wounded or vanished without a trace, never to see their cells again. Even the infamous Grinton Glenn, a gaunt figure who had been summoned alongside Lorne and was rumored to have ties to Lorne's father, failed to return. However, after Lorne's recent questioning, the warden seemed to have lost interest, temporarily ceasing his summons. The inmates on the 6th level began to inquire discreetly about how Lorne had managed to satisfy the warden's penchant for tormenting prisoners. Some even jested exaggeratingly whether the warden harbored any peculiar desires that Lorne had indulged. Each mention elicited raucous laughter, for within this hellish place, verbal sparring was one of the few joys left. Lorne, on the other hand, merely smiled along, burying his thoughts deep within. The nature of his relationship with Warden Hannibal and the alluring guard, Domino, could not be disclosed, lest they invite considerable trouble. Now seated on the floor, Lorne found before him the newspaper that Domino had secretly delivered earlier. True to her word, she often took advantage of her position to pass along newspapers to him. The guards tended to turn a blind eye to this, as the prisoners within these walls were deemed incapable of escape, allowing them to read the news posed little threat. In fact, The occasional outburst of emotion from inmates upon encountering news related to them often provided the guards with amusement. Hey, little Lorne. What's the latest gossip? Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the adjacent cell. He was none other than the notorious Phantom Turner, famed in the New World for his ghostly agility, yet captured by the Navy due to a moment of carelessness. When he arrived, his legs were a bloody mess, and he would likely never walk normally again. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful disposition, often sharing ribald jokes and getting along well with his fellow inmates on the 6th level. At this moment, however, he was straining to rise, his eyes fixed eagerly on Lorne. Lorne sighed. Since he had begun reading the newspaper, this area of the 6th level had gained a new source of entertainment. Each day, the arrival of the newspaper prompted the inmates to gather and listen as Lorne read aloud, boasting of his past glories. Struggling to his feet, Lorne maneuvered the newspaper with his foot, as the prisoners were shackled with sturdy sea-stone handcuffs. The first headline announced the Navy's preparations to form the Shichibukai. What? The Shichibukai? How could there be pirates serving as lapdogs to the world government? Brother, your information is outdated. The Navy is powerful now. It's only natural that some scum seek to attach themselves to it. Nonsense. The Navy was nothing but a joke when I ruled the seas. Not a single ship dared to sail under its flag in the New World. That may be true, but those pirates aligning with the world government are mere small fry. Not worth worrying about. Lorne chuckled wearily. These inmates, immersed in their pasts, remained oblivious to the true terror of the Shichibukai. Each of those pirates, driven by their own ambitions, possessed the strength to rival entire nations. Yet, due to their awkward status, they were seen as adversaries by both the Navy and the pirates. Continuing to peruse the newspaper, Lorne found the remaining articles to be trivial matters, yet the long-imprisoned inmates listened intently. Upon finishing the current page, they eagerly pressed him for more. Is that all, little Lorne? Did you flip the page? Of course not, Lorne replied, explaining that it was simply more convenient to read the front side. With great effort, he flipped the paper over to reveal a single bolded headline. Once he comprehended the words, he fell silent, standing there in stunned contemplation. Within the 6th level, there were numerous masters of the observation hockey who, upon sensing the unusual demeanor of Lorne, inquired with urgency. What is it? What have you seen, little Lorne? Indeed, do not fear whatever you have witnessed. I shall shield you. Lorne fixed his gaze upon the newspaper, reading each word with meticulous attention. A moment of great satisfaction. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, has finally been captured and is to be executed in 1 week. Chapter 39. A shocked world. Lorne gazed intently at the newspaper, absorbing each word. What a delight. The notorious Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had finally been apprehended and was set for execution in a week's time. The 6th level of Impel Down descended into a profound silence, broken only by the incredulous gasps of the prisoners. What? How could Roger possibly be captured? He was the man who had defeated me. How could this bunch of naval fools catch Roger? This must be a misreport. Was the era of pirates about to conclude just as it had begun? Young Lorne, have you misread? How could Roger be caught by the Navy? He is the Pirate King. The prison was filled with a chorus of disbelief as the inmates, many of whom were familiar with Roger's legendary exploits, and some who had even crossed paths with him, could not fathom that such a formidable man could be captured by the Navy. Some prisoners, who shared a closer bond with Lorne, sought his confirmation. Their eyes locked onto the newspaper before him, desperately hoping his news was false. Yet, all they received in response was Lorne's bitter smile. However, within Lorne's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Had it finally begun? The very plot he had known. The people of this time had no inkling of what Roger's demise signified for these seas. Roger's death was by no means the end of the pirate era. Rather, it heralded the dawn of a new age. Do the fools believe that executing a pirate king would quell this era? In the face of the tides of time, all appeared weak and powerless. Lorne understood that the age of great pirates was approaching, and his opportunity lay within this very era, right here in this prison. Oh, Roger, how could you die? I have yet to send you to hell myself. Ha ha, you scoundrel Roger, you are finally dead. Release me now, it is my time. Some prisoners were despondent, while others were euphoric. The clamor among the inmates soon drew the attention of the guards stationed outside. The door to the 6th level creaked open, revealing a man clad in a black prison uniform, adorned with a black mask and bearing dark wings on his back. You have arrived. Ken, let me out. My time has come. The prisoners recognized the figure as Ken, the warden of the great prison, and one inmate stood up, grasping the bars, shouting frantically at him. Your time? Ken cast a sideways glance at the prisoner, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. How dare a defeated wretch like you claim it is your time? With a swift punch, Ken unleashed immense power, shattering the hardened sea stone bars and striking the prisoner. He was sent hurtling against the wall, leaving cracks in the sturdy surface, blood oozing from his body, his fate uncertain. You are a waste of space, confined here. You would be better off dead, Ken bellowed, turning to address the other prisoners. Who else wishes to escape? Come, test your luck with me. I shall send you to hell to meet Roger. A collective gasp echoed through the prison. Some among them were indeed strong, rivaling Ken's prowess, yet they were shackled with the unyielding sea stone cuffs, their bodies rendered feeble, while others, mere non-abilities, had been starved for so long they lacked the strength to move. In their current condition, facing Ken, who could pierce through the sea stone prison, was tantamount to a certain death. Such was the terror of Impel Down, suppressing the most heinous criminals in the world with absolute might. Are you all quiet now? Ken inquired, revealing a sinister smile. Allow me to introduce you to an old friend. You should all be familiar with him. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards escorted a towering man into the chamber. This man had an exaggerated mane of golden hair, adorned with a comical half-steering wheel atop his head. He appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle, his body battered and on the brink of collapse, shackled with sea stone chains. His arrival underscored Impel Down's serious regard for him. The very presence of this man sent ripples of shock throughout the 6th level, plunging it into a silence even more profound than when they had first heard of Roger's capture. This man bore many titles, one of the 3 legendary pirates, captain of the flying pirate crew, and admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet. He was none other than the sky pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, renowned alongside the likes of Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the great pirate Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. The news of Roger's capture had merely reached them through Lorne's recounting, and many prisoners remained skeptical. Thus, the impact of Shiki's capture was far more immediate and overwhelming. Was it true that the 3 legendary pirates, who had dominated the pirate world for years, now left only Edward Newgate standing? Many prisoners felt their worldviews crumbling. Was the great pirate era truly at its end? The news of these heinous criminals being captured would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the entire pirate world. The might of the world government was not to be underestimated. The flag of justice would surely fly over the vast seas. The words of Ken, uttered as if in provocation, ignited fury among the inmates of the 6th level. Ignoring the constraints of their weakened bodies, they roared at Ken. Ken paid no heed to their anguished cries, instead ensuring that Golden Lion Shiki was securely placed in his cell before turning to leave. The cell he occupied was precisely where Glinton Glen had vacated, conveniently beside Lorne. Golden Lion Shiki appeared to be deeply affected, utterly disheartened, allowing the guards to restrain him without a struggle. Ken slowly approached the entrance, the door to the 6th level sliding shut behind him, as he quietly addressed the infinite hell that lay before him. Your era has come to an end, foul pirates. Grand Line, Inch Island. So, you lost Master Lorne? A man clad in a finely tailored robe sat in a chair, propped up by a cane, regarding the several young men kneeling before him. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman in a sharp suit, sternly questioning the youths before him. If Lorne were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly recall that these young men were the very ruffians who had taken him aboard the merchant ship. We truly had no idea, Lord Malurin. We followed the plan and delivered Master Lorne to the merchant ship, after which we lost all knowledge. We heard that the merchant ship encountered a storm, and we were powerless to do anything. Indeed, subsequently, a terrifying battle ensued here, as 2 outsiders, nearly as formidable as you, ravaged half of this small island. We cowered in our homes, afraid to venture out. We know nothing of what transpired. As the middle-aged man was about to respond, a newsbird suddenly flew overhead, dropping a newspaper before him. Upon reading the headline, his pupils constricted in shock. What? Roger has been captured? Chapter 40. The Path of a Man. What? Roger has been captured? The middle-aged noble was momentarily taken aback upon reading the news in the newspaper. In his youth, he had numerous conflicts with Roger, but those grievances had long since faded with the passage of time. Once, as a celestial dragon, he found Roger's naive ideals utterly incomprehensible. However, after being exiled from Mariewa and observing the world from a different perspective, he came to realize that such innocence was, in fact, a form of compromise, a concession to this distorted world. Roger dedicated his life to the pursuit of that elusive concept called freedom. Just recently, he encountered him during a visit to Mariewa. Such an audacious man, even in death, ought to achieve a feat that would astonish the world. Rather than being captured and executed by the Navy, the man named Vanquished Caesar furrowed his brow. He tossed the newspaper to Marin and chose to disregard it. Since it was Roger's chosen path, it was not his place to interfere. This was the respect a man afforded to another man. The members of his pirate crew were anything but subdued. It was likely that Rogue Town would witness significant events in a week's time. Marin glanced at the newspaper and stated solemnly, "After all, having faced them for so many years, we are well aware of the monsters within Roger's crew." The right hand of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. The left arm, the Heavenly King, Jabba. These names sprang to Marin's mind as he considered the implications of Roger's capture. Surely, those two formidable figures would not sit idly by. If they ventured to Rogue Town, the atmosphere would undoubtedly become tumultuous. Would Roger, a man of such restlessness, truly leave the world in chaos upon his departure? Marin murmured, then dismissed the thought. He was merely an aging man, having served his master for decades. He understood Caesar's temperament well. If Caesar chose to remain silent, it meant he would not involve himself in this matter. Every decision a man makes must be borne by that man alone. This is the ancestral doctrine of the Vanquished clan. Pride is etched into the very bones of the Vanquished lineage. The young men crouching on the ground were silent, deeply shaken. They were aware of the formidable strength and profound backgrounds of their two masters, yet they never anticipated being able to casually speak of Joel D. Roger. After all, he was the Pirate King, the freest man upon the seas, an idol in the hearts of countless men across the world. When these two individuals had arrived on Ansha Island a few years ago, they had brought only an infant in their arms, the young master, Vanquished Lorne, who was later entrusted to their care. They had brought immense wealth, attracting the envy of many restless souls on the island. However, in a single night, all those discontented individuals had vanished, leaving the island's inhabitants dissuaded from any nefarious thoughts. Yet, unlike the terrifying vices often attributed to nobles, these two were exceedingly kind and approachable. Lord Marin established an orphanage specifically to care for children orphaned by pirates, teaching them to read and equipping them with essential life skills. Many of those orphans grew up to secure respectable jobs, some even working for the world government, contributing to the prosperity of Ansha Island and establishing it as a significant waypoint along the Grand Line. These young men had been raised in Lord Marin's orphanage, holding immense admiration for the man who had given them hope. Thus, when he entrusted them with the task of safely escorting young Master Lorne away, they accepted without hesitation, seeing it as an opportunity to repay their debt of gratitude. However, it seemed they had mismanaged the situation. Young Master Lorne had encountered a tempest at sea and was now missing, with his fate uncertain. In truth, it was not entirely their fault. Natural disasters are often unavoidable. Yet, as they anxiously approached Lord Marin and Master Caesar, the weight of guilt made it nearly impossible for them to face them. They knelt on the ground, not seeking forgiveness from Lord Marin, but rather an opportunity to bring young Master Lorne back safely, so that they might die without regret. Caesar rubbed his forehead, having gleaned the general course of events through scattered bits of information. During that time, the Navy had mobilized, dispatching their formidable officer, the one known as the Monster, Admiral Borsellino, to this small island. He had not captured Caesar, but claimed to have thwarted pirates attempting to abduct the Navy scientists. Nonsense. What use did pirates have for those experimental subjects? It was evident that there was something amiss, but regrettably, having been away from Mariewa for too long, his intelligence network had nearly decayed. What forces had operated in these waters during Lorne's disappearance? Caesar inquired suddenly. Reporting, my lord. The forces that appeared here during this time include Admiral Borsellino of the Navy, the heir of the German kingdom, Vinsmoke Sanji, Charlotte Kukuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin from the Big Mom Pirates, and a mysterious individual who nearly devastated half the island in battle against Borsellino, along with several minor pirate crews that were defeated and captured by the Navy. So many? Caesar felt overwhelmed. He suddenly recalled the omniscience he had experienced while in Mariewa, akin to a deity surveying the world. No wonder most of those dwelling above were ignorant swine. They never knew what it felt like to think, and had consequently lost the ability to do so. However, as long as he executed his plan, everything in this world would become within his grasp. Those sinners would face their due consequences. Let us begin with Germa, Caesar said slowly. The forces he had heard of were undoubtedly among the most prestigious in these waters. Setting aside the Navy, Charlotte Linlin had once served as a crew member in that pirate crew decades ago and had since gained fame and dominance in the New World. Her influence was a considerable source of concern for Caesar, not out of fear, for the Vinsmoke family had never known fear, as it was inscribed in their ancestral teachings. Rather, it was because if he were to step into the New World and become entwined with its powers, the entire world government would not remain indifferent. He was not yet at the point of severing ties with them, even if he had nearly destroyed Mariehua. Yet, once his grand plan came to fruition, it would be an irreversible conflict. The entire world would erupt in chaos. He had heard of the German kingdom. It seemed like a good starting point. Caesar contemplated, harboring some suspicions regarding Lawrence's whereabouts, yet he must exercise restraint. His time was limited. Once he completed his task, even if Lawrence were truly present, he would rescue him. This was a father's duty to his son. Advance to impel down? Caesar murmured, hoping they would take good care of my son. Chapter 41. The Meeting of Legends. Hey, Shiki, what happened? How could you be captured by the Navy? Indeed, with your prowess, who in this world could possibly apprehend you? What has caused your injuries? There aren't many formidable foes in these waters capable of inflicting such harm upon you. Or have you become so complacent in the tranquility of the sea that you've forgotten how to fight? Within the depths of Impel Down's 6th level, a chorus of incredulous voices echoed. They could hardly fathom that the illustrious and legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, had been caught. Furthermore, he was brought here in such a battered and disheveled state. Many among them had once clashed with Shiki in the vast seas, and they were acutely aware of his formidable strength. Thus, they were incredulous that someone as powerful as the Golden Lion, renowned for his cunning, ambition, and might, could fall to such depths. Silently lying in his cage, Shiki seemed utterly despondent, devoid of any will to defend or struggle. This cannot continue. Lorne thought to himself. Shiki is a pivotal figure in my plans. I cannot allow him to remain in this state of despair. Is the famed sky pirate nothing but a hollow title? Can one failure render him so utterly defeated? Lorne spoke softly, yet his words pierced Shiki like a sharp blade. I am the sovereign of these seas. Who are you? A mere fledgling, to lecture me? Shiki finally uttered his first words since entering this infernal prison, bellowing at Lorne. I am a true pirate. If Roger and I had joined forces, we would have long since ruled this world. Is that so? Then how did you end up captured? Scoffed a nearby inmate, who had languished and impelled down for decades. When he began his journey, the so-called 3 legendary pirates were nothing but novices. Thus, he harbored no reverence for their tales. When Shiki was ushered in, the 6th level had been rife with shock, while he himself remained dismissive. Just a child's plaything? Who do you think you are? Claiming to rule the world? How laughable. The old prisoner chuckled derisively. You probably have no inkling of the terror that is the world government, spouting childish jokes? Has this sea truly become so feeble as to regard you as a legend? This inmate, once a formidable figure in his own right, had fallen due to betrayal and was subsequently besieged by the secretive CP0, the world government's covert intelligence agency. They wore peculiar attire and masks, shunning exposure of their true identities, yet their might was undeniable. Each of those who had assaulted him was a peer in strength, leaving him bewildered as to where the world government had unearthed such powerhouses. You old fool, what do you know? You've been imprisoned for decades, completely oblivious to the current state of this sea. Countless strong warriors emerge here. It is truly a world belonging to pirates. Regrettably, you have been confined for too long to witness the insatiable desires of the ocean. Another inmate, dissatisfied with the old man's arrogance, felt insulted by the disdain shown towards legends, especially towards those who had descended to impel down. Thus, he retorted, You insolent brat, when I ruled these seas, you were still a mere thought. How dare you challenge me? Ha! With such arrogance, how did you find yourself in this place? The 2 prisoners erupted into a heated argument, a common occurrence in Impel Down, prompting nearby inmates to join in the raucous spectacle. This was one of their few forms of entertainment. Child, what crime did you commit to find yourself here? The prisoners momentarily forgot about Shiki, who, in an unusual moment of calm, struggled to rise and scrutinize the youthful figure who had first spoken. Lorne was remarkably young. There was no one else in Impel Down who could compare. Shiki could not fathom what offense could have led to such a child's incarceration. After all, those imprisoned in Impel Down were truly heinous criminals, guilty of unspeakable acts. The 6th level, the very depths of hell, housed individuals whose crimes were so egregious that the world government sought to erase them from history itself. Lorne stared at Shiki, who, while disheveled and bleeding from various wounds, still bore the remnants of the formidable figure that had once dominated the seas with his ferocity and unbridled arrogance. "My surname is Vainshire," Lorne declared, gazing at Shiki. His father, Vainshire Caesar, had long ago wreaked havoc in the holy land of Mariahua. Although the world government tried to conceal the details, it was not difficult for someone like Shiki, with his extensive network of information, to uncover certain truths. "My father's name is Vainshire Caesar." If Lorne's previous statement had left Shiki puzzled, this revelation rendered him utterly astonished. Shiki furrowed his brow and replied, "The Vainshire from Mariahua? Indeed. That is precisely why I find myself here." "Ah, you have no idea how much of a stir your father has caused. Many of us have long harbored disdain for that foolish breed of celestial dragons, yet only Caesar dared to storm their stronghold. For this alone, he deserves my respect." Shiki chuckled, attempting to give a thumbs up to his chest, but the chains binding his hands thwarted him. "However, I've had dealings with old Caesar. He is one who always plans meticulously. How could you find yourself in the clutches of the Navy?" Shiki remained perplexed, believing that Caesar was akin to himself, always prepared, never at peace. "Unfortunately, I fell victim to a maritime disaster and subsequently found myself in the Navy's grasp, unable to capture my father. The world government resorted to using me as leverage to placate the celestial dragons," Lorne explained, to which Shiki nodded in acknowledgement. "Is this what fate has chosen?" Shiki mused aloud. He could empathize with the notion of maritime calamity during the battle against Roger at the Ice Wall. It was an unexpected tempest that had allowed the beleaguered Roger to escape. A significant portion of the flying pirate fleet had been cast into the sea, leaving Shiki with the infamous mark of shame, a half-ship's helm engraved upon his head. Were it not for that tempest, I would have long since crushed Roger, and the legend of the Pirate King would not exist. Chapter 42. The foolishness of Caesar. No, it is not fate that chooses a person, but rather the person who chooses their fate. Lorne gazed intently into Shiki's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. To be more accurate, it is the strong who select their destiny. Only the weak passively endure. The strong select their fate, you say? Shiki echoed Lorne's words, then burst into laughter. Truly, he is the son of a man I hold in high regard. What an intriguing fellow, cough cough. The golden lion chuckled heartily, inadvertently aggravating his internal injuries, blood escaping with his final cough, yet he remained unperturbed. No wonder Caesar has been acting like a madman lately. It turns out his son has gone missing. The golden lion's boisterous laughter drew the attention of other prisoners, one of whom hesitantly inquired, "Caesar? Which Caesar? Is there yet another important figure at sea of whom I am unaware?" A bewildered pirate remarked. "Ah, you are simply ignorant." Another pirate laughed. The very same Turner the Phantom, who was imprisoned next to Lorne and once renowned for his ghostly agility. A decade or so ago, when he and the great pirate Barolik Redfield ruled these waters, you were probably still in swaddling clothes. You lie. I have traversed these seas for so long and have never heard of such a person. How do I know you aren't just spinning tales to deceive us? The pirate retorted, his face flushed with indignation. It is only natural for one to resist acknowledging their own ignorance. I have indeed heard of them. A frail voice echoed from the depths of the prison. Lorne recognized it as Old Bach, who had a penchant for storytelling. I recall encountering these two when I was in the Erla Kingdom. One of the crew members on their ship had fled, and a particularly shrewd young man of noble birth compelled the king of Erla to dispatch guards to seek them out. Truly remarkable, to attain such stature as a pirate. Old Bach mused. Even Old Bach has heard of them. How could I be blamed for my ignorance? The pirate seized upon this point to shout at the other prisoners. Indeed, if not for that incident that caused these two formidable individuals to part ways, given their renown, they would undoubtedly rival the three great legends by now. A prisoner lamented, glancing towards Shiki, who stood as a living legend himself. Humph. Shiki grunted, neither confirming nor denying. This Wainhill Caesar is one of the few men he respects, worthy of standing alongside him. Could you elaborate on my father's story? Lorne eagerly leaned in. Having previously heard references to his father from Palliasolino, who seemed reluctant to divulge details. However, as all present were prisoners, their shared status rendered them free from such reservations. You don't know? Shiki remarked in surprise, his expression mirroring that of the earlier Palliasolino. Must I necessarily know? Lorne thought, a shadow of doubt flickering in his mind. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural that a son would understand his father, provided he were not a time traveler devoid of the memories of his former existence. I once conversed with Caesar. He is one of the few celestial dragons I find less abhorrent, Shiki continued, observing Lorne's expression for any sign of discomfort before proceeding. Oh, now that he has been exiled, he no longer qualifies as a celestial dragon. At that time, Newgate was still wandering the seas. His fame not yet what it is today. Roger, that fool, was still foolishly pursuing ephemeral ideals. It seems your father was inspired by Roger, abandoning the life of a celestial dragon to become a pirate in this blue sea. Nevertheless, he possessed considerable strength, surviving the tumult of these waters without being engulfed by the waves. He befriended many powerful individuals, including that ruthless melon. Ruthless melon? Lorne pondered, recalling the aged but ever stalwart steward in his household. Could it be that he too was a formidable figure? Indeed, the ruthless melon is a strong man. When I sought Caesar for a drink, he landed a solid punch that left me in agony for several days. Shiki chuckled. Mr. Melon is a true gentleman. He never loses his temper unless provoked beyond reason. It was not excessive. I merely sought your father for a drink and asked him a simple question. A single question? I approached him and said, Hey, Caesar, if we drink this cup together, we shall be brothers. Old Caesar turned to look at me, astonished, as though he could not fathom that someone of my stature would wish to be his brother. The golden lion roared with laughter. Lorne felt a wave of disdain. His father must have regarded Shiki with the eyes of a simpleton. I continued, Hey, Caesar, how about becoming my right hand? Together, we shall conquer this world. Shiki laughed, recalling how Caesar was deeply moved, leading Melon to break free from that island amidst the encirclement of 40 ships. For that alone, he is worthy of respect. Shiki's thumb rose in approval, having learned to refrain from struggling against his chains. Is this fellow truly a simpleton? Lorne could scarcely believe that one of the three great legends of the pirate world, the Golden Lion Shiki, was such a jester. Yet, upon reflection, such a disposition was likely what allowed him to forge a friendly rivalry with Roger. It was also this same personality that drove him to storm Marine headquarters at Marineford upon hearing of Roger's capture. Engaging in a chaotic melee with Admiral Sengoku and the hero, Monkey D. Garp, nearly demolishing half of Marineford. Only a fool such as Shiki would dare challenge two legends simultaneously. Enough of this. I have genuinely conversed with Caesar before. He spoke enthusiastically of his plans, Shiki said, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor after his laughter subsided. Those plans were truly foolish. Caesar's naivety rivals that of Roger. What plans? Lorne inquired with curiosity, aware that this man, having interacted with his father, might possess the most profound understanding of him. Caesar claimed this world was shrouded in darkness, and the reason was singular. Shiki chuckled, his lips moving, and Lorne deciphered the answer from his mouth. How could this be? Lorne gasped, his heart racing with shock as he contemplated countless memories of his father's past, never anticipating such a conclusion. Ha ha ha, isn't it comparable to Roger? The Golden Lion laughed heartily, while Lorne remained silent. Chapter 43. The legend that must eventually fade. What are the two of you discussing? It seems that the dispute over there has reached a conclusion, culminating in Turner's victory. It is unclear what Turner did to his opponent, but the defeated pirate now slumps in a corner, a mere shadow of himself. So, you are enjoying a delightful conversation, I see. I always thought that little rascal had some merit. A hearty laugh echoes from the depths of the prison. It is old Bach. So you're still alive, you old rascal. This time, you Haven T misjudged anyone, indeed. Shiki replied with a cold sneer, suggesting a certain camaraderie between him and old Bach. What do you mean this time, you little brat? Old Bach retorted angrily, and Lorne could vividly imagine the furious puffing of his beard. Isn't it true? After your capture, I took over all your subordinates. I treated them as loyal followers of many years. Yet how did they repay me? My entire fleet of dozens of ships was hunting Roger, and they fled. This is your crew. Shiki bellowed, lamenting the fact that he never managed to defeat Roger, a lifelong regret. The betrayal of his subordinates was the very thing he despised most. The amalgamation of these two grievances made him loathe old Bach's crew, directing his ire towards them for Roger's escape and the significant losses he endured. Although, it must be noted that Roger's flight was primarily due to an unexpected storm, which had little to do with them. You lie. My crew is top-notch. They are true warriors. They would never flee in the face of adversity. Even if they did, it would be due to your shortcomings, making them feel unworthy of your leadership. Old Bach shouted in anger, his voice hoarse from age and the strain of Shiki's insults. Perhaps, if given the chance to escape, I would let you witness the evidence with your own eyes before I personally wring your neck." Shiki scoffed, choosing not to continue the quarrel with old Bach. However, the other prisoners did not let the two prominent figures off easily. They began to jeer. Watching the raucous prisoners, Lorne wondered for the first time if he had come to the wrong place. Days passed quietly, and during this time, the door to the 6th level of Impelled Down opened once, escorting a silent and sinister prisoner out, and introducing a new one. This new arrival was a silent middle-aged man, stern and unyielding, prompting Lorne to cast a few extra glances in his direction. As he was now confined in the very cell vacated by the former prisoner, it was evident that the one who had been escorted out would never return. On this day, the 6th level was exceptionally quiet. No one dared to jest or make light of the situation. Even Turner, typically the most loquacious, had silenced his incessant chatter. Every inhabitant of this infinite hell understood that today was the day of execution for the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. The atmosphere among the prisoners was somber. Many had crossed paths with Roger or had heard tales of his formidable reputation. His demise marked the end of the pirate era. With the death of the pirate king, what purpose remained in being a pirate? This sentiment echoed in the hearts of many young aspirants. The gates of the infinite hell swung open slowly, and Ken stepped through. His expression was grave, yet tinged with a hint of relief. This barbaric era, this chaotic sea, was destined to conclude today. This was his dream and one of the motivations that propelled him to become the warden of Impelled Down. The fulfillment of his aspiration would commence with the execution of pirate king Joel D. Roger. Ken took measured steps into the infinite hell, where several prisoners appeared lethargic, lacking the usual spirit to jest with him. "What is the matter, my great heroes? Why the silence today?" Ken chuckled heartily, finding amusement in the despondent expressions of the notorious criminals. "You bastard." Ken, the prisoner nearest to him, rose, eyes blazing with fury directed at the warden. This man was the one Ken had previously struck down with a single blow, yet his vitality was astonishing. After a few days of rudimentary care, he had regained his strength. The monsters confined on the 6th level could not be judged by ordinary standards. "Bastard?" "Heh." Ken clapped his hands, and two soldiers entered, carrying an object concealed by a black cloth. They gently placed it within the confines of the infinite hell. "Although you curse me, I bear no ill will towards you, for I am the king of this prison." "Ha ha." Ken laughed, pulling aside the black cloth. A massive screen materialized within the infinite hell. The execution of pirate king Joel D. Roger would be broadcast live across the world. Everyone, including the fishmen in the depths of the sea, the furry tribes in the forests, and the giants of Elbaf, would witness Roger's beheading in real time. Even if you are the most despicable of villains, I still grant you the privilege to watch this live broadcast. Ken laughed as he turned away, saying, "Don't thank me, you bastards. This is a special gift from the warden." "Ahaha." As Ken laughed and exited through the door, the guards who had moved the screen followed closely behind, slowly closing the door to the 6th level. What remained was a flickering display on the large screen. The strong individuals present remained silent, having long since grown accustomed to Ken's provocations. Excessive curses would only serve to amuse. "I've heard Ken is also a tragic figure." Turner, confined beside Lorne, suddenly spoke up. "A tragic figure?" Lorne echoed, puzzled. "Ken's bounty was once 30 million berries. Now that we are imprisoned together, I'd say you're worth about 10 million berries." Turner paused, then suddenly realized the futility of discussing bounties while imprisoned. "Forget it. I find you somewhat agreeable. So consider this information a gift." "Information worth 30 million berries?" Lorne perked up, eager to listen intently. Turner took a breath and shared. "Ken possesses the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, though the specific animal remains unclear, as few who have clashed with him have lived to tell the tale. His mastery of both armament and observation hockey is unparalleled, having trained under the likes of Taijiquan Wei and Black Arm Zephyr, making his physical prowess formidable. He once spent time on Eni's lobby, harboring a profound hatred for crime and corruption, which led to his transfer due to his disgust for the vile practices within the judicial island. It is noted that Ken's twisted nature stems from witnessing his parents murdered before him in his youth. Danger level: extremely dangerous, advisable to avoid provoking. Turner concluded his account, looking at Lorne with a sense of pride. "So what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Is this truly the information worth 30 million berries?" Lorne could only manage a weary retort. Chapter 44. The boiling world. Did the death of one's parents before their very eyes truly give rise to such a distorted character? Lorne pondered, contemplating whether those deemed despicable might indeed possess their own tragic facets. Yet, what relevance did this bear to him? Anyone who obstructed his path would be swept away without exception. The past of others held no significance for him. Casting aside these thoughts, Lorne redirected his focus to the screen. The video showcased the radiant rogue town, where the pirate king, Gold, Roger, was being escorted with utmost caution towards the execution platform. This was Lorne's first encounter with the true Roger. Previously, he had been oblivious to the allure that this man wielded, captivating an entire era and even evoking no hatred from his adversaries. Yet today, he appeared merely as an ordinary man. It seemed as though he had languished in confinement for far too long. His hair was unkempt, lacking grooming. Nevertheless, he walked with an undeniable confidence, as if he were not approaching the gallows, but rather striding towards his ship, the Going Merry, ready to conquer the Grand Line once more. Suddenly, Roger smiled at the camera, and in that moment, he resembled the spirited pirate king he once was. This self-assurance led Lorne to believe that even if faced with a mountain, Roger could effortlessly obliterate it with a single punch. Lorne observed the throngs of people in Rogue Town, their numbers overwhelming, surrounding the execution site in a tightly packed mass. Amongst them lay countless future titans of a new era, all waiting for the curtain to fall on the pirate king. "Ahaha! Greetings, seekers of freedom," Roger exclaimed, spotting a seagull clutching the camera and laughing heartily. However, before he could utter another word, a figure abruptly pushed him aside. "It is time for you to ascend the platform, Roger." The camera broadcast this scene live to every corner of the world, and Lorne, upon seeing that silhouette, immediately recognized the identity of the towering man, Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Navy, father of the Revolutionary Army's Monkey D. Dragon, and grandfather to the original protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy. With a hearty laugh, Roger faced Garp before striding purposefully towards the execution platform, while Garp remained silent, observing Roger with a resolute gaze. In that moment, Garp was in the prime of his life, his hair still dark, yet Lorne perceived a hint of melancholy in his silhouette. They had been rivals for decades, and even before Roger attained the title of Pirate King, Garp had relentlessly pursued him across the New World. Suddenly, Shiki the Golden Lion, shackled beside Lorne, interjected, his eyes fixed on the broadcast screen in the depths of despair. "None of us expected this," he lamented. "But what if this is not the end?" Lorne countered, "If the death of the Pirate King does not herald the demise of this era, then it is my time to rise. I will fight with all my might to escape." Shiki mused, his heart igniting with a sudden yearning, only to be followed by a grim realization. Lorne fell into silence, taken aback by Shiki's profound despondency. After all, how could one not feel the weight of losing an old rival, a figure who had shaped the very sea they sailed? With the death of the Pirate King, the seas would surely grow desolate. What meaning remained in such a lifeless ocean? Lorne speculated that had it not been for Roger's declaration, igniting the fire within Shiki, he would not have dared to confront such peril. "Little Vinchel, do you wish to know how I came to be here?" Shiki abruptly shifted the conversation towards Lorne. However, before Lorne could respond, Shiki continued, "I refuse to believe that Roger would be captured by the Navy. Such a man would never meet such a mundane fate." Shiki's voice rose in indignation. "My subordinates brought news of Roger's arrest, but I could hardly accept it. I stormed into the Navy's Marine Fort to verify the truth myself. If they had truly captured Roger, then they ought to present him. He is a man I acknowledge, and even in death, he can only perish by my sword." Shiki grimaced, his laughter tinged with bitterness. He spoke of the subsequent events, recounting how he single-handedly faced two legendary figures of the Navy, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, unfazed, nearly laying waste to Marineford before being captured. "Such trivial matters are inconsequential," Shiki declared, gazing at the screen in disbelief. "So, that rascal Roger truly was captured." Lorne sat nearby, listening intently as Shiki ranted, oscillating between laughter and profound anguish. His limited life experience rendered him incapable of grasping the complex relationship between Roger and Shiki, two figures intertwined as both adversaries and allies. The loss of either felt akin to the demise of a lifelong rival, a cherished friend. On the screen, Roger ascended the execution platform step by step, sunlight casting shadows upon his face, obscuring his features, yet he maintained an infectious smile. This smile was indelibly etched upon his visage, allowing those present to perhaps forget his appearance, yet never his grin. Was this the charisma of the Pirate King? Kneeling upon the elevated platform, Roger faced two soldiers armed with spears, poised to enact his sentence. Lorne could clearly see the beads of sweat trickling down the soldier's cheeks. For the man before them was none other than Joel D. Roger, the pirate king, who had stood at the pinnacle of the world and possessed nearly everything. My treasure? Roger suddenly proclaimed, capturing the attention of the entire world. If you possess the courage, go and claim it. His gaze burned with an intensity that ignited the heavens. Dark clouds gathering ominously above. Seek it out. I have left everything in this world there. He laughed maniacally, and as his words faded, the executioners pierced their spears into his body. A torrential downpour ensued, drenching Rogue Town. Ah! The only sounds that remained were Roger's laughter echoing in the air, mingling with the relentless rain. An eerie silence enveloped Rogue Town. No, the world itself fell into a hushed stillness, captivated by Roger's final words. A collective gasp echoed as people swallowed hard, their expressions frozen in shock. Yet, in the next moment, Rogue Town erupted into chaos. No, the entire world ignited with fervor. The era of the great pirates had arrived. Chapter 45. The prison riot. Roger's proclamation ignited a fervor across the globe. Even the prisoners confined within the depths of Impel Down erupted into a cacophony upon hearing his bold declarations. The era of pirates shall never cease. Cheers! 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 The inmates clanged their chains against the walls, creating a rhythmic symphony. The age of piracy is on the brink of resurgence. It feels as though liberation is imminent. Release me, you scoundrels. A new era has dawned. I shall set sail towards the seas of the new age of piracy. Upon hearing the news, the prisoners of the 6th level erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Shiki the Golden Lion lay on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. Roger, how could you die? Did your demise truly serve to usher in this so-called new era? How utterly tedious. Even that band of treasure-seeking fanatics wreaking havoc upon the seas is merely a nuisance. One day, I shall escape, and I will make you understand that the true sovereign of these waters is the pirate, murmured Lorne. Is this what Roger risked everything for? Is this what it means to be a pirate? Is this the essence of the pirate king? Even though he was fully aware of the narrative, knowing that Roger would inevitably perish and utter those fateful words to ignite the age of pirates, when Lorne found himself immersed in Roger's declaration, he too felt a profound stirring within, an irresistible urge to rush toward the sea. A man's life, if it cannot achieve great deeds, is devoid of meaning. Roger's words ignited a fervent desire within the hearts of countless men, compelling them to surge toward the ocean, foreshadowing the tumultuous tides that would soon sweep across it. Creaking sounds echoed as the massive prison doors slowly swung open, and the warden, Ken, entered with a grim expression. Ken had intended to let these defeated souls witness the fall of their pirate king, to make them aware that the age of pirates had come to an end. However, to his astonishment, Roger's words only fueled their madness further. Even after enduring a prolonged confinement in the seemingly untroubled Impel Down, he understood the weight of Roger's proclamation. It was akin to tossing a tender morsel of flesh into the heart of a mountain, drawing forth the ravenous beasts. Did it truly matter whether the legendary One Piece existed? What mattered was that having tasted fresh blood, the beasts would only grow more ferocious. Once men experienced the exhilarating taste of freedom upon the sea, would they ever return to a mundane existence? His earlier decree permitting all prisoners to witness Roger's demise had unwittingly sown the seeds of calamity. Following Roger's announcement, the entire Impel Down erupted into turmoil. Uprisings occurred on the upper levels, with Magellan and Hannibal dispatched to quell them. The most perilous and vicious 6th level of hell, however, was a task he felt compelled to confront himself, for it was his own miscalculation. Silence, Ken bellowed. Yet the prisoners, driven by insatiable desire, showed no fear of him. Ken, release me. I shall conquer the sea. One prisoner shouted. Unshackle me, and let us engage in a true test of manhood. I have no time to squander with you. The boundless world awaits. The boundless world. Ken scoffed, then let him out. However, sir, this may not adhere to protocol. A subordinate cautioned. Who is the warden here, him or me? Ken roared. His subordinate, head bowed, dared not meet Ken's murderous gaze as he slowly unlocked the prisoner's chains, freeing him from the sea stone handcuffs. Ken, you are truly bold. I shall spare your life as a token of gratitude, the prisoner remarked, astonished that Ken had indeed released him and removed his restraints. A cruel expression crossed his face. As an ability user, he had been rendered powerless under the sea stone's influence, yet he dared to taunt Ken. Now, with all restraints lifted, he would make Ken rue the day. Though Ken wore a similarly fierce expression, his intentions remained shrouded in malice. But who cared? As one of the former rulers of the seas, he trusted solely in his own fists. Ken, die. The prisoner flexed his muscles and crouched, assuming a stance to attack, his expression malevolent. I shall express my gratitude properly. Die? Ken murmured, suddenly vanishing from sight and reappearing beside the taunting prisoner. In a swift motion, he struck with a black-coated fist, landing a heavy blow to the prisoner's left rib. What? The prisoner could barely utter his shock before being sent flying, disbelief etched in his eyes. How could he move so swiftly? This is one of the secret techniques developed by the Navy in recent years, known as the Six Powers. The Golden Lion explained to Lorne. Those unfamiliar with it are easily caught off guard. Lorne observed the battle, having anticipated the outcome the moment Ken released the prisoner. A man like Ken, who despised evil, would never take such a risk without absolute certainty. Yet Lorne had not expected Ken to wield the Six Powers. With these simple techniques, Ken overwhelmed the prisoner, who was a formidable foe in his own right. After sending the prisoner flying, Ken vanished once more. Reappearing behind him in midair, his face twisted in cruelty. With a mighty right hand, he struck the prisoner's face, the punch infused with armed hockey crashing down, driving him into the ground. The floor cracked beneath the impact. The materials used to construct Impel Down were meticulously selected for their hardness, designed to withstand the immense pressures of the deep sea. Yet Ken's fist drove the prisoner into the ground, leaving a significant crater in his wake. Ken approached the fallen prisoner, his hands enveloped in black hockey. You wish to die, do you? Ken swung his fist once more, landing another blow to the prisoner's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and eyes. You want me to spare your life? Ken's second punch struck the prisoner's abdomen, sinking the floor further and forcing a mouthful of blood from him. You seek to conquer the boundless world? Ken raised his fist again, but the once boastful prisoner now trembled, mumbling incoherently for mercy as fragments of his teeth fell from his mouth. Chapter 46. The terrifying power of Impel Down. They dragged him out to bury him, telling the government he had died of illness during transit. Ken slowly rose, the prisoner lying motionless on the ground, blood oozing from his body, his eyes filled with terror. Years of imprisonment had already taken a toll on his physical condition, and Ken, fueled by rage, had shown no mercy in his assault. He had brutally beaten him to death. A formidable figure who had ruled the seas for countless years had fallen in such a manner. Ken stood up, wiped his hands, and addressed the other prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? Come and face me. The entire 6th floor fell into an eerie silence. The death of the prisoner had struck a chord of sorrow among them, and Ken's display of overwhelming strength during the brief skirmish made them glance at him with newfound respect. Many began to ponder whether they could have fared better if they had been in that prisoner's place. Few could provide themselves with a definitive answer. This was the terror of Impel Down. Violence begets violence. It was an absolute power that subdued the most vicious criminals in the world. Yet, who were these prisoners? They were all unruly tyrants who had roamed the seas for years. If they were to feel fear simply because of one prisoner's demise, they would not have reached this point. They were not worthy of being confined in the 6th level of Impel Down. You are nothing but a waste. One shouted at Ken. If you have the guts, let me fight you. Your Navy's 6 styles can only intimidate those old geezers who have been locked up for decades. You think you can bully me just because I'm not in peak condition? Let me out, and I'll take you on. The sea outside belongs to me. Don't think you can stop me. Ken's words incited even greater madness among the prisoners, and several screamed in desperation. They had endured the dark days within Impel Down long enough. They would rather take their chances against Ken and end this misery once and for all. Ken wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the crazed faces before him, feeling as though he had made a grave mistake. It was utterly incomprehensible. They had all gone mad. Lone muttered to himself, unable to grasp the thoughts of these long-imprisoned titans. However, the legendary figure beside him, the former pirate king, would surely understand. Lone turned to Shiki, the Golden Lion, and asked, "What about you? The infamous flying pirate. Are you not going to give it a try? With your strength, you should be able to handle Ken, right?" The sea stone handcuffs restricted Lone's perception of the vast majority of his abilities, preventing him from gauging the strength of these powerful figures based solely on their aura. Nonetheless, according to the original storyline, despite Shiki's humiliating defeat at the hands of the protagonist, he had been a legendary figure who had ruled the seas for many years, with strength that was unfathomable. Facing the former warden of Impel Down, who seemed not to have appeared in the original story, he should have a fair chance. Huh, give it a try? Shiki scoffed derisively. What does it matter if I defeat Ken? There are still 6 floors above, heavily guarded. Even if I reach the surface, what then? Can you find a ship to escape? The Navy headquarters was not far away, should a riot break out here. And it escalated beyond the control of the higher-ups in Impel Down. The cunning Admiral Sengoku would arrive with a large contingent of Navy soldiers in no time. Escape? How could one escape? As a veteran pirate who had dominated the seas for years, Shiki's understanding of Impel Down exceeded his own expectations. It seemed that the truth behind his escape in the original story was not as simple as he remembered. If the fortress were not formidable, how could it be referred to as the Iron Wall? Even a legend like Shiki had meticulously planned his escape for 2 years, paying the price of 2 legs in the process. In the 5th level of Impel Down, the frozen hell, the warden Hannibal, his face resembling a demon, removed his upper garment and tossed it onto the snow. A guard nearby handed him his trident. He accepted the trident and caressed its shaft gently, as if fondling a lover's delicate skin, before addressing the prisoners glaring at him with hostility. My bloodsucker hasn't tasted blood in quite some time. Today, you'll witness the might of the head warden. He raised the weapon high, flashing a cold smile at the prisoners. Truly worthy of being one of Impel Down's towering walls. The head warden is truly magnificent. The guards behind him, being new recruits, were witnessing Hannibal's striking figure for the first time, filled with genuine admiration. Huh, he is but one man. Let us go. If we kill him, we shall be free. The prisoners in front, though clad in thin garments and frostbitten, locked their fierce gazes onto Hannibal, their eyes brimming with a lust for life and freedom. Each prisoner on this level had a bounty exceeding 100 million. Their longing for freedom had been suppressed for far too long. Ken and Magellan would undoubtedly meet their demise at the hands of these prisoners. Once I subdue you, Impel Down will be under my command. Haha. Hannibal brandished his bloodsucker, laughing maniacally at the prisoners. In the 4th level of Impel Down, the blazing hell, Deputy Warden Magellan sat at the doorway of a cell, surrounded by countless prisoners in striped uniforms wailing in despair. A faint purple liquid dripped onto them, emitting a pungent odor. Every prisoner who dared to revolt lay collapsed on the ground. The 4th level of Impel Down had become the first to be suppressed. I have controlled the amount of venom. They will not die. Gather all the poisoned prisoners, Magellan stated calmly, and the guards behind him complied. As Magellan looked at the prisoners groaning on the ground, he suddenly thought of Ken on the 6th level and Hannibal on the 5th. I hope they are all right. They should be fine, right? In truth, it was Magellan who was supposed to head to the 5th level to quell the unrest. But since the 4th level housed the warden's office, which was of utmost importance to Impel Down, he could not afford to take risks. Moreover, Hannibal had long patrolled the 5th level and was quite familiar with it, though the 5th-tier prisoners possess considerably greater strength than those in the 4th tier. Their abilities are hampered by the perpetual chill of their surroundings, rendering them somewhat sluggish. In truth, their destructive capacity pales in comparison to that of the 4th tier. Advancing into the 3rd tier of the city, known as the Hunger Hell, one prisoner bellowed, "I long for sustenance," and lunged at a nearby guard. Yet, before he could make contact, a diminutive trident pierced through his chest. "Thank you, esteemed chief guard," exclaimed the soldier, still shaken from the sudden assault. Bowing gratefully to his savior, these vicious prisoners will seize any opportunity. Exercise utmost caution, warned the man known as the chief guard, his demeanor stern. To think he resembled a diminutive creature with horns atop his head. Thank you for your guidance, Chief Guard Saradise. Chapter 47, Suppression. As they advanced into the 2nd level of Impel Down, the Beast Hell, numerous prisoners clad in prison garb were desperately fleeing, pursued by grotesque creatures. "Help! I can no longer endure this," they cried. "Someone, a guard, save us. I swear I will never attempt to escape again." "You cowards! Do you not wish to gaze upon the vast sea?" shouted a prisoner at the forefront. "If we can vanquish these beasts, the entire ocean shall be ours." However, upon turning to confront the pursuing monsters, the sight of their razor-sharp teeth and menacing glares rendered the prisoners' legs weak with fear. "What a bore!" mused a colossal creature with the body of a lion and the face of a man, reclining nearby, licking its paw. It had anticipated a fierce struggle between the prisoners and their pursuers, but was taken aback by the prisoners' cowardice. Is this how the mighty men of the sea, pirates, behave? So feeble. Meanwhile, in the 1st level of Impel Down, the Hell of Red Lotus, the incarcerated individuals were not the most heinous of criminals. According to the official stance of the world government, These prisoners had the potential for redemption and could, with earnest reformation, return to the sea. Yet, at this moment, the more docile prisoners, stirred by Roger's words, began to incite a rebellion. They seized the guards' keys, unlocked their chains, and prepared to flee. The first level connected to the ocean's surface. If they could reach it, escape from this hellish prison was possible. They had endured enough. The world government's promises of release were mere fabrications. Some had languished here for decades, never witnessing a single prisoner leave impelled down safely after the recent upheaval. This rebellion might be their final chance. After all, who does not yearn for freedom? The hell of Red Lotus resembled a forest. Yet this was a forest of blades and thorny plants. With each step, the prisoners were cut and bruised by the sharp flora. Nevertheless, even drenched in their own blood, they pressed on. The grand gate loomed in their sight. Do you wish to exit? A timid female voice interrupted. A tall, slender woman, dressed in a guard's uniform with flowing golden curls, appeared beside the gate, brandishing a long sword and eyeing the prisoners warily. If you desire to leave, it will be quite difficult, for it is my duty to guard this place. If you return to your cells, I may pretend I have not seen you. But should you insist on breaching the gates of Impel Down, I must regretfully inform you that you will indeed perish here. This beautiful guard was Domino, the apprentice warden who had previously shown an unusual enthusiasm towards Lorne. Recently graduated with top honors from the Navy Academy, she displayed no hint of fear in the face of these vicious prisoners. Instead, a peculiar light sparkled in her eyes as she regarded them with a sinister smile. On the first level of Impel Down, a place designated for the transfer of prisoners escorted by the Navy and temporary vessel storage, an elderly man in casual attire sat munching on rice crackers, grumbling to himself. I merely came to check on my subordinates and ended up forced into labor. That fool has truly made a monumental blunder. Had I known, I would never have entrusted Impel Down to him. Magellan, while not to my taste, would not have committed such folly. If a prisoner escapes, the myth of Impel Down will be shattered because of you, Ken. In the sixth level, the infinite hell of Impel Down, Ken stood panting in the center, his prison director's uniform and gloves stained with blood. Lying around him were several prisoners, sprawled in defeat, those who had dared to challenge him. After he had brutally dispatched a pirate, the remaining madmen continued to shout defiantly, "For the dignity of Impel Down, we shall face you one by one in combat." Using the Navy's 6 powers, originally developed to enhance the capabilities of mid-ranking officers, Ken demonstrated unparalleled destructive force against them. This was the might of the world's largest prisons director, overpowering the most notorious of criminals. Though the prisoners were not at their peak, lacking experience or familiarity with the techniques, it mattered not to Ken or the defeated 6th-level challengers. "Excuses are for the weak," he declared, taking a deep breath as he glared at the ruffians. The vast prison fell silent. The fervor ignited by Roger's final proclamation gradually cooled, and the pursuit of freedom became a sobering realization. They recognized that, given the current circumstances, defeating Ken was indeed an insurmountable task. Their bravado was but a fleeting display. Ken, unlike Magellan, harbored a profound disdain for evil, allowing not a shred of wickedness to persist. Should there be any chance, he would not forfeit the opportunity to eradicate their malevolence. Suddenly, Ken erupted into laughter, observing the hushed hell around him. The guards had already begun to remove the fallen prisoners, leaving only the stains of blood as testimonies of the recent violence. The dark hockey enveloping Ken gradually dissipated, revealing the original hue of his uniform as he surveyed the prisoners with scorn before turning to exit the infinite hell. Heroes of the sea? The freest of pirates? Merely a facade. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a pair of eyes fixated on his retreating figure. Is this the true power of the strong? A real man speaks with his fists, Lorne thought, filled with admiration for Ken's unwavering dominance. Ken had subdued the entire 6th level with absolute force, and the suppression efforts in the other levels gradually reached their conclusion. This unexpected rebellion resulted in 0 successful escapes, once again preserving the myth of Impel Down, where no one had escaped for centuries, aside from Ken's report mentioning a few unfortunate fatalities among the pirates. Chapter 48. A minor cause. Is this how you intend to manage Impel Down, after entrusting it to me? How am I to report this to the higher-ups? Within the confines of the prison director's office on the 4th level of Impel Down, known as the Scorching Hell, the once formidable and commanding director, Ken, now resembled a chastised student standing at attention, head bowed low in submission. Before him stood an elderly man clad in casual attire, who was furiously berating him. For quite some time, he pointed an accusing finger at Ken, who dared not retort, instead wearing a forced smile. Behind Ken stood the stern deputy warden, Magellan, and the gloating head guard, Hannibal. Perhaps exhausted from his tirade, the elder finally paused to sip water, then softened his tone. "Why must you both cause me such distress?" He lamented with a sigh, gesturing towards Ken and Magellan. "When you two were in school, this was precisely how you behaved. Ken, you forever stood beneath the radiant light of justice, allowing no speck of dust to mar your vision. And Magellan, you rigidly adhered to the rules, lacking in flexibility. I once considered these traits your virtues and praised you lavishly, but now I wonder if they have led you astray." A hint of regret tinged the elder's voice, as he reflected on how he had failed to sculpt two fine jade pieces placed before him. "Teacher, you have done nothing wrong," Ken exclaimed, pained by the elder's self-reproach. This teacher was not only their mentor, but also the previous director of Impel Down, having cared for them like a father. "Indeed, we are now grown, and it is our duty to safeguard the world's justice." Magellan quickly interjected in an attempt to console. "Safeguard? Is this how you protect it?" The elder's anger flared upon hearing the word safeguard. "Ken, I have heard that since your appointment as director, you have wielded your power with great arrogance, ruthlessly executing numerous inmates." Ken momentarily faltered, yet even in the presence of his esteemed teacher, he could not restrain himself. "But those I executed were all criminals. They committed heinous acts and deserve their fates. My actions merely ensured they paid for their sins." "Paying for sins? As an enforcer of the law, if you do not abide by it, what purpose does it serve?" The elder scooped a handful of rice crackers into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. At that moment, his anger had lessened considerably. Thankfully, despite Ken's extremism and Magellan's rigidity, both possessed good hearts, yearning to protect the azure justice. He sighed in relief, fearing that Ken might succumb to the hatred fostered by witnessing his parents slaughtered by pirates in his youth. Now, wielding the power of life and death over Impel Down, he might become blinded by rage, straying into darkness. That would transform him from a just judge into a filthy criminal. However, I meticulously reviewed the files of each inmate I executed. Some of their crimes were simply too atrocious for me to ignore, Ken murmured. "Every criminal is a remorseless villain. They richly deserve their fate." Feeling a sense of helplessness, he grappled with the disapproval of his colleagues and teacher, who insisted that the execution of inmates was wrong. But what was wrong? Shouldn't these evildoers face death? Should they be forgiven? The elder found himself troubled, resting his forehead against the desk. Ken was his brightest student, excelling in all aspects. Yet he could not let go of his hatred for criminals, becoming easily radicalized. "Very well, you are now the warden. It is time you learn this secret." "Huh," Ken replied, perplexed. "Do you know why, regardless of the severity of their crimes, most sentences in Impel Down are life imprisonment rather than death?" The elder, cradling a handful of rice crackers, spoke slowly, his expression grave. "Is it not to showcase the benevolence of the world government and the celestial dragons?" Ken queried, recalling knowledge from his textbooks. This was a fact nearly every graduate could recite. As a top student, he was well versed in it. Yet, listening to his teacher, he wondered if there was more to the story. Truly a foolish boy. "Magellan, why don't you explain?" The elder lamented, disheartened by his once proud student's ignorance. Teacher, I'm not quite sure myself," Magellan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. The elder questioned whether he had erred in holding them in such high regard. "Very well. Consider this a refresher course," he declared, swallowing the last of the rice cracker and straightening his posture, as if transported back decades to his days lecturing students. "Criminals are not born as such. Why do they become criminals?" The elder posed. "Desire," Magellan answered. "Desire transforms saints into demons. Indeed, everyone possesses desires. Yet not all succumb to villainy. Only with sufficient power can desire take root, corrupting one's heart," the elder elucidated. "When virtue does not match position, one suffers the consequences. No one is born a devil. Sudden power can distort one's nature." "Are you suggesting the devil fruits?" Magellan suddenly inquired, a realization dawning upon him. Devil fruits are indeed one means of gaining power, and perhaps the easiest. The abilities of these fruits are manifold. Any ordinary person who consumes a devil fruit may rise to become a formidable force upon these seas. Sudden power can lead to arrogance, prompting one to defy the authority of the world government. The elder lamented, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Is that so?" Ken mused aloud, pondering if this was the reason behind Impel Down's strict prohibition on the execution of inmates. Even those wicked individuals were granted the right to live out their remaining days. he realized he had erred. For within this prison lay the most unrestrained lunatics of the seas, concealing untold, terrifying powers within their very beings. The elder warned, should they perish here, their powers would reincarnate somewhere in the ocean, unleashing horrors that the world government would find unbearable. Consuming a devil fruit grants one the strength of a demon, accompanying the user throughout their life. In this vast ocean, similar powers may exist, but no two abilities are ever identical. This is a consensus among all users. Upon the death of a fruit user, the devil fruit will reappear somewhere in the sea, perhaps following a pattern, though none have yet discerned it. This is why Impel Down would rather allow those malicious inmates to die of old age than execute them. Chapter 49. The Transformation of the Great Prison. Is this the reason why Impel Down is reluctant to execute these criminals? Ken was astonished. It seemed that during his previous acts of brutality against the inmates, several possessed extraordinary abilities. It appeared he had unleashed some terrifying fruits of power. Yet, if this was indeed the rationale behind allowing these scoundrels to languish in Impel Down for eternity, Ken found it unbearable. He must devise a means to thoroughly torment these villains. Thus, you have committed a grave error. Come, let us report to the world government, the elder sighed. Though inwardly he felt a sense of relief. These two students remained as innocent as they were in their earlier days, accepting whatever their teacher said without question, never delving deeper into the implications. Is the true reason behind Impel Down's reluctance to execute inmates merely fear of the powers escaping into the world? What of those non-ability criminals who were not executed? This was merely a facade for outsiders. The elder hesitated to reveal the true reasons to these two justice-minded students. He feared they might be unable to bear the weight of the world's darkness. Once the prison turmoil had been quelled, a designated guard swiftly arrived on the 6th level to document the losses incurred during the uprising. Due to the swift arrival of the warden Ken, the 6th level was suppressed with absolute force, resulting in minimal damage. The most considerable destruction stemmed from Ken releasing the prisoners, leading to the ravaged walls and floors. However, as both the deputy warden and the vice warden had proceeded to the headquarters of the world government at Mariawa to report, the vast prison was momentarily under the jurisdiction of Chief Guard Hannibal. The tense atmosphere among the prisoners significantly eased, alleviating the dread of potential brutal executions by Warden Ken. At last, Hannibal realized his ambition of becoming the master of this deep-sea prison. Although this authority was temporary, it nonetheless represented the pinnacle of his aspirations. In his quest to relish the hard-earned power of the prison warden, Hannibal sensed that Ken was aware of certain matters. Despite being repeatedly cautioned by his mentor about the reasons against the brutalization of prisoners, Ken continued to act on his own accord, subtly instructing Hannibal to amend the regulations of Impel Down. If he could not personally inflict torment upon these criminals, he would exploit the rules to bring about their demise through suffering. The prisoners confined in the first hell of the Red Lotus and the second hell of the Beasts were, in truth, not significantly different in their crimes. Hannibal resolved to implement a rotation system, allowing this cadre of villains to thoroughly experience the sights of Impel Down. In the 3rd level of the Hunger Hell, the heat emanating from the 4th level renders the land arid, while the sweltering waves of heat sap the prisoners of all their strength to move. Those confined in this level are destined to receive neither sustenance nor energy. It is only when they reach a state of utter weakness and exhaustion that the guards will intervene. This so-called rescue merely entails reviving them briefly before casting them into the 2nd level of the Beast Hell, where they must confront terrifying beasts. Their survival hinges solely on their prowess, whether they can hunt these fearsome creatures for nourishment or become prey themselves. As for escape, that is an impossibility. The wardens of these 2 levels are super beasts endowed with human intellect, possessing both the cunning of humanity and the might of beasts, rendering them unstoppable. There are even whispers of legendary demon fruit awakeners among the guards, beings with extraordinary vitality, verging on immortality. Even if a fortunate prisoner manages to slay a beast, the scent of fresh blood will inevitably attract more monsters, forcing the prisoners to abandon their hard-won meal in a desperate bid for survival. After enduring such arduous trials, they may barely secure enough food to stave off hunger. Once the prisoners have eaten their fill, the guards will once again confine them back to the 3rd level of Hunger Hell, awaiting the next instance of fainting from starvation. This cycle of torment is designed solely to erode their will. In the 4th layer of the Blazing Inferno, once the domain of the warden's office, the inmates dared not act out. However, with both Matt Gillen and the warden now departed, the prisoners who had only recently settled into their confinement felt a resurgence of restlessness. With a swift motion, Hannibal struck down an inmate attempting to flee, sending him crashing to the ground. The stark black and white of the prison garb quickly mingled with the searing floor, producing a hissing sound as flesh met the heated surface. "Ah, what a delightful aroma!" Hannibal exclaimed, recognizing the scent of roasted meat. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "No, he cannot perish here. Otherwise, I shall never assume the role of warden." With that, Hannibal kicked the inmate aside, propelling him to a somewhat less scalding spot. On the 4th level, there exists a colossal iron cauldron, filled with a boiling pool of blood and a sea of flames. Numerous intersecting bridges stretch across the cauldron, their surfaces scorched by the intense heat of the flames. Hannibal now stands at the very center of the bridge above the cauldron, where the temperature is at its peak. As prisoners collapse, they are immediately seared by the unbearable heat. Hannibal kicks one away, attempting to save him from this fate. Wow, it's scorching, even with his uniform boots. The exposed skin of his calves feels the oppressive warmth of the air. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to obey Ken's command. Beginning today, the prisoners of the 4th level are mandated to engage in arduous labor, each tasked with moving substantial timber to stoke the fires beneath the iron cauldron. Moreover, Ken emphasized a particular point. Every inmate must work barefoot, feeling the searing heat of the iron bridge they themselves have ignited, step by step. Whenever Hannibal contemplated this, he could not help but admire Ken's ruthless ingenuity. The scorching floor was palpable even through his specially crafted leather boots. Those prisoners, unshod, would surely suffer burns after just a few steps. However, the prospect of rest was utterly unattainable, as they were constantly monitored by guards wielding iron forks, ready to pounce. Any inclination to shirk their duties would result in a swift plunge into the blood pit for a bath. Yet, Ken was equally preoccupied with how to manage the prisoners of the 5th level, for from this moment onward, each was a high-profile individual with bounties exceeding $1 billion. Their strength will far surpass those of the lower tiers prisoners. Thus, a cautious approach was imperative. A single misstep could grant them an opportunity to escape, leading to dire consequences for Ken himself. After much deliberation, he resolved to introduce a breed of creature known as the Arctic wolf to the 5th level. Each wolf was ferocious and bloodthirsty, surviving in the frigid environment by hunting the small animals that dwelled there. When hunger struck, they would inevitably turn their predatory instincts toward the prisoners confined within the 5th level. Even if they could not slay the inmates, they would certainly instill a sense of dread, depleting their already scant reserves of strength. "Sir Warden, aren't you curious about the 6th level?" asked Domino, the timid yet spirited trainee guard, as she stood in the snow of the 5th level, addressing the confident Hannibal. "What purpose would there be in venturing to such a perilous place?" Hannibal replied, perplexed. "The prisoners there are notoriously vicious. It's far too dangerous. Could it be that you are concerned for that little fellow?" Hannibal suddenly realized something and inquired. "Of course not." Domino stammered, her face flushed. "I really don't see what's so special about him. Why are you so concerned?" Hannibal lamented with a furrowed brow. Chapter 50. The ambition for strength to achieve rapid movement. One must execute dozens of forceful kicks against the ground, generating a powerful rebounding force. This is the secret of the Navy's 6 forms, specifically the technique known as shave. The imprisoned Spectre, Turner, was conveying this to his companion, Lorne. While they were surrounded by vigilant prison guards, Hannibal dared not challenge the prisoners of the 6th level alone in the infinite hell, yet according to Warden Ken, he could not allow them to have it easy. Thus, he resolved to make the prisoners of the 6th level intermittently experience the frigid horrors of the 5th level and the searing terrors of the 4th level. However, he was cautious not to release all the 6th level inmates at once, as chaos could easily ensue. Nor would he permit them to ascend to the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd levels, for those were perilously close to the surface of the sea and could provoke unforeseen circumstances. While the first 3 levels posed no real threat to the terrifying entities confined in the infinite hell of the 6th level. Consequently, he could only extract 2 prisoners, securely bound by sea prism stone chains, from the infinite hell at a time to experience the 5th and 4th levels in succession. This time, it was Lorne and Turner's turn. Curiously, Lorne inquired of Turner about the secret technique employed by Warden Ken. Once a formidable figure who traversed the seas with a ghostly agility, Turner was well versed in the Navy's 6 forms. He had expended considerable effort to learn shave, the technique capable of nearly instantaneous movement, from a retired Marine. It was this integration into his own movement that forged the legend of the Spectre. Alas, those days were now behind him. His legs had been mercilessly shattered by the slash of Rear Admiral Bastu, rendering him barely able to walk. Even if fate granted him the chance to return to the sea, he would no longer embody the fearsome reputation of the Spectre. In truth, Lorne had a vague recollection of the Navy's 6 forms from the original text, but had never paid much attention to them, for their application seemed trivial compared to the myriad of devil fruits. However, witnessing Kin effortlessly subdue the terrifying prisoner of the 6th level with a mere shave piqued Lorne's interest. Techniques possess no inherent strength, only the wielder's prowess defines their potency. Even an ordinary firearm can pose a threat to an admiral in the hands of a master. Moreover, this deadly technique, meticulously crafted by the Navy, held immense potential. Lorne's own devil fruit merely enhanced his sensory perception, rendering it an auxiliary type with no combat capabilities. His developmental path seemed limited to a few avenues. Through the use of firearms, he could become akin to a trained sharpshooter, hitting his mark with precision. If he were to learn the techniques of those formidable marksmen, he would find no shortage of opportunities to establish his presence upon the vast ocean. Lorne speculated that the source of the threat posed by those firearm experts likely stemmed from 2 primary factors. The first point is that they possess bullets crafted from sea prism stone, which pose a formidable threat to any individual with abilities. Upon contact with sea prism stone, an ability user becomes weak and vulnerable, akin to fish at the mercy of a predator. However, Lorne believes this possibility to be slim, as the techniques for processing sea prism stone are firmly held by the world government and Wano country. Even if certain pirate strongmen manage to acquire sea prism stone bullets through clandestine means, the quantity would undoubtedly be limited, preventing unrestricted use by those wielding firearms. The second possibility is that they have developed a method to imbue bullets with haki, a manifestation of one's energy. The rare Conqueror's haki is not worth mentioning. While observation haki allows one to sense an opponent's murderous intent, leading to precognitive judgments, by mastering armament haki, a strong individual can perceive the physical form of a Logia-type user, thus providing the only means, aside from sea prism stone, to combat such foes. Furthermore, armament haki significantly enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities. In the latter half of the Grand Line, pirates lacking haki find it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Lorne speculates that these gun-wielding pirates have discovered how to coat their bullets with haki. This differs from a swordsman who covers their blade with haki to prevent breakage. Bullets are discharged from firearms, and the ability to envelop them in haki indicates mastery over external haki application. His devil fruit ability indeed complements firearms perfectly. And should the opportunity arise to become a firearms expert, Lorne would embrace it wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Turner mentioned the 6 powers of the Navy as an alternative path. Physical combat serves as a viable route to strength, exemplified by Navy hero garb and the later pinnacle of pirates, red-haired Shanks, both of whom achieved greatness without any devil fruit abilities, relying solely on their physical prowess to dominate the seas. The 6 powers are a form of physical technique, and Lorne remains unaware that his observation fruit has endowed him with an extraordinary combat instinct, with the subtle perception of his surroundings granting him formidable observation haki. Training in physical techniques yields significant returns, and while the perception fruit may not be a strong combat fruit, it is undoubtedly an exceptional auxiliary fruit. Curious about the other techniques of the 6 powers, Lorne inquired further, unwilling to forsake any opportunity for growth, as he loathed the sensation of powerlessness. Well, I possess only a limited knowledge of the 6 powers. The rest is merely hearsay, Turner replied awkwardly, unable to evade Lorne's eager gaze. Very well. I shall gradually explain the techniques of the 6 powers to you. Whether you can master them depends on your own efforts. Turner began, as the name suggests. The 6 powers consist of 6 distinct techniques combined together. These techniques are Soru, Jeppo, Shave, Tekai, Renkyaku, and Shurgon. I've already explained Shave, so let us start with Jeppo. Jeppo is an advanced application of Shave, allowing one to achieve brief flight by rapidly kicking against the air in succession, altering their trajectory. However, it is quite taxing on stamina and not suitable for long-distance travel. Shave is a defensive technique that involves releasing all bodily energy to sense an opponent's attack. By perceiving the changes in air currents from the opponent's strikes, one can evade attacks as if they were paper blown by the wind. Tekai is akin to armament haki. Being from the Wineshire family, you should be familiar with haki, right? Yes, Lorne nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall continue. Tekai is a weakened version of armament haki, usable solely for defense. Shurgon and Renkyaku can be discussed together. These are offensive techniques developed by the Navy, possessing tremendous destructive power. However, I have not learned them as they hold no utility for me, and I am unfamiliar with their principles. That is all I know. Should you wish to delve deeper into this, once you have the opportunity to leave prison, seek out a Navy officer of higher rank. They possess far greater knowledge than I. Midway through his speech, Turner suddenly froze. My apologies, how foolish of me. I completely forgot we are currently prisoners, he sighed, expressing his resignation. This is sufficient, Lorne thought to himself. This represented his first opportunity to grow stronger. Chapter 51. The eyes of the demon. Under the escort of the prison guards, Lorne and Turner ascended to the upper levels of hell via a colossal elevator. Unlike before, the surroundings of the elevator were no longer merely manned by a handful of guards. Within Lorne's perceptive realm, he sensed several formidable presences concealed in the vicinity. Specifically, these were manifestations of an exceptionally potent life force, one that Lorne had never encountered before, surpassing even the Vice Admiral Borsellino he had previously met. Perhaps the two giants, tricked into guarding the gates of Judicial Island for a century, could be considered a faint comparison. Have they enhanced their defenses? Lorne mused. Following Roger's execution and the declaration that incited the riot in Impel Down, Ken had suppressed the chaos for an extended period, choosing instead to transfer the management of Impel Down to Hannibal. The inmates confined within the depths of the prison scarcely felt the changes brought about by Hannibal's oversight, occasionally escorting two individuals out, merely a trifling annoyance. However, the number of guards stationed at critical points in the prison had notably increased. Lorne speculated that Ken might not even be present within Impel Down at this moment, suggesting that the current stringent defenses were merely a facade, and perhaps the strength of Impel Down's security was not as formidable as it once was. An opportunity, with Impel Down seemingly vulnerable. This might be Lorne's chance for escape. Yet, he hesitated, unwilling to abandon his ambitions. He had taken immense risks to arrive at Impel Down, even rebuffing Katakuri's attempts to rescue him from Borsellino's custody in gratitude for saving his sister. He had endured the humiliation inflicted by the celestial dragon, Don Quixote, all for the prospect of seizing that opportunity, one that could elevate him to a pinnacle of power across the seas. But to flee in disgrace? Lorne could not bear the thought. Furthermore, the pirates imprisoned on the 6th level were not fools, seasoned by countless storms. They would have sensed something amiss in the prison's atmosphere when escorted from their cells. Yet, they remained still, even the legendary pirate, Shiki, unmoved. As the massive elevator doors slowly parted, Lorne beheld dozens of alert guards ready for action. Behind them stood a towering creature, its upper half adorned with light yellow fur, while its lower half resembled a human, clad in black and white form-fitting trousers, standing upright. This creature wore a vacant expression, with mucus dripping from its bulbous red nose and falling to the ground. In the pirate world, ordinary soldiers were akin to insignificant fish, posing little threat before the strong. In later stages, even the mere aura of a powerful combatant could render the weak-minded soldiers unconscious. Thus, Lorne remained unfazed by the influx of ordinary guards. Despite being a mere child of around 10, he understood the unique potential of his own body. With the foresight granted by his perception fruit, he believed that he could easily contend with these guards alone. However, the creature behind the guards was different. If Lorne's suspicions were correct, this beast was one of Impel Down's hidden strengths, a Zoan-type devil fruit awakened user. The raccoon, Minokora. Beneath its deceptively dull exterior lay terrifying power. As an awakened Zoan, it possessed extraordinary vitality, manifesting as an uncanny regenerative ability. In the original tale, even when gravely injured and rendered unconscious, it could rise again to continue fighting. This relentless recovery capability posed a significant challenge for the inmates, whose powers were severely restricted in the confines of Impel Down. For weaker prisoners, attacks felt akin to mere tickles, while the stronger ones, devoid of their devil fruit abilities thanks to sea-stone handcuffs, found their strength severely diminished. Those skilled in martial arts could barely sustain their lives on meager rations, lacking the energy to move. Faced with such a formidable Zoan awakened user, concluding a confrontation would prove arduous. Once entangled, the prison's sophisticated surveillance system would swiftly summon a throng of guards to quash any escape attempts. Yet, the presence of the raccoon confirmed Lorne's suspicion. Impel Down was indeed more fragile than it appeared, and the most powerful warden, Ken, was likely absent from the prison. The guards parted respectfully upon Lorne and Turner's arrival, yet their weapons remained poised, unwaveringly aimed at the two demons from the 6th level, ready to strike. In contrast, the raccoon appeared indifferent, casually munching on handfuls of grass from a nearby satchel, relishing the moment. Soldiers possess their own convictions, known as military spirit. Pirates are driven by their aspirations, termed dreams. And these guards held steadfastly to their resolve. They would not allow a single prisoner to escape. Even if their own significance was minimal, they stood resolutely before the convicts because behind them were the defenseless civilians. It was their perseverance that prevented the decaying world government from crumbling, for they were the guardians of the realm. Observing the tense expressions of the guards, Lorne recalled that he was a prisoner within the confines of the grandest prison of the seas, impelled down, specifically in the 6th level of eternal hell, where the most heinous criminals were confined. He was meant to be erased from history. A self-deprecating smile crept onto Lorne's face. So, I am a villain too? In this world, justice is dictated by the world government, determined by the so-called land of justice, Judicial Island. Yet, Judicial Island is merely a lapdog for the celestial dragons. Lorne's father had obliterated their sacred ground, Mariehua, and in the rigid mindset of the celestial dragons, Wayne Hill Caesar and all his bloodline were deemed irredeemably sinful. Naturally, this included Lorne, thereby categorizing him as a villain by the world's standards. His gaze hardened with resolve. Perhaps being a villain was not so bad after all. Lorne chuckled darkly, contemplating the celestial dragons residing at the zenith of this world, Mariehua. Those who fancied themselves descendants of creators remained blissfully unaware that, at this very moment, a pair of demonic eyes were fixated upon them. Chapter 52, The Return of Life unfazed by the watchful eyes of the guards. Lorne stepped into the 4th level of Impel Down, the fiery hell. A wave of heat assaulted him, and he felt that the temperature here exceeded his previous encounter. Merely entering caused beads of sweat to cascade down his face, and his back was already damp. However, the scene before him was somewhat altered. Prisoners clad in ragged uniforms staggered under the burden of massive logs, their eyes devoid of hope, numb to their plight. This sight bore some resemblance to Lorne's memories of the fiery hell depicted in the original narrative, where inmates were relentlessly tasked with feeding the infernal flames. Contributing to the oppressive atmosphere of this level, I am the temporary overseer here. A guard emerged from the ranks, appearing to be their leader. He spoke with a grin that lacked warmth. The chief warden has instructed us to treat you well. A prominent scar marred his face, stretching from his left forehead to his right cheek. When he smiled, the scar twisted grotesquely. Welcome, esteemed guest from the infinite hell. Experience our hospitality in the fiery hell. Under the guidance of a guard, Lorne and Turner arrived at a corner stacked with numerous massive logs. According to protocol, each prisoner on this level must move 10 logs daily, crossing the hell bridge to stoke the cauldron below, the head guard explained. Even though you are esteemed guests, we cannot bend the rules, so you must assist as well. Confronted by the situation, Lorne had no choice but to approach the pile of logs. After searching for a considerable time, he found a slightly thinner log. However, as soon as he lifted it, its weight far exceeded his expectations. The immense burden nearly toppled him, eliciting uproarious laughter from the guards behind him. Is this the big shot from the 6th level? What a frail figure. One jeered. Keep it down. Let our esteemed guest save face. They chuckled. In contrast, Turner effortlessly hoisted a thick log onto his shoulder, taking measured steps across the bridge. Having navigated the seas as a formidable figure, the log's weight affected him not at all. It was only the remnants of his past injuries that caused his gait to be somewhat uneven. The handcuffs worn by the prisoners on the 6th level were custom-made with crushed sea prism stone, effectively curbing the powers of the capable and exceptionally durable. Yet, considering Lorne's youth, or perhaps for other reasons, he sensed that his own handcuff felt inferior. Typically, such restraints would significantly diminish even the mightiest of pirates, reducing their strength to a mere shadow of their former selves. In Lorne's case, it merely prevented him from actively using his abilities. Though his physical strength was reduced to that of a slightly weaker adult, the guards, oblivious to the subtleties at play, merely awaited the spectacle of their former idols stumbling before them. Lorne trudged forward, the weight of the log rendering his complexion a shade of purple. Observing this, Turner discreetly slowed his pace until he walked alongside Lorne, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This gesture alleviated Lorne's burden, making it easier to bear the log. Although this wood is not heavy, it's still quite taxing for one of your age, Turner remarked gently. Close your eyes and envision that you are carrying a bundle of air. Focus your strength into your arms and shoulders. This is a remarkable technique I once learned. Lorne followed Turner's guidance. However, he felt no change within himself. It seems that at your age, mastering the return of life is still a stretch. Turner commented with a hint of resignation. He refrained from mentioning that the technique demanded exceptional talent. Those gifted could grasp it instantly, while the less fortunate would toil their entire lives without even a hint of understanding. Return of life? Lorne vaguely recalled this technique, which allowed one to control their own body, hair, and even internal organs, provided they infused their consciousness into it. Mastering this skill enabled rapid energy conversion, a truly advantageous ability. Lorne remembered that Luffy possessed this technique, allowing him to devour vast amounts of food in a ravenous state, distending his rubbery belly and swiftly converting it into stamina and combat prowess. Luffy had used this ability to outlast many formidable foes. At that moment, Lorne regarded Turner with newfound respect. This man, seemingly defeated by his diminished strength, possessed considerable knowledge. Despite the 6th level of Impel Down being populated solely by former sea legends, few retained their former might. If opportunity arose, perhaps Lorne could consider recruiting him, if only he could execute his plans. As Lorne took each step onto the Hell Bridge, a vast iron pathway suspended over the cauldron of the fiery hell, he could feel the oppressive heat radiating from the bare soles of his feet. He feared that, while his feet might not be scorched, blisters were inevitable. Gazing ahead at the seemingly endless expanse of the bridge, he pondered how he would continue. Should he rely on Turner for assistance? Even if he managed to gain someone's pity, what then? Would he forever be dependent on others? How could he find his footing in this vast ocean? In that moment, Lorne recalled Turner's earlier words. Close your eyes and envision that you are carrying a bundle of air. Focus your strength into your arms and shoulders. The essence of the return of life technique was imagination. With closed eyes, Lorne envisioned the iron bridge beneath him as a slab of ice, a wintry expanse. There was an ancient adage about tranquility begetting coolness, and in this life, he had the technique of return of life. To his astonishment, the scorching sensation of the iron bridge diminished to an unbearable warmth. Indeed, it was effective. If Turner had known that Lorne had grasped the threshold of the return of life, he would likely have been taken aback, having taken years to master this skill himself, which he had once prided himself on. As Lorne and Turner staggered across the Hell Bridge, they remained unaware that several pairs of eyes were already fixated upon them from behind. Chapter 53, Conflict and Confrontation. The gazes belonged to several prisoners confined on this level. One of them was the individual who had previously attempted to escape, only to be thwarted and struck down by the interim warden of Impel Down, Hannibal, leaving him with burn marks on his skin. Yet, at this moment, he was fawning over the bald prisoner seated beside him. Brother Carlos. These two are prisoners from the 6th level, he whispered, his eyes furtively darting towards Lorne and Turner. Prisoners from the 6th level? The bald man, referred to as Carlos, chuckled with amusement, while a portly pirate beside him cast a disdainful glance at the two struggling to maneuver the heavy logs. They are nothing but empty names, he scoffed. Indeed, they are unaware of Brother Carlos's formidable reputation. That is their misfortune. If Brother Carlos were to venture to the 6th level, he would surely be the ruler there. A prisoner exclaimed in admiration. Carlos Jody, a dominant figure among the inmates of the 4th level scorching hell, once had a bounty that soared to 97 million berries. Possessing immense brute strength, he was dubbed the humpback whale. Even after being captured and imprisoned in Impel Down, he swiftly asserted his dominance over the scorching hell. With even the guards turning a blind eye to his transgressions, Carlos Jody was impervious to their attempts at control. While those capable of sanctioning him at the higher echelons of Impel Down tacitly permitted his behavior as if nurturing a venomous creature. Let us go and pay our respects, Carlos said nonchalantly, prompting several prisoners to rise and carry their logs toward Lorne and Turner. Lorne furrowed his brow. Although the sea-stone handcuffs restricted his ability to utilize his omniscient sensitivity, the perception granted by his fruit bestowed upon him extraordinary senses, a passive effect. As he passed by the prisoners, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from them, intensifying as they stood. When they reached Lorne and Turner, a rotund prisoner stumbled, feigning a fall, and swung the log in his hand menacingly toward Lorne. They were on the bridge of hell, situated directly above the enormous cauldron of the scorching hell. Should Lorne be struck, he risked plummeting into the boiling pot, and even if he somehow survived, he would certainly be gravely injured. The cunning ploy was crafted so that, should the guards investigate, it would be challenging to discern the truth. What of it if I stumbled while walking? Who could have foreseen such misfortune? Besides, he is a prominent figure from the 6th level. How was I to know he was so fragile that a mere touch could topple him? Such treachery was utterly malicious. Lorne pondered the reasons behind this prisoner's deep-seated animosity, wondering why one would wish to bring another to ruin. The rotund prisoner embodied a sense of imbalance. Previously, many prisoners from the 4th level were merely captains of minor pirate crews, possessing some strength but paltry compared to the notorious prisoners of the 6th level who once reigned over the seas. What right do you have? We are all pirates, risking our lives. Your fame overshadows ours. This imbalance manifested upon entering Impel Down, where even among the shackled, the 6th level prisoners carried themselves with an imposing presence, treating the lower level inmates with utter disdain. Many prisoners harbored a similar resentment, twisted by jealousy, including the rotund pirate. Die, you arrogant scoundrel, he spat. his expression venomous as he swung the log viciously at Lorne, intent on ensuring his adversary plummeted into the cauldron. Fortunately for Lorne, despite the limitations imposed by the sea stone, his innate perception surpassed that of ordinary men. As the rotund pirate approached, Lorne's instincts were on high alert. If there were malice, he was prepared. As the rotund pirate pretended to stumble and aimed the log at Lorne, Lorne was ready. In an instant, he relinquished his own log and crouched, allowing the pirate's weapon to fly harmlessly above his head, creating a rush of hot wind. Having evaded this peril, Lorne was not one to relent. In a swift motion, he rotated his body, using his hand to propel himself against the scorching iron bridge. The heat seared his palm, yet he paid it no mind. Lorne, lying sideways on the bridge, delivered a swift kick to the rotund pirate's calf. Though constrained by the sea stone, Lorne's strength was not a match for the pirate. Yet victory lay not in sheer power but in strategy. His kick sent the rotund pirate off balance, causing him to slip and tumble from the bridge. No. The pirate's voice echoed with despair as he fell from the air, shocked that he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. With a splash, he plunged into the cauldron, his cries fading into silence, leaving his companions in stunned disbelief. This was the terrifying intuition for battle bestowed upon Lorne by his fruit. This marked his first act of aggression against another, and from this encounter, Lorne sensed he was beginning to find his path. Quick! We must avenge our brother. A pirate, marked by Burns, shouted, while Carlos's expression shifted ominously. He had intended merely to greet them, but the rotund pirate's attempt to eliminate Lorne had escalated matters beyond his expectations. Are you saying this cannot end peacefully? Turner remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the fourth-level prisoners as mere scum. Fools. Chapter 54. Carlos Jody upon hearing Turner's disdainful tone. The veins on Carlos's bald head bulged, betraying his inner turmoil. Since his arrival in this hell, it had been ages since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Did he think that simply coming from the 6th level made him superior? In the pirate world, status is not merely a matter of fame or influence. Strength is proven through combat. Who could admit inferiority without having fought? It is not uncommon for a newcomer to topple a renowned powerhouse in the realm of piracy. Attack! Carlos uttered nonchalantly, and his subordinates swiftly surrounded Turner and Lorne. He charged forward, aiming a heavy blow at Turner's abdomen. However, Turner blocked the attack with the chains wrapped around his hands. Although he was weakened by the sea stone shackles, his experience remained intact. Seizing the opportunity, he entangled Carlos's fist with the chains and attempted to pull him closer. Having failed in his initial strike, Carlos utilized Turner's force to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Turner's leg. Through prior observation, he had discerned the weakness of this formidable opponent from the 6th level lay in his calves. Turner had intended to pull Carlos off balance and throw him into the iron cauldron, but he was taken aback by the bald man's formidable martial prowess. Even while at a disadvantage, still intent on attacking. Yet, Carlos was too naive. He had no comprehension of the true terror that the formidable beings of this sea wield. Strength does not solely rely on the powers granted by devil fruits. Armament hockey. Turner concentrated his strength in his legs, coloring them a deep black with hockey. But the sea stone handcuffs emitted a weakening aura, causing the darkened hockey to dissipate rapidly. Turner's pupils constricted slightly. He had forgotten the limitations imposed by sea stone on those with abilities. Even using hockey became exceedingly laborious under such debilitating conditions. But Carlos remained undeterred. His leg whip surged forward with an overwhelming force, leaving Turner with no opportunity to respond. Could it be that his illustrious life was to end here? Turner pondered. Yet within him, there was no despair or reluctance. After all, he was already a shell of his former self. What significance was there in merely prolonging his existence? He felt pity for young Lorne, who could not contend with these ruthless prisoners. Perhaps he could lend one final hand and perish together with this attacking leader. With a firm grip on the chains entwining Carlos, Turner's gaze bore a resolute determination. This is where I can assist you, young Lorne. Bang! The sound of impact resonated, yet Turner felt no pain as he had anticipated. He saw the grim expression on his opponent's face. His decisive strike had been thwarted by a mere child. Lorne had wrapped the chains around his arm, successfully blocking Carlos's lethal kick. Ouch! Lorne winced as his arm tingled. The man's strength was indeed terrifying. Even a barefoot kick against the sea stone-laden iron chain wielded such might. The force of the blow tore open a gash on Lorne's arm, blood oozing from the wound. Seeing their leader falter, the other prisoners drew closer, grinning cruelly. What are you doing? Just then, a delicate voice chided from behind them. A tall, voluptuous guard with golden curls and clad in a brown uniform appeared from behind the bridge of hell. Reinforcements had arrived. Lorne sighed in relief. The one approaching was none other than the beautiful trainee guard, Domino. She seemed to show him particular favor, and with her presence, everything would be manageable. Domino trotted towards the prisoners, causing those gathered to scatter like mice fleeing from a cat, while Carlos and his men halted their actions, awaiting the guard's reprimand. The hierarchy within Impel Down was straightforward: guards, wardens, and the deputy directors. Guards were the lowest rank, viewed by most prisoners as mere fodder, except for those weaklings from the first and second levels. Among the guards, there was a chief responsible for overseeing them all, but even within their ranks were formidable beings, such as the animal-type devil fruit user Lorne had encountered earlier, known as a jailer beast. The current chief guard, Guise, was a small-statured individual. Yet no prisoner would underestimate him due to his size, for he possessed terrifying strength. This seemingly careless man had personally executed several fifth-level criminals attempting to escape. Following the guards were the wardens, each a significant powerhouse responsible for suppressing specific regions. The highest authority among the guards was the chief warden, Hannibal. This delicate beauty commanded considerable respect among the prisoners. Initially, some had underestimated her due to her appearance, but after a few bloody incidents, no one dared to treat her lightly again. Had it not been for her lack of experience, the title of trainee would have long been removed from Domino's name. Seeing the blood and burns on Lorne's arm, Domino's eyes glimmered with concern, yet her expression remained stern. Gathering to brawl, are we? It seems you haven't been moving enough with each day. Therefore, your daily workload will be doubled. But, Chief Warden, they provoked us. One of our companions was kicked off the bridge and fell into that cauldron. We don't know if he is alive or dead. A prisoner with burns lamented. 5 times. Domino replied curtly. The prisoner attempted to protest further, but was silenced by Carlos's grip. Carlos fixed his gaze on Turner and, after a long pause, softly spoke. I am Carlos Jody. I am Turner, the Phantom Turner. Turner replied coolly, recognizing Carlos's abilities. Even in the new world, he could carve out a name for himself. We shall meet again, Carlos stated, then retreated with his hesitant subordinates. Meanwhile, Lorne and Turner silently resumed their work, carrying the logs. Despite having suffered such unwarranted misfortune, they understood that their responsibilities must continue. Domino watched Lorne with a hint of sympathy, wanting to assist him. But he subtly deterred her. At that moment, she recalled his earlier words. She was the guard, and he was the prisoner. Their relationship should not be drawn too close, as it would be detrimental to both. Chapter 55. You are my light, look at you. Always trying to be strong. You must be hurt. Domino chided as she applied some ointment to the wounds on Lorne's arm. Lorne could only respond with a wry smile. This foolish woman seemed completely oblivious to her own words, showing no restraint at all. After Lorne and Turner had carried the logs beneath the iron pot, he hurriedly concocted an excuse to retreat into the secret room to examine his injuries. They're going to attack you. Just crouch down and cover your head. I'll come to help you soon, Domino declared. The potency of her salve was indeed effective, as the pain in Lorne's arm diminished significantly with her application. Once she finished applying the ointment, Domino turned Lorne's arm over several times to ensure no area was overlooked before she began to wrap it in bandages. It may hurt for a while, but that's all right. You'll be fine soon. Domino seemed to be speaking to herself, yet her motions remained unhurried. Look, all done. For a while, don't exert too much with your arm, she said cheerfully, lifting Lorne's arm gently. Is it really that serious? Lorne remarked, unable to suppress a smirk as he gazed at his heavily bandaged arm. After applying her special ointment, he felt assured that it would heal within a couple of days. Men just have tougher skin. As Lorne lowered his arm, he noticed that the bandages were tied off with 2 delicate bows, causing him to pause in surprise. Sister, are you wrapping me up in all this just to indulge your girlish whims? Stretching his arm, he found little discomfort and clenched his fists, preparing for Domino to place the handcuffs on him. The beautiful guard appeared momentarily flustered, only to recollect her duties and hurriedly rummage for the handcuffs. I want to ask you a question, sister, Lorne suddenly stated, but Domino seemed to evade him, avoiding his gaze and attempting to rise. Where did I put them? Domino murmured to herself, as Lorne pressed his bandaged hand against her soft arm, continuing, if you don't answer me, I might not come back next time. Lorne spoke with determination, and Domino struggled slightly, realizing that Lorne's strength was considerable. Fearing that she might hurt him, she obediently sat back down. Resembling a student who had erred and dared not face their teacher, her eyes clouded and avoiding direct contact. Why, you can ask, but I won't answer. Why are you so kind to me? Lorne finally voiced the question that had lingered in his heart for so long. Because I find you innocent and pitiable. Not the irredeemable villain others perceive, Domino replied softly, blinking her eyes. Is that so? Lorne chuckled lightly before continuing, in this vast impel down. Due to the corruption of the world government and the decay of Judicial Island, countless prisoners are unjustly cast into these depths under fabricated charges. Are they not pitiable? Perhaps they've committed minor offenses, but what of those whose sentences are exaggerated, condemned to live out their lives here? Why am I the one singled out? Lorne did not sense any malice from Domino, yet it only made him more cautious. His identity was too sensitive. Regarded as a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons, anyone who grew close to him could be held accountable by those detestable beings. He would forever remember the kindness of those who treated him well, yet he wished not to endanger them due to his status. It's because I happened to see your file and learned about your past. I know nothing of the other prisoners. Domino spoke hesitantly. You're lying, Lorne replied, irritation flaring within him. It was not merely because of Domino's concealment, but rather the inherent danger of interacting with her. As he was the son of the celestial dragon enemy Vinsmoke Caesar, Domino was a rising star in Impel Down, with a promising future ahead. Lorne did not wish to tarnish her record because of himself. We should minimize our contact from now on. It would be better for both of us, Lorne resolved. Knowing that despite Domino's potential assistance, he was ultimately bound to fulfill his own plans, and he would inevitably become her adversary in Impel Down. Whether it was Kin, Magellan, or Hannibal, who had promised Spandam to watch over him, or even Domino, who harbored feelings for him. All would bear a blemish on their records due to their association with him. That stain could only be cleansed with his own blood. The current closeness of their relationship was detrimental to all involved. No, you must believe that I genuinely want to help you. Domino's eyes shimmered, tinged with a hint of tears. I truly want to harm you. Lorne shook his head. This girl was too naive. Failing to grasp that it was not a question of her sincerity. The more she insisted, the greater his sense of indebtedness grew. Sometimes it is better to sever ties than to prolong suffering, Lorne thought, rising to take the handcuffs for himself. This girl could not even pretend properly. She feigned searching for handcuffs that were clearly at her side. It was time to be resolute. Lorne stood decisively and exited without looking back, leaving only the faint sound of Domino's sobs behind. After a moment, she gradually released her grip, revealing an old pocket watch in her hand, which she opened to find a yellowed photograph tucked inside, a group of children together. Sighing, Lorne had been outside for quite some time. Yet his keen senses still picked up on Domino's weeping. He could not help but exhale deeply. Having crossed into this world, he had made little progress in strength and had yet to achieve any notable deeds upon the sea, faced with numerous setbacks. Knowing the direction of the world's narrative was of little use without the opportunity to act, he had accrued many debts of gratitude. A patrol of guards approached, prompting Lorne to hastily secure the handcuffs on himself. Now was not the time to fall out with Impel Down. Necessary protocols must still be followed. However, when he finally donned the cuffs, he was momentarily taken aback. The guard strode past him as though he were invisible. Ah, there you are. A casual voice from behind startled Lorne as a hand gently patted his shoulder. Turning, he found Turner, the prisoner from level 6, who had been taken out alongside him. I was worried about you after they took you away, Turner said lazily. I didn't expect to find you daydreaming here. They didn't harm you, did they? No. Not at all, Lorne replied distractedly. That's good. We should continue moving the logs. Don't worry, I've taught those guys a lesson, and they won't dare act up again, Turner remarked, glancing at Lorne but choosing not to pry further. Okay, Lorne responded. Chapter 56. Undercurrents 1 year later, in the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the depths of the vast whirlpool sea, within the heart of Impel Down, the 6th layer of the infinite hell, a young boy sat in a cage, his expression grave as he gazed at a newspaper laid before him. This boy was none other than Lorne. Over the course of more than a year, his physique had grown considerably stronger. Following his conversation with Domino, the young girl had indeed ceased to approach him proactively, even going so far as to avoid him during chance encounters. Even the oblivious warden, Hannibal, had discreetly inquired whether Lorne and Domino had broken up, causing the girl such sorrow. Lorne was at a loss, the warden's peculiar reasoning, believing that Domino's kindness indicated affection, and that their deliberate avoidance of each other signified a quarrel, was absurd. However, this misunderstanding was fortunate, for it masked the true dynamics of his subordinates. Nevertheless, the arrangement between Lorne and Domino remained intact. She consistently slipped newspapers to him, ensuring his confinement was not entirely devoid of interest, affording him glimpses into the happenings of the outside world. The surrounding inmates had grown accustomed to Lorne's habits over the years, patiently waiting to read the newspaper he would later share after perusing it himself. What? The world government has initiated the Demon Hunt Order? The first to receive the newspaper was the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, imprisoned beside Lorne. Upon reading the bold headlines, a sigh reverberated through the sixth layer of hell. What has the world government targeted this time? They must have uncovered something significant, he mused, a sense of pity evident in his tone. At that moment, a timid voice piped up, "Excuse me, what is the demon hunt order?" The vast prison fell into a brief silence before another inmate bellowed, "You don't even know that? How did you end up here?" A nearby prisoner began to explain. The demon hunt order is an indiscriminate attack launched by the world government to conceal its own filth against a region. Lorne remained silent, aware that the demon hunt order was authorized by the world government and executed by the Navy headquarters, comprising a formidable assembly of at least 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and nearly 10,000 elite marines, solely to annihilate all beings and entities within the targeted area. The newspaper reported that the demons of O'Hara were attempting to alter history and overthrow the government, prompting this violent decree that would reduce O'Hara to ashes. In truth, the scholars of O'Hara had uncovered secrets hidden within history, secrets that the world government sought to keep buried. They would not tolerate anyone discovering this truth, and thus, O'Hara had to be obliterated. This narrative echoed within the original tale, marking a significant progression in the plot. Lorne self-deprecatingly thought, "Perhaps I am the most pathetic of transmigrators. A butterfly fully aware of the narrative yet futilely flapping my wings without affecting any change." Yet, amidst the newspaper's revelations, certain details captured his attention. Due to the extensive number of individuals implicated by the demon hunt order, the world government intended to dispatch the director of Impel Down to lead a team to the Navy headquarters to transfer the prisoners. Shiki's slow utterance of this statement extinguished the flickering hope within the sixth layer, plunging it into a profound silence, save for the sound of startled swallowing. Lorne observed a flicker of flame ignite within the prisoners, a flame of desire. He recalled the time when Shiki had escaped, nearly at this moment. Pondering why the notorious pirate had waited 2 long years after reigniting his thirst for conquest upon hearing Roger's name before finally breaking free, resorting to the self-mutilation of severing his legs bound by sea prism stone. If he had made the decision long ago, why wait so long? Yet, such reflections stemmed from a divine perspective. Now, as a prisoner himself, Lorne understood that escaping was not merely a matter of will. The prison was rife with surveillance, and should any inmate appear where they ought not, the guards' capture teams would swiftly close in. Impel Down, aptly named the deep-sea Great Prison, was ensconced in the depths of the ocean, with each layer submerged except for the first. Any prisoner wishing to escape had to ascend through each level. And even those on the first, second, or third tiers, despite nearing the surface, found themselves powerless against the guards, easily subdued. The fourth layer was overseen by the deputy directors, and any strong-willed escapee would find themselves entangled by the guards, whose terrifying regenerative abilities rendered them nearly indestructible. Once they ensnared the prisoners, the directors would arrive without delay. That was the true essence of despair. It was precisely this meticulous system that had sustained the myth of Impel Down for centuries, with no successful escapes. Lorne knew that Shiki, ambitious to dominate the seas, would never resign to a life of confinement within Impel Down. He was awaiting an opportunity, and Lorne sensed that moment was approaching, presenting him with the chance to fulfill his own objectives within the prison. The whispers of unrest within Impel Down spread like wildfire, enveloping the atmosphere in tension. The guards stood vigilant, armed with standard-issue tridents, ready for combat, while the inmates labored with distracted minds, casting odd smiles at the watchful guards outside. In the office of the director of the fourth layer of the prison, Magellan rose and began to pace restlessly, his brow furrowed. Following the prison riot during Roger's execution, he and Kin had been taken by their instructor to the headquarters of the world government in Mariewa for training, and they had written numerous reports. Upon Kin's return to the prison, he had become notably sullen. No longer indulging in the brutal execution of inmates, he instead resorted to various forms of torment, allowing the prisoners to experience the agonies of hell without succumbing to death. This time, the world government ordered Kin to board the naval vessel detaining the O'Hara prisoners. And for reasons unknown, he readily agreed. Did he not comprehend that if either of them were absent from the prison, the band of villains below would never remain docile? Report, Deputy Director. A guard burst into the office, saluted, and addressed Magellan with a grave expression. A brawl has erupted in the third layer of the hunger, hell due to food. Let them go. Aren't they always fighting? Magellan thought, feeling exasperated and disinclined to concern himself with such trivial matters. Kin had established a rule to periodically drop a meager supply of food into the third layer of hunger hell. The quantity was insufficient to satisfy the inmates, leading to frequent altercations over the scant provisions. However, the guard, panting heavily, continued. This time, the entire hunger hell has erupted into chaos. Chapter 57. Conspiracy. The third layer of the advancing city, the hunger hell. The heat rising from the scorching hell above has transformed parts of the structures into swirling dust. Within this endless sea of yellow sand, the prisoners endure their hunger, many becoming gaunt due to dehydration. At this moment, the hunger hell is in chaos. Prisoners are engaged in fierce battles while the guards outside can only watch, uncertain and fearful of how to intervene. A man, diminutive in stature with a pair of sharp horns concealed beneath a pristine white hat and clad in immaculate white attire, approached. Upon witnessing the turmoil in the hunger hell, his brows furrowed tightly, and the arrival of the esteemed Captain Salutes brought a sense of reassurance to the guards. Captain Salutes has arrived. What is happening here? He inquired, his expression grim as he swiftly incapacitated a prisoner attempting to escape. We are on the brink of freedom. The fallen prisoner shouted defiantly, even from the ground. Several guards hastily subdued him and placed him aside. What on earth is going on? The prisoners in this layer have suddenly erupted into violence, mingling chaotically, one guard remarked. Salutes frowned, producing a flute from his pocket and gently blowing into it. Woo! This is the signal for the prison guard squad. These prisoners are finished, one guard exclaimed, recognizing the instrument. Within the advancing city exists a squad composed of awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users and some intelligent beasts, known as the Prison Guard Squad. This squad is directly commanded by Captain Salutes. Typically stationed in the second layer, the Beast Hell, they torment the prisoners of this layer. By sounding this flute, Salutes calls this squad to this location, intending to suppress the uprising by force. Thud, thud, thud. The floor trembled as a creature resembling a fusion of a scorpion and a centipede crawled into view, accompanied by a blue gorilla wielding a massive axe. Pasla scorpion. Extremely venomous. The blue gorilla, known as the Fighter of the Sea, primarily oversees the prison's food supply. These two monsters were the first to respond to Salutes' call to the hunger hell. As they approached Salutes, the diminutive figure of the captain appeared even less imposing. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. His reputation was earned through prowess. Salutes glanced at the two beast guards and commanded, enough. You two, enter with me to restore order. He ordered the guards to fully open the cell doors, allowing the enormous creatures to enter. Thud, thud, thud. A bloodthirsty glint shone in the eyes of the two guards, saliva dripping from their mouths as they fixated on the prisoners before them. Villains of the era? Criminals? Merely food. The entrance of these two monsters disrupted the balance within the hunger hell, halting the prisoners' chaotic scuffles as they turned their attention to the newcomers. Feeling an ominous shift, Salutes sensed unease, yet the cell doors behind him had already closed, leaving him to bury his apprehensions. Go. Today, you are permitted to kill at will. Salutes bellowed, and the two guards charged at the prisoners with fervor. Unbeknownst to Salutes, amidst the crowd of prisoners, a gaunt man was stealthily retreating, his eyes gleaming with assured victory. He, clad in black, Magellan jogged into the hunger hell, gasping for breath, one hand pressed against his abdomen, his expression contorted in discomfort. Vice Captain Magellan, would you like to take a moment to rest? One of the guards beside him, wearing specialized gloves, asked with concern. This was not due to Magellan's fatigue. Rather, as a user of the poison fruit, he was surrounded by lethal toxins, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to approach him without adequate protection. A moment's lapse could lead to severe poisoning, which, instead of immediate demise, would subject them to prolonged agony before they finally succumbed. This was Magellan's method of maintaining order in the advancing city. However, the poison fruit bore a significant drawback. Magellan himself was also plagued by the toxic fumes, often suffering from debilitating pain in his abdomen. In simpler terms, he frequently experienced severe diarrhea. Magellan waved his hand to dismiss the notion of needing rest and gestured for a guard approaching from the cell to stop and inquire. What is the situation in the hunger hell? Report, Vice Captain Magellan. Captain Salutes has already arrived and has sent in the two beast guards to commence suppression. The guard, familiar with Magellan, saluted before continuing. Salutes is there? That is reassuring, Magellan responded, visibly relieved, though suddenly he grimaced. No, I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom, leaving his subordinate bewildered in the chaos. Much better. Magellan sat upon a specially designed mobile toilet, surrounded by fabric barriers. In this dark, enclosed space, he felt a sense of comfort, wishing to seal his mind away as well. He sighed, then pulled aside the fabric. This was not the time for relaxation, as many matters remained unresolved. What is the status of the hunger hell? Magellan called to the guard stationed outside. Unknown. But if Captain Salutes has gone, there should be no significant issues, the guard replied. Indeed, Magellan agreed, but suddenly a thought struck him. That guard earlier. Who was he under? I do not recall ever seeing him before. In the fifth layer of the advancing city, the ice hell, a massive prisoner suddenly collapsed, leaving a gigantic crater in the snow. The guards observing from outside couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Look, wasn't that person quite formidable before? Now he has finally met his match, one remarked. I recall when he first arrived, he didn't regard anyone with respect. This is the advancing city, after all. There are countless methods to deal with such criminals. Moreover, the warden instructed us not to let the prisoners die unnecessarily. Lying there. The ice wolves will soon devour him to nothing. Two guards approached to lift the fallen prisoner, intending to treat him before returning him to endure further torment. How heavy. I wonder what he has been eating to grow so large. Upon reaching the fallen prisoner and turning him over, they were met with an eerie smile across his face. What? The guards gasped, but before they could finish their sentence, they felt a chilling sensation from behind. Two prisoners had appeared behind them, tightly wrapping their iron chains around the guards' necks. Chapter 58. The collapse of the fifth layer. A prison guard's face was bruised and purple, his hands gripping the chains with all his might, trying to break free. However, the two prisoners had struck with intent, and given their strength far exceeded that of the guard, the chains remained utterly immovable. In the frigid depths of the fifth layer of hell, the absence of communication devices meant that the outside world would not notice the missing personnel anytime soon. The plump prisoner, feigning death, slowly rose and spoke. The guards have been dispatched to assist in the hunger hell, and Magellan is stationed at the third layer. This is our opportunity. Yet, even if we manage to escape this fifth layer, we must ascend layer by layer. With Magellan guarding the third layer, we stand no chance of breaking through. One of the prisoners said, frowning. Having consumed the poison fruit, Magellan was virtually invincible in the enclosed environment of the prison. Without an appropriate means to counter him, he could defeat this gang of rogues merely through the potency of his toxins, without needing to retaliate. Thus, we must create chaos. A tumult so overwhelming that Magellan must exert all his effort to manage it, leaving him no time to attend to us, the plump prisoner declared. Magellan must be preoccupied? A nearby prisoner asked, his brow furrowed in confusion, momentarily failing to grasp the meaning of the plump prisoner's words. We lack the means to confront Magellan's strength. But they do. The plump prisoner pointed downward, and the other two suddenly comprehended. Are you suggesting we release those imprisoned in the infinite hell? The plump prisoner said nothing, rising instead to retrieve the keys from the guard, unlocking his handcuffs before striding toward the other prisoners. Wait, Fat Tiger. Didn't you say you were going to the sixth layer? The two prisoners, having freed themselves, asked in bewilderment. This plump prisoner had forgotten his name upon being imprisoned and impelled down, and due to his hefty build and fierce demeanor reminiscent of a tiger, his fellow inmates affectionately referred to him as Fat Tiger. Of course, we will release the others. The greater the chaos, the better our chances of acting. Fat Tiger bellowed. Oh, I see. Fat Tiger, when did your mind become so sharp? The two prisoners inquired. Since when is it sudden? I've always been clever, Fat Tiger retorted angrily. But after turning a corner and ensuring the other two prisoners were not paying attention, he lowered his voice and addressed the air, Great Lord. Please tell me what to do next. Meanwhile, in the third layer of the hunger hell, Magellan sensed that matters were not as simple as he had presumed. It felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating the situation, manipulating him effortlessly. Bring me the communication device, Magellan commanded. A subordinate quickly produced a specialized communication device. Clad in a protective suit and mask, wary of the deadly toxins that could be released from Magellan's body if he were to be careless, the device buzzed. Magellan felt an urgent anxiety rise within him. Answer it. Hello, you bastard Magellan. You've disturbed my afternoon nap. A sharp male voice came through, the device mimicking the groggy demeanor of the caller. Stop sleeping. Something significant has occurred, Magellan said in a grave tone. What? Something significant? Are you finally handing over the vice warden position to me? The voice responded in astonishment. Enough of this nonsense. You need to take the guard team to the sixth layer immediately. I have an ominous premonition. Magellan furrowed his brow and stated. What? You want me to take men to the sixth layer? You might as well ask me to die. I want to go unless you give me the vice warden position. The voice shouted. Magellan abruptly made a sound imitating a dial tone, disregarding the ensuing tirade, as he gently hung up the communication device. Let us head to the hunger hell and hope for the best, he instructed his attendant. What about Chief Warden Hannibal? The attendant tentatively asked. There's no need. Hannibal is quite reliable, Magellan replied. his tense expression softening slightly. Although Hannibal often lamented his and Ken's positions and was prone to speaking his mind, he remained dependable. The greatest source of instability within Impelled Down lay in the sixth layer, infinite hell. However, due to its unique design, it could not be breached from within. Thus, Magellan's sole purpose in sending Hannibal was to guard the entrance of the sixth layer, preventing the release of the demonic inmates. Magellan had considerable faith in Hannibal's strength. With a formidable guard team present, ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to breach. Let us hope that unfamiliar guard was merely a figment of my imagination. Magellan silently mused. The pressing concern was to swiftly reach the third layer prison, the source of the impending chaos. Only by quelling the unrest there could he free his hands to address the issues in the other layers. Damn it! In the fourth layer's guardroom, the loathsome Hannibal angrily donned his attire, cursing as he rose. How dare Ken hang up on me? I must file a complaint against him. Once he was dismissed from the vice warden position, the role would be his. Wouldn't that make Ken's position as warden easily attainable? Hannibal felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Someone! Hannibal bellowed toward the door. A young beauty in uniform hurriedly rushed in. What is it? The newcomer was Domino. Still in her teenage years and developing, her figure more voluptuous than a year prior, though her forehead bore an expression of worry. Why do you seem so distracted lately? Hannibal inquired suspiciously. Not at all. Domino averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Enough of that. Contact the guard team. We must head to the sixth layer. Hannibal commanded. I will ensure the criminals in the sixth layer understand what true nightmares are. However, pondering further, Hannibal realized that the strength of the sixth layer's inmates seemed quite formidable. He quickly revised his statement. Forget that. Let those daring enough to venture there learn what nightmares truly are. Domino rose and pressed a button nearby, a signal for the guards to assemble urgently. Those who received this signal must gather outside the warden's office in the shortest time possible. By this time, Hannibal had completed his attire and opened the guardroom door. A few guards who had arrived promptly were already lined up outside. Just as Hannibal was about to speak, the alarm in the fourth layer suddenly blared. Chapter 59. A ray of light in hell. What transpired on the fourth level? Magellan, who had just arrived at the front of the Hunger Hell's cage on the third level, heard the alarm sound and furrowed his brow. This alarm signified only one thing. The prison cell's door had been opened without authorization. Inside the cage, a chaotic melee ensued, obscuring the precise circumstances within. As a formidable wielder of a potent devil fruit, Magellan's mastery over his abilities was indisputable. However, his proficiency in observation hockey paled in comparison. His observation hockey could merely anticipate the trajectory of an enemy's attack, placing him at a middling level among elite fighters. If an adversary bore no malice toward him, he was rendered entirely blind to their intentions. This was precisely the situation within the Hunger Hell. Magellan was utterly unaware of the events transpiring inside. Nevertheless, he was confident that once he entered the fray, he could swiftly quell the uprising within the Hunger Hell. However, the sudden ringing of the alarm from the fourth level left Magellan feeling utterly helpless. Hannibal, who was to receive the prisoners from O'Hara at the Navy headquarters, had been dispatched to the sixth level to maintain order. Salutiai's was engaged in combat with the prisoners on the third level. The entire fourth level was left unattended. Fortunately, the first and second levels remained relatively calm, devoid of any disturbances. I must urgently proceed to the fourth level, Magellan thought to himself. Let us hurry and take a look, Hannibal bellowed after hearing the alarm. The assembled guards immediately set off towards the cages of the heat hell. We cannot afford any mishaps, Hannibal silently prayed, for if the prisoners revolted and broke free, the blame would not rest solely on his shoulders. A year prior, allowing the prisoners to witness the live execution of Pirate King Roger had incited chaos, which, though swiftly quelled, resulted in Hannibal writing numerous reports to the world government, deeply recognizing his errors. As he took a few strides, the sweltering air of the heat hell intensified Hannibal's agitation. Suddenly, he recalled Magellan's admonition and hastily halted. Addressing his subordinates, you go to the fourth level. I will investigate the infinite hell. I have a foreboding feeling. The guards nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, I'll accompany you. Domino suddenly interjected, her expression tinged with urgency. Is this secretary actually concerned for me? Hannibal pondered for a fleeting moment before dismissing the thought. The two hurried towards the colossal elevator, the sole passage connecting the surface of Impelled Down to the fifth level of the ice hell. To reach the sixth level, infinite hell, they must first ride the giant elevator to the fifth level and traverse the entire expanse of the ice hell. Upon their arrival at the elevator, they discovered it was halted at the fourth level. Had someone recently been here? Hannibal immediately recognized this and seized a nearby guard, inquiring, "Who just came through here?" "Why, yes, Lord Hannibal," the guard stammered under the sudden interrogation but quickly replied. "A regular guard just descended from above, shortly after Lord Magellan ascended." "A guard?" Hannibal murmured. Could I have misjudged the situation? But there was no time to ponder. The circumstances were dire, and he needed to proceed to the infinite hell. As long as he maintained order there, the other prisoners and impelled down would not pose a significant threat. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Hannibal faintly heard the murmurs of the guard. He turned to his companion and asked, "The individual who just descended, does he look familiar to you?" Upon arriving at the gates of the heat hell, the guards were alarmed to find the prison doors wide open. A sense of foreboding engulfed them. Upon entering, they discovered countless massive logs strewn chaotically in the corner where they were supposed to be moved. Yet the prisoners who should have been there had vanished without a trace. "Are you looking for us?" A hearty voice emerged from the shadows as a robust man stepped forth, his bald head strikingly noticeable. This was Carlos Jody, one of the leaders of the prisoners in the 4th level. He toyed with a set of keys, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the guards. Beside him stood a gaunt figure clad in prison attire. "You dare to escape," a guard shouted, pointing accusingly at Jody. "You will now place your hands on your heads and crouch in the corner. We may consider sparing your lives, but resistance will lead to certain death." "Certain death?" Jody scoffed. "Being imprisoned here for a lifetime, moving these logs daily, what difference does it make to death? Allow us to show you the hospitality of the heat hell." With a clap of his hands, numerous prisoners emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. "Experience our wrath," Jody declared, as the prisoners behind him surged forward, their voices a cacophony of chaos. The lead guard felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. While their strength may surpass that of the 4th-level prisoners, their numbers were overwhelmingly few. In such a scenario, it was not merely about subduing them. Even self-preservation seemed a luxury. "Use iron body. We only need to hold out until the deputy warden or head guard arrives," the guard shouted, channeling their energy to form an invisible armor around them, a technique to significantly enhance their defensive capabilities, albeit at the cost of mobility. "I will make you feel the pain we have endured." A prisoner lunged at a guard, landing a punch to his abdomen, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. "Ouch! That hurts." The prisoner recoiled, collapsing to the ground and wailing as blood seeped from his knuckles. One down, yet the guards remained tense. Before them loomed a veritable sea of prisoners. "What did your god tell you?" Jody suddenly asked the gaunt man beside him. The very same who had brought the keys to liberate the prisoners. "He said this is a divine command." The gaunt man smiled, a hint of fervor in his eyes. "God whispered to his flock. Have you not heard? God has rescued us from this hell. He is the light in the depths of despair." Jody observed the gaunt man's sincere expression, a headache forming. For months, he had indeed begun hearing whispers, as though a man were softly speaking in his ear, promising to lead him out of this hell. Could it be that a deity truly existed in this world? Chapter 60. The Divine Plan. Several months prior, Carlos Jody had begun to sense a whispering voice in his ear, a tone so low that one had to concentrate intently to discern it. He inquired among his subordinates, only to find that none had ever heard such a thing. Initially, Jody attributed this phenomenon to the immense stress of prison life, suspecting it to be a mere illusion. However, a few days ago, the whisper returned, and this time, Jody was finally able to comprehend the words, "God helps those escape from hell." The voice, reminiscent of a young boy, paradoxically conveyed an air of reliability and trustworthiness. Jody felt an inexplicable familiarity with it, though he could not place it. As time passed, the voice became increasingly distinct, no longer merely proclaiming grandiose notions of escaping hell, but articulating a detailed plan. It spoke of the prison structure, the composition of its personnel, the timing of guard patrols, and the hiding places of surveillance devices. Nothing was left unsaid. Jody briefly entertained the notion that this so-called God was, in fact, an insider within the prison, familiar with its intricate layout. Yet, the voice instructed him to prepare himself, for a messenger would soon arrive in this inferno, bringing the keys to liberate the captives ensnared in hell. Skeptical yet intrigued, Jody was soon confronted by a gaunt figure clad in a guard's uniform, who produced keys and released the prisoners from their searing confinement. To the inmates, this was nothing short of a miracle. "What is your name?" Jody inquired, fixing his gaze upon the emaciated man. "I am but a servant of God," came the humble reply. "However, you may have heard of my former name, Kofiel." "Kofiel? The nation thief?" Jody gasped, astonished. The name resonated with legendary status. Kofiel, hailing from the land of magic, was celebrated as a miracle worker of a century, renowned for his mastery of various illusions and extraordinary feats. Yet, his notoriety stemmed not solely from his magical prowess. He held a profound disdain for the celestial dragons. Each year, a portion of the tribute collected for Mariawa would mysteriously vanish, an affront the Navy struggled to suppress. Kofield's downfall came after he drunkenly killed a pirate and was subsequently apprehended by the Navy, who discovered a trove of hidden treasures in his home, ill-gotten gains that should have been delivered to the celestial dragons. The estimated value of these missing treasures was enough to purchase a nation, thus earning him the moniker of the nation thief. Indeed, it is I, Kofield replied, bowing gracefully to Jody. I have now accepted divine guidance to purify this tainted world. Will you join the embrace of God? Jody remained silent, harboring doubts about Kofield's fervent claims. To join the embrace of God, it would merely bind him to another's will. He was the epitome of a free wolf. How could he allow himself to be shackled? You need not respond at this moment. You may decide after witnessing the miracle, Kofield suggested casually. Now, it is time for us to execute the next step of God's plan. What is this next step? Jody queried, perplexed. God's adversary, the deputy warden Magellan, is en route. Our purpose is to halt Magellan's advance and buy time for God, Kofield declared. Are you jesting? That is Magellan, Jody shouted. What chance do we stand against him? Though Jody feared not death, he abhorred meaningless sacrifice. To him, confronting Magellan was a futile endeavor, devoid of any prospect of victory. Kofield surveyed the tumult around him. The inmates were relentlessly assaulting the guards, though it appeared the outcome was uncertain for the moment. Our current strength is undoubtedly insufficient to confront Magellan. God is aware of this, Kofield stated matter-of-factly. However, God would not send us to our doom. Magellan is on the 3rd level of this inferno. When I descended, I sabotaged the passages to the 3rd and 4th levels, preventing his arrival here. Our mission is to clear the 4th level while God liberates the frozen hell and infinite hell. This will be our opportunity for a counteroffensive. Even Magellan cannot deter our resolve to escape. As Jody observed Kofield's fervor, the sole word that echoed in his mind was madman. At the prison gates, the guards were battered and bloodied, while the inmates surged forward like ravenous beasts, driven by an insatiable hunger for freedom. I'll bite you to death, one inmate snarled, seizing a guard's arm and sinking his teeth in, as if biting into iron, a testament to the formidable defense known as the Navy's 6 powers, iron block. Yet, even with such resistance, the inmate showed no desire to relent, for behind the guards lay the hope of escape. The guards, nearing their physical limits, felt the strain of their exertions. Despite the iron block's formidable defense, the injuries sustained were real and accumulating, pushing their bodies to the brink of collapse. Bang! At last, one guard could withstand no longer and fell to the ground, prompting a pack of inmates to pounce upon him like ravenous hounds. Ha ha ha. You couldn't hold on any longer. Today is your end. Another guard rushed to aid his fallen comrade, but in doing so, he inadvertently breached their defensive line, causing it to collapse like a dam under floodwaters. While the iron block's defensive capabilities were exceptional, even surpassing those of a comparable armed hockey user, it bore a critical flaw. It could not be mobilized. The guard, wishing to save his companion, dispelled the iron block, creating a gaping hole in their defenses. A multitude of inmates surged through the breach. Kill these guards. One inmate roared, his expression twisted in fury. As the inmates surged forward, the guards, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers, felt despair wash over them, closing their eyes in resignation. I am sorry, I am late. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as if a heavy object had fallen, followed by a weary voice. The guards opened their eyes to behold the imposing figure of Magellan, who stood before them, gazing upward at the ceiling, which had been corroded to form a large hole. Chapter 61. Justice. How could this be? Within the confines of the 6th layer of the infinite hell, Roan suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright. What is happening? Turner, in an adjacent cell, inquired. Humph. I sense a formidable presence, the Golden Lion remarked gravely. No, it's nothing. The plan remains unchanged, Roan replied calmly, feigning nonchalance. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on the ceiling, as if he could see through layers of walls to the sudden appearance of Magellan on the 4th level. Closing his eyes, Roan extended his perception to its limits, his thoughts traversing the gates of the 6th prison, searching for an external coordinate. Be swift, Roan silently urged himself. If this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slips away, both he and she would plunge into an abyss of irretrievable despair. The reason Roan could still wield his devil fruit powers as usual was that the handcuffs Domino had given him were devoid of sea stone. Through a year of honing his abilities, Roan's perception had become increasingly adept. His micro-perception had almost become instinctual. No change in his surroundings could escape his notice. Moreover, through continuous development and exploration of his fruit's capabilities, Roan acquired an additional ability. If he concentrated his will entirely on a person, his whispers could gently resonate in that individual's ear, allowing them to hear his murmurs. Roan named this ability Whisper. The mysterious voice that spoke into the ears of Kofil on the 3rd level, Carlos Jordi on the 4th, and Fat Tiger on the 5th, was none other than Roan himself. According to logic, the superhuman abilities granted by the Paramecia-type devil fruit should only apply to oneself. However, the emergence of this Whisper ability surpassed the norm. Unless Roan had reached the stage of awakening his Paramecia fruit, allowing him to influence entities beyond himself. The principle of Whisper was akin to enhancing the target's auditory perception, enabling them to hear Roan's voice. At present, there was no reason for Roan to have awakened his fruit. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to this fact. Anything that appeared and came under his grasp became his possession. Impervious to theft, this ability enabled Roan to swiftly amass a following in hell, with the simple-minded Fat Tiger and the bitterly resentful Kofil becoming his devoted disciples. Through the limits of his perception fruit and the exploration of Impel Down, Roan acquired an intimate understanding of the personnel distribution and mechanisms within the prison. Through communication via Whisper, he established an intelligence network spanning the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of hell. This was the foundation upon which Roan dared to directly communicate with them amidst the turmoil, once he ascertained that Kin was not within Impel Down. Roan's purpose for arriving at Impel Down was to emulate the original text's character, Buggy the Clown, by rescuing the imprisoned inmates and securing their allegiance, transforming them into the first cohort of his maritime dominion. If Buggy could achieve this in his previous life, why should he falter? A fervent light gleamed in Roan's eyes. This time, failure was not an option. He wagered everything here. Within this prison lay his ambition to reign over these seas. This ambition would crush anyone who dared stand in his way, regardless of who they were. Taking a deep breath, Roan continued to employ his Whisper ability to communicate with Fat Tiger. Roan's plan was to harness the power of the 5th-level prisoners to liberate those confined in the 6th level. Once the monsters imprisoned in the 6th layer were unshackled, even at its peak, Impel Down would be incapable of subduing this horde. God, I am almost there. Fat Tiger, in the midst of his sprint, suddenly exclaimed, startling the prisoners nearby. What are you saying, Big Tiger? One prisoner asked. Nothing, nothing. Let us hurry and open the gate to the 6th level, and then we will be free, Fat Tiger stammered. The prisoners arrived at an entrance. By opening this door and descending the spiral staircase, they would soon find themselves before the gate to the 6th level. Are we finally arriving? Fat Tiger inhaled deeply and pushed open the door. Behind it lay an impenetrable darkness, akin to the entrance of hell, causing Fat Tiger to hesitate. However, he quickly reassured himself. He was already in hell. What could possibly frighten him now? As the prisoners descended the staircase, they were met by a towering gate, standing several meters high. Was this the place that imprisoned the most terrifying monsters in the world? Many prisoners were visiting this chamber for the first time, and they were struck dumb by the enormity of the gate and the unknown fears it concealed within. The distinction between the 5th and 6th levels is but a mere layer, yet the disparity in the strength of the prisoners could be as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Those confined within the 5th level are sought after with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, while the prisoners of the 6th level are so terrifying that the world government has chosen to erase their existence from history itself. However, upon reaching the threshold of the door, they encountered two figures who thwarted their intentions of unleashing the monstrous entities within the infinite hell. One was the chief warden of the advancing city, Hannibal, clad in a brown uniform, his visage resembling that of a ghastly demon. The other, Domino, donned a light yellow uniform complemented by a black military cap. Fortuitously, they arrived just in time. Hannibal wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow, having heard Magellan's orders. After descending via the colossal elevator to the frigid hell, he was met with the alarming realization that the vast expanse of the icy abyss was utterly deserted, devoid of both the guards who were meant to patrol and the prisoners who should have been shivering in the biting cold. The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. With no choice but to traverse the frozen wasteland, he activated the prison's emergency passage, taking a shortcut directly into the infinite hell, only to confront the group of prisoners intent on breaching the gate. Yet, upon witnessing the daunting throng of prisoners, Domino began to doubt their ability to withstand them. Fear not, Hannibal reassured as he gently patted Domino's shoulder, though his expression bore an unmistakable resolve. Warden Hannibal. A prisoner recognized him, gritting his teeth as he uttered those words. Hannibal, known for his authority over the frigid hell, was no stranger to the prisoners who often witnessed his formidable prowess. Hannibal twirled the bloodsucker in his grasp and pointed toward the advancing prisoners, bellowing, "As long as I stand, you shall not set foot into the infinite hell. Evil, after all, shall never triumph over justice." Taking a step forward, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, wrapping around his form. "And I'm justice," he proclaimed. His silhouette transformed into that of an ominous figure. Could one man truly dare to resist the entirety of the prisoners from the 5th level? Chapter 62. The Restraint of Fruits, A Villain's Perspective. In the 4th level, Jody and Kofor gazed at the figure descending from the heavens, feeling an involuntary shiver run down their spines. It seemed they had ventured too far. "We are indeed courting death by opposing Magellan," Jody murmured, having just remarked on the folly of challenging him. To their astonishment, Magellan had swiftly arrived at their doorstep. He had not anticipated Magellan's decisiveness. Upon discovering the destruction of the colossal lift, he had promptly decided to corrode a large hole in the floor with his powers and leap down. Foolish prisoners attempting to escape retribution. Magellan scoffed, taking a step forward. The surrounding guards, overwhelmed by his imposing aura, staggered back in unison. "Conqueror's hockey?" Kofor gasped, but quickly shook his head. "No, it is merely his presence." "Was this riot orchestrated by you?" Magellan's keen eyes quickly pinpointed Kofor, the very guard who had previously passed by him and had the audacity to steal the keys. "Excellent. You shall learn the meaning of regret." Magellan replied with a twisted smile, his form gradually morphing, resembling melting jelly, transforming into a purple liquid. "Venomous dragon." The dark purple liquid solidified into the shape of a dragon, its gaping maw oozing with toxic liquid, as if it were enticing the prisoners before it. "Run!" one prisoner shouted, turning to flee, but the enraged Magellan would not let them escape easily. The dragon's massive jaws engulfed the nearest prisoners, only to spit them out moments later. Those expelled lay lifeless, eyes vacant, mouths agape, frothing at the lips, barely clinging to life. The liquid within Magellan is incredibly toxic. "It is lethal upon contact," Kofor stated gravely. "I understand the reasoning, but will he show us mercy?" Jody replied with a bitter smile, gesturing towards Magellan, who had transformed into a venomous dragon and was barreling towards them at full speed. The fleeing prisoners could not hinder him in the slightest. It is said that no fruit is invincible. Every ability has its natural nemesis. Once one identifies this adversary, even the mightiest foe loses their terror. Kofor maintained his composure. "So where do we find this toxic man's nemesis? Or rather, what is his nemesis?" Jody sighed, though his hands had turned jet black, preparing for battle. "Even if death is imminent, the word retreat does not exist in the lexicon of Carlos Jody," he declared. "Armament hockey is one of the nemeses of fruit abilities. Even if you are a toxic being, to consume me, you must spit out a couple of teeth," Carlos thought, his gaze fixed intently on the ferocious Magellan charging towards them. "Here he comes." Jody tensed his body, channeling all his strength into his fist. "Taste my full-powered strike." At that moment, Jody felt an indomitable spirit fill him, as he sensed himself transcending to a new realm. Under the pressure of such a formidable enemy, he unexpectedly broke through, mastering the energy that had previously eluded him. This punch was far more potent than any he had previously unleashed. Just as Jody prepared to deliver his peak strike, a pair of elongated hands intercepted him. Kofor, with one hand enveloped in a faint layer of armament hockey insufficient to rival Jody's, was nonetheless adequate. He thrust his hand directly into the dragon's cavernous maw, making contact with Magellan's body. "Useless. Your attacks are meaningless. You are all doomed," Magellan scoffed upon noticing the thin layer of hockey on Kofor's hand. Such an attack would hardly tickle. Two-dimensional exchange. At the moment Kofor touched Magellan's body, he shouted, and in an instant, Magellan felt the world shift. The objects before him warping. When reality returned to normal, he found himself confined within a cage. Recognizing the prison, his expression darkened tremendously, as it was a specialized C-prism stone cell designed for confining those with abilities. After much hesitation, he reluctantly retrieved a special remote control from his pocket, contemplating it before ultimately pressing the button. The entire impel down suddenly erupted with alarm bells. Every passage was sealed by descending iron gates, transforming the prison into an impenetrable fortress. This was Magellan's final resort, the ultimate authority of the Vice Warden. The button signified that Impel Down had entered a state of maximum alert, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting, while simultaneously alerting the Marine headquarters in the triangular whirlpool sea to dispatch naval support. However, to utilize this authority was to tacitly admit his own incompetence. At this juncture, Magellan could not afford such considerations. If he could quell the uprising within Impel Down, Did it truly matter if he acknowledged his own inadequacy? In the fourth layer of the blazing hell, Kofor extended his hand, only to witness the colossal venomous dragon vanish into thin air. In its place emerged a solitary stone. Success. The weight that had been suspended in his heart finally lifted. Kofor exhaled a long breath and then turned to Jody beside him. I am a user of the swap fruit, capable of exchanging the positions of two objects that I have touched. I have transferred Magellan into the sea stone prison of the third layer. However, he won't remain confined for long. Once he escapes, he will undoubtedly seek us out again. Is this what you meant by countering fruit powers? Jody inquired as they ran. What do you mean by countering? I merely caught him off guard. Once he is prepared, the same tactic will be much less effective against him, Kofor replied with a wry smile. If we are to speak of true countering, it should resemble the healing fruit, able to cure any poison, or perhaps a fruit that can neutralize Magellan's toxic assaults. That would indeed be a counter. The world of you ability users is truly wondrous, Jody remarked with envy as the two swiftly approached the enormous elevator. If we take this to the sixth layer and unleash that group of monsters, victory will be ours. Kofor rallied the prisoners behind them. The hope of escape was finally within reach. At that moment, the prison reverberated with a low, rumbling sound, and an iron gate suddenly descended from above, attempting to separate the prisoners from the massive elevator. I'll take care of it. A burly prisoner charged forward, bracing himself against the falling gate. The immense force caused cracks to appear in the floor beneath his feet. We're here to help. More prisoners rushed forward, assisting the robust inmate in lifting the extraordinarily heavy iron door. They were the survivors of Magellan's crew. Kofor saved our lives. We'll clear the way for you. The prisoners shouted with fervor. Jody opened his mouth to say something, but Kofor pulled him along, leaping into the giant elevator. Do not let their sacrifice be in vain. Chapter 63. Frustration with a hiss. Magellan began to corrode the solitary sea prison cell using his venomous abilities. However, this time, his once invincible toxin encountered a formidable opponent. After a considerable duration of effort, he had only managed to peel away a mere layer of the sturdy cage. This was unacceptable. If this continued, matters would inevitably spiral beyond redemption. Transmuting into a purple liquid, Magellan adopted the form of the venomous dragon once more. The dragon-esque gaping maw clamped down on the solitary cell, leaving a deep imprint as it slightly deformed the structure. This was much more effective. Elated, Magellan intensified his assault, determined to thwart the prisoner's schemes before they could come to fruition. The gaunt prisoner who had impersonated a guard had merely taken advantage of Magellan's ignorance regarding his abilities. Next time they crossed paths, a single strike would suffice to dispose of him. Magellan held unwavering confidence in his strength, without considerable power. How could he suppress the most vicious inmates of the sixth level? Outside, the battle in the hunger hell had reached its climax. Saruds, with a final punch, felled the last prisoner but collapsed himself, utterly depleted of his last reserves of strength. His weapon had long since vanished, and he had fought with nothing but his bare hands. The two guard beasts he had brought with him, the Pasless Scorpion and the Blue Gorilla, lay incapacitated nearby, surrounded by the bodies of countless prisoners, sprawled like a small hill. They had, against all odds, vanquished the entire third level of the hunger hell with just the three of them. If only he had brought more guard beasts, Saruds lamented. As a figure of a man seemed to flicker before him, was there still a standing prisoner? A surge of hatred filled Saruds, but alas, he could not even move a finger to strike down this last adversary, allowing his dignity to be tarnished. In frustration, Saruds' lips moved to utter one final word. But before his consciousness faded, he faintly heard Magellan's voice. You have worked hard. Rest well. Had Lord Magellan arrived? Then those scoundrels were surely doomed. A faint smile graced Saruds' lips. Magellan's expression darkened as he lifted Saruds into his arms. The diminutive Saruds resembled an infant in Magellan's towering grasp. Carrying him outside the hunger hell, a prisoner attempted to ambush Magellan but was swiftly consumed by the dragon lurking behind him. Gently placing Saruds outside, Magellan then dragged the Pasless Scorpion and the Blue Gorilla out before sealing the gates of the hunger hell. He had a habit of remaining calm in times of great anger. Strangely, Magellan felt an unusual tranquility. This riot was no mere coincidence, but rather meticulously orchestrated. He sensed unseen hands manipulating the events from the shadows and was determined to seize that hand, intending to dismantle its owner piece by piece. Clang! In the far reaches of the infinite hell, Domino gripped her sword tightly, striking fiercely at the prisoner before her. This adversary proved unexpectedly troublesome, and as Domino fought, she unknowingly distanced herself from Hannibal. With a swift slash, Her blade collided with the prisoner's arm to arm. At that moment, she recalled her instructor's words from school. "You are the most diligent student I have ever encountered. Whatever I teach you, you grasp with remarkable precision." Yet, the teacher had ultimately shaken his head. At graduation, he had written in her evaluation, "Lacks spirit." Despite achieving the highest score in her class, those words stung. For the instructor's mantra was, "A swordsman must possess spirit. A soulless sword can sever nothing." This was the most profound rejection she had ever faced. Back then, Domino had dismissed it, believing no one could best her. What could not be severed was a mere jest. Yet now, facing this formidable fifth-level prisoner, she began to understand her instructor's wisdom. The burly prisoner scoffed, effortlessly grasping Domino's sword with his armored hand. "Soft, have you never eaten?" he jeered, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Or perhaps you've given all your strength to a man. I assure you, I will leave you powerless." Domino's expression hardened. The prisoner's taunts had crossed a line. Gripping the hilt of her sword with both hands, she forcefully withdrew the blade from the prisoner's grasp, leaving a faint white mark on his palm. "Ah, quite fierce," the prisoner remarked, licking his hand as the mark faded. His gaze shifted to Domino, filled with desire. "A sword that cannot sever is worthless," Domino shouted defiantly. If her instructor did not recognize her, she would prove him wrong and demonstrate that she was indeed his finest student. With a thrust, she attacked, but the prisoner remained unimpressed. "I told you it's futile. You cannot breach my armor." Clenching his right hand into a fist, the dark armor enveloped it as he charged towards her blade. Clang! The collision of fist and blade resonated like metal striking metal, both sides locked in a stalemate, sparks flying. "You are doomed," the prisoner cackled, extending his right arm to press Domino's sword down, still maintaining the upper hand. "Is that so? Then let us see how this fares." Domino retracted her blade and, before the prisoner could react, lunged forward again. Shadow strike, flurry thrust. Countless thrusts converged, breaking through the prisoner's tough armor, and then, with a decisive stroke, severed his entire right arm. "Impossible!" the prisoner exclaimed, shock etched on his face. But before he could register the pain, Domino's next strike plunged into his chest. "Rest in peace, villain," she said coldly, withdrawing her sword without wiping it, allowing blood to drip onto the ground. The sound of the strong prisoner collapsing echoed behind her. But Domino paid it no heed as she strode towards the gates of the 6th level of infinite hell, where the battle raged on with even greater ferocity. Chapter 64. The duel in hell. Hannibal unleashed a powerful punch, his fists enveloped in a pitch-black hockey. It struck the chest of the corpulent pirate before him with resounding force. Yet, this blow failed to leave any mark on the stout prisoner. "Is this all the might the warden of Impel Down possesses?" The rotund inmate scoffed, his thick hands gripping Hannibal's arm tightly. With his other hand, he seized the collar of Hannibal's warden uniform, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. "If it weren't for your numbers," Hannibal gasped, "how could you trample upon the dignity of justice?" "To the victor belong the spoils, a principle imparted by your world government," the stout tiger remarked. As another prisoner emerged from the shadows, his face marred by grotesque scars. "These are the very lessons we have learned." He stripped off his prison garb, revealing a body riddled with scars, most were lash marks, interspersed with bullet wounds and sword cuts. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained on him. This man, once renowned as a tough guy upon the seas, showed no sign of fear after being captured by the world government's clandestine organization, CP0. The director of Impel Down took a keen interest in such resilient individuals and provided him with undue attention, though this attention was laced with malice. "Humph. Impel Down is nothing remarkable," the stout tiger declared. "Udi, take the brothers and open the gates of the infinite hell. Leave this to me." With a disdainful grunt, he tightened his grip on Hannibal's collar, while his other hand gradually transformed into an inky black. Hockey had coiled around it. Udi, without uttering a word, turned and departed. For Hannibal was not his primary target of enmity. In fact, he held a certain admiration for Hannibal's futile defiance, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Alas, the opportunity for both to share a drink together would forever be lost. "Now, I shall send you to your demise." The stout tiger's fist surged forth, its colossal power aimed at Hannibal's skull. Exhausted from the previous battle, Hannibal had no strength left to resist. He slowly closed his eyes. In his school days, his teacher had spoken of the parting of comrades. At that moment, the teacher's voice had faltered, before continuing as guardians of justice. "The separation from loved ones is an inevitable fate. I once bid farewell to 3 comrades within a single week. One was my mentor, and the other 2 were brothers I had grown up with. But if we were to cower in fear because of such losses, who would safeguard the justice of this world? Should my demise be inevitable one day, I hope it is in the name of justice. Hannibal recalled the resolute expression of his teacher when he had uttered those words. In my own way, I suppose this is my sacrifice for justice. He murmured as death loomed near, tinged with regret. If only I could have thwarted your sinister plot. Clang. The anticipated agony did not come. Magellan opened his eyes to see the stout prisoner's lethal punch halted by a slender sword. You are not yet the director. How can you perish like this? A melodious voice echoed before Hannibal. Domino, clad in the warden's uniform, turned and shouted at him. Pull yourself together. Future director. After parrying the stout tiger's blow, Domino sheathed her sword and, with lightning speed, aimed to sever the hand that gripped Hannibal's collar. Instant sword. Nothing cannot be cut. This technique had been gleaned from her previous encounter with that robust inmate. By executing consecutive strikes on the same target, she aimed to breach the formidable defenses of Haki. You seek death. The stout tiger's expression darkened. He perceived Domino's intentions as she sheathed her sword. Attempting to feign a diversion before me? How laughable. He flung Hannibal into the air and, enveloping his hands in the inky Haki, clasped them together in a Buddha-like pose, aiming to crush Domino's sword with brute force. What immense power! Domino thought, trying to extract her sword, but it felt as if it had been encased in iron. Unable to contend with the stout tiger, Domino was not without her own means of retaliation. Hannibal shouted from midair, "Be careful. His Haki is incredibly formidable. Do not engage him recklessly." The stout tiger's forehead glistened, resembling a polished black shield. Fist of the tiger. He roared, his head crashing toward Domino with the force of a battering ram, unperturbed by the prospect of injury. What audacity! With her sword ensnared by the stout tiger, there was no way for Domino to evade this assault unless she relinquished her weapon. However, for a swordsman, discarding one's blade in the face of a formidable foe is the gravest insult. To put it bluntly, what could a swordsman wield without their sword against a powerful adversary? The Navy's 6 styles, paper drawing, a unique defensive technique that allows one's body to become as supple as paper, evading enemy attacks through the very principle of paper being blown by the wind. The reason she did not resort to a more robust defense is that Domino was self-aware, understanding that Hannibal, with his overwhelming Haki, would not yield to her. To employ her modest Haki would be to invite humiliation. Futile. The stout tiger sneered, suddenly wrenching his hands apart, his palms wide as if swatting away a fly, aiming for Domino, who had employed paper drawing. There lies an insurmountable gap between us, he proclaimed from his elevated stance, as if delivering a death sentence to his foe. With nowhere to escape, Domino gritted her teeth, relinquishing her grip on the sword's hilt. Haki enveloped her delicate arms as she braced to withstand the stout tiger's overwhelming force. A cruel smile spread across the stout tiger's face. He had never been one to show mercy. He envisioned the beautiful woman before him being reduced to a pulp beneath his might. His palms, imbued with a fierce wind, struck through the air but suddenly paused, a pained expression crossing his face as he transformed his attack into a push. While still potent, it was not as lethal as before, sending Domino crashing into the wall, her body colliding with a heavy thud. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! The prisoners on the 6th level united in their efforts, finally managing to pry open the great gates. Chapter 65. Crisis. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Hannibal fell from the air, and Fat Tiger delivered a knee strike to his waist. Hannibal rolled on the ground several times, finally coming to a halt before Domino. How infuriating! At that moment, Hannibal appeared utterly disheveled. He had never anticipated that as the warden of Impelled Down, he would find himself in such a humiliating predicament. Although his opponents had the advantage of numbers, there was an unyielding truth in this vast ocean. The law of the jungle prevails. Only the strong survive, and the victor dictates the narrative. If you win, you are always right. If you lose, every excuse rings hollow. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I suddenly feel disinclined to kill you. Fat Tiger spoke with an air of indifference. In reality, he had deliberately restrained himself during that last strike. Otherwise, it would have landed on Hannibal's head rather than his waist. At this moment, Hannibal could not have withstood such a lethal blow. I have no need for the pity of criminals. As long as I draw breath, your scheme shall never come to fruition. Hannibal spat blood, mingled with shards of teeth, and spoke fiercely. Excellent. This embodies our will at Impelled Down, came a sudden ancient voice from behind Fat Tiger. He turned to see a large hole in the ceiling, through which 2 imposing figures descended. You've endured much, Warden Hannibal. We shall take it from here. A man clad in the uniform of the deputy warden leaped past and vanished. By the time Fat Tiger regained his senses, this man had already appeared beside Hannibal, gently lifting him and carrying him to Domino's side. "Cough, you scoundrel Magellan, entrusting me with such a perilous task," Hannibal shouted at Magellan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he paid it no heed. "My apologies for my tardiness. Once I depart, my position shall undoubtedly be yours." "You are a man I respect," Magellan replied. "I assure you, I shall not be late again. For now, refrain from speaking and focus on resting. Soon, it will be the end for you criminals." With that, Magellan turned, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. This formidable presence compelled Fat Tiger to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Yet the elderly figure behind him exuded an equally intimidating force. "Before we engage, let me ask you this. You are not a devil fruit user, are you?" Magellan's sudden inquiry caught Fat Tiger off guard. Nonetheless, he instinctively responded, "No, I am not." Yet a question lingered in his mind. Could the outcome of their battle truly hinge on whether he possessed such powers? "If you are not a devil fruit user, that is fortunate," Magellan replied with a cold demeanor, as if pronouncing a judgment from the depths of hell. "I shall send you all to hell. You are honored to be the first, but you will not be alone, for I shall ensure that every last one of these rebellious prisoners joins you." Before his words had fully settled, Magellan's figure vanished. Before Fat Tiger could react, Magellan reappeared beside him, leaning in to whisper, "This strike is a punishment for your affront to the dignity of Impelled Down." He then delivered a powerful blow to Fat Tiger's chest, the immense force sending his corpulent body flying. Magellan, towering at over 3 meters tall, resembled a small giant, yet before Fat Tiger, he appeared diminutive. However, in the world of pirates, stature never determined strength. Otherwise, the land of giants would have long been invincible. Fat Tiger felt a suffocating pressure in his chest. Losing control of his body, helplessly propelled backward, reminiscent of how he had previously humiliated Hannibal. "Is this your confidence in challenging Impelled Down?" came the dismissive voice of the elderly man behind him. He casually delivered an elbow strike to Fat Tiger's back, effectively stifling the overwhelming impact. This blow is in retribution for Hannibal. In the moment Fat Tiger halted, Magellan vanished once more, only to reappear at his side, with fists as dark as ink. He struck Fat Tiger's head with ferocity. The simplicity of the Navy's 6 powers, SAR, was masterfully executed by Magellan, as one of the most distinguished students of their mentor. Magellan's combat skills were never inferior to those of the warden, Ken. This was the might of Impelled Down, surpassing even the most vicious criminals of the world. Curse it. It's their numbers that overwhelm. Otherwise, how could I possibly lose? I am destined to become the warden of Impelled Down. Fat Tiger, lying on the ground, protested weakly, refusing to allow any doubts about his strength. "My apologies, Hannibal. I misspoke," Magellan expressed, though his hands showed no hesitation. The force was astonishing. Haki, armor. Fat Tiger, already powerless on the ground, could only desperately use Haki to withstand Magellan's punch. This scene mirrored the moment when Domino had no choice but to endure Fat Tiger's blows. Except that Magellan would show no mercy to these prisoners. Bang! The collision between fist and skull marked a clash of Haki, and it was evident that Fat Tiger lagged far behind Magellan. When Magellan withdrew his hand, Fat Tiger's face bore only a shallow imprint of the punch, blood streaming from his wounds, this assault draining him of all strength. "Now, I shall send you to hell." Gazing at the unconscious Fat Tiger before him, Magellan spoke coldly. His right hand clenched into a fist, poised to strike Fat Tiger's head once more. Fat Tiger had no strength left to resist. This blow was destined to be fatal. "You shall not." The prisoners from the 3rd tier, finally arriving late, rushed down the stairs. They witnessed Magellan poised to execute Fat Tiger. Adhering to the notion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Jody, the leader of the 3rd tier prison, shouted, while Cofield beside him hurled a chain toward Magellan. "Feudal, you cannot stop me. Once I execute this prisoner, you shall be next." Magellan coldly replied, not the slightest bit hesitant despite the sudden appearance of the newcomers. "Is that so?" The chain that soared through the air suddenly morphed into a man. His hands enveloped in Haki, he charged toward Magellan like a rocket. Behind him, Cofield struck a peculiar pose, shouting, "2 instruments exchange," as one who had consumed the swap fruit. Cofield possessed the ability to interchange the positions of any 2 objects he had touched. This marked the first collaboration between him and Jody. Utilizing the immense force of the exchange, Jody propelled Magellan away, just in time to rescue the nearly unconscious Fat Tiger. Chapter 66. The previous generation Magellan stepped back a few paces, brushing the dust from his clothes. Jody's sudden assault had not inflicted any serious harm upon him, yet it had left him somewhat disheveled. After colliding with Magellan, Jody steadied himself beside the stout tiger, assuming a stance ready for battle. The successful strike against Magellan did not instill in him any sense of complacency. Moreover, the elderly man clad in casual attire standing behind Tiger exuded an aura of pressure that rivaled that of Magellan, the vice warden of Impel Down. Who is this mysterious elder? Jody resolved to take the initiative, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the unsuspecting elder. With a lethal intent, he executed a sweeping kick towards the elder's head, not seeking to inflict severe injury, but at least to force him to evade, thereby allowing him to rescue the fallen prisoner. Bang! The elder's right hand lifted effortlessly, deflecting Jody's attack with ease. How is this possible? Jody observed that the elder's arm bore little strength, with only a faint hint of hockey where it made contact with his leg. His own power transferred into the elder's arm and, in a remarkable manner, was redirected back to him. This technique of neutralizing force was rare. And a name surfaced in Jody's mind, a name passed down through generations among prisoners, the former warden of Impel Down, the honorary vice principal of the Naval Academy. A martial arts master from the Land of Flowers, and the mentor to both the current warden, Kin, and vice warden, Magellan. Tai Chi Flow, Wei. Those familiar with him referred to him as Old Wei, yet he was an elder from a bygone era. His impact on Jody profound due to his uniquely intriguing naming conventions, said to be characteristic of the Land of Flowers. You two students are truly worrisome, the elder remarked calmly. He had merely been visiting an old friend on Justice Island when the alarm from Impel Down summoned him directly across the vast whirlpool sea. Boom. Jody was repelled by his own force, spinning through the air before crashing into several famished prisoners descending from hell. I apologize, master. I have disappointed you. Magellan slowly rose, expressing remorse. Once I resolve the matters here, I shall resign in shame. Upon hearing this, Hannibal, who lay nearby, suddenly brightened, while Domino, beside him, discreetly turned away. This is not my superior, absolutely not. No need for that. You are my student, who dares to harm you? The elder declared with authority. Just write me a report once you're done chatting. Are you finished? Jody, having been helped up by Kofor and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, growled fiercely. Is that how you wish to die? The elder scoffed, adopting a stance reminiscent of cradling the moon. This was one of the 13 forms of Tai Chi, which, decades ago, the elder had employed to suppress the entirety of Impel Down. Though he appeared to move lightly and unsteadily, he harbored immense power, softness entwined with strength, and strength intertwined with softness. This encapsulated the true essence of Tai Chi. Kofor seized a nearby chain and hurled it once more at Wei. Futile. I have seen through your tactics, the casually dressed elder disdainfully replied. With deft hand movements, he anticipated Kofor's abilities, knowing he could shatter whatever was thrown at him with a single strike. Magellan, standing aside, furrowed his brow, sensing he had overlooked something significant. As the chain soared through the air, it suddenly morphed into the figure of Jody, still radiating murderous intent. Jody had never feared death. He had never known what it meant to be afraid. I told you it was useless. The elder grasped Jody's fist, pivoting to leverage Jody's momentum to slam him to the ground. Using strength against strength, this was the essence of Tai Chi, the pride of the Land of Flowers. Those pirates who only grasped the surface of such concepts would never comprehend this truth. But at the moment the elder twisted his waist, he felt the cold hardness of Jody's form. You've been tricked. Tiger, still on the ground, laughed derisively, seemingly unconcerned for his well-being. Kofor had once again utilized his swap fruit ability to successfully deceive the former warden of Impel Down. Those sinners, who had happened upon the fruit's power, were utterly arrogant. The elder crushed the chain in his grasp, black powder cascading to the ground. I will show you what true power is. Meanwhile, Magellan's body began to transform into a swirling mass of purple liquid, gradually coalescing into the form of a dragon. The poison dragon. Witnessing his master's anger, Magellan finally unleashed his ultimate move. A swift resolution was imperative, he thought, his anxiety intensifying, as he realized he must have forgotten something crucial. Like a lifeline that eternally eluded his grasp, it was just a hair's breadth away. It's Magellan's power, it must be dispersed. We cannot let him capture us all. Kofor shouted, marking the two prisoners beside him. Run. Magellan is unleashing his fury. The prisoners descending with Jody and Kofor were mostly from the 4th level of hell. Though they were on the same floor as the warden's office, they may not have known Old Wei's strength, but they certainly understood the terror of Magellan. Wherever the poison dragon roamed, nothing thrived. It was nearly incurable. The prisoners scattered, yet they could not escape the wrath of the furious vice warden of Impel Down. The poison dragon moved like the wind, and the flesh and blood prisoners had no means of resisting such toxicity. No. The poison dragon devoured one prisoner whole, its dark purple eyes locking onto a gaunt prisoner, one of the instigators of this prison riot, the miracle hand from the land of magic, the wielder of the swap fruit. Kofor, do not look at me with that gaze. I am not afraid, Kofor replied nonchalantly. Magellan would not waste words on Kofor. The poison dragon surged forward. I told you it's useless, Kofor shouted, invoking his ability, two instruments swap. Kofor's form vanished, replaced by a tall prisoner standing dumbfounded nearby. Gulp. After consuming the prisoner, Magellan swiftly searched, quickly locking onto Kofor, who had exchanged places with the burly inmate. I shall see how many more times you can swap and how many prisoners you can exchange. The poison dragon roared, its voice resonating like thunder. More than you can imagine. Kofor continued to provoke, feeling the poison dragon drawing ever closer. He silently chanted, two instruments swap. Kofor's form vanished once again. Another prisoner taking the brunt of Magellan's wrath. However, just as Kofor had swapped, a fist pierced through his chest. The elder, who had been marking Kofor for some time, struck with precision, coldly stating, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 67. The Forgotten. The elderly man slowly withdrew his hand from Kofor's chest, blood dripping onto the ground. The man, known as the Magical Hand, knelt helplessly, his eyes vacant. Yet, he still drew some breath. The elder's strike had not claimed his life. Had he managed to forcefully evade a fatal blow in that fleeting moment? The old man remarked casually, a commendable reaction. But you are far too weak. Your power is quite intriguing. Let us see you languish in prison for the remainder of your days. Kofor, kneeling on the ground, pressed one hand against his chest while the other clutched the elder's pant leg, leaving a crimson mark on his casual trousers. Do you truly wish to die? The elder inquired, furrowing his brow, unable to fathom Kofor's actions, having lost all fighting capability yet still seeking to cling to him. Many pirates referred to this as belief, convinced that with faith, they could transcend their limits, surpass themselves, and conquer formidable foes. Ridiculous. The only path to victory lies in absolute strength. Indeed, I have long yearned to escape this tiresome world. Kofor coughed up a mouthful of blood, then nonchalantly continued, but my life has long been offered to my God. I cannot give it to you. The elder scoffed at this absurd faith, likening it to the farcical Holy Truth Church of the Red Earth continent. He kicked Kofor aside and declared, there are no gods in this world, only justice. Kofor rolled on the ground a few times before being caught by a pair of powerful hands. Are you all right, magician? Carlos Jody, the king of the burning hell, gently set Kofor down and inquired. When Kofor had utilized his swap fruit ability to escape Magellan's poisonous dragon for the second time, he sensed a hint of danger. However, the elder's movements were too swift for Jody to intervene. I'm fine. I won't die, Kofor replied dismissively. That's good, Jody said as he stood, his armament hockey subtly enveloping him as he strode purposefully toward the distant poisonous dragon. It's Boss Jody. Boss Jody has come to save us. The prisoners, pursued by the poisonous dragon, rushed toward him as if he were their savior. What's this? Witnessing the sacrifice of your comrades has finally led you to realize that fleeing is utterly futile? Magellan, transformed into the poisonous dragon, snorted coldly, his body erupting with countless streams of venom that shot forth like arrows. Observation hockey perception. Jody closed his eyes, attuning himself to the trajectory of Magellan's attacks. As the vice warden of Impel Down, Magellan had developed his fruit ability to its utmost, combining it with formidable armament hockey and physical prowess, his power ranking among the elite. Yet, he bore a significant flaw. His observation hockey was insufficiently strong, as a person's energy is finite. This resulted in a peculiar consequence. While Magellan enjoyed an inherent advantage against opponents unrestrained by his toxic abilities, he became vulnerable when facing foes with superior observation hockey. In close combat, this was manageable. The vast range of his poisonous dragon compensated for this weakness. However, when employing ranged tactics, his attacks could easily be evaded by those with keen observation hockey, as was the case now. Jody closed his eyes, using the air's vibrations to sidestep the majority of the toxic arrows. The few that did slip through struck his armament-clad armor, leaving minimal marks. Futile. You are merely stalling for time. Magellan's form coalesced from the poisonous dragon, countless droplets of venom splattering onto the ground. His entire body vanished, only to reappear before Jody in an instant. Using the cover of the toxic arrows, Magellan extended a hand from the barrage, grasping Jody's head. Poison explosion. Magellan's hand detonated against Jody's skull. A pale purple venom sprang forth. At such close proximity, escape was impossible without a means of healing. This was Magellan's confidence. "It is all over," he uttered, a growing unease gnawing at him. He sensed that these individuals were merely delaying. But what purpose did this delay serve? Did they have reinforcements within impel down? Wait, they're reinforcements. Magellan suddenly recalled the true purpose of his and his mentor's swift arrival in the infinite hell. It was not to teach a lesson to these escaped prisoners. In extreme circumstances, even if they were allowed to flee, they would struggle to escape impel down. Their real objective was to suppress the criminals of the 6th level, preventing the world's most vicious prisoners from seeing the light of day. However, after corroding the ceiling and entering the infinite hell, the thought of suppressing the 6th level seemed to vanish from both his and his mentor's minds. When had they been ensnared? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Magellan's eyes, while the elder beside him wore a similarly grim expression. "Aha, I am the forgetting man, who has consumed the forgetting fruit. Anyone who has touched me will instinctively overlook crucial matters." The prostrate fat tiger finally laughed aloud. "You've all been played, you fools. Ah ha ha." Before Fat Tiger could continue, he was kicked away by the enraged Magellan, crashing against the wall and leaving faint spiderweb-like cracks. "Cough, cough, useless. You cannot affect any change now," Fat Tiger said, still laughing maniacally despite his injuries. "We have won. Silence. I shall send you to hell." Magellan's form once again vanished. Reappearing before Fat Tiger, one foot raised high, intent on crushing the arrogant criminal's skull. Bang! Just as Magellan was about to deliver the blow, the ground suddenly rose, transforming into a shield wall as if controlled by an unseen force, perfectly blocking Magellan's strike. As he shattered the shield, Magellan caught a glimpse of a lion's head etched upon it, a lion's visage with its mouth agape, seemingly mocking him. Clap, clap, clap. Sounds of applause echoed from afar, soon swelling into a chorus of approval. "Look at our vice warden's plight. What do we call this?" Leading the charge was a tall man with flowing golden hair, half a ship's wheel embedded upon his head, a cigar dangling from his mouth as he boomed. "Oh, I remember now. This is called incompetence-induced rage." Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the prisoners behind him, while Magellan and the elder stood with faces as grim as stone statues. The situation had finally spiraled beyond control. Chapter 68. The Unleashed Beast. The most notorious prisoners in the world have finally been freed from their shackles. Magellan gazed intently at the approaching convicts, gritting his teeth as he recited their names one by one. Sky Pirate, Gold-Lined Shiki, Son of Evil, Van Lorn, Phantom Tuner, the City Destroyer, Bach, the Soremaster of Death, Ao. Each of these once renowned figures of the sea has finally emerged from the depths of hell. Magellan felt a gust of wind pass before him, as the defeated figures of the Fat Tiger, Jody, and Cofield vanished, only to be replaced by the newly released prisoners from the infinite abyss. Phantom Tuner. Despite suffering grave injuries to his legs, he still exhibited a superhuman speed after breaking free from his restraints. A convict stepped forth from the throng, his fingers morphing into needles as he swiftly injected several unaware prisoners. Pharmaceutical demon, Harvest. Magellan seethed, barely containing his rage. Previously, Cofield had mentioned to Jody that there existed a hierarchy among devil fruits. Any seemingly invincible fruit could be countered by a seemingly inferior one. Harvest, the pharmaceutical demon, was one of Magellan's counters. As the user of the drug fruit, Harvest possessed the ability to concoct various poisons within his body. Upon contact with toxic substances, he could instantly analyze their composition and create antidotes. Jody merely suffered from poisoning. After Harvest administered an antidote, he was largely restored. However, both Fat Tiger and Cofield were severely injured, necessitating Harvest to administer a vitality-enhancing serum, albeit at the cost of their lifespans. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the hormone fruit wielded by the future Demon King, Ivan. In a certain sense, the drug fruit could be regarded as a superior variant of the hormone fruit, due to the inherent countering nature of the fruits. Harvest was the opponent Magellan was most reluctant to encounter. Nonetheless, Magellan could not afford to retreat against any foe, for behind him stood the embodiment of justice. Magellan's form began to dissolve into a liquid state before coalescing into a towering giant. The toxic colossus, Magellan's ultimate form, faced with the world's most vicious criminals. He had no choice but to unleash his full potential. The former warden, V, clad in casual attire, bent his legs and circled his arms, adopting a fighting stance. "Your opponent is me," roared the aged Bach, vanishing into the crowd like a battering ram aimed at V. Both were veterans of the same era, having faced each other countless times. After Bach was imprisoned and impelled down, V retired. And Bach had thought he would never again have the chance to battle his old rival. Bang, bang, bang. Both Bach and V were pure martial artists. Bach was a powerhouse, his every move accompanied by a fierce whoosh, while V embodied a technique-oriented style, employing Tai Chi as a means of leveraging strength. The clash of their contrasting styles created a spectacle where, although Bach appeared to dominate, V's stamina was far less depleted. In their last encounter, V had prevailed by exhausting Bach's energy. Boom. V blocked Bach's kick with one arm, then scoffed. What's wrong? This is only the 112th strike. And you're already out of breath? Surrender. I could take 1,000 more. Bach, flushed with embarrassment, retorted, quickening his leg movements. Meanwhile, the toxic colossus, Magellan, faced his own struggles. Each 6th-level prisoner was a formidable adversary, not entirely helpless against his potent toxins. Moreover, the presence of Harvest emboldened the convicts further. Is this the might of Impel Down? One convict, utilizing Haki, seized Magellan's form and delivered a powerful punch, forcing the massive toxic colossus to stagger back. Is that all? The sea outside belongs to me. The moment Magellan displayed signs of weakness, the surrounding convicts, all masters of observation Haki, instantly seized the fleeting opportunity. Die. A multitude of Haki-infused attacks struck the toxic giant, dissipating his form. Magellan fell to the ground, battered and bruised. Bang. V engaged in combat with Bach, who momentarily diverted his attention upon sensing Magellan's peril. However, the battle-hardened Bach keenly noticed this lapse and delivered a kick that shattered V's left arm, sending him crashing backward. A ferocious-looking convict approached Magellan, advancing step by step, his voice dripping with malice. I spent 15 years in this sunless hell, all thanks to you. Now, it is time for vengeance. The menacing convict thrust his hand toward Magellan's chest, and should he succeed, the life of the deputy warden would end here. To take my life, you are not worthy. Magellan, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, grasping the convict's hand and pulling him into his own body forcefully. No, please, I have yet to see the outside sea. The convict wailed, pleading for salvation as he was engulfed by a pale purple toxic liquid. Throughout the ordeal, not a single prisoner stepped forward to assist. There is a way to save him, but it is unnecessary. We are not acquainted. Why should I care? The cold indifference of the pirate world was evident. What a waste, scoffed the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Beside him, Lorne lightly clapped his hands and remarked, the obstacles before us have been entirely cleared. It is time to conquer our starry sea. Out, out, out. The prisoners shouted in unison. Shiki caressed the walls of Impel Down, and Magellan, lying on the ground, seemed to realize something, exclaiming, Shiki, how dare you? Waha, what is there for me to fear? Shiki laughed exaggeratedly. Then his expression turned serious as he placed his hand against the wall, remaining still. Lorne felt the ground begin to tremble slightly and grasped Shiki's intentions. If this were the case, it could truly be deemed audacious. However, Shiki quickly validated Lorne's suspicion as the entire Impel Down began to quake violently. Ha! The convicts began to cheer, while the high-ranking officials of Impel Down could only watch helplessly. Finally, after a tremendous tremor, Lorne felt himself slowly rising. Shiki intended to uproot Impel Down entirely. Chapter 69, The Future King. With a thunderous rumble, the vast structure of Impel Down gradually emerged from the depths of the ocean. Its upper levels having been decisively overwhelmed by the prisoners, with no one able to thwart their escape. As one of the 3 core institutions of the world government, the fall of Impel Down dealt a resounding blow to their authority, plunging the world, once ruled by the pirate King Roger, into further chaos. As the seawater cascaded down like a waterfall, the true form of Impel Down was revealed. It resembled a grand tower composed of tiered cylindrical structures, more akin to an edifice on land than one constructed in the depths of the sea. The method of its construction remains a mystery. How ancient beings managed to erect such a colossal structure underwater, and why they chose to do so, is a question that lingers in the air. Yet, this is a world characterized by madness and deformity, where anything is possible. Once the waters receded, a square aperture resembling a door opened at the base of Impel Down. Adorned with a magnificent lion's head, the entrance seemingly gaping from the beast's cavernous maw. At the threshold, a group of prisoners laughed boisterously, discarding their prison garments, some even tearing them asunder in their eagerness. Lorne cast aside his black and white striped prison attire, revealing a lean yet athletic physique. Though merely 12 years of age, his noble lineage and rigorous training bestowed upon him an elegant form. His long black hair flowed freely down his back. Kofor, the master of sorcery. Having been injected with a powerful restorative drug by the medic Harvest, was now able to move normally. He draped a naval cloak over Lorne's shoulders, his expression one of deep reverence. Nearby, the fiery king of hell, Carlos Jody, produced a cigar, offering it to Lorne before respectfully lighting it for him. A small act of kindness merits a grand return. A saying from the flower country that resonated among the loyal pirates of the sea was a principle Jody held dear. Despite his skepticism regarding Kofor's alleged divinity, he recognized the importance of loyalty. Having been rescued from the depths of hell by Lorne, he vowed to stand by him for life. A simple yet profound commitment. Standing aside, the enigmatic Tenna maintained a rigid posture, gazing down at the ocean as if pondering some deep thought. His legs bore old injuries, robbing him of the strength he once wielded in the sea. The fleeting moments of brilliance he displayed in the depths of the infinite hell, where he nearly outpaced Deputy Warden Magellan, were but echoes of his former glory. After rescuing a few injured souls, he quietly supported his knee in a corner, devoid of grand ambition. Yet, the notion of nurturing a future king seemed an appealing prospect. Tenna harbored a strong intuition that the emperor destined to reign over these waters would emerge from among those escaping impelled down, not the legendary and ambitious pirate Shiki, but rather the ambitious youth seated at the entrance. Tenna contemplated the young man with ambition sitting at the threshold. At the forefront, the greedy Shiki inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of freedom, and burst into laughter. Ah, truly, you are worthy of the Vinsmoke name. Well done, young Lorne. He cast a sidelong glance at the sea, causing a startled seagull to screech and flee in fright. Newsbirds, prevalent across the globe, served as instruments for the World News Organization to gather information. Most present took note of this spectacle, yet they remained unfazed. The greater the commotion, the more joy it brought them. Opposing the world government was a source of amusement for nearly all criminals. At this moment, Shiki brimmed with vitality. After being defeated by the likes of Sengoku the Buddha and the heroic Garp, and subsequently imprisoned and impelled down, he had hit rock bottom. Yet, merely 2 years later, he shattered centuries of myth, emerging unscathed from impelled down, while simultaneously relocating the entire prison, delivering a stinging rebuke to the world government. How could this not bring delight to the hearts of many? Your praise is unwarranted. It was merely my duty, Lorne replied, rising to his feet and offering a slight bow. Displaying humility is the mark of an astute individual. Among the prisoners, 3 factions had quietly formed. One led by the ambitious Shiki, comprised of formidable criminals. Another, Lorne, who garnered the loyalty of the lower-tier prisoners, many of whom revered him as a deity due to his ability to communicate with whispers. In truth, Lorne was indeed akin to a god, having meticulously devised and executed the escape plan that shattered the myth of successful prison breaks after centuries. In this endeavor, Lorne rightfully claimed the lion's share of the credit. Without him, even someone as powerful as Shiki would have been forced to resort to self-mutilation to escape this hellish prison. Thus, Lorne's following was the most substantial among the 3 factions. The third faction comprises the neutral party formed by the 6th-layer prisoners, the vast majority of whom were once sovereign rulers dominating these seas. Even confined within the confines of Impel Down, they maintain their pride. Not even the legendary Gold Roger can compel their submission. They merely regard their circumstances as a matter of unfortunate timing. Should they have the opportunity to roam these waters once more, their legendary status is far from unattainable. As for the inexperienced youth, Luffy, what gives him the right to demand their deference? Given a chance, they would swiftly part ways to continue crafting their own legacies upon the waves. Thus, it can be said that a current of unrest flows beneath the surface of Impel Down. While it may appear that the prisoners are united in their quest for freedom, they are subtly vying for dominance. The so-called alliance mirrors the precarious nature of Impel Down itself, suspended in the air and poised to collapse at any moment. At this juncture, Luffy, one of the faction leaders, bowing his head to another leader, Shiki, unequivocally conveys a sense of reassurance, putting Shiki's mind at ease. This gesture provides a semblance of comfort to the prisoners. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts from the depths of Impel Down. Chapter 70. Confrontation. If I were in your position, I would cease all actions immediately and surrender. The former warden, V, glared fiercely at the group of prisoners before him. The world government will not spare you. One of his hands was bloodied, a testament to the severity of his injuries. His left arm, broken by old box kick, was bound behind him with handcuffs made of sea prism stone. Yet, V remained undaunted, glaring at the ruffians before him. As a guardian of justice, What was a lost hand or even a life in pursuit of one's convictions? Ha ha ha, you become a prisoner and still maintain such defiance. Old Bach laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph over this longtime adversary. Years of enmity were finally unleashed, granting him immense satisfaction. Earlier, he had refrained from joining the throng at the gates to breathe the air of freedom, choosing instead to converse with his old friend. V's distraction, preoccupied with concern for his disciple Magellan, had led to this grievous blow, compounded by the exhausting swim through the vast whirlpool sea. Magellan, grievously injured, had succumbed to unconsciousness, ensnared by the prisoners with layers of sea prism stone, chains to prevent any movements. The prisoners were acutely aware of the lingering dread his toxic abilities had instilled in them. Chief Guard Salutius, having exerted himself, had fallen into a brief stupor. After binding him, the prisoners carelessly discarded him beside Magellan, no longer concerned. Though he possessed some strength, it was but trivial against the most formidable prisoners now unleashed from impelled down. Even if Salutius regained his peak, he would be powerless to incite any upheaval. His subordinate guards, aside from those who had accompanied Salutius to quell the hunger of hell and the exhausted peruse the scorpion and blue gorilla, had all been driven into the searing depths of hell by the prisoners, forced to experience the searing temperature of the bridge of hell. Chief Warden Hannibal, similarly bound in chains, had his hands restrained beside Magellan, his face etched with disbelief. He never imagined the prisoners of Impel Down could truly breach their confinement. I still have aspirations of becoming the warden. How dare you scoundrels emerge to threaten the populace? I will not let you go, Hannibal muttered, then abruptly erupted into a tirade against the prisoners. Despite his yearning for the position of warden, he understood his duty. He was the protector of the people. Even when faced with the abyss, retreat was not an option. Yet, the more Hannibal raged, the lower Domino, beside him, buried her head. Through her perception fruit, Lorne sensed her deep self-reproach, likely stemming from her compassionate act of discreetly swapping Lorne's sea prism stone handcuffs, thereby granting him the opportunity to communicate throughout Impel Down. However, Lorne felt no trace of regret in her heart, invoking within him a flicker of guilt and gratitude. Such a beauty, bearing such weight, how could one repay? Perhaps only with life itself. Lorne stepped lightly, stealthily approaching Domino. Previously powerless, he now vowed to protect them. No one would harm them. Perhaps finding Hannibal too loud, Shiki ordered a cloth to stifle Hannibal's mouth, reducing him to muffled sounds. Look, a beauty. Suddenly, a prisoner, as if discovering a new continent, let out a lascivious laugh at Domino, extending his hand toward her. In truth, the chains binding Domino accentuated her alluring figure, making her even more enticing. Coupled with her role as a guard, she became a potent temptation that stirred the hearts of the prisoners. Such a striking beauty could not go unnoticed. Yet, once the lascivious prisoner tore down the last barrier, the eyes of the surrounding prisoners glimmered with unspoken desire. Bound, Domino struggled violently, her eyes filled with terror, her gagged mouth emitting muffled cries. She feared not death. As a warrior, dying was her honor. Yet, the prospect of enduring humiliation at the hands of these ruffians terrified her, a vulnerability inherent to her femininity. Humph. Lorne snorted coldly, stepping in front of Domino. As long as he stood guard, no one could lay a finger on her. Aha. How old are you, Lorne, to understand such matters of men and women? Truly a noble. The lascivious prisoner sneered. I find this girl exceedingly exquisite. Lorne, you should indulge first, and let your brothers have their turn afterward. Brother, I was wrong. Let go. It hurts. The lascivious prisoner whimpered, only to be seized by a hefty hand that gripped his wrist tightly. In the crowd, Fat Tiger munched on a chicken leg he had stolen, grasping the lascivious prisoner's wrist as if intending to crush it. The lecherous prisoner begged for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face, eliciting looks of disdain from those around him. Fat Tiger yanked the lascivious prisoner away, tossing him aside before stepping half a pace behind Lorne, glaring fiercely at the surrounding prisoners, as if daring anyone to make a move. Meanwhile, Jody and Kofiel quietly approached, blending into the tense atmosphere. The lascivious prisoner was one of Shiki's men, seemingly well-liked among the strong, quickly helped back to his feet, glaring venomously at Fat Tiger. Several robust prisoners shielded him, brazenly staring at Lorne. The two sides stood in a standoff, the atmosphere charged and taut. What is the matter? Why is the atmosphere so tense? A hearty voice rang out from the rear of the crowd, prompting the powerful prisoners to part, allowing a black-skinned giant with a mohawk and earrings to stride through. Black Crocodile Mora, Lorne declared coldly. Mora was a fervent admirer of Shiki, having set sail after hearing tales of his exploits, only to be captured by the world government due to his brazen behavior at sea. Possessing immense strength, He quickly became Shiki's right-hand man after their escape. His arrival signified Shiki's intent. Chapter 71. The end of the road. What does this mean, Boss Lorne? The notorious Mora stepped out from among the throng of prisoners. A lascivious inmate who had been beaten by the fat tiger whispered something into Mora's ear, casting a malevolent glare at Lorne and his companions. Without the need for any perceptive abilities, Lorne could surmise the nature of the whispered words, merely some inciting remarks. After listening, Mora nodded, signaling the beaten inmate to retreat, then turned to Lorne with a disingenuous smile. Boss Lorne, you let us out of this cage, for which we are all immensely grateful. However, your men have beaten ours over a single prisoner. Surely, some accountability is in order? Lorne chuckled in return, revealing a row of pristine teeth. He parted the few followers protecting him and approached Mora step by step. You do realize that you were imprisoned before, don't you? Lorne said, standing before Mora and gently poking his chest with a finger. At 12 years old, Lorne seemed quite diminutive before Mora, and even on tiptoe. He struggled to reach Mora's forehead. Yet, despite the stark difference in their sizes, when Lorne prodded Mora's chest, the once feared prisoner of the high seas dared not react. Lorne's authority was secondary. It was the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from his companions that held him in check. The sorcerer's hand, Kof, the blazing king, Carlos Jordi, these two prisoners, who had shone brilliantly during the escape, now regarded Mora with cold indifference, as if ready to shred him to pieces should he dare to make a move. Pray tell, where were you during the jailbreak? Lorne scoffed, continuing, I certainly contributed. Mora's face flushed slightly at Lorne's reprimand, yet he stubbornly maintained his stance. Contributed, you say? I trust you weren't merely hiding behind the crowd waving a flag? Lorne remarked nonchalantly, his tone dripping with indifference. He beckoned to the fat tiger, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg. Immediately, the fat tiger discarded the leg, pushed through the gathering prisoners, and stood before Lorne. His formidable presence loomed like a mountain, casting a disdainful gaze upon Mora. Strip, Lorne commanded coldly. The fat tiger, though momentarily perplexed, had long since adopted Lorne's words as his guiding principle. Lorne's commands were his creed. Without a moment's hesitation, the fat tiger shed his oversized black and white striped prison garb, revealing his powerful physique beneath. This prisoner is known as Fat Tiger. Lorne pointed at the bruises on Fat Tiger's body, continuing, these marks were earned in battle against Hannibal. He single-handedly overcame the warden of Impel Down. Lorne's tone was as casual as if he were recounting the weather, yet Fat Tiger shivered, standing rigidly. A keen observer might note a hint of mist in his eyes. But no one in the crowd paid heed to this detail. They were all captivated by Lorne's words. What does it matter who bears the most wounds? They pondered. For each of them bore their own scars. This place was left by the former director of Impel Down, V. Lorne continued, gesturing toward Fat Tiger's back, where the imprint of an elbow strike remained, a remnant of the fierce assault delivered by old V after Fat Tiger was sent flying by Magellan. Here lies a blow from the enraged deputy director, Magellan. Lorne concluded his demonstration by pointing at a faint bruise on Fat Tiger's head, noting that this strike had nearly robbed him of his combat prowess. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the drug fiend, Harvest, the outcome could have been dire. This man ensnared the strongest among us and Impel Down. While we fought to the death, where were you? Lorne's final words boomed, directly accusing Mora. Without him, you would still be languishing in hell. He struck you. Do you dare to retaliate? An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. Even the Fat Tiger stood dumbstruck, unsure of how to respond. In the world of pirates, injury was a commonplace affair. Even comrades aboard the same ship seldom knew who had inflicted their wounds. Yet here was Lorne, the very deity who had rescued them from the abyss, recalling every trivial detail, every act of valor, each moment witnessed by the divine. The prisoners, realizing this, gazed at Lorne with newfound reverence. Let us offer our humble faith and hearts to the deity. Meanwhile, Mora had become a statue, the weight of Lorne's words striking him like a resounding slap. His face turned a shade of iron, wishing only for the ground to swallow him whole. Ha ha ha, young Lorne certainly possesses a silver tongue. A booming laugh echoed through the air. The main figure had finally arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Lorne straightened, aware that in his current unique position, any prisoner wishing to confront him would need to consider the sentiments of the others. After all, he was akin to their savior. And thus he had no doubt that Mora's emergence was orchestrated by the man behind him. Shiki strode forward with the ease of someone on their own ship, exuding an intimidating presence. As he passed, the prisoners instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with fear. Lorne faced Shiki. The caliber of his strength evoked a primal urge within him to submit. Is this the pressure of Conqueror's hockey? Lorne pondered, realizing why, in the future pirate world, Those supreme warriors were often imbued with this extraordinary power. He had previously criticized this notion, wondering how such a rare trait could become so commonplace. Yet now, he grasped the truth. It was not that strong individuals inevitably possessed conqueror eschews, but rather that those endowed with such power were almost destined to become formidable. Those lacking conqueror eschews were inherently at a disadvantage when faced with its wielder. As Shiki approached, the stone slabs beneath them began to shift and rise, forming a chair. Shiki casually seated himself, propping his head on one hand, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the boy before him. He had always dismissed the notions of the three factions rumored to circulate among pirates. In this vast ocean, only one thing held true: strength. And he, the Golden Lion Shiki, was undoubtedly among the most powerful individuals within these prison walls. Chapter 72. In solitude, Lorne locked eyes with Shiki, as if attempting to ignite sparks in the air. Yet, even in the presence of this former ruler of the seas, Lorne displayed not a trace of fear, as though he were merely conversing with an ordinary old man. "Are you not afraid of me?" Shiki suddenly inquired with a smile, his expression warm and kind, reminiscent of a senior showing concern for a junior. "Why should I be afraid?" Lorne tilted his head slightly, responding nonchalantly. "After being confined together for so long, I am quite familiar with your character, Lord Shiki." "Oh? And what kind of person do you perceive me to be?" Shiki asked, intrigued by Lorne's words. "I see ambition in you, Lord Shiki. After all, as a man who once contended with the Pirate King, I doubt you would be satisfied with a mere escape from prison." "Interesting. Do continue," Shiki said, raising an eyebrow, one hand cradling his head while the other toyed with the stone chair, which began to manifest a lion's head, fierce and lifelike. Impel Down is one of the core strongholds of the world government. With your departure, it is certain they will not simply let this go. They are left with no choice, Shiki replied casually, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "Is this the confidence of a strong man, or mere reckless audacity?" Lorne sighed, continuing. "Is it truly a matter of having no choice, or is it that you are unwilling to acknowledge the truth? After the death of Gold, Roger, who reigns supreme over these seas?" "The pirates," Shiki mused, gazing at the stone lion, his head slightly bowed, avoiding Lorne's gaze. "Pirates? Most of the current pirates are merely starry-eyed treasure hunters chasing after Roger's wealth," Lorne retorted, echoing Shiki's own words. "What do these starry-eyed dreamers possess to confront the monstrous navy? Dreams? Freedom? Beliefs?" Lorne spread his arms wide, hands grasping at empty air. "These are but illusions. Tricks to deceive children, mere fabrications that even you do not believe. The true rulers of these seas are the navy," Lorne declared loudly, inciting discontent among the surrounding pirates. "Lorne, why do you bolster other spirits while diminishing your own? Indeed, we have escaped Impel Down. Why should we fear a single Navy officer? If you're fearful, perhaps you should simply hide behind us and enjoy your safety." Voices echoed among the prisoners, many casting disdainful glances at Lorne. In that moment, only Shiki remained silent, withholding his judgment. "What audacity! How dare you stand on equal footing with the legendary pirate, Lord Shiki?" sneered Black Crocodile Mora, lurking among the crowd. "Your master has yet to speak. When did it become your turn to interject?" Jody quickly stepped forward, gripping Mora by the collar. "Allow me to teach you a lesson in your master's stead." Jody raised his other hand, poised to strike. With his formidable strength, a blow from Jody would surely inflict severe damage on Mora. "Jody, stand down." Just as the hand was about to land on Mora's face, Lorne interjected. Jody paused, releasing Mora's collar with a huff, muttering a warning. "Watch your tongue." "Humph." Shiki let out a cold snort, as if preparing to rise. Lorne hastily interjected, "I apologize. My subordinate has acted rashly." Seeing Lorne's apology, Shiki refrained from escalating the situation, recognizing Jody's role in the escape. Returning to the matter at hand, "I stated that the true rulers of these seas are the Navy. It seems many are unconvinced." Lorne's voice dripped with icy disdain. "So, I ask you, even the formidable Roger pirates have faded into history. What remains that could rival the Navy?" "Legendary pirates," a prisoner shouted, his eyes glimmering with reverence for Shiki. "Legendary pirates? Huh." Lorne scoffed, provoking the ire of Shiki's admirers. They were poised to reprimand this audacious youth. However, Shiki raised a hand, halting their futile actions. "With Roger deceased, Whitebeard aged and ailing, and I captured, the Grand Fleet has likely disbanded. The three great legends have merely become echoes of the past," Shiki stated calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, the current landscape of aspiring pirates offered little promise in countering the Navy's might. To think otherwise was sheer folly. With the old king deceased and the new king yet to rise, it is a time of turbulence. The world government urgently seeks to eliminate influential pirates to instill fear, while the pirates themselves yearn to emerge from the throngs of newcomers, aspiring to be among the rulers of these seas. So, young Lorne, what is your implication? Shiki's expression grew grave, as if grasping the weight of Lorne's words. Renown? We have just escaped from Impelled Down, uprooting the very bastion of the world government. Surely, there are no pirates whose fame rivals ours. Lorne spoke with utmost confidence. This is perilous, yet equally an opportunity, Lorne continued, his tone steady. The world government will not overlook us. They will undoubtedly send formidable forces to hunt us down. For within Impelled Down are the most fearsome prisoners, apprehended by the world government for their terror. The government cannot turn a blind eye to such threats. I can only imagine that they now view the escaped inmates from Impelled Down as their foremost concern. Yet, the pirate world will also regard us as icons. If we can withstand the government's retaliation, our power will only grow until we can confront the world government head-on. Our goal is to establish a force capable of resisting the world government, thereby altering the order of this world. As Lorne articulated his plan, gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathered pirates. Madness, recklessness. They murmured, yet within their hearts, a flicker of anticipation began to emerge. How exhilarating it would be to form a force capable of opposing the world government. Ha ha. Shiki erupted in laughter, tears almost streaming from his eyes. Rising from his seat, the chair transformed into a stone lion, striding step by step towards Lorne. Chapter 73. The dagger's emergence. The stone lion roared silently at Lorne, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, Lorne remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the laughing Shiki. What could the esteemed Shiki find so amusing? Is there a flaw in this plan? Lorne questioned with puzzlement. There is indeed no flaw. Shiki wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and continued, however, your plan is simply too ludicrous. Why? According to this strategy, we shall soon acquire the power to stand toe-to-toe with the world government. Lorne exclaimed loudly, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that Shiki's crew of pirates was stifling laughter, their eyes brimming with scorn. Is it truly impossible for my plan to come to fruition? Because you were too naive. Morris shouted, conquering the world? Are you still a child, indulging in childish games? Oh, I nearly forgot, Boss Lorne. You are indeed just a child. Ha ha. The prisoners around them erupted into raucous laughter. Ah ha ha ha. Indeed a child, so utterly juvenile. To think of standing against the world government? Such words are laughable. Ha ha. Lorne's subordinates were grim expressions, but without a directive from their leader, they could not unleash their frustrations in that moment. Meanwhile, Lorne himself maintained a demeanor of tranquility, allowing the prisoners to mock him. How can the sparrows comprehend the ambitions of the swan? Having been ruled by the world government for centuries, they had grown accustomed to the lofty dragon people above them and harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Even those with strength, who stood in opposition to the world government, merely settled for a corner of the world, living in a utopia of sorts. A world long oppressed by the dragon people needed someone to rise and ignite the flames of resistance. In the original tale, the man who kindled this flame was Dragon, the father of the protagonist Luffy and the son of the hero Garp, hailing from the Navy. He recognized the filth and corruption of the world government and resolved to rebuild the world, thus establishing the revolutionary army to liberate the oppressed nations. He was deemed the most dangerous prisoner by the world government. In this lifetime, Lorne aspired to be the harbinger of the torch. A true man must wield a 3-foot sword and achieve unparalleled greatness. Having arrived in these waters, Lorne was determined to cleanse this tainted world. The steps to purify this realm had long been devised by Lorne. In the initial phase, one must establish their own faction. To this end, Lorne boldly ventured alone into Impelled Down, emulating the Joker, Buggy, in his quest to earn the admiration and allegiance of the prisoners. Buggy, driven by circumstance, inadvertently crafted an enigmatic persona before the inmates. In contrast, Lorne opted for cunning strategy, personally liberating the prisoners from their infernal confines, ensuring their heartfelt gratitude and loyalty. Lorne has now successfully executed his first plan, achieving far greater results than Buggy, whose followers were largely inept pirates. Lorne, however, commands a cadre of elite individuals, including the Master of Illusions, Kofir, and the Fiery King, Jody, along with the immensely powerful Fat Tiger, among others. As for the formidable prisoners on the 6th level, Lorne never harbored illusions about their allegiance. As seasoned warriors of the sea, they are imbued with pride, believing themselves to be sovereigns in their own right, holding disdain for those they perceive as beneath them. Why would they bow to a mere child like Lorne? Without expectation, there is no disappointment. Yet, the circumstances appear to be shifting. The mad Shiki has uprooted the entirety of Impelled Down, suggesting that within this floating prison resides the world's most vicious criminals. Should they unite and consolidate their strengths, Lorne is convinced that no force could impede their ambitions. However, as he proposed his second plan, he sensed the prisoner's indifference, resembling a fragile assemblage of sand that could disperse at any moment. Even the key figure in his strategy, the Golden Lion, burst into laughter. Lorne did not perceive this as mockery. He likely understood Shiki's ambitions better than anyone else on these seas. Shiki would sever his own legs for the chance at freedom. And to convey the true essence of piracy to the world, he could remain in hiding on a floating island for 2 decades, all for a singular ambition. Such a man is worthy of recognition. With such ambition, Lorne doubted Shiki could dismiss the opportunity to conquer the world. If he did, Lorne would have to concede that he misjudged the man. "My apologies," Shiki remarked, his laughter subsiding as he addressed Lorne. "However, your plan is rather amusing. It reminds me of someone." Lorne began to ponder who Shiki might be referring to. A vivid image struck him, his previous conversation with Shiki regarding the story of Winesheer Caesar. Shiki had whispered something into his ear. "Are you referring to my father?" Lorne inquired, bewildered. "Ha ha ha. What do you think? 10 years ago, Caesar was just as naive and reckless as you are now. Your aspirations are strikingly similar. Is this how the Winesheer family operates?" Lorne fell silent. His plan bore no relation to Caesar, and he himself had little in common with him. He was merely a soul from another world occupying this body. "Many years ago, I posed a question to Caesar," Shiki continued, erupting into laughter and extending a hand towards Lorne in invitation. "Now, I pose the same question to you. Lorne, would you be willing to be my right hand?" Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Shiki exhaled a plume of smoke and added, "Together, we shall conquer this world." The room fell into stunned silence. The Golden Lion, Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates and the ruler of the skies, was extending an invitation to a mere youth. "On what grounds does this brat think he can be your right hand, Shiki?" protested a fervent admirer of the Golden Lion, unwilling to see a mere child overshadow him. Fat Tiger, Jody, and Kofia remained silent, awaiting Lorne's decision. They had allied with Lorne because they envisioned a future of dominion under his leadership, venerating him as a deity. However, should Lorne submit to another, they would feel deceived. All eyes were fixed on Lorne, anticipating his choice. After a prolonged silence, Lorne finally spoke. "The strength of Lord Shiki is formidable. Following you may indeed lead to great achievements." "So, you accept?" Shiki inquired, his tone revealing satisfaction. Logic dictated that Lorne should acquiesce, endure the present, and compromise for the time being. Yet, Lorne stood, locking eyes with Shiki's increasingly frigid gaze. If one cannot live according to their own ideals, what is the purpose of life? "Thus," he declared, "I refuse." Chapter 74. Thus, I refuse. As Lorne's words reverberated through the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, broken only by the heavy breaths of the prisoners. "How dare you refuse, Lord Shiki?" Mora bellowed. Yet, Lorne paid no heed to the buffoon's outburst. His gaze fixated intently on Shiki's eyes. "Are you certain you wish to deny me?" Shiki exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The expressions of his prisoners darkened ominously. "Indeed. Even if you utter it 100 times, I shall resolutely refuse," Lorne articulated with unwavering conviction. To voice such defiance before this legendary figure required immense courage. Upon hearing Lorne's words, Shiki trembled slightly as Lorne's form began to merge in his mind with that of an old acquaintance. Years ago, he had posed a similar inquiry to that man, asking if he would be his right hand in conquering the world. However, that man harbored no ambitions of dominion. His response strikingly uniform. That man was none other than the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger? How intriguing. Shiki laughed heartily, truly fascinating. His assessment of Lorne surged to unprecedented heights. If this young man survived, he would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the annals of this sea. Suddenly, the floor and walls began to writhe as if infused with life and consciousness. "Shiki, you," Jody began, but before he could complete his thought, tinder-like protrusions erupted from the wall, ensnaring him and binding him tightly. Another segment emerged, muffling his mouth, leaving only his nostrils free for breath. This ambush did not spare any of Lorne's companions. They too were ensnared, locked against the walls. The situation had dramatically shifted. Lorne stood alone, isolated before Shiki. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke upon Lorne's brow. He had anticipated that his refusal would sour the relationship between them. But he had not expected Shiki to turn hostile so swiftly. Is this what it means to confront a tyrant? Lorne recalled a phrase from his past life. To serve a monarch is akin to courting a tiger. Though not entirely fitting, it vividly captured the essence of their relationship. Moreover, Shiki's legendary status rivaled that of certain emperors. Now, I am quite displeased, Shiki remarked, affectionately stroking the head of a stone lion beside him. His tone devoid of emotion. So, what will you do now? Through the perceptive abilities granted by his devil fruit, Lorne could discern the almost uncontrollable murderous intent simmering within Shiki. The perilous nature of the situation far exceeded that of his previous encounter with the pirate black bear, Flared. While he had once relied on his cunning to navigate danger, facing this legend was an entirely different ordeal. If he could not persuade the formidable lion before him, he might never escape this prison. Has Lord Shiki forgotten who rescued you from this prison? Does the illustrious flying pirate not understand the virtue of gratitude? Lorne rebuked, his voice rising. Since the mask had been torn away, why should he continue to grovel? Lorne had long sworn that no one in this world would compel him to bow his head. Indeed, it was you who extricated me. But I had long prepared to escape. The cost was simply too steep, which delayed my decision, the golden lion replied with a chuckle. Thus, I owe you a promise. One cost for one promise. This hardly constitutes a slight against you. Lorne furrowed his brow, aware of the cost Shiki referred to in his previous life. He had severed his own legs to escape Impel Down. Such a tyrant could not be measured by mere logic. Lord Shiki's promise is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Lorne replied coolly, but might I request the release of my subordinates? Not so fast. Shiki took a substantial step forward, looming over Lorne, who at 12 years old barely reached his waist. I offer you two choices. I can release your subordinates and allow them to depart peacefully. Shiki bent slightly, peering down at Lorne. However, whether in sincerity or pretense, you must serve me for 50 years. Upon hearing the first half of Shiki's proposition, Lorne felt no stirrings of hope. Surely, Shiki would not release him so easily. It was a farce. However, Lorne quickly surmised the essence of the second option. Alternatively, I could let you leave unscathed, but your subordinates must serve me, contributing to the plan you proposed. I choose to leave together, Lorne declared resolutely. These subordinates were earned with his very life. He could not forsake them lightly. Moreover, he was wagering that Shiki would not take his life. His existence was far more valuable than his demise. After all, he was the sole heir of Vainshield Caesar. To keep him firmly in hand was to grasp the lifeblood of a peak powerhouse. This was an essential piece in Shiki's grand design for world domination. As long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. It was Lorne's conviction. He had successfully escaped the so-called impregnable Impel Down. So why should he fear Shiki's confinement? Besides, even within the confines of that small prison, the prisoners were not united. Take, for instance, the treacherous inmates of the 6th level. Opportunities abounded. It seems you are still undecided, Shiki remarked casually, then turned, striding towards the door, casting a fleeting wave over his shoulder. Think it over. When you have made your decision, provide me with an answer. With that, a wave of his hand summoned countless tendrils from the stone walls, wrapping Lorne tightly and pinning him against the surface, right beside Domino, who was similarly restrained. The unpredictable nature of the situation left Domino in sheer terror. Though she possessed considerable strength, she was still a young girl fresh from Naval Academy. Utterly bewildered by the intricate dynamics between Lorne and Shiki, struggling against his bindings, Lorne gently grasped Domino's small hand, damp with perspiration as she clutched him tightly. Her heart raced with anxiety. Do not fear. I am here, Lorne whispered, his voice a soothing balm to her frayed nerves. She paused, her taut body gradually relaxing as she leaned against him. At that moment, Lorne silently calculated the time. It should be arriving soon. I hope you do not disappoint me. A name echoed in his mind. Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 75. The cake. After utilizing the powers of the float fruit to imprison Lorne and the others against the wall, Shiki turned and departed, making his way towards the aerial prison known as Impel Down. He traversed the treacherous 5th level, the Ice Hell, the 4th level, the Heat Hell, and the 3rd level, the Hunger Hell. The former administrators, guards, and jailers of Impel Down were confined within these once feared depths, subjected to the torturous methods devised by the chief warden, Kin, which were now being unleashed upon the liberated prisoners. Is this what they call the cycle of cause and effect? Nonetheless, the guards of Impel Down exhibited remarkable resilience, aside from a few mindless beasts. The overwhelming majority of these formidable guardians remained silent, facing the torment inflicted by the prisoners with stoic defiance. This exemplifies the spirit of those who stand as the final bastion of justice. As for the relatively tranquil 1st and 2nd levels, they had been overtaken by the powerful beings of the 6th level. The fearsome beasts and iron thorns that instilled dread in the weaker prisoners were mere playthings for those monsters. Ah, you have finally arrived. The moment Shiki stepped into the 2nd level of the beast hell, countless eyes fixated upon him. The nearest figure lurked in the shadows by the door, propping his chin with his hands, smiling at Shiki. Were it not for the blood at the corner of his mouth and the wary glances of the local prisoners, one might mistake this man for an amiable soul. Are you attempting to intimidate me? The wooden clogs that Shiki wore clattered against the cold floor. He took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling the smoke towards the crouching man, then coldly uttered his name, Makawaki. Shiki's almost provocative gesture did not provoke the seated man. Instead, he extended his slender hand to disperse the smoke gently and rose to his feet. Standing at about 1.78 meters, he appeared diminutive when compared to the exaggerated figures of 3 or 4 meters, even 10 meters, common in the pirate world. Yet, the aura he emanated was undeniably on par with that of a legendary figure of the sea. How could it be? We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Lord Shiki. The man's voice was hoarse yet imbued with a peculiar magnetism, evoking an inexplicable sense of fondness. Shiki furrowed his brow. Makawaki's disguise was impeccable. Those unfamiliar with him could easily be deceived by his facade. However, Shiki was among the few who truly knew him. Eagerly awaiting? Shiki scoffed, surveying the surroundings. In the shadows, he recognized several familiar figures. The burly old Bok stood beside a beast, gnawing on a large chunk of meat. In the second layer of the prison, the nightmares of the inmates unfolded, where the terrifying beast served merely as sustenance for the true monsters. The enigmatic Harvey, clad in a white coat of dubious origin, was diligently suturing the wounds of one such beast beside the venerable Bok. He appeared almost angelic, a physician of sorts, if only the creature's mournful cries would cease. It seemed my skills have waned considerably, he mused. As the beast's wails gradually diminished to silence, Harvey withdrew his bloodied hands from its wounds. A look of regret etched upon his face. In days gone by, I could have made it wail for 3 days and nights. He then turned towards Shiki, feigning surprise. Ah, you old lion, when did you arrive? You didn't say a word. Humph, such insincerity. Shiki regarded Harvey with indifference. Is it just us here? And that wooden fellow? But let us not concern ourselves with him, Bok boisterously exclaimed. Shiki followed Bok's gaze to the eaves of the lair, where a resolute man stood, arms crossed, in a state of quiet contemplation. Shiki recognized him as the middle-aged man who had been incarcerated prior to Roger's execution. Since his arrival, he had remained silent as a wooden statue, thus earning the moniker Wood. Having been confined together for such an extended period, Shiki was well aware of his temperament and chose to disregard him, instead approaching the beast. With one hand holding a cigar and the other wielding a knife, he deftly sliced a square piece of flesh from the creature. Ignoring the blood that adorned the meat, he tossed it into his mouth and began to chew. How dreadful! He grimaced as he finally swallowed, placing the cigar back between his lips and taking a deep drag. Whenever you wish to visit my ship, I shall prepare sturgeon sashimi for you. That is true delicacy. As a legendary swordsman renowned across the world, possessing the twin blades Sakura and Muku, Shiki's swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. It was said he could slice a sturgeon of palm-sized proportions into thousands of delicate pieces. That creature holds no allure. One bite and it lacks flavor, Bok remarked, gnawing on the beast's flesh with evident distaste. Yet you did not come here merely to treat us to sashimi, did you? Ah, only you, Bok, would fail to grasp such subtleties, Harvey replied, exasperation evident as he turned to Mitsukawa. Tell me, how did we come to ally ourselves with such a person? Thal Doctor, who do you deem foolish? Bok retorted, having caught the underlying implication in Harvey's words. Perhaps it is the manner of Lord Bok's combat that resonates with my aesthetic, Mitsukawa replied politely, a smile gracing his lips. Observe how eloquently others speak. Mitsukawa's words pleased Bok, transforming his ire into delight. Yes, I was mistaken. Faced with such a teammate, Harvey could only sigh in resignation. Let us hear Lord Shiki's intentions. All eyes turned towards Shiki, eager to glean his thoughts. The child from the Wayhill family shared his plans with me, and I find them quite intriguing, he began. Young Loren is indeed a rare intellect, truly the son of Caesar. Bok nodded. He aims to establish a formidable force capable of challenging the world government, using Impel Down as a foundation. A profound silence enveloped them until Mitsukawa broke it. An immature plan, yet not beyond realization. It possesses a certain allure, igniting the flames of ambition within that group, Harvey commented. Thus, we could engage in a thrilling confrontation with the powerful of the world government? Bok's tone brimmed with excitement. However, Shiki took a drag from his cigarette, stating, Do you not perceive that the world is rife with ambition? His words carried an implicit weight, understood by all present save for Bok. The pie is limited. I wish to expel the unworthy from this game, Shiki remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. Chapter 76. The wrath of the ambitious individuals upon the sea undoubtedly refer to the recently liberated prisoners within Impel Down. Once, they commanded storms. But years of confinement have resulted in the erosion of their territories. Their sudden reemergence is bound to incite chaos and bloodshed. Legendary Shiki, however, remains unfazed. He perceives that the more tumultuous the world becomes, the better it is. Glory is seized by the sword, and fortune is sought amidst peril. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, these prisoners pose no threat to him whatsoever. Truth be told, Lorne's plan has stirred Shiki's interest. As a man who once stood on the precipice of world domination, he senses that this moment presents an opportunity. By leveraging his fruit abilities, he intends to transform Impel Down into his aerial fortress. Having made this decision, he must seize complete control of the prison. The so-called factions of belief and neutrality are mere facades. While they may assist in escaping confinement, they are not worthy of his trust in the conquest of the world. The collapse of a formidable alliance stems from betrayal among its members. Shiki recalls a notorious pirate who once roamed these seas, Wald, the World Destroyer. A master of both fruit abilities and physical prowess, he was captured by the world government due to a moment of carelessness and has since vanished without a trace. Shiki once believed Wald to be imprisoned within Impel Down, but after his own incarceration, he never heard a whisper of Wald from his fellow inmates. Even now, as Shiki uproots the entirety of Impel Down, he finds no sign of him. This once great figure of the sea has simply disappeared, alive, unseen, dead, unacknowledged. As the most fervent pursuer of freedom, the betrayal of comrades cuts deeply. Thus, Shiki resolves to address this issue fundamentally. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, as if something has crashed onto the floor. Following that, a booming voice reverberates throughout Impel Down. Shiki, come out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shiki bursts into a chilling laughter that unsettles the powerful prisoners beside him. Below the floating city of Impel Down, a fleet of specially designed naval ships has gathered. Utilizing the latest technology from the Navy headquarters, capable of traversing the calm belt undamaged and even creating temporary bubble coatings for brief submersions to attack from the depths. These advancements stem from the man, Vegapunk, who joined the Navy's science division years ago. At this moment, a man donned in frog-eyed glasses, his long beard braided, peers through a telescope anxiously towards the floating city, accompanied by a naval officer in a light yellow suit, none other than the vice admiral previously encountered by Lorne. The future admiral, Kizaru. He has shed his usual nonchalance, now staring resolutely ahead, poised for action. Meanwhile, Lorne, ensnared by the walls below Impel Down, catches sight of the man who has just leapt into view, and a smile finally graces his face. The man, with short black hair flecked with gray, stands with his back to the sunlight, casting his visage into shadow, his naval cloak billowing in the wind, embodying the essence of justice. Lorne feels the walls constricting him gradually loosen, and with a thud, he drops to the ground. Moo, moo, Domino cries out, though her mouth is sealed, rendering her speechless. Yet, Lorne can still sense her concern. I'm fine, he reassures her, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on the man before him. Let me witness the strength of a naval hero. Lorne muses, knowing this man epitomizes the pinnacle of power within the pirate realm. He has witnessed Kizaru's terrifying speed, Fujitori's astonishing destructive force, Katakuri's oppressive presence, and Shiki's fruit abilities at their zenith, yet he has never encountered the true might of physical prowess developed to its utmost. Humph. The man scoffs, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight, eluding even Lorne's perceptive fruit. What a mess, old Wei, he appears beside Wei, shattering the chains that bind him, casually remarking. Lorne, with his abilities, is utterly baffled by the man's seamless execution of these actions. Old and ineffective, Wei sighs, attempting to loosen his limbs with a wry smile, blood streaming from his left arm. You used to boast about the longevity effects of your Tai Chi. It appears you've aged as well. Karp drapes his naval cloak over Wei, suggesting, rest here. I'll summon Shiria to tend to your wounds. Wei waves him off, signaling that he needs no assistance, then strides towards Lorne. Humph. So, you are the mastermind behind this jailbreak? Quite the grand scheme. During his previous confinement, Wei had gleaned from the conversations between Lorne and Shiki that there was a hidden hand orchestrating this event. Otherwise, the prisoners could not have so expertly restrained every ounce of power within Impel Down. Had it not been for his arrival, Magellan alone would have never made it to the gates of eternal hell. Yet, Wei never anticipated that the orchestrator would be so young. At this moment, Domino, having freed herself from bondage, is taken aback to see her mentor's mentor approaching and instinctively positions herself behind Lorne. Fear not, Lorne reassures her, gripping her hand and drawing her forth to confront Wei directly. I wondered why this uprising seemed so peculiar. It seems there was a traitor among us, Wei sneers, his gaze fixed on the restless Domino. Excellent, excellent. Wei, with his remaining right hand, points at Domino and Lorne, cursing, "You two shall spend your remaining days in hell, repenting for your sins." The old man strides forward, still exuding an impressive aura despite his injuries, for he is indeed the former warden of Impel Down. Not one to be trifled with. "Ah, teacher, what are you doing?" Hannibal, still bound, awakens and is bewildered by the unfolding situation. "What am I doing?" "Just taking a look at your fine apprentice." Wei berates, then kicks at Lorne. However, his kick is intercepted by a rotund figure. "As long as I'm here, you won't harm my boss." Fat Tiger grins. As Lorne is liberated, his other imprisoned subordinates are similarly freed. John and Kofor stand nearby, their gazes fixed intently on Wei. Chapter 77. Close combat. Now that his physical condition was less than optimal, the Elder understood the necessity for swift resolution. As he delivered a kick to the portly tiger's soft belly, he silently reflected on his urgency. Yet, once he withdrew his leg, a sense of calm washed over him. He regarded the prisoners before him with scorn. Did they truly believe a mere handful of them could impede his progress? With his remaining right hand, he rubbed his knee and coldly addressed the prisoners ahead. Even 100 criminals of your caliber would not suffice. However, before he could finish his words, his figure vanished before their eyes. Could one maintain such speed even while gravely injured? Ronan sensed a dangerous aura emanating from above him and instinctively raised his arm in defense. It was futile. The Elder's silhouette reappeared, having already discerned Ronan's capabilities. Even in his diminished state, this attack was beyond Ronan's capacity to withstand. Taiji style, crane. This was a lethal maneuver from the ancient martial arts of the Flower Kingdom, mimicking the crane's beak to strike the enemy with fierce intent. The Elder had already seen through the faade of the seemingly frail boy before him. He was the leader of this ragtag group. Capturing him might just compel the other prisoners to surrender. Thus, the residents of the sea could suffer less from pirate incursions, and the Elder's guilt over the fall of Impel Down would diminish. Yet, the Elder's long-cherished wish remained unfulfilled. Just as Ronan reacted, his body in motion, a sword suddenly intervened, blocking his path. The collision of fist and blade sent shockwaves through the air. As the Elder deftly transferred his force into the hands of the girl wielding the sword, sending her staggering back several meters, he caught the girl's sword. Noticing the faint traces of blood on the hilt, the Elder's impact had been so forceful that it had caused her grip to split painfully. "I am curious to know what magic he possesses that would warrant your betrayal of Impel Down," he stated coldly, crushing the sword in his grasp. "Afraid to meet my gaze? Very well, I shall uncover the truth." Domino averted her eyes, silent, an act that only fueled the Elder's anger further. He turned towards Ronan, demanding, "I wish to know whose life is more precious, his or your secrets. But alas, you shall not take his life, nor uncover his secrets." A furious roar erupted nearby. The girl had bought Ronan a few precious moments, allowing Joran to react swiftly. He collided with the Elder, pushing him aside, while the sorcerer Kofiel appeared beside Ronan, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. With a beaming smile, he addressed the Elder. "You are aware of my abilities. I have marked Lord Ronan. You shall never harm him. Then I shall simply eliminate all of you." The Elder adjusted the sleeves of his casual attire. "Do not engage him." Ronan whispered urgently to the prisoners. "Deplete his stamina. He cannot last much longer." The logic was sound. Jody, the Inferno King, licked his lips, his eyes glinting with bloodlust as he gazed at the Elder. "Yet, I still wish to test my mettle." With that, Jody tensed his entire physique, expanding in size as his prison garb strained against his muscles. He tilted his head, a smirk gracing his lips. "I wish to discover if your rebounding power has limits, or what you are truly capable of now." "Enough to obliterate you," the Elder retorted, charging directly at Jody. "How arrogant." Jody hurled a punch, his muscles bursting forth, tearing his shirt as he met the Elder's fist in a direct confrontation. Taiji style, embraced the moon. A tremendous force resonated from their collision, and the Elder silently lamented. The technique of rebounding force was not invincible. Its principle lay in redirecting the opponent's energy through contact, dispersing their strength throughout one's own body, and then rebounding it back. The critical aspect was that one must endure an equal amount of force oneself. Reflecting on his past, he recalled how he had trained his body by confronting ancient beasts on the Grand Line, wrestling with prehistoric monsters, and leading the charge against the world's most notorious criminals after joining the world government. Such experiences had forged his formidable physique. In his prime, he believed his strength rivaled that of the Iron Fist, Garp. Yet every time Garp encountered him, he would lament, claiming the Elder had strayed from the right path. "Had I not grown so old, I would not have fallen to that rascal Bach." Now, he thought to practice his skills on these youngsters. "You shall perish." The Elder bellowed, returning Jody's force in full, pushing him back several steps. Impressive power indeed, Jody remarked, wiping blood from his mouth, his expression one of fervor. I wonder how many more times you can rebound my strength. Enough to end your life tenfold. The elder retorted, resolute in his stance against Jody's attack. Preparing to utilize a method of mutual harm to demonstrate to this beastly man what true strength entails. What a lunatic, the portly tiger grumbled, rubbing his belly as he watched the two combatants. In such a brutal exchange, outsiders can do nothing. He then plopped down, retrieving a massive chicken leg to gnaw on. What sort of medicine has this old man taken? Kofiel mused, his slender fingers stroking his forehead in exasperation. Ah, it might be my doing, the portly tiger admitted sheepishly. I consumed the forgetting fruit. Anyone who attacks me with malice will forget something for a time. So you're just a clown summoned by a monkey then? Kofiel quipped, unable to resist the urge to jest. Meanwhile, Ronan had helped Domino to her feet, tearing strips from his prison garb to bind her injured palm. He took her hand and led her closer. Domino appeared dejected, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet anyone's gaze. It seems this old fool has forgotten his severe injuries. Ronan observed after a moment. Forgotten his injuries? That sounds troublesome, the portly tiger gasped, momentarily regretting his fruit's uncontrollable nature. No, Ronan replied calmly, this is our opportunity. Perhaps today, the world government shall lose a legend. Chapter 78. A Dilemma, the Fall of a Legend? The few individuals surrounding Lorne felt an icy chill upon hearing his words. Domino, in particular, clutched Lorne's hand tightly, remaining silent. Does he owe you a debt of gratitude? Lorne inquired. Initially, Domino nodded in confusion, only to suddenly shake her head vehemently, discreetly gesturing towards Hannibal, who lay in the distance, bound by iron chains. So, your sole connection to him is through the warden? Yes, Domino replied meekly. Are you willing to forsake your current identity to become a wandering pirate? Lorne asked. But Domino remained silent. Through his perceptive abilities, Lorne sensed a flicker of inner turmoil within her. You have yet to disclose the reason for your assistance, Lorne stated calmly. As soon as he uttered those words, he felt Domino's small hand stiffen. Even without his powers, he could perceive her tension. However, I do not care. Regardless of your reasons, as long as you have aided me, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Lorne's gaze hardened as he looked towards the elder currently engaged in a fierce struggle with John. This is my principle, no matter who he may be. This old fellow knows that you have helped me. That is your weakness. If he were still alive, I would worry for your safety. In the past, I was powerless. But now, I shall protect all that I wish to safeguard. Suddenly, the impel down began to tremble violently, accompanied by a man's wild shout. Lorne observed Wei, who was gaining the upper hand, suddenly tilt his head back and roar at the ceiling. What are you waiting for, Shiki? Do you intend to let Carp dismantle the impel down that you worked so hard to acquire? At that moment, a golden-haired man, feasting on barbecued beast meat in the second layer of the beast hell, abruptly stood up as if he had heard Lorne's furious shout, laughing heartily at the floor. With a casual snap of his fingers, he lamented, I truly wish to leave you here, but little Lorne is urging me on. Let us settle our scores next time. You bastard Carp. With a thunderous sound reminiscent of an earthquake, the impel down shook violently. In the corridor, the legendary Marine, Vice Admiral Carp, looked up to see the ceiling suddenly crack open, causing numerous prisoners and personnel to crash down. The Golden Lion had evidently prepared to eliminate all dissenters within the impel down in one fell swoop. In the next instant, the very floor beneath Carp began to vanish. Moonwalk. As a master of physical combat, he was well versed in the techniques of the Marine 6 styles. With a flurry of stomps on the floor, he leaped into the air, seizing the nearest guard and tossing him towards the Marine ship. Thank you, Vice Admiral Carp. The guard, grateful to be alive, couldn't express his thanks before being hurled away. I shall see how many you can save. A sinister voice suddenly rang out, and Carp turned to see a scarred man staring at him. Gidros, the Fist Demon? Carp asked uncertainly. I never imagined our Marine hero would still remember me, Gidros sneered, his face twisted with hatred. Once the vice captain of a notorious pirate crew, he had crossed paths with the then nascent Carp, who had turned his crew into a stepping stone for his own reputation. After nearly 20 years of imprisonment in the dark confines of Impel Down's 6th layer, he had become a target of Shiki's ire. As a former powerhouse from decades past, he bore a distinct characteristic. The 6 styles of the Marines had yet to be developed, making flight exceedingly rare. He too was incapable of flight. I will kill you. You bastard who ruined my life. Gidros adjusted his position mid-fall, landing on a descending stone and launching himself at Carp. I have no time to waste here. Carp replied coldly. Let my iron fist of compassion send you to meet your captain. From Gidros's perspective, Carp vanished entirely, his observation hockey unable to lock onto his figure. Stop looking. The world outside is ever-changing. You, and antiquity, have long been outmoded. Carp appeared behind him, shattering the stone Gidros had used for support and kicking him into the sea. You bastard! Gidros shouted defiantly even as he fell. Prepare to organize the rescue of the injured and apprehend the falling prisoners. The marine strategist, Sengoku, observed the figures plummeting from impelled down like rain, calmly making his decision. Yet the higher-ups had commanded a full-scale arrest of the participants in the impelled down riot and the retrieval of the facility itself. Vice Admiral Paulusolino, be cautious, Sengoku remarked, noting the limited forces at his disposal. Steelbone Kong is not here. My authority is the greatest in this moment, so obey my orders. Paulusolino shrugged helplessly and stepped aside. The world government was highly concerned with its image. The humiliation of losing the impel down to the Golden Lion Shiki was a disgrace they would not easily tolerate. However, Sengoku was a man of absolute pragmatism. With the Marine fleet dispatched to Ohara for the Demon Slaughter Order, only a small contingent remained at Marine headquarters. After all, no pirate would recklessly attack the Marine headquarters, especially not during such an unexpected crisis. Thus, Sengoku could only mobilize a fraction of the Marine strength. Calculating the odds, he realized that engaging with the integrated prisoners from Impel Down would yield negligible chances of victory. Even a win would surely come at a devastating cost. This era had already spiraled into madness following Roger's final proclamation. Should the Marines suffer a severe blow, chaos would truly ensue. Yet, if the prisoners were allowed to escape, the world's order would be utterly overturned by the return of those who ought to have been erased. No matter the choice, it would be a loss, and a catastrophic one at that. Sengoku dared not gamble, nor did he wish to sit at a table destined for defeat. Thus, upon witnessing the apparent disintegration within Impel Down, he decisively opted for a strategy of damage control. Chapter 79, Provocation and Choice. A figure soared from the floating Impel Down, defying gravity as it glided like a feather toward the fleet of warships. Sengoku raised his gaze to the sky, where the silhouette drew ever closer, its golden locks strikingly radiant. Have you come to flaunt your power? Sengoku scoffed, squinting slightly, unsure whether it was the sun's brilliance or his aversion to the man before him that caused his discomfort. No, the legendary figure, suspended in midair, laughed heartily. I have merely come to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Sengoku momentarily failed to comprehend the meaning behind Shiki's words. Thank you for escorting me to Impel Down, Shiki declared, casting a condescending glance downwards. It is precisely because of that I stand here today. Don't be so arrogant. The ever-loyal Borisolino, standing behind Sengoku, was incensed by Shiki's statement. His form gradually transformed into a flurry of light as he surged upward, coalescing into a solid figure before Shiki. Borisolino wielded the pitch-black sword Amatsukami, enveloped in haki, shedding his usual nonchalance. I am eager to discover just how formidable the legendary flying pirate truly is. I know you, Shiki remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his voice loud and clear. You must be one of the Navy's promising new recruits from recent years. Effortlessly evading Borisolino's probing attack, Shiki replied coolly, a natural devil fruit user, are you? Your speed is impressive, but alas, you rely too heavily on your abilities. Your hockey training still lacks refinement. When your observation hockey can keep pace with your speed, then you may challenge me. Navy. Arrogant. Borisolino scowled, gathering countless particles of light in his left hand. I could end your life here and now. You seem to possess quite an array of techniques, Shiki observed. His interest peaked as he watched the light gather in Borisolino's hand. Far superior to that old turtle Sengoku, I am now quite tempted to test my mettle against you. However, you have more pressing matters at hand. Shiki gestured subtly toward the floating city of Impel Down. More pressing matters? Borisolino was puzzled by Shiki's words, following his gaze to see the lowest tier of Impel Down beginning to collapse. Enormous debris plummeted into the sea, creating towering waves. Vaguely, he could discern one or two figures clad in Impel Down uniforms, bound by iron chains, slowly sliding down from the sixth tier's wreckage. With your speed, you should still make it in time. Shiki took a puff of his cigar, his expression haughty. You bastard! Borisolino cursed vehemently, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed toward the floating city of Impel Down. I await your challenge, Shiki's defiant voice echoed behind Borisolino, who was compelled to cover his ears to stifle his desire to turn back and engage Shiki in a desperate battle. I am not yet the warden. I do not wish to die. Hannibal, bound in chains, slowly slid down from the sixth tier's debris, shouting in despair. Magellan, you fool. Why are you still unconscious? I have to drag you along, Hannibal exclaimed, using his feet to hold onto the similarly restrained Vice Warden Magellan. At that moment, Magellan had long lost the imposing aura he once wielded over the grand prison. The prisoners of the 6th level, each a paragon of strength, united in their formidable prowess, had even rendered Magellan unconscious. As the two teetered perilously on the brink of the shattered fragment, Hannibal felt a profound sense of despair. Even if Magellan were to regain consciousness at this moment, it would be of no avail. Those bound by sea prism stone were rendered weaker than ordinary individuals, let alone when faced with the boundless ocean below. Who would have thought I would meet my end alongside you, you scoundrel? Hannibal muttered, resigned to his fate. Yet, one could argue he should feel a sense of relief, as two formidable rivals had been eliminated. Nevertheless, his position as warden was now in jeopardy. Given that the entirety of Impel Down was in ruins, Impel Down shall not vanish. A beam of yellow light surged forth, and Borsellino grasped Hannibal and Magellan, lifting them into the air. As long as justice endures, Impel Down shall exist eternally. A fragment from the 6th level plummeted into the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Hannibal, suspended in midair by Borsellino, felt a lingering fear. Quick, save our teacher. He is separated from us. At that moment, Hannibal seemed to recall something. Shouting at the nonchalant man behind him, once I return you to the warship, I will set out to search for him. Borsellino's expression grew unusually grave. However, do not overly fret for him. After all, he is our vice principal. Let us hope that is the case, Hannibal murmured to himself. As if on the verge of speaking, yet his lips remained sealed. At this very instant, atop a fragment of the 6th level, a group of individuals was engaged in combat. It was unclear whether it was a deliberate act by Shiki, but this fragment was curiously distanced from the battlefield. Loren, gasping for breath, gazed at the elderly man before him. Jody lay sprawled on the ground, bare-chested, his body marred with bruises, teetering between life and death. Meanwhile, Fat Tiger clutched Cofield tightly, desperately fleeing, pursued by a lean old man. Aren't you quite adept at switching? The old man scoffed, his condition far from ideal. His left eye was sunken, as though it had been struck with great force, blood oozing from the wound. A deep gash marred his chest, perilously close to piercing his heart. Yet, the old man remained unfazed, exchanging a punch with Jody, who, believing his youth would grant him strength, dared to trade blows. The consequence was the loss of an eye for the man, who now lay on the ground. The self-proclaimed magician attempted to ambush him with a treacherous thrust aimed at his heart. The old man seized Cofield's hand that aimed to stab him, disregarding that the strike had already pierced his chest. Instead, he retaliated fiercely, delivering an elbow strike to Cofield's chest, who, ensnared by the old man's grip, had no means of evading the blow. As a result, the old man triumphed over the prisoners through sheer ferocity. The scales of victory had tipped in his favor. All was concluded. If you surrender now, I might consider sparing you from further torment, he declared, abruptly changing direction in pursuit of Fat Tiger and charging at Loren, delivering a fierce sweep. The impact alone was sufficient to crack the wall behind Loren, who, struck head-on, coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing into the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Chapter 80. The Turn of Events. Loren struggled to rise. The whip kick he endured was the most ferocious attack he had faced since his arrival in this realm, although he had previously been rendered unconscious by Kin's hidden force. His body back then was nowhere near as resilient as it is now. After more than a year of rigorous training, he had transformed significantly. Loren lacked the ability to employ armament hockey for defense and had no profound techniques to dissipate force. Could he withstand this assault merely through sheer physicality? The elder steadied himself and coldly remarked, impressive physical attributes. There is a place for you in this vast ocean, provided you manage to walk out alive. With a slight bow, the elder lunged at Loren. It was, of course, a futile endeavor. He did not employ the 6th form of the Navy to instantly appear before Loren, yet his speed was as swift as lightning. Loren, unable to utilize hockey, would undoubtedly be unable to evade this strike. The elder exuded absolute confidence. In the face of life and death, Loren's mind paradoxically calmed. Through the perception fruit, he was acutely aware of every subtle movement within this prison fragment. Jody lay 17 meters to his left, her breathing gradually stabilizing, her life not in immediate danger. However, she would remain unconscious for some time and could not assist him. Fat Tiger, gripping Cofield, was 20 meters to his right. Upon sensing the elder's attack, he had altered his course and rushed towards Loren, but his speed was still too slow to make a difference. Domino's weapon had been crushed by the elder, the swordsman. Now weaponless, was akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth, unable to stir up any storm. Furthermore, given her current state of mind, it was unlikely she would direct her sword towards Wei. Loren had never been one to hide behind a woman. Thus, he had to rely solely on himself. An instinctive feeling arose within Loren. Had the elder's speed seemingly slowed? with one eye focused on Jody's unconscious form, even amidst his rapid movement. Lorne could discern the elder's grim expression, tinged with an air of inevitability. Do you perceive me as mere prey on a chopping block? Lorne's pupils dilated, fixating intently on Wei's figure. His left hand had been severely injured by old Bach, and his legs, having executed consecutive shaves, were likely burdened with muscle fatigue. Thus, he would most likely strike with his right hand. Life and death hinged on this moment. If he could discern the trajectory of the elder's attack, there remained a possibility of evasion. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wei had already appeared before Lorne, the gust from his rapid approach stinging Lorne's face. Die. The elder's right hand was charged, a fist aimed at Lorne's heart. Just as anticipated, Lorne was prepared. He slightly shifted to the right, attempting to evade the elder's attack while simultaneously retaliating with his own right fist. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. The elder's strike fell short, but it did not come without consequence. His fist grazed Lorne's left rib, shattering the prison wall with a deafening crash, leaving a long gash on Lorne's side, a mere hair's breadth from a fatal blow. Due to the difference in height, Lorne's punch similarly struck the elder's rib beneath. The elder let out a cold grunt, inhaling deeply. Lorne felt an immense force rebound from the point of contact with the elder's rib, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Pain radiated through his left rib and right hand simultaneously. Lorne bit back a cry, contemplating the prowess of the Tai Chi style. So, it was indeed this technique that had led to Jody and Kofield's defeat. Utilizing the force of the impact, Lorne stepped back just as he collided with the rushing Fat Tiger's abdomen. Thanks to Fat Tiger's soft belly, Lorne emerged relatively unscathed from this encounter. What an annoying fly, the elder remarked indifferently, extracting his fist from the wall. The wall, having endured both Lorne's collision and the elder's punch, finally succumbed and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The elder paid no heed to the dust from the fallen wall that might soil his garments, striding through the debris towards Lorne and Fat Tiger. Let us deal with you first. The elder cast a casual glance at Fat Tiger, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey, his body instinctively poised for attack. Don't kill him. A delicate voice rang out from behind the elder. He turned to see Domino, who had somehow regained her composure, her expression resolute as she fixed her gaze upon him. I am curious to know what potion he has administered to you that has led you to betray your mentor and ancestors, the elder expressed with regret. It matters not if you do not reveal it. Once you enter Impel Down, I have my ways of discovering it. Do not waste time. Come at me together. The elder relaxed his muscles, surveying the surroundings with a challenging demeanor. Lorne nodded subtly to Fat Tiger, who gently set Kofield down before charging at the elder like a formidable battering ram. Though Fat Tiger was corpulent, he was remarkably agile, his prowess ranking among the top in the 6th level of Impel Down. Were it not for his lack of wit, he might have been a formidable figure in his own right. Useless, the elder bellowed, inhaling deeply as he extended his right hand, lightly touching Fat Tiger's chest. Tai Chi flow, crane reversal. The elder remained motionless, yet Fat Tiger abruptly halted, feeling an immense force emanating from the elder's palm, propelling him backward. Fat Tiger soared through the fragments of the 6th level, crashing into the distant sea with a resounding splash. After repelling Fat Tiger, the elder suddenly broke into a fierce coughing fit, expelling copious amounts of blood. With your current state, can you still forcibly rebound the force? Behind Fat Tiger, Lorne roared, seizing the opportunity while the elder was momentarily weakened, launching a ferocious punch towards him. The force of Lorne's strike was akin to thunder, swift as lightning. Useless, the elder sneered. Your attacks barely tickle me. As the elder attempted to grasp Lorne, his body stiffened, suddenly becoming rigid. Have you remembered? Lorne mocked. Have you finally acknowledged that your stamina is thoroughly depleted? I am curious to know if you can still wield your fists after continuously surpassing your physical limits. That is none of your concern. The elder's expression remained impassive as he exchanged punches with Lorne. Yet, despite the ferocity in the elder's blows, they lacked the previous potency that could inflict grievous harm. At last, the tide of battle began to shift. Chapter 81. The Curtain Call on the Vast and Boundless Sea. A long black stone fragment floated, a remnant of the 6th layer of Impel Down. The material of this bottomless hell was unknown, but it was extraordinarily hard. Even the most valiant soldiers could not leave a mark upon it with their swords. Yet, due to its relatively low density or some other peculiar reason, this shard miraculously floated upon the water as it fell. Upon this fragment, 2 men were engaged in a fierce battle, both utterly exhausted. Their once ferocious strikes had diminished greatly, and had it not been for their indomitable will, they might have succumbed long ago. Yield. One man landed a heavy blow to the elder's abdomen, but the elder remained unfazed, retaliating with a swift strike aimed at the young man's neck. Your feeble fist can never overcome my righteousness. The neck, a vital part of the human body, if struck, could lead to severe injury or paralysis. Moreover, this attack was launched by V, one of the top-tier warriors and the former warden of Impel Down. Lorne dared not underestimate him. Retracting his hands to shield his right side. Crack. Lorne heard the sound of his bones fracturing, sent sprawling across the ground, rolling several times until he finally came to a halt at the edge of the fragment. It seems I have won, the elder gasped. A slight smirk gracing his lips as he staggered toward Lorne. Standing over the young man, the elder looked down with disdain. Evil is ultimately evil. No matter how long the night lasts, it cannot prevent the dawn's arrival. He lifted his leg, preparing to stomp down on Lorne's head. I shall make you aware that in this world, evil shall never triumph over righteousness. No. A girl's voice, tinged with desperation, pierced the air. Domino stood, tears welling in her eyes as she implored the elder. Vice Principal, we were wrong. I will recapture all the escaped prisoners from Impel Down to atone for my mistakes. Please do not harm him. Do not harm him? The elder's brow furrowed, realizing she still did not comprehend her own identity or the responsibilities of a guard. I had considered bringing you back to the prison for reflection, but it seems that is unnecessary now. You have fallen into the ranks of criminals. And thus I shall execute you here. Execute on the spot? Domino was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. The elder shifted his foot, aiming at Domino's head instead. Vice Principal. Domino's eyes widened in shock. She could not fathom that the elder would truly resort to such violence. The same kind and ever-smiling vice principal from their school. Step aside. In that moment of hesitation, Lorne had already risen, gently pushing Domino away. He braced himself to absorb the elder's heavy blow, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. This time, it is my turn to protect you. I vowed to do so. Truly moving, the elder scoffed, a hint of pity in his voice. In our flower kingdom, there exists a term to describe your kind, to share hardships and remain steadfast until death. Had I met you under different circumstances, I might have acted as your wedding officiant. Alas, light and darkness can never coexist, just as I cannot with you. When the two meet, one must perish. Is that so? Lorne struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What an honor it is, but alas, the one who survives will undoubtedly be me. Lorne shouted defiantly at the elder, blood splattering across the elder's face. Yet the elder remained unmoved, coldly listening to Lorne's furious cries. Old Bach's words rang true, the fury of the impotent, to him. Lorne's outburst resembled the barking of a dog. The elder had encountered countless failures over the decades, many of whom were even more arrogant than Lorne. Yet all had ultimately been defeated by V and captured and Impel Down, without exception. Let us put that to the test. We shall see who will laugh last. V felt his strength waning, realizing he had to end this battle swiftly. However, Lorne suddenly wore a strange smile, fixing his gaze upon V. Have you not yet noticed the peculiarities of your own body? V felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Previously, your beloved disciple, the warden of Impel Down, conducted an experiment on me, employing a unique technique to embed power within my body, which would ultimately detonate in a single explosion. He believed his methods were well concealed, that no one would uncover the secret of his martial arts. But I, in truth, am among the rare few capable of sensing my own body. I have struck you 301 times, embedding 301 forces within you. Lorne's cruel smile widened as he lightly touched the elder's body. Are you prepared to bear this power? Bang. At the moment Lorne made contact, the elder felt as if countless explosives detonated within him simultaneously. After enduring numerous battles and exchanging injury for injury, his body had long since reached its limits. The energy Lorne had buried within him became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before Lorne, the elder slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. It is all over. Lorne breathed a sigh of relief as his formidable foe fell. He embraced the weeping Domino beside him, offering comfort. Do not mourn. He truly intended to kill you and did not regard you as a student. Ugh, Domino sobbed. Very well, Lorne detests the sound of girls crying, particularly those close to him. Go fetch Fat Tiger. He is a devil fruit user and will be powerless in the sea. I will handle things here. Domino turned and leaped into the water, while Lorne gently crouched before the elder. The once dominant top-tier warrior lay there, utterly still. Stop pretending. I know you are not truly dead, Lorne suddenly spoke, and the elder's eyes shot open, locking onto Lorne with fierce intensity as he grasped Lorne's collar. Speak your final wishes now. I am aware of your condition. Do not feign weakness. Is there still hope for this world? The elder murmured, his eyes clouded and unable to discern anything. So this is the feeling of death? Lorne fell silent, seemingly grasping the gravity of the moment. After a long pause, The elder's grip slackened and gradually fell away. A once great warrior, unable to close his eyes in peace. Chapter 82. The Future and Promises After Wei's Demise. Lorne sat beside his lifeless body, taking a moment to rest. Shortly thereafter, Domino emerged from the depths of the ocean, pulling the portly tiger along with her. As graduates of the Naval Academy, swimming was an essential skill for them. However, the devil fruit user, Tiger, became utterly weakened upon contact with seawater. A common vulnerability among those with such powers. Without Domino's assistance, he could have perished right there. Upon seeing Wei's corpse, Domino felt a sudden pang in her heart. Tears welling in her eyes as she succumbed to grief. Once her emotions began to stabilize, Lorne attempted to speak. "We must leave this place. Will you come with us?" Surprisingly, Domino, who typically adhered to Lorne's every word, unusually declined his invitation. "I'm sorry, but I must return Wei-sensei's body. He was a remarkable man, and I cannot allow him to lie here without a proper burial," she sobbed. "Have you considered the consequences of such a decision?" Lorne replied gravely. Hannibal had heard Wei's words, and even if he was somewhat oblivious, he should have realized the gravity of the situation by now. Domino returning would be akin to walking into a trap. "Hannibal Sensei has done me a great service. I must give him a proper farewell, regardless of life or death." Domino stated resolutely. "Shall I accompany you?" Lorne offered. No, that won't be necessary." Domino averted her gaze, unable to meet Lorne's eyes. "You need not be so kind to me." What a fool, Lorne thought helplessly. It was clear that she cared for him more than he realized. Yet she never acknowledged her own sacrifices, while she felt immense gratitude for even the slightest gesture of concern from others. Such a gentle nature would surely lead to hardship in this dark world. "You should go," Domino suddenly said after a prolonged silence. "The Navy ships are nearby. Lingering here poses a danger." "And you?" "Once I resolve these matters, I will come to find you," she urged. "Go now, and when we meet next, I will share everything with you." "So, this is a promise?" "Yes, indeed, a promise between sister and brother." A smile broke through Domino's tears, leaving faint traces on her cheeks that somehow exuded an unusual allure. "Let us seal it." Lorne slowly extended his hand, meeting Domino's slender, delicate one. "This is a promise between a man and a woman. I shall protect you." Days later, on the Grand Line, aboard a modest vessel, Lorne leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vast sea. Behind him, Kafir stood straight in his suit, dutifully attending to him. Such a beautiful ocean. "It is a pity that so few have conquered it throughout history," Lorne remarked, to which Kafir responded with a respectful bow. "Because this ocean awaits the conquest of Master Wayne." "You always elevate others," Lorne replied with a hint of exasperation. Wayne was Lorne's assumed name following his separation from Domino. After parting ways, Lorne and his companions had set sail on a rudimentary wooden boat, fortunate that the Navy's attention was diverted by prisoners thrown overboard by Shiki, allowing their escape to go unnoticed. Kafir, an exceptional navigator, could discern direction by the stars even without equipment. The group paddled against the currents of the Grand Line for a day and a night before finally evading the Navy's watchful eyes. At that moment, they spotted a ship. More accurately, a vessel under attack by pirates. The air was filled with the shrieks of women, the shouts of men, and the laughter of the marauders. The commotion cast a shadow over the spirits of the recently liberated prisoners. The group leaped from their wooden boat onto the deck of the besieged ship. Chaos reigned. Elegantly dressed women fled in panic, abandoning their usual poise, while gentlemen cowered, hands clasped over their heads, pleading for mercy under the threat of pirate blades. A young nun was seen praying fervently, hands clasped in supplication. Had they not encountered Lorne and his companions, this situation might have resulted in a bountiful haul for the pirates. However, their luck had run out. The pirate captain had a mere 30 million bounty, a force far inferior to the formidable Black Bear fabled Lorne had previously faced. Their presence in this location was merely due to fortunate circumstances, having encountered only lesser foes. Unfortunately for them, today would not be a day of good fortune. Jody and Tiger charged in unison, effortlessly vanquishing the pirates and casting them into the sea. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" A rotund man with a balding Mediterranean hairstyle hurried over, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. He was the captain of the beleaguered ship, having invested all his wealth in this voyage. Had it not been for Lorne and his companions, he would have either perished at the hands of the pirates or faced the wrath of his creditors. "Prepare a bottle of the finest red wine," Kafir instructed coolly. "And I require access to the kitchen. Master Wayne is about to dine." "Of course," the portly captain replied eagerly. "Should you need anything else, please do not hesitate to ask." "Not at the moment. You may leave," Kafir replied, assuming the role of a devoted steward, diligently catering to Lorne's every need. This level of care was somewhat disconcerting for Lorne, who was accustomed to a harsher existence. Kafir is rather particular, Jody remarked lazily, reclining in a chair and enjoying the sea breeze while sipping orange juice with a look of pure bliss. But this carefree life is quite delightful. You're not far off yourself, Tiger grumbled, nursing a massive chicken leg. I wonder, do you never worry that such gluttony will leave you unable to move? Jody questioned, observing Tiger's incessant munching with exasperation. Strength is in the body, Tiger retorted, finishing the chicken leg with a contented belch before reclining back, his gaze drifting to a slender figure approaching. Boss, you truly are a man of fortune. Just parted ways with Domino, and now entangled with another beauty, Jody commented, envy etched on his face. But what use is beauty? Tiger queried, perplexed. Can it be eaten? Chapter 83, Sailing Towards the Future, Combined Chapter, The Young Nun. Clad in a white novice habit and wearing a square hat, quietly approached Lorne and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving the God's children aboard this ship. This marks the 11th time you have thanked me, Lorne remarked playfully, turning to face the young girl. If you were to unveil your face, I dare say my mood might improve considerably. The novice nun paused, her body stiffening. Even without the use of perceptual abilities, Lorne could sense her shyness. I'm sorry, but that is one thing I cannot allow, she replied, her head bowed and her small hands clutching her garment in a display of contrition. I have just made my initial vow, dedicating my life to the holy truth, and it must remain hidden from others. Jody, reclining in a chair and sipping orange juice, suddenly burst forth, spraying his drink. The nearby fat Tiger lamented, those who waste food are beyond redemption. What is wrong with my words? The novice nun inquired, her innocent eyes gazing at Lorne, who wore an odd expression. No, nothing at all. Faced with such a pure-hearted girl, Lorne refrained from harboring any impure thoughts, instead opting to smile and say, you are truly remarkable. Yes. The novice nun beamed with joy, nearly bursting into a dance. Yet she recalled the teachings of her mentor. Every nun must embody grace and poise. Be a lady, you can do it, she encouraged herself. Airly, why are you here? Lorne, utilizing his perceptual abilities to scan the ship, suddenly posed the question. That story goes back a long way, the young girl began, counting on her fingers. 5, 6, 7 weeks ago. While cleaning, I accidentally soiled a painting treasured by Archbishop Oracy. Rather than becoming angry, he entrusted me with an important mission. An important mission? Lorne's curiosity piqued. Indeed, the mention of her task ignited excitement in her voice. I am to travel to the land of flowers to spread the Lord's glory. This is a privilege reserved for bishops. That sounds splendid. It seems Archbishop Oracy is quite benevolent, Lorne remarked. Absolutely. I've heard that the land of flowers, Adela, is a place where blossoms bloom all year round. It's beautiful. How many people did Oracy send to assist you? Lorne inquired, intrigued by the Holy Truth Church, a faction previously unmentioned in the pirate lore. Archbishop Oracy said he wanted to test me, so he sent me alone. I must establish myself there before he makes contact. Isn't that a form of exile? It seems Oracy has yet to forgive you, Lorne replied, somewhat speechless. However, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, considering the gleam of anticipation in the novice nun's eyes. As dusk settled, Lorne finished the meticulously prepared dinner by Kofor and proceeded to the hall to watch the day's news broadcast. The news broadcast, akin to a previous era's evening news, was founded by the renowned Morgan and presented news to the world. Given the scattered islands and poor transportation in the pirate world, people had only two ways to learn about the outside world: snippets from passing ships or Morgan's news announcements. There. Over here. Upon spotting Lorne's entrance, the young girl airily waved enthusiastically. Boss, it seems this little nun has taken a liking to you, Jody teased from behind Lorne. What did you say? Fat Tiger lightly smacked Jody on the head, declaring, the food prepared by nuns is all vegetarian. It's not tasty at all. Do you think the boss would fancy someone like that? You gluttonous fool, always thinking about food. Jody retorted angrily, turning to reclaim his dignity, only to be halted by Kofor. Huh? Why did the boss leave? Fat Tiger, dismissing the furious Jody, prepared to mock him, but then noticed Lorne had quietly sidled away to sit beside Airly. Are you not waiting for the others? Airly inquired curiously. No, they're too loud, Lorne replied, rubbing his temples, realizing that being the boss was no easy task. With a playful flick of her tongue, Airly agreed. True, they can be quite intimidating. Lorne was at a loss for words. How could one not find ex-prisoners who had escaped from impelled down frightening? Suddenly, the projection snail before them opened its eyes wide and gaped its mouth. Light and images began to project onto the pristine white wall. A golden-haired beauty in uniform sat confidently on the screen, adjusting her attire before smiling and announcing, "Welcome to the news broadcast sponsored exclusively by Mr. Morgan. It is now time for the evening news. The recent incident at Impel Down that has captivated the world has concluded. The world government has suffered devastating losses, with a total of 381 casualties, including former Warden Wei. Let us take a moment to honor these heroes." After a brief silence, the alluring anchor continued. Navy spokesperson Lucas stated that the Impel Down prison break was a premeditated and organized crime, and the world government will not tolerate such actions. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Navy, most of the escaped prisoners have been recaptured. For those still at large, the world government has decided to increase their bounties. Now, let us announce the bounty list. The first, Shiki the Golden Lion. Known as the Sky Pirate, he is treacherous and cruel. A principal architect of the Impel Down escape. Bounty: 2, 300,000,000 berries. The second, Mont Blanc Noland. The third, Harvest. The fourth, Sunju. These names were unfamiliar to Airly, who expressed her bewilderment. Is the world truly this terrifying now? You've never heard of Shiki? Lorne asked incredulously. The prisoners from Layer 6 of Impel Down were notorious. Their deeds erased from the records by the world government. It was somewhat understandable that Airly was unaware. However, Shiki was one of the 3 legendary figures active in recent years. How could she not know? I'm sorry, Airly replied, her head lowered. The Red Soil Army guards the edges of the continent, keeping pirates at bay. I've never paid attention to what transpires at sea. The seventh, Vainquished Lorne. The anchor paused, visibly taken aback. Her expression one of disbelief. Age, 13. Bloodline of sin. A mastermind behind the Impel Down prison break. The traitor who killed the hero Wei. Bounty: 570 million berries. She declared, her voice trembling. Simultaneously, the name Lorne echoed throughout the world. On a small island within the Grand Line, an elderly man with black hair sat in his chair, listening to the broadcast. Upon hearing Lorne's name, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Well done. Truly worthy of my bloodline, Vainquished. Melon, bring me a bottle of wine. I shall celebrate. Yes, Master Caesar. Behind him, an elderly man clad in a black suit offered a slight bow before retreating slowly. Somewhere in the West Sea, a blond gentleman adorned in flamingo pink feathers and pointed leather shoes erupted into raucous laughter upon receiving the news. He then donned the glasses resting beside him and gradually stood up. Indeed, the era is beginning to spiral into madness. He's merely a child, scoffed a burly man behind him, hunched over. Regardless of his identity, this epic is becoming increasingly intriguing. We must hasten our pace and ignite this frenzied age. What say you, Terbol? Very well, Doflamingo. In the realm of nations, Wheat Island lay cloaked in a golden sea of wheat, swaying majestically with the breeze. The island's proprietor, a man savoring tea, suddenly heard a familiar name over the broadcast. He gently set down his teacup, a smile gracing his face. You have finally accomplished it. You are indeed the man I have recognized. Katakuri. The door swung open, and a young girl with burgundy curls burst in, exclaiming loudly. I saw the news about Lorne. She flung herself into Katakuri's embrace, her cheeks glistening with tears of joy. Katakuri murmured, tenderly stroking his sister's head. I truly look forward to sharing a drink with you. In the New World, a tower floated in mid-air, where its inhabitants were reveling. These prisoners, having endured prolonged suppression, were in desperate need of liberation. On a throne, a man with golden hair supported his chin with one hand, observing the frenzied crowd below. 2 alluring young women, clad in revealing attire, nestled beside him. You old lion, you still know how to indulge. A robust elder approached Shiki, swaying slightly with a bottle in hand. Do not touch me, you old bok. Shiki scowled at the inebriated old man, the 2 women beside him displaying their distaste. You simply do not understand. Old Bok retorted dismissively. Never mind, I just heard news of young Lorne. A staggering initial bounty exceeding 500 million berries. This must be the highest initial bounty issued by the world government, exclaimed Shiki, rising slightly and pushing aside the 2 young women. Truly remarkable, even eclipsing us old-timers. After all, he carries the bloodline of that family. Indeed, old Bok nodded. Yet you 2 have torn your faces. Shouldn't you resolve this trouble while you can? There's no need, Shiki replied coolly. I shall grant him 10 years to approach me. And then, his tone carried an unmistakable air of dominance. Let him comprehend the chasm of power, the true essence of piracy. In the hull of the sailing ship, silence enveloped the space as the announcer called out Lorne's name. Ares' mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could they have discovered her identity? Lorne thought, grappling with inner turmoil. His current strength was still too feeble To avoid detection, he might have to sacrifice everyone aboard this vessel. The expressions of Fat Tiger and Jody darkened simultaneously, waiting for Lorne's command, ready to spring into action. As vicious criminals, even cloaked in a facade of harmlessness, they could not alter their malevolent natures. For them, killing was as mundane as eating and drinking. Ha ha ha, the world government is utterly useless, unable to capture even a mere child. Indeed, but this child appears rather dapper. What good is that? If he stood before me, I could send him flying with a single punch. The hall erupted into a cacophony as people vociferously denigrated Lorne, unwilling to admit their inferiority to a mere child. Little did they know, the prisoner they so fervently belittled was among them. Lorne exhaled deeply, reflecting on the vastness of the sea, where countless similar souls existed. Who would imagine that the hero who had just rescued them from pirates was a fugitive with a bounty in the hundreds of millions? That person is terrifying, Ares said with trepidation. Is he? Lorne replied, puzzled. My bounty pales in comparison to the titans of the 6th level. What is there to fear? The bounty poster featured Lorne just after his escape from Impel Down, draped in a naval cloak bestowed by Coffee while Jody lit a cigar. A news bird had been startled away by Shiki, and Lorne caught a glimpse of it. It was likely then that the photograph was taken. Look at his eyes, Ares exclaimed. His eyes conceal a lion. So frightening. Lorne struggled to keep pace with the girl's thought process, momentarily at a loss for words. He is a villain, committing truly heinous acts, Ares asserted firmly, pausing before adding, as the news reports state. But you are different. The young girl turned to face Lorne. I can sense that you are a good person. Had he inadvertently received a good person card? However, did she not realize that this good person was the very villain she had just described? Would you care to join our Holy Truth Church and spread the Lord's radiance in Adela? Lorne was about to decline, but suddenly reconsidered, gazing into Ares' eyes and smiling. Perhaps it is worth a try. The roar of steam shattered the tranquility of Adela's night as a sailing ship emerged on the horizon at dawn. A black-haired youth clad in casual attire and a young girl in novice nun's garb gazed longingly towards the distant island. They were destined to conquer a nation. Chapter 84. Adra 3 years later, the island of Adra, adorned with flowers and praise. This exquisite isle is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line paradise, somewhat off the mainstream routes. Yet, due to its unique climate, it blooms with flowers all year round, attracting many admirers. In the capital, on the Street of Red Roses, a recently restored white-domed church stands majestically. The pristine church contrasts beautifully with the vibrant red roses. At the entrance of the church, a young man clad in a black priest robe stands upright. Beside him is a lady dressed in deep crimson bishop's robes and a middle-aged man with golden hair, whose demeanor exudes an air of refinement. Thank you for your generous donation. The Lord shall bless you, said Arelai, newly elevated to bishop. Offering a slight reverence to the golden-haired gentleman before her, her voice melodious like a lark in the valley. Her ascension to the bishopric was not merely due to the headquarters of the Holy Truth Church on the Red Earth noticing her and promoting her, but rather, every church member dispatched to spread the Lord's glory across different islands is awarded the title of bishop. The more powerful bishops hold a status within their diocese that can rival that of the Pope, while some less fortunate bishops find themselves in a more precarious position. This golden-haired gentleman had announced his conversion to the Holy Truth Church shortly after Lorne and his party arrived in Adra, and the church he financed had just been completed a few days prior. He glanced at the black-robed priest before him, noting the calm expression on his face, and felt reassured to continue speaking. This is my duty and obligation as a follower of the Lord. Arelai intended to reply when a young nun hurriedly dashed out from the church. Oh no, Bishop Arelai, the young nun exclaimed, breathless. Arelai frowned. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Every nun should embody grace and elegance. The young girl corrected herself, and Arelai nodded in satisfaction, gently encouraging her to speak. What has happened? There are too many people coming for worship. The young girl exclaimed urgently. Sister Ryra cannot manage alone. Arelai looked at Lorne, hesitating. You should go. It seems we need to add more personnel. The bishop cannot always handle things personally. It's all right, Arelai reassured, performing a gentle bow before slowly stepping back. She had conducted services many times before. It was not a daunting task. Observing Arelai's hurried yet composed demeanor, Lorne shook his head in exasperation. I have some innocent children with clean backgrounds. Perhaps they could be sent here? The middle-aged man suggested after Arelai had walked far enough. Ostensibly, he was a jeweler in Adra, amiable in nature, but secretly, he served as Lorne's aide, managing affairs that Lorne found inconvenient to handle himself. That won't be necessary, Lorne replied coolly. She will not accept those she does not recognize. Otherwise, after all this time, there would be more people here. Shall I find a few more simple-minded children from there? The middle-aged man ventured cautiously. Forget it, Lorne gently patted his shoulder. Go check the back room. I haven't been there in quite a while. Very well, my king, the middle-aged man said respectfully, then clapped his hands lightly. A lavishly crafted carriage approached the church's entrance, exuding opulence. Please, step inside, he said, gracefully opening the side door of the carriage and inviting Lorne with a courteous gesture. Lorne shook his head. This carriage is far too extravagant for my station. Once I board, my old adversaries would seize the opportunity to exploit it. My apologies, I had not considered that. The middle-aged man quickly apologized, clapping his hands again. His attendants understood immediately, pressing a concealed button on the carriage. The ornate exterior was concealed, transforming the carriage into a simpler form. Now, tell me about the situation on your end, Lorne said as he settled into the carriage, addressing the middle-aged man with a measured tone. Last month, we acquired a shipment from passing pirates. Although we have sold quite a bit, we still hold a considerable stock. Many buyers are interested in our goods, but are pressing the prices down significantly. Let them do so, even if the goods rot in our possession. They shall not have the chance to acquire them at a low price, Lorne remarked, lighting a cigarette. The handcrafted emblem of Chief Fong was embossed on the box. A luxury from the country of cigarette, priced at tens of thousands of berries per pack. Did they think they could use my own goods against me? Does quite take me for a fool? Lorne exhaled, finding the cigarette helped clarify his mind amidst his vexation. Lord Jody is negotiating with quite, the middle-aged man replied, lowering his gaze. If the negotiations go well, we should be able to acquire that item from him. Let us hope he is wise, Lorne replied nonchalantly. Perhaps Jody will bring me quite as head as a token? Given Lord Jody's temperament, it is indeed a possibility, the middle-aged man concurred. At that moment, Lorne's brow furrowed suddenly. He sensed a malicious intent lurking within the crowd. A man staggered towards them, appearing inebriated, and abruptly charged at Lorne's carriage, causing the coachman to collide with him unexpectedly. Goodness, a scam, Lorne muttered, unable to suppress a curse. Why was this culture of deceit inescapable? Ouch, it hurts. The drunkard groaned on the ground, while the coachman stood frozen, staring blankly at the inebriated man. Sighing softly, Lorne handed his lit cigarette to the middle-aged man. As a radiant priest, he could not engage in such disreputable conduct. The carriage door opened slowly, and the onlookers immediately recognized the occupant within. It is Father Vane of the Holy Truth Church, and the jewelry magnate, Khalil. Praise the Lord, with Father Vane's intervention, this unfortunate soul shall receive the treatment he deserves. This is the Lord's grace. Vane is Lorne's alias, derived from the first two characters of his family name, Vainshire. Among the crowd were numerous believers, indicating that Lorne had successfully cultivated a commendable public image. Are you all right? Lorne inquired as he stepped out of the carriage, kindly assisting the drunkard to his feet, appearing like a radiant sun in the eyes of the believers. The drunkard, seemingly oblivious, pretended to heave and made a motion as if to vomit on Lorne. Chapter 85. A botched assassination. Lorne furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a deep aversion to the inebriated man's behavior, a result of his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. However, given his status, he refrained from expressing his displeasure overly, taking a discreet step back to skillfully evade the drunken man's range of attack. The man heaved and retched a few times before offering an awkward smile, his legs suddenly giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Let us take him back to the church for proper treatment. The Lord will not forsake any of his children, Lorne asserted with unwavering resolve. His words, combined with the esteemed lineage of the Winchell family, endowed him with an extraordinary handsomeness, rendering him a beacon of light in the eyes of the faithful. Upon hearing this, one of the two drivers promptly stepped forward to assist the drunken man. The moment the inebriated individual stumbled past Lorne, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that was almost palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively retreated a step. To his shock, the drunken man drew a pistol from his coat and aimed it directly at Lorne, bellowing, "Die." Lorne narrowly dodged the shot, his years of rigorous training bestowing him with remarkable agility. He barely evaded the bullet, his combat skills, honed from clandestine learning, now coalescing into a personal style of martial arts. Compared to 3 years ago, when he had just emerged from Impel Down, his physical prowess had improved significantly. Now, even when faced with a severely injured V, he wouldn't need to resort to desperate measures to secure victory. However, the realm of hockey remained Lorne's Achilles heel. The observation hockey, simply put, was an instinctual awareness of danger. Yet, due to his unique abilities, he could sense malice in a crowd, allowing him to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, he had neglected the training of his intuition. Additionally, being still in his formative years, he refrained from forcing himself to cultivate armament hockey, as it could be detrimental to his health. For precautionary measures, he had only developed a thin layer of it, sufficient to perceive the physical manifestations of Logia users, before ceasing further practice. Hence, when confronted with the drunken man's firearm, Lorne chose to evade rather than absorb the impact with his body. Damn it! The drunken man, frustrated by Lorne's evasion, attempted to fire again, only to be swiftly subdued by the alert driver. These drivers were well trained under Lorne's command, exhibiting exceptional skill and unwavering loyalty. Take him back home. I have some questions for him, Lorne stated, rising and brushing off the dust from his sleeves, lowering his voice to the two drivers. He refrained from utilizing his ability to perceive emotions through the fruit of perception, as he did not wish to reveal himself. Very few were aware of Lorne's abilities in this world, not even Domino, who merely speculated. Good heavens, someone has attacked Father Winchell. The vile evil. The crowd finally grasped that Lorne had been assaulted, erupting into a clamor. Lorne, however, regarded them with a serene smile. Waiting for the noise to dissipate before he spoke gently, "Do not fear. The Lord shall protect each of his faithful children." With that, he gradually extended his arms, resembling a saint basking in sunlight. Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd seemed to be inspired. Many citizens clasped their hands in prayer. It appears I possess a remarkable talent for divine charisma, Lorne mused as he dispersed the crowd and returned to the carriage, addressing Carol. Indeed, a king's capabilities ensure excellence in all endeavors, Carol praised. This was no exaggeration. He had once been an ordinary thug, but a chance encounter with Lorne and his entourage upon their arrival on the island had altered his fate. Within a mere 3 years, he had ascended from a petty criminal to one of Adela's most formidable underworld figures, monopolizing the island's arms smuggling and production with the formidable support of Lorne's faction. Your flattery rivals that of Cofiel, Lorne remarked, though he remained indifferent to such compliments. He valued loyalty above all else, even when his strength reached unprecedented heights. A mere name could suffice to assemble a vast power, much like the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. Who do you believe orchestrated this attack? Lorne inquired suddenly. Carol paused, contemplating before responding. The quiet faction has been in communication with us. They are unlikely to resort to such actions at this time. Old Blind Dog covets our influence but understands our strength. Such a lowly assassination holds no merit. What of the group that arrived in Adela recently? Lorne mused, toying with a custom lighter in his hand. Are you referring to the Ale faction? Carol replied, recalling, indeed. A rather arrogant pirate crew did land on the island not long ago. However, both you and Lord Fat Tiger were absent, and Lord Jody was engaged in a standoff with the Quiet faction, leaving no room for concern over that pirate crew. They adhered to traditional pirate customs, preparing to pillage upon arrival. They were fortuitously intercepted by Cofiel, who taught them a lesson before they retreated, albeit boasting that they would not let the matter rest and would await their chance at sea. Carol's impression of this pirate crew was indelible, not merely because of their audacity but also due to their disproportionate size, commanding an enormous ship that seemed mismatched to their numbers. Enough, Lorne sighed, rubbing his temples, feeling a slight headache. Once again, we have drawn unwanted attention. They were fortunate to have encountered my absence. Otherwise, my cautious nature would have necessitated a thorough eradication of any potential threat. However, Carol hesitated. It seems they may have had contact with Old Blind Dog before departing. Do not worry, Lorne replied nonchalantly. We shall soon uncover the truth. The carriage came to a gentle halt before a grand estate, and Lorne disembarked. A slender man in a sharp suit awaited him, having been there for some time. The estate was adorned with pale green rosemary, prompting Lorne to frown slightly. Are you reminded of a past you wish to forget? I find this floral symbolism displeasing. Replace it, he commanded. The cultural significance of flowers was a unique aspect of Adela, and after residing there for several years, Lorne had inevitably absorbed this knowledge. As you wish, Cofiel, resembling a dutiful butler, bowed slightly. My king. Chapter 86. Agatha. As Lorne traversed the estate, guided by two maids, he arrived at the grand hall. Within the hall sat a corpulent man incessantly indulging in food, while beside him, a statuesque beauty donned in a resplendent blue-violet gown, her soft lavender locks cascading elegantly, regarded him with disdain. Agatha, Fat Tiger, have you arrived so swiftly? Lorne casually shed his black priestly robe, draping it over a coat rack, before reclining comfortably on a plush sofa adorned with a pristine white tiger skin. This trophy was a remnant from his recent escapade in a neighboring country, where he had fortuitously vanquished a formidable tiger that had terrorized the locals for some time. Well, it's not like our esteemed leader frequents home. We rushed over upon hearing the news, Agatha lamented, her tone tinged with melancholy. She then nonchalantly lifted a cigarette from the table, igniting it with a practiced ease. The smoke curled around her crimson lips, rendering her even more alluring. I've told you countless times, girls shouldn't tea smoke. It ruins the taste of my food, protested Fat Tiger, brandishing the morsels in his hands. Yet Agatha paid him no heed, instead turning to Lorne with genuine concern. I heard someone attacked you. Are you injured? Seemingly unfazed by her lofty status, Agatha leaned into Lorne, her soft body brushing against his arm. Don't do that, Lorne said, gently pushing her away. Ignoring her wounded expression as he stood to adjust his attire, two attendants dragged a thoroughly intoxicated man, bound securely, into the hall and unceremoniously dropped him on the floor. Upon removing his blindfold, the man squinted against the harsh light, his senses adjusting. Is this the one who assaulted you, boss? Agatha teased, crossing her long legs. She bore no qualms about Lorne taking advantage of the situation, but the thought of such a scoundrel witnessing anything inappropriate was repugnant to her. It's in your hands now. Resolve this quickly. I'm heading to the inner room, Lorne instructed. Let them handle it, Agatha winked. After all, they are professionals. As the inebriated man regained consciousness, he was met with the sight of Agatha's enchanting legs. He swallowed hard, following the line of her limbs, only to lock eyes with her emotionless gaze. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. You recognized me, so it seems your mind is still somewhat clear, Agatha remarked with an icy demeanor. Now tell me, who sent you? I don't know anything. I was just drunk, the man stammered. Realizing that the effects of alcohol had mostly dissipated, he recognized Agatha's name. This delicate beauty was a celebrated socialite, a powerful figure controlling over a third of Adela's alcohol trade. She and Carriel were the two pillars upon which Lorne's underworld empire rested. The local crime lords quaked in fear at Lorne, the rising star, and some even set aside their differences to unite against him. Whispers circulated, referring to Lorne's faction as a crime family, notorious for their ruthless methods. I was just drunk, the man pleaded, panic surging as he clutched Lorne's leg, weeping profusely. Merciful Father Wayne, I truly meant no harm. Please forgive me. Sighing, Agatha reflected that if this had occurred outside, Lorne might have considered his reputation and shown leniency. But now, in the sanctity of his home, Father Wayne, the drunken man attempted to continue, but Lorne stepped down firmly on his hand. Who permitted you to cling to me? Lorne stated coldly, then knelt slightly to assist the man upright. You are a child of God, merely seduced by the devil into wielding an accursed dagger against me. Confess the name of the demon, and both God and I shall absolve you. Lorne's tone remained affable, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet to the drunken man, he appeared dreadfully ominous. No, you're pretending. You are no merciful priest. You are the devil. The man screamed, attempting to flee, only to be subdued by the two attendants. It seems your soul has been utterly corrupted by evil, Lorne said, shaking his head in resignation. Take him to the baptism room and ensure he receives a thorough cleansing. The attendants disregarded the man's pleas and dragged him through a concealed door. As it began to close, Lorne perceived a hint of despair and collapse within the man's cries. It appears his resolve is rather feeble, Lorne remarked. The outcome will soon be revealed. Agatha rose, mimicking Lorne's tone. It seems your soul has been utterly corrupted by evil. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, she tackled Lorne onto the sofa. Prepare to face the devil's reckoning, dear priest, she exclaimed, playfully clawing at his chest like a wildcat. A cough interrupted their frolic, as the old butler, Cofield, stood stiffly, carrying a tray of afternoon tea. My apologies for interrupting, Lady Agatha, he said, placing the meticulously crafted teacups before them. However, it is the young master's tea time. I would like a cup of warm camellia tea with a dash of milk, thank you, Agatha replied, resuming her poised demeanor on the sofa. Bring me a new set of clothes, Lorne said, glancing at the lipstick stain adorning his pristine shirt, addressing Cofield with exasperation. Why so disdainful of me? Am I truly that unappealing? Agatha protested, witnessing the exchange. Not at all, but I must return to the church shortly, and it would not do for Irely to see me like this. Humph. I fail to see what is so marvelous about that girl, always clad in her bishop's garb. Her face obscured. Is it that you find such uniforms alluring, dear Lorne? At that moment, Agatha grew somewhat bashful. Actually, enough. Lorne interjected, cutting off the conversation. If we continue down this path, this book will be at risk of censorship. Oh, Agatha sighed in disappointment. If that little girl Irely cannot satisfy your needs, do feel free to seek me out. At that moment, the grand doors swung open slowly, revealing a burly, bald man striding in, while a servant rushed in from the concealed door. Report, boss. The interrogation results are in. Chapter 87. Interrogation. Jody, you have returned. Lorne waved his hand, signaling him to take his seat. How did things fare on your end? Quite well. Quate seems to be loosening up and should soon comply. Jody sat down and seized a cup of tea from the table, gulping it down with fervor. You scoundrel. That was my cup. The rotund figure of Fat Tiger, lounging on the sofa and snacking, noticed Jody's theft too late to intervene. Truly, this tea brewed by Coffeeal is delightful. I could certainly indulge in another cup. Jody poured the empty vessel upside down, yearning for more. I heard from the maid that you were attacked. What transpired? After finishing Fat Tiger's tea, Jody turned to inquire. His tone nonchalant, for in his mind, Lorne was the sort of man who could effortlessly handle any assault. Lorne shook his head. It was merely a lowly attack. The assailant has just been tossed into the baptism room, and the results are in. He gestured to the attendant emerging from a hidden door, indicating he could speak. The attendant swallowed nervously, hesitating. Report, esteemed leaders, the drunkard has just divulged the identity of his backer. It is Black Gun Quate. The individuals present exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of surprise. It was high time we dealt with that old rascal Quate, Fat Tiger exclaimed, indignantly. That scoundrel dares to play both sides. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he realized the peculiar looks directed at him. What is the matter? Did I say something wrong? Fat Tiger asked, perplexed. No. Nothing at all. Jody accepted the tea brought by Coffeeal. I merely find it odd. His nephew is an officer in the World Government Navy. If he truly wished to sever ties with us, he could simply communicate with the Navy to besiege Adela. Why resort to such a clumsy assassination attempt? His nephew is merely a lieutenant commander. He lacks the capability to bring us down, Agatha remarked coolly. That is precisely the crux of the matter. Quate has no reason to turn against us. Jody made his assessment. So who stands to gain from our discord? The assembly fell into silence. Let us not rush to conclusions. Lorne pulled out a cigarette, and Agatha promptly lit it for him. Bring the drunkard up. Following the events of the prison incident, Lorne had grown accustomed to the feeling of betrayal. While many intelligent people existed in this world, fools were far from scarce. To view everyone as astute was indeed foolish. Should Quate fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, Lorne would not hesitate to send him to perdition. At this moment, the drunkard was covered in minute wounds, inflicted by a blade in a methodical manner. This was Lorne's interrogation technique, reminiscent of 1,000 cuts from his previous life. Yet, regrettably, very few could endure 1,000 cuts. Godfather. The drunkard gasped weakly. I have said all I needed to say. Please grant me a path to salvation. Oh, really? Lorne leaned down, towering over the incapacitated drunkard. You claimed it was an accident when you pleaded for mercy before. Lorne crossed his legs, his polished black leather shoes swaying gently. With his hands resting on his knees, he spoke playfully. So, how can I be certain you are not deceiving me this time? Cold sweat streamed down the drunkard's face, whether from pain or anxiety was unclear. No, I would never deceive you, father, he replied with a forced grin. Then tell me, who instructed you? Lorne pressed. It was old blind dog. The drunkard shouted. Lorne closed his eyes, and through his perceptive abilities, he sensed a wave of tension and trepidation emanating from the drunkard. No, my God tells me you are lying, Lorne stated coldly. Then picked up the small knife from the table and handed it to the attendant. This punishment involves 10 cuts. Should you continue to deceive me, it will escalate to 100. I wonder what benefits your master has bestowed upon you that you could endure so many cuts? A cut was inflicted, and the drunkard let out a harrowing scream. But in an instant, his mouth was muffled by the attendant, forcing him to emit only muffled sounds. The others present displayed no discomfort at this spectacle. Rather, they observed with keen interest, and a peculiar glint sparkled in Agatha's eyes. The 10 cuts were quickly administered, and the cloth stuffed in the drunkard's mouth was removed, leaving him to weakly groan. Stop feigning. You won't die, Agatha said coldly. But next time, it may not be so fortunate. I advise you to reveal your mastermind sooner rather than later. She toyed with the knife in her hand, her pale, slender fingers caressing the blade, eager for action. I will speak. The drunkard was now despondent. He realized that revealing his master would yield no favorable outcome. Yet this Father Lorne seemed to possess a unique ability to discern the truth in his words. If he were to withhold any information, he would likely be toyed with by these demons until his demise. It is old Williams. The drunkard finally revealed the shadowy figure behind the curtain. After sensing the drunkard's emotions, Lorne confirmed he was truthful and gently nodded to his attendants. Then let us return him to old Williams. Williams, fully named Jeffrey Williams, was a notable figure in Adela, the former minister of the Navy, and the brother of the one-eyed Admiral Jeffrey Wobo. However, Following the mysterious disappearance of Jeffrey Wobo a decade prior, the Williams family's standing in Adela had plummeted, no longer retaining the former dominance they once wielded. A hush fell over the group. While outsiders like Fat Tiger and Jody were relatively unfazed, Agatha and Carol, having grown up in Adela, were intimately familiar with the tales of the Williams family. In their minds, the name Jeffrey represented strength and invincibility, even though Wobo had been missing for nearly a decade. The shadow of the Williams family lingered ominously in their hearts. "What shall we do?" Carol asked, bewildered. Although Lawrence's family had thrust him into the role of a crime lord, to the old powers of Adela, he was merely a nouveau riche. "Then we shall confront them," Agatha declared resolutely, her teeth clenched. "The past is behind us. This is our era now." Meanwhile, Jody and Fat Tiger gazed at Lorne, their years of camaraderie rendering them accustomed to waiting for his decision. Whether to engage in battle or seek peace mattered little. As the linchpin of the group, Lorne remained silent for a moment, exhaling a plume of smoke before stating softly, "The Williams family is but a relic of the past. I am curious to know what explanation they will provide." Chapter 88. Jeffrey in a grand estate located on Rose Long Street. The exterior walls were adorned with lush green vines, exuding an aura of antiquity. This was not due to the negligence of the estate servants, but rather a testament to the illustrious history of the family that resided within. Inside the estate, in a magnificent chamber, the elderly master was in a foul mood. Several servants stood nearby, heads bowed in trepidation, fearful of incurring his wrath. With a resounding crash, the master, an elderly gentleman clad in a dark aristocratic robe, swept every decorative item off the cabinet, including his cherished red porcelain bestowed by Ackerman II. "This Father Wayne is utterly intolerable," he roared, brandishing his mahogany cane. The servants dared not approach. "He's merely a nouveau riche. Having risen to prominence in just a few years, he presumes to stand on equal footing with us." The old man struck his fist against the cabinet, causing a glass box perched atop to teeter and fall. Fortunately, one quick-witted servant lunged forward, catching it deftly and polishing it respectfully before presenting it to the master. "Is this my brother's possession?" the elderly gentleman inquired as he accepted the glass box, which contained an exquisite badge depicting crossed anchors and seagulls. In any nation, this symbol bore a singular meaning: the Navy. The man's brother, Admiral Jeffrey Wobble, had been personally honored as a hero by the Emperor Ackerman III of Adela. This elderly gentleman was none other than the contemporary head of the Jeffrey family, Jeffrey Williams. He gently placed the badge back on the cabinet, murmuring, "If only my brother were here, those scoundrels would not dare to be so brazen." Suddenly, the hall's door creaked open, and a hawk-nosed man with a hooded cloak entered. His hair was styled in a gentlemanly braid. What on earth has transpired to warrant such a furious outburst? The hawk-nosed man inquired, waving his hand dismissively for the servants to exit. The frightened servants finally exhaled in relief and fled the room, leaving only the hawk-nosed man and Williams. "It is all because of that scoundrel Wayne," the old man scoffed. "Joseph, that good-for-nothing. I sent him to teach Wayne a lesson, and he was captured, betraying me in the process. Now Wayne has sent him back to me, and his men are awaiting my response." The hawk-nosed man sighed, reflecting on the recklessness of this individual. How could he be so foolish? In comparison to his brother, one is in the heavens while the other is on the ground. The two are utterly incomparable. Were it not for my tireless efforts to mend the family's affairs over the years, the Jeffrey family might not have endured to this day. "What do you propose we do now?" Williams inquired, his emotions gradually stabilizing. He recognized both his own limitations and the significance of the hawk-nosed man to the family. "The crux of the matter is whether Wayne is certain that Joseph is one of us," the hawk-nosed man pondered, before suddenly asking, "Is that not obvious?" Williams exclaimed, his eyes widening, his white beard quivering. "Wayne has sent him back here. I mean, does Wayne possess evidence that proves Joseph belongs to us?" The hawk-nosed man inhaled deeply, accustomed to Williams' somewhat limited reasoning, forcing himself to remain patient. "Or, have you directly acknowledged this matter as you're doing?" Williams replied, perplexed. "Not at all. After Joseph was sent back, I have been waiting here for your strategy, waiting for me to clean up your mess, I suppose?" The hawk-nosed man silently scoffed. "You did not inform me when you sent someone to assassinate Wayne, yet now that the situation has unraveled, you seek my counsel. So, this is merely Wayne's word against ours?" The hawk-nosed man's tone grew increasingly cold. "What do you mean by that?" Williams was bewildered. Conversing with these clever individuals often left him frustrated and confused. "Then let us not hesitate any longer," the hawk-nosed man suggested, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "If Joseph were to perish, all our troubles would vanish. Is that truly a possibility?" The old man faltered, struggling to comprehend. "If Joseph dies, Wayne will have no way of knowing it was I who orchestrated it," Williams exclaimed in astonishment. Of course not. You are foolish. Wayne is not simple-minded. Otherwise, he would not have risen so rapidly to become the dark overlord of Adela within just a few years. Indeed, the hawk-nosed man replied respectfully. Now, if you would allow me to handle the matter, please refrain from speaking further. Then I entrust it to you. If it is not resolved, I shall hold you accountable. The old man sighed once more, lamenting the loss of Joseph, despite his shortcomings, for he had been obedient. The hawk-nosed man nodded and slowly turned to leave. However, as he faced away from Williams, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Was his loyalty to the Jeffrey family truly justified? In the opulent hall of the Jeffrey estate, Carol sat in an ancient mahogany chair, savoring the red tea brought by a maid. At his feet lay a drunken man, bound tightly. With Joseph's eyes devoid of light, his spirit extinguished. Is this not the esteemed jewel magnate of Adela, Lord Carol? What brings you here? A hawk-nosed man descended the spiral staircase, grinning. Humph, Carol replied coldly. Surely you are well aware of my purpose for coming here? This hawk-nosed man had garnered significant attention within the Wayne family's intelligence reports. According to their findings, Jeffrey family scion Williams was merely a fool, a facade supporting the vast Jeffrey lineage. He was none other than the man known as the Ghost Fox, Hill Alawan. Alawan saved Joseph. Upon seeing Alawan descend, Joseph's eyes sparkled with hope as he called out desperately. Bang! Alawan leveled a revolver at Joseph, firing a shot that struck him squarely in the forehead. Joseph's eyes filled with disbelief as he lay motionless on the ground. Alawan! Carol exclaimed, furrowing his brow. What is the meaning of this? Oh, I merely heard a fly buzzing my name and found it bothersome, Hill Alawan replied, approaching Carol nonchalantly. May I inquire if you have any further matters to discuss? Then you must provide us with an explanation, Carol demanded frostily. Oh, Alawan blinked, feigning confusion. The Jeffrey family has had no business dealings with you. I am unaware of what explanation you seek. Very well, Carol retorted, exasperated by Alawan's brazen attitude. I now understand the nature of the Jeffrey family. This matter will not be so easily forgotten. With that, Carol departed, staff in hand, without looking back. As he stepped out of the grand hall, he turned to glance back at the Jeffrey building. The entire edifice, resplendent in its alabaster hue, was adorned with exquisite carvings crafted by a master stone sculptor using precious jadeite, bestowing an air of magnificence upon the structure. Yet, at that moment, this imposing building appeared to Khalil as nothing more than a decaying relic. I shall be there to witness the day your Jeffrey family crumbles, Khalil remarked coolly. Is this how it concludes? Williams emerged from a concealed door, his astonishment evident. Despite being targeted for assassination, Wayne's ability to endure such an affront suggested that his reputation was somewhat inflated. It left one pondering what Quaid and the old blind dog feared. No, this cannot be the case, Alawan sighed. Given Father Wayne's character, you will not relent. The future of Adela may not remain as tranquil as it is now. Will he not relent? Williams erupted with fury. On what grounds? He is merely a nouveau riche who has barely established himself. At the northern gate of Adela City, on Rose Long Street, stood a small house, cloaked in a shroud of moss and appearing rather dilapidated. However, upon entering, one would discover a hidden realm. The entire basement had been excavated into a vast chasm, resembling an underground fortress. This place was the sanctum of the Lorne family, their lifeblood. Drink, drink, drink. In a spacious section of the underground fortress, a group of brawny men were engaged in rigorous training. Beside the training ground, in a chamber, Lorne sat quietly in a black priest robe upon a chair intricately carved with an eagle, observing the sweating men through a one-way mirror. Opposite him sat a sultry beauty clad in an elegant gown. These individuals were all slaves procured through old Raleigh's channels, their lineage guaranteed to be untainted. Following the announcement from Boss Lorne restoring their status as free men, they had all become animated, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to the family. Clad in a purple gown, the alluring Agatha poured a glass of red wine and presented it to Lorne. One must remain vigilant. Once their training is complete, we shall disperse them and assign them to various groups. Lorne accepted the wine from Agatha, the pale red liquid exuding an enchanting aroma that was intoxicating. Indeed, the boss is truly astute, Agatha praised, raising the glass to her lips for a delicate sip. The pale red liquid mingling with her deep crimson lips was utterly tempting. This is Donatus, a specialty from the wine nation of Ogram, and it carries special significance. Care for a taste? She inquired. Donatus, a name steeped in legend, was said to evoke the image of the Grim Reaper. Lorne pondered why a wine bore the name of the son of the night god. Mimicking Agatha's actions, he took a sip, noting a subtle sweetness interlaced with a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of a maiden's tears. However, as time passed, The sound of weeping faded, leaving behind a gentle fragrance. Lorne, lacking expertise in wines, could only perceive that this one was rather agreeable, especially given that it was presented by Agatha, the esteemed wine magnate of Adela. Surely, it held extraordinary implications. What significance does it bear? Lorne inquired with curiosity. The wine culture of Ogrim, much like the floral culture of the Land of Flowers, is rich with meaning. Each wine tells a profound story. Legend states that when a family in Ogrim begets a daughter, they harvest the finest grapes of that year, ferment them into a wine, and bury it. When the daughter marries, they unearth it for a celebration. This wine is known as the Heart of Aphrodite, robust and rich, akin to freshly bloomed flowers. The mere scent can ensnare one's senses. However, should the daughter tragically pass, the Heart of Aphrodite transforms into Donatus, though both are essentially the same wine. Their flavors diverge drastically depending on the moment they are unearthed. Isn't it fascinating? Agatha remarked, her eyes twinkling as she gazed at Lorne. Isn't this akin to the red wine version of Daughter's red and flower wine? Lorne retorted, although he sensed a melancholic undertone in the essence of Donatus. Hence, one must not indulge in Donatus too swiftly, lest one becomes inebriated, Agatha said with a playful smile, before downing the contents of her glass. Did you not just say it can easily intoxicate? Then why drink it so hastily? Lorne questioned, his brow furrowed. Hiki, because I am not afraid, Agatha replied. Her cheeks flushed under the soft candlelight, already showing signs of inebriation. In truth, our Land of Flowers possesses many intriguing floral languages. I am aware, Lorne replied lightly. Having lived in Adela for several years and gained insight into the local floral culture. Then do you know what flower I represent? Agatha leaned closer, her head tilting toward Lorne, allowing him to catch the faint scent of wine on her breath. This question stumped Lorne. He knew that in high society, Agatha was often referred to as the Rose of Adela, yet he was certain that was not what she intended to convey. My friends call me the Black Mandrake, Agatha stated with a smile, attempting to rise but collapsing onto the table. You are intoxicated, Lorne said, helping her sit upright, only to find her wrapping her arms around his neck, her entire being draped over him. Little Lorne, I feel a bit warm, Agatha murmured, her softness pressing against him, leaving Lorne unsure of where to place his hands. I am the Black Mandrake, she whispered, eyes closed like a little kitten. Indeed. You are the most exquisite flower I have ever encountered. Lorne gently stroked her silky hair, speaking softly. The mandrake that shall never wilt. Agatha gradually succumbed to slumber. Lorne carefully returned her to her chair, straightened his attire, and stepped out. Once Lorne closed the door, the seemingly slumbering Agatha suddenly opened her eyes, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Yes, she exclaimed, raising her hands in a victory gesture, laughing like a child. As a wine magnate, how could she easily succumb to drunkenness? Chapter 90. The sun and sunshine stepping outside. Lorne lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his eyes reflected a hint of resignation. How could Agatha's subtle gestures escape the notice of one endowed with the perception fruit? Yet, Lorne chose not to expose her intentions. Her seemingly ambiguous actions were merely a form of self-preservation. When he first arrived in Adela, he had pulled her from the mire, and ever since, his not-so-imposing figure had taken residence in her heart. With a touch of exasperation, Lorne mused aloud about his seemingly favorable romantic fortune since his arrival in this world. He had encountered 3 distinctive beauties, Garrett, Domino, and Agatha, each with their own charm. Their interactions had been pleasant, yet he found himself disinterested in such affairs. Shaking his head, a flicker of flame appeared in his eyes. My journey is among the stars and the sea. How could I be ensnared in the trivialities of romance? Greetings, Father Wayne. The burly men on the training grounds had just finished their physical regimen, their vests soaked with perspiration. However, as they passed by Lorne, they all halted, standing in perfect formation to bow respectfully. With faces full of reverence, they spoke. This young priest had rescued them from the depths of despair. In the hearts of these former slaves, he was akin to a deity. They were his devoted followers. As followers, was it not right to offer their hearts to their God? Where do you intend to go next? Lorne inquired with a smile, which ignited excitement among the sturdy men. Their God had graced them with a smile. Surely, he was a compassionate and benevolent deity. Yet, how could anyone dare to oppose Father Wayne? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. According to their plan, a leading man stepped forward, bowing respectfully. We shall have a half-hour reprieve before proceeding to Boss Jody for combat training. Take care not to overexert yourselves. You are all children of the divine. Lorne replied with a gentle smile that belied his age. Any misfortune befalling even one of you would be a loss to the divine. Upon hearing these words, the men were wholly motivated, finally managing to suppress their excitement as they departed in unison. Lorne watched them leave with an enduring smile, which only faded into seriousness once they vanished from sight. This was a simple psychological tactic. By offering them hope and recognition, they would grow grateful towards him. This method bore resemblance to certain practices from his past life, known as multi-level marketing, simple yet effective, coupled with Lorne's act of liberating them from their enslavement. And enhanced by his priestly status, the execution became even easier. "Come forth," Lorne said after a prolonged silence. Cariel awkwardly emerged from behind a door. "Truly, you are the legendary priest of Adela. A mere display of skill has rendered these slaves utterly devoted," he complimented. "After serving as a priest for so long, one might forget how to be human," Lorne remarked suddenly, startling Cariel. Did Boss Wayne tire of the priestly facade? Or was he ready to seize the heart of that girl, Arely? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Cariel's mind, yet his expression remained impassive, unwilling to engage in matters beyond his purview. "Enough of that for now," Lorne said, fixing his gaze on Cariel. "What news of the Jeffreys?" Cariel hesitated, finding the words difficult to voice. However, Lorne had already sensed his emotional shifts. "What? Do they refuse to acknowledge it?" Lorne asked coolly. "Why, yes," Cariel replied, his head bowed. "The drunkard was shot on the spot, yet they refused to admit it." Bang! Lorne pressed against the wall, causing it to slightly dent, revealing his turbulent emotions. "Forgive me. I lost my composure," he sighed, taking a deep breath to regain his calm. That fool Williams lacked the intellect to devise such a plan, nor the courage to execute it. "Who made the decision?" "It was Alawan," Cariel shouted, taken aback by Lorne's unfamiliar state. "The fox demon, Alawan?" Lorne inquired. "Indeed. He appeared and ended the drunkard's life with a single shot, not allowing us a moment to speak. Decisive and ruthless, as expected of him." There was a hint of admiration in Lorne's tone for the man who upheld the entire Jeffreys family. "Alawan. I shall remember that name. What now, boss?" Cariel hesitated, then boldly suggested, "Shall we declare war on the Jeffreys family?" No, Lorne shook his head. "If Williams wishes to play the elder brother, let him do so." "What then?" Cariel inquired, perplexed. "First, let us settle the matter with Quet," Lorne replied. "Isn't Williams proud of being an old noble of Adela? The Festival of Flowers is just weeks away." A cruel glimmer flickered in Lorne's eyes. "At that time, we shall resolve our issues with Adela's traditional methods." By the time Lorne returned to the church, twilight had deepened. Arely sat at the long table, her hands propping her chin, drowsy and on the verge of sleep. A lavish dinner was laid out before her, exquisite silverware arranged neatly beside her. With a sigh, Lorne observed this foolish girl, who had evidently awaited his return for dinner. Would she have gone without food had he not returned? He gently approached her, draping a cloak over her shoulders. The nights in Adela were too chilly, and she might catch a cold if she slept like this. "Ugh, that scoundrel Wayne, making me wait so long." Arely mumbled in her sleep, startling Lorne momentarily. Yet, she soon fell silent again. Lorne took a seat beside her, smiling as he gazed at her sleeping face. The thin veil on her features was transparent to Lorne's perceptive abilities, revealing a youthful innocence akin to a delicate flower yet to be exposed to the harshness of the world. In his past life, a girl of her age would have been nestled in her parents' embrace, indulging in childish whims, a flower sheltered from society's trials. Yet, Arely had ventured alone into a foreign land, courageously establishing a church. Though he had assisted her, her efforts were undeniably commendable. She possessed a unique power that instilled tranquility in all who interacted with her, which was precisely why Lorne had initially agreed to help her. Others proclaimed themselves to be the sun, illuminating and warming those around them. Yet, only Lorne understood that this young girl before him was the true sun, for she had warmed his heart. The candles in the dice hall had long since burned out. Lorne lay asleep on the table. After a considerable time, a voice, tinged with reproach, roused him from his slumber. "Oh dear, how could you fall asleep here? You'll catch a chill." Arely draped a cloak over Lorne, her concern evident. As Lorne opened his eyes, he discovered that Arely had awakened at some point, having replaced the candles with fresh ones. The soft yellow glow illuminated her deep crimson bishop's attire, exuding a hint of warmth. "Are you cold? A bit of hot soup will warm you up." However, upon turning to the table where the food had long gone cold, Arely couldn't help but express her disapproval. "Look at you, returning so late. The food is all cold. Wait here. I'll go warm it up." Lorne stretched languidly, relishing a comfort he had not experienced in a long time. Ever since obtaining the fruit of perception, he had been unable to enjoy anything but the shallowest sleep, as every rustle of the wind or stir in his surroundings was acutely sensed. Yet beside Arely, he felt an unusual sense of security, allowing him to cast aside his worries and sleep soundly. This, however, was not entirely a blessing, for Lawrence's observation hockey was not particularly robust. Without the use of his perception abilities, he could not rely on his intuition to sense danger. In such a vulnerable state, he resembled a lamb awaiting sacrifice. Still, Lawrence smiled. If life were to be lived like a machine, devoid of surprises, what meaning would there be? Moreover, if someone dared to attack him, it was simply because he had yet to cultivate enough strength to instill fear in others, nothing more. Airily, carrying the food, hurried away. Lauren watched her retreating figure with a sense of resignation. The church was not lacking in manpower. There was no need for her to attend to everything personally. Yet she could never sit still, her past as a nun ingrained in her very being. In no time, Airily had prepared a lavish dinner spread. Just as Lauren reached for his knife and fork, Airily shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to reluctantly withdraw his hands and join them in prayer. Dear, omnipotent, omniscient holy truth, thank you for guiding me through another night and granting me a new day. I humbly entrust this new day into your hands, praying that the Holy Spirit may lead my heart and thoughts, rendering them completely submissive to the teachings of the holy truth. Though gentle, Airily was quite particular about such rituals. Once the brief prayer concluded, she eagerly picked up her utensils. This is the red sandalwood grape turkey that Aunt Norala from Rose Lane taught me to make. I wonder how it turned out. She cut a small piece and tasted it, her expression dampening slightly. It doesn't seem as good as Aunt Norala's. I'll try harder next time. Not at all. Lauren sampled a piece and, gazing into Airly's light green eyes, smiled. Every dish you make is delicious, and I enjoy them all. Really? Lauren's words filled the young girl with joy. Through his perception, he could clearly see her cheeks glowing warmly in the candlelight, whether from happiness or shyness. He could not tell. The cozy candlelit dinner soon came to an end. After exchanging goodnights, Airily returned to her room while Lauren remained beneath the eaves of the church, quietly gazing at the starry sky. The moonlit night was serene, and the city's flowers, blooming under the night's embrace, possessed an unusual beauty. However, for those living in the land of blossoms, being unable to admire their beauty at midnight was a torment, prompting many to retire early. Lauren glanced at his pocket watch. It was 1:45. Have I really slept that long? He mused aloud as he closed the watch. Thank goodness the little girl is so persistent. Waiting all this time. Yet time was still on his side. Lauren swiftly moved towards the southern part of the city. Before long, he arrived at a resplendent establishment, where the clamor of voices clashed starkly with the quiet of a drag. However, the surrounding residents, intimidated by the owner's influence, could only endure in silence. Look who it is. A rotund clown with a comical hat stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lauren, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Isn't this our Father Vane? What a surprise. Here to seek the lost lamb?" The chubby clown leaned closer, cautioning, "But I advise you to abandon that thought. Everyone here is a willing participant." "Is that so?" Lauren replied coolly. "Unfortunately, I'm not here to enlighten anyone. I'm merely bored and looking to gamble." This opulent establishment was, in fact, a gambling house, owned by one of Adrag's underworld magnates, Old Blind Dog Garcia, who controlled over 80% of the city's gambling business. "Father Vane, you must be joking." Cold sweat beaded on the clown's forehead, revealing he had likely faced Lauren's reprimand before. "Didn't you agree with Lord Garcia to stop disrupting our business?" "Why would I disrupt your business?" Lauren smiled as he pulled a coin from his pocket. "I'm truly just here to play casually. Surely, you welcome patrons?" This coin, worth 50 Bailey, indeed signified a casual wager. Of course. The clown forced a smile, one that was more pained than joyful. "Father Vane, please come in." Once Lauren stepped inside, the clown retrieved a communication device from his pocket. Moses, it's Garcia. Father Vane has come to stir trouble again." The moment Lauren entered the gambling house, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Gamblers stared at him in astonishment. Yet, the next moment, cheers erupted as they surged toward Lauren, surrounding him. "Father Vane is here. Today, I'll win back my losses." A gambler, frantically desperate, shouted, rallying the crowd. The gamblers followed Lauren to a gaming table, where the dealer's expression darkened considerably. However, after receiving the clown's nod, he reluctantly began to shake the dice. 24. As the dice landed, Lauren casually tossed the coin he held. With his perception abilities, playing such games was exceedingly simple. The gamblers pressed in, stacking their bets high, heavy stakes weighing on the dealer's conscience. He stiffly grasped the dice cup, and upon revealing the total, the 5 dice summed precisely to 24. Chapter 92, The Bet What's the Matter? Are we not continuing? Lauren mused, resting his head upon his hand as he regarded the dealer before him. The surrounding gamblers were fervently animated, raising their bets of Bailey or chips, clamoring for more. Continue. Continue. The dealer's expression was one of despair, more dismal than that of a person mourning a lost loved one, as he implored Lorne, "Father Wayne, I am but a mere worker. I beg you, spare me." "Is that so?" Lorne observed the substantial pile of chips before him. "Then let me wager all of these and retire from the game." "Father Wayne." At that moment, a hearty voice resonated from behind. "Is that not Father Wayne? Do not trouble the lad. Allow me to join you for a few rounds." A robust man, clad impeccably in a suit, strode in, exuding the elegance of a true gentleman, albeit with a bandaged eye that seemed incongruous with his demeanor. This man was none other than Garcia, the notorious kingpin of the underworld in Adela, often referred to as the Old Blind Dog. It was said that he had lost his sight to the casino's former owner after being caught cheating in his youth, but as his power grew, few dared to call him by that name. "Old Blind Dog, you have finally arrived," Lorne remarked nonchalantly. Garcia's lips twitched slightly, yet he welcomed Lorne with open arms, embracing him as if greeting an old friend long missed. "This place has grown dull. The dealer is utterly remiss," Lorne whispered to Garcia. "You must entertain me properly." "Certainly." "Certainly," Garcia replied with a smile, guiding Lorne to a private room. The decor within was starkly simple compared to the opulence outside. Yet a discerning eye would recognize that even the most ordinary item within could command the value of an entire house. Evidently familiar with the space, Lorne casually settled into a chair, idly toying with a potted plant beside him. The pot bore an inscription, transplanted from the rocky crevices, "It returns to my humble abode." Nurtured by water and stone, accompanied by small hills. Lorne did not comprehend the meaning of these words, yet he understood their worth. Such miniature imitations of natural landscapes were all the rage among Adela's upper crust, said to have originated from the Flower Kingdom across the Western Sea, a land renowned for its peculiar customs. "Isn't it lovely?" Garcia observed as Lorne fiddled with the pot, feeling a pang of regret. It was a gift from a friend. An authentic piece from the Flower Kingdom, distinct from the counterfeit versions others possessed. "Perhaps," Lorne replied, placing the pot aside, unfazed by Garcia's sentiment. "What shall we play today?" "Anything you wish," Garcia replied earnestly. "The question is, how high do you wish to wager? I recall winning a piece of land from you here." "Indeed." Garcia gritted his teeth. When Lorne had first arrived, the underworld leaders of Adela had scarcely regarded him. Yet he had boldly entered with a single coin and left with a deed worth billions of Bailey. "Then let us wager this," Lorne said, his smile fading. "One game to determine the victor. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not intrude upon your business again." He took a sip of water, adding nonchalantly, "And a draw counts as my loss." "Arrogant." Garcia seated, his forehead vein bulging. Yet he stifled his fury. Father Wayne's proposal was, after all, rather advantageous. "What do you desire?" he inquired seriously. "One does not offer without a hidden motive. If I lose, the deed shall be returned in full," Lorne stated as he lit a cigarette. "But should I win, I require you to withdraw from the liquor and arms trade." The worth of those two enterprises far surpassed that of a mere deed. Garcia retorted angrily, "You expect me to step aside and let you monopolize?" The liquor and arms were the mainstays of Lorne's family, overseen by Agatha and Carol. "You need not play if you prefer," Lorne replied indifferently. "I can simply come here to gamble a little each day." This was a blatant threat. With Lorne's capabilities, he could easily ruin the casino. "Play this once, then be gone," Garcia snapped, fuming. His attendant presented 2 dice jars, which Garcia handed to Lorne. "High or low? Let us keep it simple." "High." Lorne accepted the jar and casually shook it. As a seasoned gambler, Garcia had not stooped to tampering with his opponent's equipment. Old Blind Dog Garcia tenderly caressed the dice jar as though it were the skin of a beloved, pondering how long it had been since he last sat at a gaming table. Initially, he sought only to avenge the man who had blinded him. Yet his business had flourished beyond expectation, and that very casino owner had once knelt before him in supplication. However, Garcia had long since lost his original passion. As his skill grew, the thrill of gambling eluded him. Only Father Wayne, with his unmatched talent, reignited the fire of competition within him. "Let me show you the true essence of gambling," Garcia bellowed, shaking the dice jar vigorously. The clattering of the dice within created an enchanting melody. Though it was merely a desperate struggle, Lorne chuckled softly, while Garcia's prowess was indeed impressive. It remained firmly within the realm of mortals, something even the most perceptive strongmen could achieve with ease. Moreover, Lorne himself possessed the fruit of perception, making this endeavor exceedingly simple. Bang! Bang! Both dice jars crashed onto the table simultaneously. "You lose," Garcia spat venomously. "These 5 dice total no more than 30 points once I roll. Your defeat is assured." He gradually revealed the dice, aligning the sixes neatly in a row, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Yet, as the final die was unveiled, his smile faltered. Ha ha ha, it seems the gambling king has aged, Lorne declared, fully confident of victory. My dear friend, the hefty jester caught Garcia, who had slumped into a chair, speechless as he fixated on the last die of 5. Remember our wager, Lorne said, rising and turning to leave. At the doorway, he glanced back with a smirk. To be fair, your loss is not entirely unjust. Hearing this, Garcia perked up. Quickly, let us see. The jester gently opened Lorne's dice jar to reveal 4 sixes lined up perfectly, while the last die lay shattered, presenting 1 6 and 1 1. Chapter 93, The Blue Enchantress. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, Adela was finally greeted by a warm morning, though dawn was still faint. The little street was already bustling with people. Excuse me, would you like to buy some flowers? A tender voice called out near Lorne's ear. He turned to see a little girl in coarse cloth, timidly tugging at the hem of his priestly robe. Days had passed since Lorne's gambling escapade with Garcia, and today marked Adela's flower fair, where people from various places gathered to sell an array of blossoms. The long street was awash with vibrant colors, a paradise for young maidens. Even Airly, despite her status as a bishop, was not immune to the allure of flowers. Unable to resist her pleas, Lorne reluctantly set aside time to accompany her. The little girl was likely a novice flower seller from the neighborhood, her basket brimming with blooms. Shyly, she offered Lorne a bouquet of 2 intertwined blue roses. This is the Blue Enchantress, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. The 2 blue enchantresses intertwined symbolized something beautiful. Something beautiful, you say? Lorne mused aloud, while Airly gently linked her arm with his, her light green eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do tell, he said, taking the bouquet and presenting it to Airly, who received it joyfully, inhaling its fragrance with delight. Young girls often succumb to the allure of flowers, especially when they are as exquisite as Airly herself. The dual blue enchantresses signify that the flower girl has her hands crossed over her heart, saying something sacred, she explained. Meeting is a matter of fate, yet parting is inevitable, either through life or death. Lorne sensed Airly's body stiffen beside him, feeling a pang of regret for his words. Why had he spoken so? Wasn't it enough to simply enjoy the flowers? Yet, the floral language of Adela was deeply ingrained. And even if the flower girl refrained from voicing it, Airly would eventually learn through other means. Though Lorne did not subscribe to such ethereal notions, Airly, as a devout cleric, held them in high regard, perceiving them as divine guidance. Their leisurely outing ended on a somber note, and as they returned to the church, the sun had only just begun to rise. The dawn light filtered through the church windows, casting a soft glow in the hall, where Airly knelt in silent prayer. Did you not have a custom of morning hymns? Lorne leaned against the doorframe, a book of scriptures in hand. He had a habit of pursuing excellence in all endeavors. Whether it was assuming the role of a noble, a prisoner, or now, a priest, he strived for perfection. Airly, still kneeling, paid him no heed, lost in her devotion. Only when the sun fully ascended did she slowly rise. This is not a morning hymn. Airly shot Lorne a glare. I am asking for God's blessings upon you. What blessings do I require? Lorne approached, attempting to ruffle Airly's hair, hoping to ease her worries, a habit he had developed during his time in Garrett. The playful gesture was one that young girls found irresistible. However, this time, Airly deftly evaded his hand, fixing her earnest gaze upon him. But I worry about you, she confessed. I may be foolish and inept, yet you are different. From the moment I met you, I sensed an extraordinary power within you. You are not an ordinary person, and the more extraordinary one is, the more peril they attract. No one traverses life like a fairy tale. Airly's innocence made her susceptible to deception. One might even label her naive. Yet, in that moment, Lorne had no desire to mislead her. Lowering his hand, he embraced her shoulders firmly, assuring her, rest assured, I shall come to no harm. The scriptures slipped from his grasp, fluttering in the breeze. Yet the 2 devoted souls showed no inclination to retrieve them. If the future is not a fairy tale, then I shall craft it into one. Lorne's tone bore an unmistakable certainty, as the sunlight dappled over them, illuminating his priestly robes with a dazzling glow. Really? Airly stammered, caught off guard by Lorne's intimate gesture. She stood frozen, unsure of where to place her hands, ultimately closing her eyes in modesty. Ahem. An untimely voice interrupted from behind. I apologize for intruding. A woman clad in a black and white nun's habit gently opened the door. She exuded a mature allure that even the loose-fitting garments could not conceal. Yet her face bore the marks of hardship, adding a touch of weariness to her presence. She was Sister Ryla, the third in command of Adela Church, who had encountered personal tribulations upon Lorne's arrival. It was Airly who had given her the courage to persevere, leading her to become a fervent devotee of the holy truth, entrusted with the church's mundane affairs. The congregation has arrived and awaits outside, the nun stated, neither servile nor arrogant. For the sanctity of the Lord's name, I kindly request the bishop and the priest to proceed to the rear yard. It's all your fault, Airly exclaimed, suddenly regaining her composure as she hastily adjusted her attire, her expression a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. I must preside over the service. You go ahead. In truth, Airly, as bishop, need not personally oversee the service. But perhaps she was reluctant to be alone with Lorne or wished to prevent any misunderstandings among the nuns. She swiftly ushered Lorne out of the hall. Girls are so perplexing, Lorne thought, bemused. One moment she was hesitant, and the next she turned her back on him, accepting the scriptures handed to him by Sister Ryla. Lorne strode out of the church, inwardly lamenting the worship service he despised. He had attended once, only to observe that those who appeared devout often harbored ulterior motives, with some men leering at the nuns' legs clad in white stockings. If they desired something, why not seize it? Lorne could never comprehend their mindset, which left him with an instinctive aversion to worship. Yet, the nuns, with their gentle dispositions, were dedicated to purifying the tainted souls of the faithful. However, as he gazed at the congregants gathered on the street, Lorne smiled, extending his arms wide, as if preparing to embrace them all. Chapter 94. Negotiation. At this moment, bathed in sunlight, Lorne appeared exceptionally sacred in the hearts of his followers. Father Wayne, you are my light, someone in the crowd shouted. Lorne smiled in response, igniting the fervor among the faithful. Previously, he had been perplexed by the fervent behaviors of fanatics in his past life, who would commit astonishing acts. But now, he comprehended the terrifying power of reason yielding to emotion. As Lorne descended the steps, the crowd parted like a tide, encircling him tightly. A sense of unease washed over him. He felt he had played the role of a divine figure too convincingly, and now it was difficult to step down. However, his attention was drawn to a carriage approaching from a distance. Adorned with the emblem of swords and roses, the rose symbolized the king of flowers in Adela, signifying immense nobility. Such a distinguished mark would not be used by common folk. The crossed swords atop the rose indicated that only one family in all of Adela dared to display it. Finally, a savior has arrived, Lorne thought to himself. He whispered into the ear of the carriage driver, prompting the carriage to momentarily halt and then gracefully alter its course toward him. People of the divine. Lorne smiled gently at the crowd. The nuns are prepared for service. You may enter. After speaking, he slightly shifted his stance, leveraging his physical prowess to effortlessly navigate through the throng. Then, he gracefully leapt onto the carriage. Well then, I shall take my leave first. The carriage sped away, Lorne's voice echoing in the distance. It was only then that the followers realized their priest had vanished. Do not go, Father Wayne. Join us for the service. Father Wayne, you have yet to enlighten us with the sacred doctrine. You are quite popular, young Lorne, remarked a stunning lady dressed in a pale blue gown, her legs crossed, adorned in enticing white stockings. Perhaps my appearance holds some deceptive allure, Lorne remarked absently, his long black hair and dark pupils bestowing upon him an air of mystery. Clad in the solemn black robes of a priest, he emanated an aura of sanctity. Is that so? The lady in the gown laughed charmingly, adopting a seductive pose. Then you have ensnared me. What shall I do? I wish to disembark. Lorne's face twitched. Choosing to ride with Agatha seemed a miscalculation. Where do you intend to go? Lorne steadied his emotions, speaking gravely. The Agatha family was a vast lineage, and she was its sole survivor. Due to certain circumstances, she was now at odds with her ancestral family. This emblem represented authority in Adela, yet it also bore risks. She would not display it except in critical moments. Quet remains obstinate, Agatha said, her playful demeanor evaporating as she wiped the smile from her face. I intend to negotiate with him one last time. I shall accompany you, Lorne asserted, granting significant authority to his subordinates, allowing them to manage minor matters independently. To Lorne, negotiating with Quet was merely a triviality. Little Lorne, to ensure you protect her well, Agatha feigned fear, crossing her arms in a way that evoked a protective instinct. The carriage halted before a grand white edifice, its brilliance almost daunting. A sign in front read Sacred Heart Pharmaceuticals, the stronghold of Quet, the pharmaceutical mogul of Adela. I shall await you here. Notify me at the first sign of trouble, Lorne spoke calmly, his words imbued with a reassuring strength. Be cautious. Your safety is far more significant than Quet's dealings. He could not enter such a place due to his role as a priest of sacred truth, representing divine authority, whereas pharmaceuticals symbolized science. an inherent opposition. Agatha blinked in acknowledgement, inhaled deeply, and descended the carriage with a small bag in hand. Lorne closed his eyes, unleashing his perceptive abilities, revealing a mental blueprint of Quet's entire building. The 5-story structure appeared devoid of patrolling guards, yet it was equipped with 78 surveillance devices. Security personnel lay in wait in a room on the first floor, ready to respond to any emergencies. Quet, how terrified you must be of death, Lorne could not help but scoff. The guards, clearly recognizing Agatha, bowed respectfully and opened the door, inviting her inside. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor, disrupting the building's silence. Playing tricks, Agatha frowned, having comprehended the layout of the building through Lorne's whispers. In the hall, a bald man sat with his back turned, flanked by a row of burly men in white uniforms. So, it is your turn to negotiate with me? The bald man slowly turned, a sinister smile gracing his face, evoking a sense of revulsion in Agatha. Suppressing her urge to retch, she placed her small bag on the table. We have acquiesced to your demands. Here is a deposit of 100 million belly, with the remaining 300 million to be delivered upon completion of the transaction. A bold move, Quet remarked, counting the stack of bills, intoxicated by the sin of wealth. You spend every day surrounded by drugs. Has your sense of smell not dulled? Agatha frowned. Of course. Belly is eternally captivating, Quet replied, clapping his hands. A subordinate appeared, bringing forth 2 boxes. I had prepared the goods long ago, merely awaiting your arrival. One box opened to reveal a single capsule. This is the lethal drug ES, Quet smiled, sourced from that fabled land, capable of bestowing terrifying power. A hulking man dragged a gaunt beggar forward, and Quet casually tossed the capsule into the beggar's mouth. The beggar clawed desperately at his throat, attempting to expel the foreign substance, but it was too late. As if struck by lightning, his body convulsed, and after a prolonged moment, he suddenly stood upright, his eyes aglow with crimson. Is this the sensation of power? Ha ha ha, this world is mine. Thank you for granting me this strength, but I still wish to kill you. The beggar lunged toward Quet, but the burly men behind him were already prepared, and one shot him in the heart, ending his wretched life. No. Throughout the entire ordeal, both Agatha and Quet remained utterly still. Chapter 95. The potion and the fruit seated within the carriage. Lorne silently observed the unfolding events. The potent drug, yes, was the very reason for his transaction with Quet. This forbidden substance, originating from Fishman Island, possessed terrifying powers capable of enhancing the user's strength, speed, and endurance in all respects. However, such enhancements came at the cost of depleting one's potential and life force. Any aspirant striving for the pinnacle of strength would disdain its use. Upon arriving in Adra, Lorne noted the remarkable strength of Quet's subordinates, which seemed to overshadow even the formidable Jeffrey family of old. His curiosity piqued, Lorne sought to uncover Quet's methods. After several discreet eavesdroppings, he finally discerned Quet's secret, a deeply entrenched relationship with the captain of a royal guard from Fishman Island, which granted him access to a portion of the lethal drug ES. However, during the trials with his men, Quet discovered the drug's adverse effects. Excessive use would lead to rapid aging of the user. This was the reason for his cautious approach, allowing his subordinates' prowess only to serve as a deterrent. In truth, he had long contemplated disposing of the remaining ES. Lorne's unexpected presence played the role of an unwitting benefactor. Initially, he offered to purchase the drug at 20 million berries per dose, but Quet remained steadfast, and after several rounds of negotiation, Lorne's limit settled at 40 million berries per vial. Quite impressive indeed, Agatha mused, her enchanting legs crossed, her white stockings gleaming enticingly. The burly men nearby swallowed hard, captivated by her allure. This woman could be described as a beguiling temptress. When her family fell from grace, many factions eagerly sought to claim the Adran flower as their own. Yet, it was Lorne, the outsider, who seized the opportunity. Quet had once lamented this loss. Now, upon encountering Agatha anew, her charm had intensified, igniting within Quet a fervent desire to possess her. Unbeknownst to him, his base intentions were glaringly apparent to Agatha. Affectedly, he remarked, I have heard that the man behind you desires not only the drug ES but might also share an interest in this peculiar item. One of his henchmen opened a larger box, revealing a singular, extraordinary fruit. It was silver white, resembling a banana adorned with peculiar spiral patterns. Devil fruit. Both Agatha and Lorne exclaimed in unison from their respective seats. How did you know we were interested? Agatha straightened her posture, maintaining her composure. In negotiations, it was paramount to conceal one's true intentions. I heard that Father Wayne recently encountered a botched assassination attempt. Quet interjected suddenly. You've misheard, Agatha replied coolly. Father Wayne would not let that foolish old Williams off so easily. This devil fruit could be of great assistance to you, Quet suggested. And what price do you demand? Agatha refrained from acknowledging Quet's insinuation. She was well aware of the fruit's remarkable abilities, capable of transforming an individual into a formidable force in a short span. Figures like Lorne, the family steward Cofiel, and the giant known as Fat Tiger were all users of the devil fruit's powers, serving as pillars of the Lorne family. If possible, Agatha herself yearned to become a wielder of such powers for the benefit of her family. 1 billion berries, Quet chuckled lightly, presenting an exorbitant figure. Surely. You jest, Agatha replied, her expression unyielding. The market price for a devil fruit typically hovers around 100 million berries, and while it may be rare, it seldom exceeds 3 or 400 million. Much like a lottery, the odds of acquiring a desirable power are slim. Of course, I could simply gift it to you, Quet said, leaning closer to Agatha, his tone laden with innuendo. Provided you spend a night with me. With a swift motion, Agatha struck his hand away, her demeanor icy. Mr. Quet, I believe our collaboration must be suspended for the time being. She picked up the box containing the drug rising gracefully to depart. Her high heels clicking softly against the floor. Quet watched her retreating figure until she vanished from view, then spat in disdain. Humph, just a harlot. Oblivious to how many times Father Wayne must have taken her, yet she feigns purity. Well done, Lorne praised with a smile as Agatha returned to the carriage. You don't resent me for missing out on that devil fruit? Agatha looked surprised, placing the box of drug on the table. How could I? After confirming the contents, Lorne closed the box. It's merely a devil fruit. To think it could entice our Adrian flower is a fool's dream. Besides, Lorne continued nonchalantly, Quet may soon offer that devil fruit to us willingly. His tone held a hint of authority, leaving Agatha momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she cradled her face in her hands, starry-eyed. Truly, my dear Lorne, you are magnificent. Why is it raining? On the streets lined with red roses. Irely frowned at the sudden downpour outside. Where is Wayne? He will catch a chill in this weather. What troubles you, my dear bishop? Teased Sister Rella, clad in her black nun's attire, as she stood beside Irely. Only in the presence of Irely did this typically aloof nun reveal her softer side. You mock me. Sister Rella. Irely blushed, though the veil concealed her embarrassment. I shall not engage with you. Fear not, Sister Rella said, moving behind Irely to gently massage her shoulders. Is our bishop shy? Standing a head taller than the petite Irely, their banter resembled a conversation between a mother and daughter. Had they not been dressed in the garb of the Holy Truth? Please refrain from such remarks in the future, Irely said earnestly. Our lives are dedicated to the Lord, and any distractions are a desecration of his honor. And what of Father Wayne? Irely clasped her hands in prayer. I only wish for his safety. Chapter 96. The Festival of Flowers commences due to the torrential downpour. Lorne opted not to return to the church, instead making his way directly home. The butler, Coffel, presented him with a steaming cup of coffee, allowing Lorne to warm himself. Comfortably reclined on the sofa, he retrieved the day's newspaper, where a bold headline caught his eye. World shocked. The world government proposes an institution to curb the rampancy of pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea. Now entering the final selection phase. Beneath the headline were several formidable candidates for the 7 warlords, including the renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, and the notorious pirate Gecko Moria from the New World. As Lorne contemplated these familiar names, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Has the era of madness finally begun? In truth, this chaos had ignited following the death of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. The prison break incident led by Lorne and the Golden Lion Shiki further stoked the flames of rebellion within people's hearts. According to intelligence from the world government, the number of pirates venturing out to sea in recent years has surged nearly tenfold compared to previous years. Even in Adrila, a locale not situated on the main trade routes, pirate ships frequently appeared in its surrounding waters. Is the boss interested in this 7 warlords of the sea business? Fat Tiger, clutching a large bucket of popcorn, glanced at the newspaper Lorne was holding and asked in confusion. They're just a bunch of kids with bounties and the hundreds of millions of berries. It's nothing of real significance. Lorne smiled, choosing not to engage with Fat Tiger's statement. Most individuals emerging from Impelled Down share a common trait, having been isolated for too long. They remain oblivious to the turbulent world outside, judging strength solely by bounties. People often mistakenly believe that a high bounty equates to formidable power. This notion is profoundly flawed. The world government sets bounties based on perceived threat and destructive capability. For instance, Lorne, the mastermind behind the prison break, has a staggering bounty of 570 million berries, considered quite high even within the formidable 6th level of Impel Down. However, in terms of raw strength, Lorne could not contend with any of its inhabitants. Moreover, the world government's recruitment of the 7 warlords also reflects their potential, as evidenced by Crocodile and Boa Hancock's bounties of 81 million and 80 million berries, respectively. Though they might seem inconspicuous in the grand scheme of the seas, over time, no one dares to underestimate their prowess. Nevertheless, Lorne felt little desire to correct Fat Tiger's perspective. He is a leader, not a minner. They must come to understand the world on their own. Yet, this report served as a reminder to Lorne that his time was growing short. Once the world government establishes the 7 warlords system and stabilizes the chaotic new world, they will undoubtedly turn their attention to apprehending him and his fellow escapees. With CP9's intelligence capabilities, Lorne could not gamble on how long his alias would remain concealed from the world government. If he failed to attain sufficient strength for self-preservation before they targeted him, all would be for naught. Adrila is but a small place. Its inhabitants have seldom encountered true power. Given the world government's deep-seated animosity toward Lorne, it would not surprise him if they deployed a military force under the Demon Slayer order to raze Adrila to the ground. By that time, the so-called underworld overlords and royal aristocrats of Adrila would merely be a joke. Lorne produced a sheet of paper, inscribing several names: Jeffrey, Quet, Old Blind Dog, Old Roly, and the prominently noted Ackerman, the royal family of Adrila. Among these, Lorne had already marked a large cross next to Jeffrey's name. Old Williams had long since earned a spot on Lorne's death list due to his reckless and foolish behavior. Old Blind Dog, Garcia, was firmly under Lorne's control, unable to defy him. Even if he harbored dissent, he could only feign compliance. As for Old Roly, he was Old Williams' business rival, and adhering to the simple principle that an enemy's enemy is a friend, he had remained a steadfast ally. The lethal drug ES that Lorne acquired from Quet was one of his transactions with Old Roly. However, Quet posed a dilemma for Lorne. This man possessed a background far more intricate than that of Jeffrey or Old Blind Dog. Merely possessing the lethal drug ES was sufficient to eliminate both Williams and Garcia from Adrila. Yet, he refrained from doing so, instead retreating into the shadows, presenting himself as harmless, a stark contrast to the garish faade of Williams. Lorne, wary of stumbling in the mire, had previously focused on Quet but found no tangible leads. What a predicament! Lorne's head throbbed. After much contemplation, he decided to set Quet aside for the time being. Once I've dealt with them all, I shall measure your worth. Upon reaching the final name, Ackerman, Lorne paused for a moment before inscribing the words Festival of Flowers in bold letters. 1 week later, the Festival of Flowers in Adrila. This is the grandest celebration in the entire kingdom, rivaling the spring festival of certain realms. Flower cultivation is a cherished tradition among the families of Adrila, and during the annual Festival of Flowers, households gather all their blooms, displaying them outside as decorations. Throughout the festival, Adrila transforms into a sea of flowers, with a dazzling array of blossoms vying for attention, creating an exquisite spectacle. Before the era of rampant piracy commenced, when the seas were not as chaotic as they are now, people from surrounding islands would come to witness the Festival of Flowers. Beautiful young maidens, clad in light garments, harmonized with the flowers, creating the most picturesque scenery. Thus, the moniker Land of Flowers was bestowed upon Adrila. The capital of Adrila comprises Rose Longstreet, Montrose Longstreet, Rose Longstreet, and Lily Longstreet. During the Festival of Flowers, people stroll from one end of the street to the other, ultimately converging in the city center to cast their flowers into the central river, where they intertwine and float downstream, filling the air with their fragrance. On the banks, people sing songs, and charming youths lock eyes, forging beautiful connections. On the crimson Montrose Longstreet, Aerie stood resplendently in a blood-red bishop's robe at the church steps, her expression exuding sanctity amidst the surrounding scarlet roses. Behind her, a row of nuns stood in perfect alignment, summoned by Emperor Ackerman III to preside over this year's Festival of Flowers. Chapter 97. Execution of the plan. Lorne quietly trailed at the back of the procession, boredom evident in his yachts. Ackerman III had invited only the nuns of the Holy Truth Church, glaringly omitting Lorne, the renowned priest, from the gathering, a slight that bore significant implications. At the forefront walked Arelai, with the nuns behind her harmoniously singing hymns, creating a grand and magnificent scene. The citizens along the street spontaneously joined the procession, tossing flowers as they marched, forming an impressive throng. By the time they reached the central city, the sun had risen high, illuminating the city's blooms in a breathtaking display. Citizens from the other 3 main streets coincidentally entered the city at the same moment. Lorne noticed Williams, clad in a suit, striding confidently at the front of Rose Boulevard. After a disdainful glance exchanged between them, Williams smirked, his eyes brimming with provocation. Foolish individuals do not merit his attention, Lorne mused, unaware that Williams was on the brink of disaster. However, it was the hook-nosed man with braids, trailing closely behind Williams, who particularly captured Lorne's attention, Hillalowan. We shall see if you can prevent the downfall of the Jeffrey family this time. Central City, the heart of Adela, although not expansive, was home to the royal Ackerman family and a handful of nobles without their own dominions. King Ackerman III stood at the pristine fountain square, flanked by 2 guards, warmly welcoming the citizens from the 4 main streets. This down-to-earth demeanor earned him considerable admiration in Adela. Upon seeing Arely arrive, Ackerman III hurriedly approached her, extending a hand in a gesture of courteous elegance while smiling at the assembled crowd. Welcome our beautiful and graceful Archbishop Arely to preside over this flower festival. Arely glanced at Ackerman with a nonchalant demeanor, refraining from extending her hand, instead positioning herself slightly behind him. The flowers are a divine gift to the world, and today they belong solely to Adela. Her voice, melodious as a lark's, left the king entranced. Now, I declare the Adela Flower Festival officially commenced. As her words echoed, cannons placed around the central city erupted simultaneously, and ribbons danced in the air. Upon hearing Arely's proclamation, the citizens erupted into cheers, tossing their flowers skyward in unison, creating a vibrant, colorful rain that enveloped the entire city. The nuns of the Holy Truth Church opened their scriptures and began to sing hymns, their enchanting melodies resonating through the central city, elevating the festival's atmosphere to a jubilant crescendo. Amidst the crowd, Williams laughed boisterously, while Alawan lurked like a wolf in the shadows, silently observing the spectacle. The time has come, Lorne thought, retrieving his phone book and dialing a number. On Red Rose Boulevard, within a moss-covered small house, a phone bug suddenly rang. However, after a brief moment, a greasy hand silenced it, turning to the subordinates nearby, declaring, "The plan commences." At a manor on Rose Boulevard, an unexpected visitor arrived, a drunken man, staggering as he knocked on the manor's grand door. The elderly steward, witnessing the man's disheveled appearance, furrowed his brow but, adhering to his upbringing, respectfully inquired, "How may I assist you?" The drunken man gulped down a mouthful of liquor, the stench overwhelming, prompting the steward to cover his nose. After a prolonged belch, the man painfully asked, "Have you seen my wife and children?" Meanwhile, at the fountain square in Central City, King Ackerman III was engaged in cheerful conversation with a curly-haired man sporting a bulbous nose, both reveling in the festivities. The man, adorned with a pure gold crown, matched Ackerman III in noble stature. "Your gathering is quite lively, Ackerman," he exclaimed, eyeing the joyous youths dancing in the square. "And your OG Redmoo is no different." Flattered by the compliment from an old friend, Ackerman III felt a swell of pride but responded, "Speaking of OG Redmoo." The mention darkened the man's expression. "Let us not discuss it. Our people only know of brewing and drinking, lacking the refinement of your Adela. Is this truly the king of the land of wine, Rodon III? A pleasure to meet you." Just then, Williams approached, holding a glass of crimson wine, and respectfully toasted to the 2 kings. "Wine is not a beverage suited for men of our age," Rodon III muttered, yet he raised the glass and drank deeply, maintaining decorum. As the king of the land of wine, Rodon III had one notable trait, his prodigious capacity for alcohol. "This amount barely suffices for rinsing my mouth," he boomed, laughter erupting. "Why the rush?" Ackerman III remarked, gesturing toward Williams. "This is Wabo's brother, Williams." Williams, bearing the esteemed lineage of the Jeffrey family, though somewhat of a fool, was undeniably a handsome middle-aged man. Upon hearing the name Wabo, Rodon regarded Williams with newfound seriousness, scrutinizing him before exclaiming, as expected of the brother of the heroic Jeffrey Wabo, quite the distinguished figure. Despite Williams being of considerable age himself, Rodon's words seemed more fitting for a youthful air. Yet, Williams appeared quite pleased with the compliment. "Oh, look who we have here. Is that not Father Vane?" Ackerman exclaimed dramatically upon spotting Lorne, clad in his black priestly robes among the crowd. Come, Rodon, let me introduce you." He beckoned Lorne forward. "This is our most famous Father Vane of Adela, the youthful prodigy." He winked at Rodon, adding, "He is the dream lover of many young ladies in Adela. Alas, I have devoted my life to the Lord and am unworthy of their affections," Lorne replied, hands raised in surrender, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Behold, the resolve of a cleric." Rodon III interjected, interrupting Ackerman's words without reservation. All right, it is I," Ackerman III stammered, wishing to continue, when suddenly, A thunderous noise erupted from the east. The crowd turned towards the source of the commotion, and Williams's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 98. The disappearance of a brother. The site of the explosion was the eastern dock of Adela, once a pivotal trade port due to its proximity to the affluent Rose Long Street. However, in recent years, the increasing presence of pirates has led to a growing number of pirate ships docking at the port. Adela's own soldiers lacked both the capacity and strength to eradicate the pirates that had taken residence there, resulting in a gradual decline in the port's activity. This decline meant that legitimate vessels often opted for a detour to the west, heading toward the more secure Moonflower Long Street. It seems the pirates have stirred up some trouble again, Ackerman III scoffed, spitting in disdain. This rabble. To have a portion of his homeland occupied by pirates was a profound humiliation for Ackerman III, who prided himself as a conqueror and the illustrious emperor. Yet, there was little he could do about it. Do you require my assistance? Roten III inquired gently, observing his old friend's distress, a flicker of pride swelling within him. His homeland, the rugged Agramu, was renowned for its martial spirit. Pirates dared not encroach upon its shores, and those that were powerful enough showed little interest. In this chaotic era, they had managed to preserve a rare semblance of tranquility. On this occasion, he had brought half of his national warriors to Adela for the Flower Festival, solely for the purpose of ensuring his safety. Perhaps their presence was now warranted? No. I shall handle them myself, Ackerman III resolutely declined. It was absurd. The thought of accepting help from friends after being bullied by pirates would forever leave him unable to hold his head high. He added defiantly, in our own Adelon way. In your own way? Roten chuckled. Are you to shower them with flowers? Attempt to win over this band of rogues with kindness? Roten III was all too familiar with his old friend's stubbornness. A few years prior, the scandal involving the Ackerman family had been similarly fraught, revealing a pattern of indecisiveness that hindered any significant progress. Before Ackerman could further protest, the previously silent Lorne interjected, Your Majesty Ackerman. I believe it prudent to heed Lord Roten's counsel. He bowed slightly to both men. After all, these pirates were wreaking havoc in the port, inflicting harm upon the citizens of Adela. Humph. With such words, it would be ungracious to refuse further, Ackerman thought, aware that rejecting their offer would contradict his desire to cultivate a benevolent image. Nevertheless, he shot Lorne a fierce glare. That meddlesome priest of Vane. Now that is the spirit. Roten laughed heartily. He then commanded his guards. Bring that man here and inform him that I can offer him a barrel of our 10-year-aged Agrima wine. His expression was one of smug satisfaction, as though victory was already assured. As the group arrived at the eastern dock, Williams remained silent, his face clouded with dark foreboding. However, Lorne sensed that beneath his stoic exterior, the current head of the Jeffrey family was gripped by fear and anxiety. Now you show your apprehension? Lorne chuckled lightly, recognizing Williams as the embodiment of incompetence. According to Lorne's knowledge, William's brother, the hero of Adela, Geoffrey Warbow, had once been the largest slave trader in the region. Williams had inherited immense wealth from his brother, yet seemed oblivious to the dangers that came with such prominence, flaunting it like a child who had just discovered treasure. Where have you hidden my brother? A pirate clad in a black headscarf bellowed, gripping a tattered, bound man in one hand while wielding a spiked mace in the other, wreaking havoc at the dock. This was Tamon, a pirate who had recently docked in Adela. Moments before, while attending to matters with his own brother, Tess, he felt someone tap Tess on the shoulder. When he turned back, Tess had vanished, replaced by the frail man he now held captive. I don't know. A terrified, middle-aged man stammered, collapsing to the ground as the imposing pirate approached. However, upon spotting a group of people approaching in the distance, he felt a glimmer of hope and cried out to Williams, Master Geoffrey, save me. You seek death. Tamon roared, incensed that the man dared to ignore him and call for help from another. He swung his mace, delivering a crushing blow to the man's chest, leaving a deep indentation. Humph. Pathetic. Tamon muttered, watching the man lie motionless. Yet, upon noticing the approaching group, who appeared to be nobles, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps they knew the whereabouts of his brother. If all else failed, he could take them hostage and demand a hefty ransom from their families. He whistled softly, and the pirates scattered around him began to converge toward him, armed and menacing, like a pack of predators awaiting their leader's command. Witnessing this scene, Tamon felt a sense of pride swell within him. As a rising pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, his strength lay not in personal prowess but in the coordinated efforts of his crew. The approaching group was Lorne and his companions, who had witnessed the middle-aged man's desperate plea for help. Ackerman III turned to Williams in astonishment. Are these your subordinates? Despite the middle-aged man being incapacitated by Tamon's assault, Ackerman did not flinch. This was of no concern to him. Yes, Williams gritted his teeth. He is a merchant of Jeffrey. A slave merchant, I presume, Lorne mused inwardly. Cultivating a capable and loyal slave trader required a significant investment of time and effort. This revelation was bound to cause Williams considerable distress. However, the inept fool might not even comprehend the depth of his loss. Ackerman and Roden exchanged no further words, yet silently branded Williams as a careless overseer of his subordinates. Word of this incident would surely tarnish the reputation of the Jeffrey family. A drunken man staggered toward Roden. Your Majesty, did you summon me? Indeed. My old friend Ackerman is in need of assistance. Any trouble can be resolved. Just remember my wine, the inebriated man declared, taking a swig from the jug as if it were of no importance. Then I entrust it to you. I have faith in your abilities, Vanquished. Chapter 99. Vanquished exhibited a rather inebriated demeanor, cradling a barrel of wine and continuously pouring the exquisite liquid into his mouth. His eyes were glazed over, as if he were already intoxicated, and he reeked of alcohol. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Williams instinctively covered his nose, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. It seemed implausible to him that this drunken man could possibly confront the formidable band of pirates ahead. Were it not for the presence of Ackerman III, he might have fled at once. You may disregard your own life, but I cannot. However, Lorne fixated his cold gaze upon Vanquished, an instinct whispering to him that this man was extraordinary. Beneath his seemingly bloated figure, a formidable power lay concealed. Disappointment? I shall not disappoint His Majesty. Jot declared with a belch, continuing, as long as there is wine, even if faced with an admiral of the Navy, I shall not let His Majesty down. Like a heavy tank, Jot charged forward, hurling the barrel of wine at the nearest pirate. The barrel shattered, mingling blood with wine, and the pirate crumpled helplessly to the ground. I fear there may not be enough wine. Before the pirates could react, Jot appeared beside Tamon. The heavy scent of alcohol emanating from him forced Tamon to suppress his urge to vomit. Though the pirates shared a passion for drink, none had ever succumbed to drunkenness quite like this man before him. Such an individual could easily be dubbed a barrel of wine. Yet, at that moment, Tamon had no time to scorn Jot, as a chill surged down his spine, alleviating some of the anger he felt over his brother's disappearance. A wave of fear enveloped him, seemingly freezing his very blood. He could scarcely fathom how this drunken man could move with such swiftness and exude such an overwhelming presence. In terms of strength, he was not far off from the legendary monsters of the New World. Was he? Why do you, ugh, Tamon roared. But Jot's fist had already struck his abdomen, sending him flying several meters. He crashed into a pile of cargo on the dock and struggled to rise, only to find Jot standing before him, having appeared without him noticing. Jot, parched from his excessive drinking, gaped with his mouth open, his tongue licking his lips. To Tamon, it seemed as if this man were sizing him up as prey. Demon was the only word that echoed in Tamon's mind. He battled against the fear within, trembling as he inquired, Why do you serve the tiger? And where is my brother? Serve the tiger? Jot scoffed, grasping Tamon's head with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. I do not quite understand. This is merely a transaction. With that, Jot flung Tamon aside, tossing him directly beside Roden III. You are worth a fine cask of wine. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Lorne maintained an impassive expression, coldly observing the scene, while Roden III wore a knowing smile, surveying his surroundings with an air of satisfaction. Ackerman III and Williams, however, stood agape, their faces painted with disbelief. Was the pirate terrorizing Adela truly vanquished so easily? This drunken man named Vanquished possessed extraordinary strength. Where had Roden III discovered such a formidable ally? Your Majesty, this is the hostage captured by the pirates. Guards brought forth a man, bound and tattered. Woo woo woo. The man, unable to speak due to a cloth gag, erupted into frantic cries once the guards released him from his bindings. Save me. Save my wife and children. We must return home. Do not make us slaves. What is happening? Ackerman III and Roden III furrowed their brows simultaneously, their attention drawn to the man's words. They failed to notice William standing slightly behind them, his expression darkening upon hearing the word slave. Now you know fear? William's subtle reaction did not escape Lorne's keen perception. With a light chuckle, Lorne nodded gently at the man kneeling before the two emperors. Soon after, the man appeared to receive an unspoken command, gradually calming himself. Your Majesties, I am a merchant from the land of wine, Agramo. I recently came to Adela to deliver vodka, only to encounter a band of robbers, he recounted, his voice heavy with emotion and resentment. They plundered my caravan, seized my wealth, and even abducted my wife and children, casting me overboard. I drifted at sea for some time before arriving at this once familiar destination, now unrecognizable. The man's voice grew hoarse. I stayed at the sanctuary of sacred truth for a time, having lost all hope and resolved to devote my life to the master, no longer expecting to see my family. But then, his emotion surged as he continued, "Not long ago, I stumbled upon a crystal hairpin, a keepsake I had given my wife. It bore traces of white wall dust, a sign from the divine, guiding me to her current whereabouts." At this revelation, the room fell silent. Ackerman glanced curiously at Lorne. "Is your sacred truth deity truly so miraculous?" "Your Majesty," Lorne replied respectfully, "the sacred truth deity is omnipotent. I know this man. He resided in the sanctuary for an extended period. When he first arrived, he had lost the will to live. Yet it was the sacred truth deity who saved him. Perhaps it was the deity's compassion for his plight that led to this guidance." His tone was reverent, enveloping those present in a sense of warmth, save for the still brooding Williams. "Ha ha ha. No wonder he is a priest trained by Bishop Airley. He truly knows how to speak." Ackerman laughed heartily, his spirits lifted after recovering from the earlier embarrassment caused by Bart's jot. "You may continue recounting your ordeal," Lorne said kindly to the man. With only the clue of white wall dust, searching through the vast expanse of Adela felt akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. "I searched from house to house, being driven away like a mad dog countless times, but perseverance bore fruit, and I finally found them." The man's expression twisted into one of fury. "The ones who assaulted our merchant ship reside on Rose Long Street." Chapter 100. The Tale in the Tower. Rose Long Street is the most prestigious thoroughfare in Adela, home to the affluent and illustrious, representing the city's grandeur. The words of the ragged man were akin to dousing Third Ackerman with a bucket of filth. "Who dares?" Third Ackerman gritted his teeth, incredulous that such disgraceful acts could occur beneath his very nose. Should he catch the culprit, he would not spare this vermin. "I do not know," the man lamented. "I only recall a magnificent white building. I was greeted by a gentlemanly old butler. However, upon entering, I noticed a faint scratch on one corner of the pristine white wall. It cannot be mistaken," he asserted resolutely. "My wife and child must be imprisoned there. This is a divine sign unto me." Yet, as I prepared to call for them, I was struck heavily on the head. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a dark, damp chamber, bound hand and foot. I vaguely heard them discussing selling me into slavery. The mere thought of my wife and child enduring such a fate filled me with anguish. As he spoke, the man began to weep. "A white estate as pure as jade?" Third Ackerman scoffed. "Williams, do you not have an explanation?" At that moment, Williams, paralyzed by fear, found himself nearly kneeling, ready to confess all in hopes of Third Ackerman's forgiveness. However, the man with disheveled hair behind him gently restrained him. Allowance stepped before Ackerman and spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, do not allow deceit to cloud your vision." "What? You claim he is deceitful?" Third Ackerman stared at the ragged man in bewilderment. "Indeed, Your Majesty. There are still many uncertainties surrounding this matter. Geoffrey's honor and survival are intertwined." Allowance mind raced. "What uncertainties?" Third Ackerman's small mind struggled to comprehend. "This man, who claims to be a merchant from Ogram, may not be what he seems." Allowance bowed to the ragged man. "May I pose a question?" "My name is Tali." The man replied calmly. "Please, go ahead." "Mr. Tali, you assert your origins as a merchant from Ogram, correct?" "Yes." "Can you provide proof of your identity?" "That was lost during the pirate raid," Tali responded. "Did you apply for a trade permit from the Adela Foreign Trade Bureau? What is the application number?" I forgot the number," Tali stammered, aware that applying would incur additional taxes, which he had chosen to evade to maximize profit. In truth, due to the corruption at the upper echelons of Adela, such applications had become inconsequential. Tali's demeanor made this clear to all present. Allowance's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Let us move past this topic. Mr. Tali," Allowance stepped closer. "Do you recall what the pirates who raided you looked like?" "They were all masked. I could not see their faces." Upon hearing this, Allowance finally exhaled, a smile gracing his face. "Now, for the final question. Mr. Tali, you claim to have been struck unconscious and bound in a dark, damp room. How then did you come to be here?" I do not know," Tali stammered, his anxiety palpable. Yet, upon noticing the calm demeanor of Lorne beside him, he suddenly exclaimed, "This is surely the arrangement of the Holy Truth. It is the Holy Truth who has shown me mercy and performed this miracle." "Ha, a miracle," Allowance scoffed, turning to Third Ackerman. "In summary, Your Majesty, I believe this man to be a charlatan, a deceiver intent on tarnishing the esteemed Geoffrey family. A traitor. Is that so?" Third Ackerman fumed, astonished that this pitiful wretch would dare deceive him. "I detest liars. I shall have you executed." The two guards stationed behind Tali drew their swords and advanced toward his neck. "Any offense against the royal dignity shall be met with death." Allowin felt a weight lift from his chest, and Williams's expression softened, a smirk forming as he glanced at Lorne, eager to gloat. Wait, where is Father Vane? Unbeknownst to them, Lorne had vanished from his place and appeared beside Tali, a faint aura of power enveloping his hand, deflecting the descending swords. Father Vane. What is the meaning of this? Third Ackerman inquired, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How bold, Vane. Do you dare shield this traitor? He exclaimed. Is this the conduct of your holy truth? He is a follower of the holy truth, Lorne replied coolly. Until the matter is resolved. I shall not allow any follower to suffer unjustly. Lorne helped Tali to his feet. Tell me, my child, did you lie? Tali inhaled deeply. When the guard's swords fell, he had felt certain of his demise. He feared not death, but rather the thought of failing to rescue his wife and child. Yet this merciful father Lorne had interceded on his behalf, confronting the noble king. He was indeed a messenger of the divine. Tali wiped away his tears and resolutely declared, I have never lied, Father Vane. Very well, Lorne addressed Third Ackerman respectfully. For the sake of the purity of God's people, may we proceed directly to Rose Long Street to ascertain whether the Jeffrey estate truly harbors such filth as he claims? You scoundrel, Vane. How dare you slander me? Williams, now emboldened, shouted at Lorne. Their argument left Third Ackerman in a quandary. He instinctively glanced at Third Rod-Un for assistance. Enough. The silent Third Rod-Un finally spoke. The truth will reveal itself when we visit Rose Long Street. Very well, Third Ackerman conceded. However, I shall punish the one among you who is in error. Be prepared. By your majesty's command, Lorne and William spoke in unison. William shot a furious glare at Lorne, confidence swelling within him. For the place where he imprisoned slaves was not his estate, but rather an inconspicuous little house beside it. This Father Vane was destined to lose. Chapter 101. The crumbling edifice. The people of Adela had all gone to the central city to partake in the Festival of Flowers, leaving the vast Rose Long Street rather desolate. As Lorne and his companions approached the gates of Jeffrey Manor, an elderly butler stood waiting for them. This place is quite remarkable, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Wine remarked in awe upon his first glimpse of the grandiose Jeffrey Manor. The opulence of this estate could rival even his own palace. Are the nobles of Adela truly this affluent? The Jeffrey family is one of the old aristocracies of Adela. Steeped in history and tradition, Allowin explained with a hint of indifference. Let us hope their wealth is not amassed through the exploitation of the common folk. Lorne replied with a smile, then turned to Tali. My child, is this the place you visited before? Yes, this is it, Tali exclaimed, pointing at the old butler. He was the one who received me, and then knocked me unconscious when I wasn't paying attention. Your Majesty, the Jeffrey butler bowed respectfully to Ackerman III and the others. I have never encountered this gentleman before. Please, Your Majesty, restore justice for the Jeffrey family. You lie. Tali shouted in anger at the butler's denial. Fear not. The Lord shall deliver justice. Lorne interjected, halting the fruitless bickering. He then turned to Ackerman III. I beseech you, Your Majesty, to uphold justice. Humph. I shall. But I hope this individual does not deceive me. Ackerman III waved his hand, and soldiers surged into Jeffrey Manor like a tide. The manor was extensive, and even with the soldiers searching, it would take a while. However, Williams had relaxed completely, for he was confident that nothing would be found here. You are finished. Williams sneered at Lorne. Did your God not inform you that you would meet your end here, along with your church? He left unspoken his long-held desires for the beautiful and pure Archbishop Arelai, knowing that once Lorne fell, he could indulge in his ambitions without restraint. Lorne sensed the vile thought swirling within Williams, feeling a twinge of disgust yet also some sympathy. Williams had lived too long in the shadow of his brother, forgetting the truth of his own ineptitude amidst the flattery of others. Lorne was curious to see how low he would fall when faced with his inevitable downfall, both his reputation and power reduced to dust. Surely, the fool would go mad. Your Majesties, Lorne suddenly spoke. Wasting time in prolonged anticipation is not a wise choice. Why not stroll along Rose Long Street and enjoy the scenery? An excellent suggestion. Ackerman III replied, smiling. It has been ages since I last wandered Rose Long Street. What say you, Roden? It is your domain. I defer to your judgment. Roden III shrugged, though he secretly harbored some interest in the most bustling street of Adela. What does Father Wayne intend to do? A tremor of concern shot through him at Lorne's suggestion, leading him to suspect Lorne knew something amiss. However, with both emperors in agreement, he dared not refuse and forced himself to accompany the group. God, may Father Wayne know nothing. Williams began to pray, an absurdity for one who had never believed, now beseeching a deity related to the priest. As they neared the moss-covered house where Williams had imprisoned the slaves, his heart raced. Why is there such a dilapidated little house on Rose Long Street? Ackman 3 remarked in surprise. The moss-covered dwelling seemed out of place among the towering edifices. Ackman 3's inquiry nearly caused Williams to collapse in terror, were it not for Allowin's steadying hand. Williams stood rigid, almost unable to move without Allowin's support. Perhaps it belongs to someone who has lived there too long and refuses to leave. We should not approach, lest we dirty the Majesty's eyes, Lorne unexpectedly said, igniting a flicker of hope in Williams. Father Wayne, you foolish man, you have missed your only chance to bring me down. Williams's emotions surged wildly. After resolving this matter, he would surely relocate his secret base to a safer place. Is that so? Ackman 3 appeared somewhat uninterested, preparing to turn away. Williams's heart, which had nearly leaped from his chest, settled once more. What a simpleton, Lorne chuckled inwardly, savoring Williams's fluctuating emotions. Such manipulation was undeniably delightful. Having elevated his abilities, Lorne had tasted the emotions of many, yet none were as exquisite as fear, especially the fear that accompanies shattered hope. Let me show you the last glimmer of light before the eternal darkness. I wonder, what flavor will your terror take? Lorne mused, considering the passage of time. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the wall of the moss-covered house shattered, billowing smoke as a pirate clad in a black bandana burst forth. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. If you wish to enslave me, dream on, he bellowed. Yet, as he exited the door, he found himself face to face with Lorne and his entourage. Taman? No, he has been bested by Bax's Jot. So this pirate is his brother, Tez, Roden remarked. As the smoke cleared, they beheld numerous individuals bound and lying on the ground within the small house. Some men adorned in garments marked with the Jeffrey family crest lay among them, bleeding and in critical condition. In that moment, realization dawned upon the group. Tolly had spoken the truth. The Jeffrey family was indeed involved in the vile trade of slavery, and this was the very place where they concealed their captives. Ackman 3's forehead pulsed with veins, revealing his inner turmoil. Had it not been for the inexplicable exchange of places between this pirate and Tolly, he might have remained blissfully ignorant. Could this be divine providence? Did the God of Holy Truth truly exist? Ackman 3 pondered. Perhaps he should regard the Holy Truth Church with greater respect in the future. Several soldiers seized Williams and Allowin. The man with the hooked nose contemplated resistance. But upon catching sight of Lorne's unassuming figure, he abandoned the thought. Williams, on the other hand, was paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. The soldiers regarded him with scornful eyes, fully aware that the Jeffrey family was finished. Chapter 102. We are the Vanquished. Several days have passed since the Festival of Flowers incident, and the residents of Adela were taken aback to discover that the illustrious Jeffrey family had been involved in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. This revelation sparked fervent discussions throughout Adela, focusing on the rise of the Jeffrey family and their current patriarch, Williams. However, when the discourse began to veer towards the heroic figure of Adela, Vobo, Ackman 3 decisively intervened to halt this line of conversation. Vobo, the hero of Adela, had been a beloved figure whose tales had been cherished by countless residents. Ackman 3 shuddered at the thought of the devastating impact that any association between Vobo and this scandal would have on the people of Adela. Meanwhile, Lorne, who had orchestrated William's downfall, emerged as the primary beneficiary of this tumultuous event. His forces had been well prepared, swiftly usurping the influence of the Jeffrey family, leaving only scraps for the remaining underworld figures. The once mighty Jeffrey family had fallen unexpectedly. In Lorne's estate, an elderly man sat across from him, reminiscing. "Isn't this what you have longed for?" Lorne lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him. With William's foolish demise, the slave trade in Adela shall face no competition. Indeed. The old man chuckled. "I owe you a great favor, young Vane. It's not easy to have Mr. Raleigh, known for his penny-pinching ways, indebted to you." Agatha, seated beside Lorne, teased, "We nearly severed ties with Quet just to assist Mr. Raleigh in procuring that lethal drug." Yes. Even Raleigh, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of embarrassment at that moment. My fault. It was my mistake. Had I not had a quarrel with Quet, negotiating for the drug would not have been such a challenge. Well, a transaction is a matter of mutual consent. We have prepared the lethal drug. But I wonder if Mr. Raleigh has what we seek. Agatha disregarded Raleigh's comments, sensing an insidious aura about the seemingly affable elder. If not for her family, she would prefer to avoid any association with him. The requirements of Father Vane are quite stringent, and I have yet to gather everything, Raleigh stammered. Finding a seaworthy vessel in the New World is manageable, yet assembling a competent crew proves challenging. I only have a few candidates, slaves from defeated pirate crews, whose loyalty is uncertain. But they are skilled. So, does this mean Mr. Raleigh intends to abandon this deal? Agatha's ire was palpable. The family had invested considerable effort for his sake. Yet he responded with such nonchalance. Lorne remained silent, seemingly endorsing Agatha's frustration, and the atmosphere grew tense. Do not be upset. I recognize the efforts your family has made regarding this matter, and I shall ensure you do not leave empty-handed. Raleigh produced a briefcase. This, along with a ship and several helmsmen, should suffice in exchange for your lethal drug. Yes. As the case opened slowly, it revealed a peculiar white, spiral-patterned fruit. Another devil fruit. The market value of a devil fruit can reach hundreds of millions of berries, and with a ship included, Lorne would indeed come out ahead. This is a devil fruit I acquired after my slave ship vanquished a pirate crew. The pirate captain sought to consume it, but I intervened, Raleigh explained. It is said that those who consume a devil fruit gain extraordinary abilities, some potent, others less so, akin to a gamble. Shall we proceed with our transaction? Agatha fell into silence, momentarily unable to decide, and turned to Lorne for guidance. Indeed, old Raleigh, Lorne exhaled a smoke ring and rose from his seat. Then let us enjoy this collaboration. To a fruitful partnership, Raleigh echoed, standing with a smile. Rumor has it that there will be a slave auction at August Redmu, where you might find what you desire. This is insider information, so keep it confidential. Once Raleigh departed, Lorne's smile faded, replaced by a brooding expression. That old fox. He muttered. What's the matter, young Lorne? Agatha inquired, holding a captain's key, puzzled. The vessel Raleigh promised is docked at the southern pier, and he will send the helmsman slave shortly. Given our familiarity, he has no reason to deceive us, does he? He clearly possesses what we seek. He just defeated a pirate crew and claims he cannot assemble a suitable crew. Spare me the farce. What of the slave auction? Does this mean we shall not pursue it? Agatha realized, tucking the captain's key away. Shall we still go to August Redmu? Of course, we shall go. Lorne extinguished his cigarette. I wish to see what rare treasure he is so reluctant to part with, in exchange for a devil fruit. Putting aside the matter, Lorne scrutinized the devil fruit before him. Few have glimpsed the illustrations of devil fruits across these seas, and even Lorne, having read the original text in a past life, could only identify the more conspicuous varieties such as the flame fruit, the thunder fruit, and the surgery fruit. Yet this pristine white devil fruit lay beyond his knowledge. Is it truly a devil fruit? Agatha picked up the fruit, her eyes filled with curiosity, coupled with the one in Quet's possession. This marked her second encounter with such legendary items. Do you fancy it? Lorne gazed at Agatha with tenderness in his eyes. Yes, Agatha replied, her hands clutching the fruit, her gaze brimming with desire. She understood the power of those who wielded such abilities, be it Lord Fat Tiger, Butler Koful, or Lord Lorne. They were all formidable power users. Had she possessed such strength earlier, her family might have avoided misfortune. Her grip tightened in longing for power. If you like it, then I shall gift it to you, Lorne stated nonchalantly. Agatha was taken aback. But a Haven tea contributed significantly to the family. Others may resent this. Resent? Who would dare be displeased with what I give? Lorne turned towards the door, his slender figure radiating an aura of authority. What I bestow upon my people will always be theirs to claim. For we are the Vainshire. Chapter 103, Agatha's abilities for We Are the Vainshires. Lorne's tone was laced with an undeniable certainty, as if stating an irrefutable fact. As a member of the Vainshire family, such an assertion was entirely fitting. This was not Agatha's first encounter with Lorne's true name. The core members of the Vainshire family, including Agatha, Carol, Fat Tiger, Jody, and Caulfield, were all well aware of Lorne's identity. Within the family, this was no secret. Lorne had no penchant for concealment, nor was there any need for it. Should betrayal arise, it would merely signify a misjudgment on one's part, nothing more. Yet, this was the first time Agatha had heard Lorne acknowledge it so effortlessly. Previously, he seemed to evade his Vainshire identity, a topic often skirted within the family. However, in this moment, Lorne appeared to have finally reconciled with his lineage. Shall I then rename myself Agatha Vainshire? Agatha quipped playfully, blinking and smiling at Lorne. She was reluctant to invoke her former name for that very reason. If you wish, Lorne replied, stepping closer to Agatha and gently tilting her chin with his fingers. I shall bear the weight of all your past burdens. My black mandrake. Following Agatha's previous bout of feigned intoxication, Lorne had taken the initiative to research the black mandrake flower she had mentioned. This flower was exceedingly rare in Adela, and Lorne had invested considerable effort to discern its meaning. Eternal darkness and unwavering love, a wounded heart and an unreturnable path. The flower symbolized foreboding, unsuitable as a gift, and was extraordinarily precious. Even in the land of flowers, Adela, it was seldom seen. Such a lovely creature indeed. The implications were clear. Little Lorne. Agatha's gaze grew dreamy as she wrapped her arms around Lorne's neck, leaning in for a kiss. However, Lorne gently pressed a finger against her lips. Not just yet. Allow me to observe the capabilities of this devil fruit. Humph. Agatha huffed, returning to the sofa, where she retrieved a silver knife and fork to delicately cut a small piece of the devil fruit, elegantly placing it against her crimson lips. It tastes dreadful. Agatha suppressed her discomfort as she swallowed the fruit, likening it to fresh bitter melon paired with exquisite mustard, both flavors exploding on her palate. Lorne chuckled. The notorious unpleasantness of devil fruits was common knowledge, and he had nearly wretched himself upon consuming the perception fruit. Pray tell, what peculiar sensations do you experience? Lorne inquired. His curiosity piqued. Consuming an unknown fruit resembled a gamble, while it was theoretically the strength of the individual that determined the fruit's potential. One could not deny that an exceptional devil fruit could elevate a person's starting point significantly. I feel as though my body has become exceedingly light. As if I might float away. Float away? Lorne furrowed his brow. The float fruit had been consumed by the golden lion Shiki, while the gravity fruit belonged to Fujitora. These were arguably the two most formidable fruits in the gravity category. There existed an ironclad rule regarding devil fruits. Two individuals could never possess the same ability, only similar ones. Thus, it was possible that Agatha had consumed a lesser variant of the gravity fruit, perhaps the Momo fruit, which could adjust an object's weight or speed, or the kilo and ton press fruits. At present, the wielder of the Momo fruit, the world destroyer Wald, had yet to meet his demise, meaning his fruit's abilities could not be present here. Lorne's mind raced through the attacks of the kilo and ton press fruit users depicted in the original work, both employing their enhanced weight to crush their foes from above. The image of Agatha, this delicate young lady, shouting about 100 tons of weight to obliterate her enemies would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. What are you thinking about that brings you such joy? Agatha asked. Perplexed. Nothing of consequence, Lorne replied with a smile. A lesser fruit ability is inconsequential. With proper development, it can still lead one to become a formidable force. Just as my perception fruit bears no offensive capability, I have already conceived a preliminary plan for its development. I merely pondered your future method of attack. Can you attempt to increase your weight? Increase my weight? Agatha echoed Lorne's words, beginning to experiment. After a considerable duration, she sighed in defeat. It's impossible. Impossible? Lorne was taken aback. Devil fruit users often experienced a period of confusion upon gaining their abilities, during which they explored their potential. Zoan users required physical prowess to unlock their initial transformations, and those who did not meet the standards were few and far between, aside from newborns. The exploration for Paramecia users was even more arduous. For instance, Brooke, after consuming the Revive fruit, remained unaware of his abilities, rendered as a mere landlubber. As for Logia users, wait a moment, a sudden realization struck Lorne. Surely, it could not be that fortuitous. He scrutinized Agatha closely. What's wrong? Agatha felt a shiver under Lorne's gaze, her confusion palpable. Extend your hand. Lorne sought to validate his burgeoning hypothesis. You're acting strangely, Agatha murmured, yet obediently extended her slender hand towards Lorne. Fear not. Lorne took the silver knife and gently sliced across Agatha's fingertip. A pale, thin line appeared, and wisps of smoke emanated from the wound, though they dissipated almost immediately, leaving Agatha's finger to heal autonomously. Indeed, Lorne exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He had stumbled upon a treasure. That miserly old lowly had not anticipated that the devil fruit he had traded would possess such rarity and potency, being a Logia type. Ah! Agatha gasped as she witnessed Lorne's delicate incision, startled yet devoid of pain. She retrieved her hand to inspect it closely, flexing her fingers, and found no unusual sensations. It was as if the blade had merely sliced through air. As comprehension dawned upon her, Agatha gradually relaxed, transforming into a swirling mist of white vapor. You are exceptionally fortunate, Lorne remarked with a smile directed at Agatha. In the future, even without the family's protection, you shall stand as a formidable force. The mist enveloped the room, rendering the hall a mesmerizing, ethereal realm. Transforming one's body into natural elements, that was the essence of a Logia user's power. Lorne had already discerned Agatha's capabilities. Akin to the future White Hunter Smoker, she possessed the mist fruit, while lacking the overwhelming offensive prowess of other Logia types. It bore unparalleled versatility, the range of mist far exceeding that of other elemental users. Without the mastery of Haki, it would be nearly impossible to contend with her. As the fog receded, Agatha materialized beside Lorne, her eyes finally sparkling with confidence. What I have lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Chapter 104. Ackerman's worries. It is uncertain when Adela began to be enveloped in mist, particularly during the early hours of the morning. When the capital seemed transformed into a city of fog, people traversed through the haze, unable to discern the faces of those around them. Only when the sun fully ascended did the fog dissipate, becoming a topic of lively conversation among the citizens. It was rumored that the deities were enamored with Adela's flowers, bestowing the morning mist to complement their beauty. The flower girls, rising early with their baskets, flitted through the fog like ethereal sprites. The long street of red roses lay desolate, interrupted only by a carriage cutting through the mist toward the heart of the royal city. Those who caught a glimpse of the red and black emblem upon the carriage would surely recognize it, for it belonged to the renowned figure of the moment in Adela, Father Wayne of Holy Truth. He was said to be just and valiant, unyielding against tyranny as he unveiled the sordid dealings of the Jeffrey family in human trafficking, confronting formidable pirates without a trace of fear, vociferously denouncing their wickedness. He had the ability to reform rogues, turning them into virtuous individuals, and his handsome visage had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many maidens. However, some of these tales had been exaggerated. At least, the man seated in the carriage, Lorne, was unaware of ever having performed such deeds, though his good looks were indeed a reality. What does that old Ackerman summon you for? A figure began to coalesce within the carriage as the mist thickened, revealing a woman of graceful form. Agatha, clad in a pure white cheongsam, queried coldly. For reasons unknown, she harbored a dislike for the Ackerman family of Adela. When Lorne had exposed the foolish business of Williams, the third Ackerman had remained silent, instead attributing the credit to his own illustrious leadership. Now, after all this time, what business could he have with Lorne? Agatha had a foreboding feeling that this was likely not a good omen. You wear that dress beautifully, Lorne complimented, choosing to ignore her question. The cheongsam from the land of flowers accentuated Agatha's perfect figure exquisitely. The pure white contrasted with her delicate features, lending her an unusual charm. Humph. Agatha, in her pride, refrained from responding, her form dissipating once more into mist within the carriage. After acquiring the mist fruit, she had developed a fondness for white, replacing all her possessions with the pure hue. Following Lorne's counsel, Agatha began to intentionally hone her abilities. Lorne believed that the true strength of a natural elemental user lay not merely in their ability to transform into elements, but in their mastery and utilization of those elements. Basic abilities of elemental users included transforming into fire, lightning, or sand. However, they were constrained by their environment, relying solely on the elements their bodies could release. Continuous training allowed most elemental users to enhance their command over their powers. Yet, Lorne held a different perspective. He believed that a natural elemental user's true might resided in their complete control over a single element. In suitable conditions, the elemental user's power, harnessed from the environment, surpassed their inherent strength, such as fire in a blaze, thunder in a storm, or sand in a desert. This principle was indisputable. The nature of mist is to be dispersed and light, a moist vapor devoid of any aggressive quality. Yet, precisely because of this trait, Agatha's domain over the mist exceeded that of other elemental users. Lorne resolved to have Agatha take a contrary approach, to directly utilize the environmental power, maximizing the mist's tendency to disperse. After a brief period of experimentation, Agatha quickly mastered the technique. At the peak of the morning mist, her abilities could envelop the entire capital of Adela. Wherever the mist spread, it served as her eyes and ears. The carriage soon arrived at the central royal city. The guards at the gate evidently recognized the carriage's insignia. After a cursory inspection, they allowed entry. Upon entering the resplendent hall, the third Ackerman was seen pacing anxiously beside the throne. Upon spotting Lorne, he appeared as if he had seen a savior. Rushing down from the throne and gripping Lorne's shoulders tightly, his excitement palpable. Anxiety and fear intertwined within the third Ackerman, and Lorne discerned the meaning behind the Emperor's summons. He sought something from me. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Lorne steadied the visibly frazzled Ackerman, who seemed to have gone days without sleep, dark circles under his eyes, his body nearly unsteady. Father Wayne, you have finally arrived. Quickly, someone, bring a seat for the father. Let us sit and converse. After some time, once Ackerman had regained his composure, he sighed heavily before speaking. Not long ago, Emperor Roden of the neighboring kingdom of Agranmu visited Adela for a ceremony. Surely, you recall? Indeed, His Majesty Roden is handsome and valorous, and Lord Choate under his command is formidable. I remember well, Lorne smiled. He came, and I must reciprocate, Ackerman replied weakly. The recent wine festival in Agranmu is a grand celebration, rivaling our festival of flowers. Roden has invited me to attend. That is splendid news, Your Majesty. The frequent interactions between our two kingdoms can only benefit our relations. Alas, therein lies the issue. Recently, we captured a bounty criminal, the Tamandis brothers, and handed them over to the Navy. They are not mere pirates without connections. They are the sons of the notorious pirate, Bloodhand Oliver, with a bounty of 97 million. Now that one son has been captured, the father seeks vengeance. Such a heinous criminal indeed. Lorne feigned outrage, amused by the third Ackerman's feeble demeanor. After all, he was a king, representing the dignity of the world government, yet he trembled at the thought of a pirate. Bloodhand Oliver has detained my envoy to Agranmu, which included 500 soldiers. I find myself truly powerless. How can pirates be so audacious? Lorne feigned anger. Your Majesty, have you requested assistance from the Navy? We cannot allow these pirates to escape unpunished. Assistance has been sought, yet the wine festival in Agranmu occurs within days, and I have already pledged my attendance to Roden. I cannot go back on my word. Thus, the third Ackerman finally revealed his intention. Father Wayne, can you protect me on my journey to Agranmu? To Agranmu? Lorne recalled that old Raleigh had mentioned a slave auction taking place there. With this thought, Lorne bowed slightly. To protect Your Majesty is my duty, without question. Chapter 105. The list of the 7 warlords. The actions of Ackerman III transpired more swiftly than Lorne had anticipated. Or perhaps the situation had escalated to a point where time could not be squandered. Shortly after Lorne assented to Ackerman III's request, the ship prepared for their voyage had already set sail by noon. As Lorne regained his composure, he found himself upon the vast sea, gazing back at the diminishing silhouette of Adela Island, and could only smile wryly. Fortunately, Kofor, serving as a steward, remained steadfastly by his side. He wielded considerable control over the Lorne family's finances, carrying with him a sufficient supply of checks. Without Kofor, Lorne would have been at a loss on how to participate in the upcoming slave auction at Ogahongmu. It had been a long time since he had felt the sea breeze, and he found himself nostalgic for it. Reclining comfortably on a chair under the sun, he held the newspaper recently delivered by the newsbird. Kofor stood upright beside him, ever ready for action. Let us peruse today's news, Lorne remarked with a smile. For seats of the 7 warlords of the sea have been vacated. The Grand Line shall soon be engulfed in turmoil. This was the prominent headline of the newspaper, detailing several formidable pirates who had accepted the world government's invitation. Among the notorious pirates rising to fame in recent years was the powerful swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeyes, the former king of a world government member state, Bartholomew Kuma, who had once commanded a bounty of 294 million berries. The super pirate, Gecko Moria, with a bounty of 320 million berries, who was contending against the formidable Kaido in the New World, as he had recently invaded Wano country. And then there was the mysterious leader of the assassin organization, Baroque Works, Sir Crocodile, who had only recently entered the Grand Line, with a bounty of merely 81 million berries. Over 80 million? Kofor frowned. What could the Navy headquarters be thinking? This bounty is not particularly high in these waters. Even Kofor, who was not renowned for his strength, had been subjected to a bounty of 30 million berries by the world government, a consequence of his penchant for pilfering celestial gold from the Tenryubido. Had he not been apprehended while intoxicated, his bounty would still stand at 0. However, the 7 warlords of the sea was established as a formidable organization to deter the pirate world. Gaining entry into its ranks required the world government's endorsement. What manner of individual was Crocodile to have garnered such favor from the world government? It was known that once he entered the New World, the true realm of the strong, he would attract the attention of every pirate due to his title as a warlord. Should his strength prove inadequate, it would be a disgrace to the world government. Who knows? Lorne flipped the newspaper over. Strength must be proven through one's actions. The boasts of others are meaningless. Whether Crocodile is a hidden hero or merely a figure with an inflated reputation, akin to the defeated rookie Luffy in the original tale, time shall unveil all truths. Lorne sought to affirm one thing. In the presence of genuine strength, concepts such as strategy, influence, will, faith, and the protagonist's aura hold no relevance whatsoever. In this vast ocean, power ultimately dictates reason. Yet, as he turned the page, the information printed on it left Lorne momentarily stunned. Another grand headline proclaimed, "The Battle of the Strongest Pirates, a Clash of Legends." Accompanying this title was an illustration depicting a jet-black tower floating in the sky, facing off against a pirate ship resembling a giant whale. Merely gazing at this still image, Lorne felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him. The reason was simple. The masters of these two entities were the last remnants of legendary pirates upon this sea, Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. The newspaper did not elaborate on how the conflict had erupted, nor did it delve deeply into the details of the battle. However, Lorne could vividly imagine the ferocity of the fight, for they were Shiki and Ugate, two proud men whom even Lorne, despite viewing them as rivals, could not help but admire. How exhilarating must their clash have been. The confrontation concluded with Shiki's defeat, though the Whitebeard pirates also suffered heavy losses. Yet, as Shiki retreated, he uttered a statement laden with significance. I do not know where you are, nor do I care. Many desire my head. I offer you a chance. Come before me, for I await you. Then you shall witness the chasm that lies between us. His unabashed arrogance was quintessentially Shiki. This declaration sparked a wave of astonishment across the seas, with many believing he directed these words at the throngs of admirers who had set sail following the legacy of Roger. Yet only Lorne understood that Shiki's words were meant for him. I shall know, and I shall comprehend the disparity between us. The gap between you and I is akin to that of man and deity. Yet, I am the god, and you are but a man. Lorne clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm unknowingly. In a distant corner of the New World, a golden-haired man clad in a pink-feathered coat reclined with his legs crossed, holding the newspaper. Veins bulged on his forehead, revealing his agitation. Has the world government sunk to this level, seeking even the bounty of mere trash worth a few tens of millions? I begin to doubt the correctness of the schemes devised to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Ha ha ha. No matter what you do, your family will support you. A tall man with a hunched posture remarked, as mucus dripped from his nose, yet he showed no inclination to wipe it away. I found you, you demon of vile blood. At that moment, several pirates, having spotted the reclining Doflamingo, charged forth in fury. I shall avenge my brother, the leading pirate bellowed. But before he could reach Doflamingo, he abruptly halted, his body frozen in place. What is happening? My body is out of my control, he exclaimed in panic. Yet his blade did not hesitate as it swung toward his companion. Such bothersome flies, Doflamingo said with a frown, expressing his disdain. After a while, as the pirates finished their infighting, he rose and approached the pirate who had attacked his comrade. I am quite angry now. What shall I do? You demon! The pirate, now emotionally shattered, shouted incoherently at Doflamingo. How utterly dull, Doflamingo replied, coldly gazing down upon the pirate. Chapter 106, The Boy and the Young Man. Excuse me. Could you tell me the direction to August Redmoo? A pirate ship was sailing across the boundless ocean when an unexpected guest arrived. This was a young boy, perhaps only 12 or 13, with dark hair and a hat perched atop his head. He crouched on the ship's railing, smiling as he inquired about his destination from the fierce-looking pirates aboard. Beside the pirate ship floated a wooden raft. Had this young lad traversed the vast sea on it? The pirates paused for a moment after hearing the boy's question, then burst into laughter. A burly man stepped forward, towering over the boy. You little brat. Do you even know where you are? I'm on your ship, the boy replied nonchalantly. Could you tell me the way to August Redmoo? I'm in a hurry. The pirates erupted into laughter once more, astonished by the audacity of this foolish child who had stumbled upon their vessel while en route to join the notorious Bloodhand Oliver. Did he not realize he was aboard a pirate ship? Kid, I'd be delighted to tell you where August Redmoo is, a hefty pirate said, stepping closer and gesturing towards his groin. But only if you can crawl through here. The chubby pirate's face was filled with provocation, while his companions looked on with gleeful anticipation. They knew him well. Even if the boy managed to squeeze through, he would not receive any information about August Redmoo. In fact, he would likely be further humiliated. Are you sure? The boy tilted his head inquisitively. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to a hammer smashing meat, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. The chubby pirate was struck in the abdomen and sent flying into the distant sea. What kind of monster is this? The pirates were taken aback, unable to fathom that such a young child possessed such terrifying strength. They fell silent, fearful that the next blow would be directed at them. So, is there anyone who can tell me where August Redmoo is? The boy slowly retracted his fist, casting a cold gaze at the surrounding pirates. August Redmoo is on this eternal pointer, the first pirate to approach the boy, the captain of the ship with a bounty of 20,000,000 berries. Named Whitefish Kunki reverently handed over the eternal pointer he held. In the Grand Line, where the weather and currents defy conventional logic, the eternal pointer always pointed towards a specific island, never wavering. Thus, navigators would utilize the eternal pointer to chart their course. The pointer they possessed, marking the location of the Kingdom of Wine, August Redmoo, was relatively rare as it did not lie along the main route to paradise. They had paid a hefty sum to acquire it, eager to reunite with their boss, Bloodhand Oliver. However, faced with the prospect of death, they cast aside their concerns. After all, what could be more significant than preserving their lives? The boy verified the eternal pointer handed to him, and just as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pirate flag flying high on the ship's mast. "You are pirates?" he asked nonchalantly, causing Kunki and the others to shudder. Steeling himself, Kunki replied, "I am a man of Boss Oliver. If you kill me, the formidable bloodhand Oliver will not spare you. Indeed, we haven't committed any crimes. What gives you the right to judge us?" The other pirates chimed in, their claims uncertain. "Bloodhand Oliver? I haven't heard of him." The boy lifted his leg and lightly stomped on the deck. "But you must have committed a crime." With a thunderous crash, the entire pirate ship splintered as if struck by an unseen force, and the pirates desperately struggled in the rushing waters. Meanwhile, the boy gracefully leaped back onto his wooden raft, adjusted his hat, and coldly declared, "Your crime is your weakness. Eradicating the weak is my justice." Ha, ha, ha. On the royal ship Adela, Lorne was practicing his punches on the deck, sweat cascading down his bare torso and soaking the wooden planks beneath him. As he matured, his bones began to solidify, prompting him to prioritize physical training. Since his fruit held no offensive capabilities, he had to hone his skills in martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. However, compared to the elegance of swordplay or the flair of firearms, Lorne was more captivated by the exploration of his physical potential. Striking flesh is the essence of a man's romance. With his perception fruit, he possessed an extraordinary battle instinct, complemented by the physical prowess inherited from the Windshield bloodline. Lorne mused that even when compared to the monsters of the New World, he could hold his own. 9999. 1000. Lorne unleashed a punch, sending droplets of sweat flying from his fist. Kofiel, prepared with a towel, handed it to Lorne. After a brief respite, Lorne was ready to indulge in a rejuvenating medicinal bath. This concoction, a secret from the medicinal nation of Drum Island, effectively alleviated fatigue. And he underwent this bath 3 times a day, each time with a different formula to ensure optimal recovery. This particular recipe was crafted by the former chief physician of Drum Island, who had once served the king but left his homeland for reasons unknown, ultimately arriving in Adela. Influenced by the teachings of the Holy Truth, he joined the church as a devout believer, passing down this recipe as his treasured legacy. The formula proved remarkably effective, and Lorne was effusive in his praise after trying it. However, the ingredients were rather costly. Even with the increased power of the Lorne family, it became a considerable burden. The adage, "the poor cultivate literature while the rich cultivate martial prowess," seemed fitting. "Young master, dinner is ready. Once you finish your bath, you may enjoy it," Kofiel said respectfully as he draped a bathrobe over Lorne. After his workout, Lorne felt fatigued and looked forward to a refreshing bath. However, just as he turned, he noticed a small raft drifting in the sea. On that raft stood a young boy with dark hair and a tall black hat, appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years old, even younger than himself. Yet Lorne sensed a primal strength within the boy, one that surpassed his own in sheer power. There are indeed many monsters in this ocean, Lorne couldn't help but reflect. At that moment, the boy noticed Lorne as well, removing his hat in a gesture of acknowledgement. Lorne responded with a subtle nod, and the 2 youths, one on a grand ship and the other on a modest raft, exchanged glances across the sea. Chapter 107. The reason this child is remarkably strong. Kofor closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of the raft boy. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, opening his eyes, which were filled with gravity. Kofor's observation haki was not particularly robust. His combat style primarily relied on the element of surprise from his fruit abilities and his exquisite magical techniques. However, he had diligently cultivated his observation haki for 2 decades, making him the strongest in the Wyshire family in this regard. To receive such an assessment from him, the raft boy could be deemed rare. "Should I delve into his background?" Kofor inquired earnestly, sensing an unpleasant aura emanating from the boy, which might necessitate action if the situation called for it. Kofor made a slashing gesture across his throat, a hint of ferocity etched upon his face. "No," Lorne shook his head, understanding what Kofor meant by the unpleasant aura. Yet, a thought began to form in his mind. "I have a premonition that keeping him around may not be a bad idea. I will simply adhere to the young master's instructions." Kofor immediately grasped Lorne's intent, bowing slightly before taking his leave, leaving Lorne alone to gaze into the distance as the raft gradually vanished from the horizon. "Is it truly you? If so, this will be amusing." The interior of the Adela Royal yacht exuded an aura of opulence. The corpulent Ackman III luxuriated in a hot spring, surrounded by several scantily clad women, who were feeding him delectable morsels. He wore a blissful expression, one arm wrapped around a woman while the other roamed over her exquisite form, his face a mask of lascivious delight. The women, unable to escape Ackman's robust grip, blushed deeply as they gazed at his increasingly encroaching visage, their cheeks aflame. Ahem. Just as Ackman III was about to indulge further, Lorne, clad in a bathrobe, entered the scene, awkwardly clearing his throat at the unsightly spectacle before him. He had just emerged from a medicinal bath and was prepared to savor the dinner Kofor had arranged when he unexpectedly received a summons from Ackman III. It was not the moment to sever ties with this illustrious emperor, so Lorne reluctantly set aside his utensils and stepped inside, only to be greeted by such a scandalous scene. "Ah, Lord Wine, you have arrived." Ackman III awkwardly released the woman and managed a sheepish smile. "Come, try this specially prepared hot water, a royal exclusive." The young women, visibly relieved, hastily rushed to Lorne's side. Serving this legendary cleric, rather than the corpulent Ackman III, was far more appealing to the ladies. Upon entering the bath, Lorne immediately discerned the nature of the specially prepared hot water Ackman III had referred to. Its silky, milk-like texture rivaled even his medicinal bath, confirming that Ackman III truly knew how to savor life. "So, your majesty summoned me for a reason?" Lorne suddenly inquired, sensing a hint of indecision within Ackman III's heart. I would like to request that Lord Wine join me for a bath, if that would be acceptable." Ackman III hesitated for a long moment, finally presenting such a feeble excuse. "Requesting a grown man to bathe with you? Do you even believe that yourself?" Lorne found himself at a loss for words. "Let's discuss more pressing matters. Your Majesty, with state affairs demanding your attention, how could you waste time on such frivolities?" Lorne cut straight to the heart of the matter, disliking prolonged interaction with this illustrious emperor, fearing that lingering too long might dull his own wits. "Very well." Ackman III retracted his clumsy pretense, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I have heard that my niece has been in contact with you?" "Ah, so this is the point of your hesitation." Lorne internally derided Ackman III's indecisiveness, yet feigned confusion. "Your Majesty's niece, who might that be?" "She is the wine merchant from Adela, Agatha." Ackman III replied. "Her full name is Ackman Agatha, a direct descendant of my elder brother." "Oh, so she is Miss Agatha." "She is indeed a benevolent and compassionate person, having made significant contributions to the church's establishment." "Significant contributions? Is that merely a euphemism for donating considerable sums of money?" Ackman III muttered. "Oh, no, what I meant was, are you quite familiar with her? So your superficial concern is merely about financial matters?" Lorne scoffed internally, recognizing Agatha as a pillar propped up by the Wineshire family. A wine magnate in Adela, undoubtedly immensely wealthy. Familiar? If Lorne wished, they could have long since shared a bed. As the primary benefactor of the church's construction, "We have indeed crossed paths," Lorne stated nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Ackman III appeared somewhat disheartened. "Then might you persuade her to let go of her grievances against the family? After all, the blood of the Ackman runs through her veins. Why must I be the one to convey your message? Are you not family?" Lorne feigned surprise. In truth, he had already gathered ample information regarding the sordid events of the past through various channels. This led him to regard the Ackman family with utmost disdain. Such a repugnant lineage, it was no wonder Agatha never wished to mention her surname. Ackman III hesitated. These were merely misunderstandings among children. If everyone could sit down and discuss matters amicably, it would all pass. Pass? Your foolish elder prince seized Agatha's inheritance while her parents were deceased, lusting after her beauty and intending to possess her. Had Lorne not arrived in Adela and disrupted the nation's balance, the flower of Adela might have vanished from existence. Initially, you ignored Agatha once her resources had been drained dry, and now that she is rising again with my assistance, you speak of familial affection? Such hypocrisy is more nauseating than the most vile of pirates. "I will do my best," Lorne replied, rising to take his leave. He donned his bathrobe and exited the chamber. The sea breeze was brisk, and Lorne, just having emerged from the bath, felt a chill. Yet he paid it no mind. Knowing he needed the cold air to regain his composure, he feared he might succumb to the urge to eliminate Ackman III. The Wineshire family, one of the most formidable powers in Adela, could easily topple Ackman with the support of the old blind dog, Low Rolly. Yet he refrained from action. The world government would not intervene in the internal power struggles of member states, even amidst long-standing enmities. However, should the world government discover that external forces sought to seize a nation, they would swiftly dispatch formidable troops to eradicate the intruders. Even the formidable Crocodile and Doflamingo, with their minions capable of effortlessly obliterating a nation, tread cautiously, seeking legitimacy. Lorne awaited that legitimacy. Chapter 108. The Tavern of Agranma nestled in the heart of the Grand Line. Agranma may not possess the seclusion of the flower country of Adela, yet it is far from a prominent trade route. The name Agranmu, derived from ancient dialects, signifies fine wine. This land is governed by the Rodon clan. The island itself takes on an elliptical shape, with a wine spring that resembles a floating barrel upon the vast ocean. The inhabitants, who have an insatiable thirst for alcohol and a remarkable talent for brewing exquisite wines, have earned their home the title of Land of Wine. As Lorne disembarked, he was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. For those unaccustomed to drinking, merely breathing the air could lead to inebriation. Truly, this is indeed the land of wine, Cofield mused. Lorne's visit was not solely for the slave auction. He had also received a request from Agatha to procure a selection of fine wines. Grateful to the Holy Truth God, he felt fortunate that his journey had gone smoothly. After navigating the treacherous waters with trepidation, fearing an encounter with pirates that could cost him his life, the third Ackerman finally felt at ease upon setting foot on Agranmu's soil. He clasped his hands in prayer, expressing gratitude. Though whether his heart was truly sincere remained a mystery. Your Majesty Ackerman, Lorne said respectfully, I have fulfilled my duty of escorting you. And now I request to explore this city of wine. Perhaps it could serve as a suitable location for my preaching. Enjoy your time of revelry, my Lord Wayne. The third Ackerman replied with feigned calmness, adding with a smile, do remember to return when we head back home. Finally free from the bothersome presence, Lorne wandered through the city of wine with Cofield. Clad in a sacred black priest's robe, Lorne, accompanied by the impeccably dressed Cofield, presented an intriguing sight, two austere gentlemen, one older and one younger, capturing the attention of passers-by. The open-minded nature of Agranmu's populace led Lorne to politely decline the advances of several young ladies, many of whom were undeniably beautiful. It seems the young master has garnered quite the attention from the fairer sex, Cofield remarked with a grin. Please, spare me, Lorne replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. I would prefer to go unnoticed. As a notorious criminal with a bounty of 570,000 berries imposed by the world government, Lorne wished for as little attention as possible, at least to allow himself ample time to develop. My lord is destined to lead the world. Thus, it is only natural for him to stand out, Cofield praised, always generous with his compliments. To him, Lorne was the greatest individual in existence, the one capable of cleansing the world. Soon, they arrived at a building adorned with a sign displaying knives and swords, a tavern. Many pirates, after enduring long voyages at sea, sought refuge on land to indulge their long-suppressed desires within taverns and brothels. These establishments served as vital links connecting pirates to the mainland, becoming important venues for their exchanges. Here, amidst a mixture of truths and fabrications, tales of notorious figures from the seas circulated, eagerly consumed by the pirates. Upon entering, Lorne felt the eyes of the entire tavern upon him, primarily due to his youthful appearance and the incongruity of his priestly garb within the tavern's atmosphere. However, the pirates quickly resumed their revelry. In such establishments, it was not uncommon for even the navy and pirates to engage in games of chance. This truly was a lawless zone where no one cared about status. I would like a glass of Aphrodite's heart, with ice, please, Lorne requested as he settled at the bar. Previously, Agatha had introduced him to Agranmu's Donatus, a wine imbued with sorrowful undertones that left a lasting impression on him. He was curious to discover the flavor of the perfected Donatus. I'll have a glass of cold water, Cofield added, having vowed never to touch alcohol again after a previous drunken encounter with the Navy. The bartender promptly served a pink liquid alongside a glass of clear water. The color of the drink was mesmerizing, reminiscent of the delicate fabric worn by a maiden on her first date. This is your first visit to Agranmu, is it not, Father? The bartender inquired as he presented the drink to Lorne. Oh, how can you tell? Lorne raised the pink liquid to his lips, savoring its sweetness akin to the first kiss of a girl, intoxicating in its allure. The locals of Agranmu never ordered Aphrodite's heart. Ah, I presume you have heard the tale of Aphrodite's heart, which brings you here, the bartender continued, noticing Lorne's intrigue. To drink from a maiden's Aphrodite's heart signifies fidelity and eternity, a declaration of love. No maiden wishes for her beloved to drink from another's cup, he smiled at Lorne. Yet, no man desires to see his wife's drink consumed by another, Lorne retorted, gazing at the pink liquid with a peculiar sensation, as if it were akin to something unsavory. The bartender's approach to business seemed rather lacking, as he disrupted the guest's enjoyment. This was Lorne's assessment of him. However, there was an inexplicable charm in the bartender's demeanor, reminiscent of the prison guard who had escorted Lorne to meet Ken and impel down. You are quite an interesting fellow, Lorne remarked with a smile, downing the glass of Aphrodite's heart in one go. Others' opinions mattered little to him. Thank you for your kind words, Father, the bartender said with a slight bow. But I sense your visit here is not merely for the pleasures of drinking. Is there any other reason? Lorne narrowed his eyes, disliking the idea of others speculating about his intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dickens, the proprietor of the Tavern of Knives and Swords, at your service. Reverend Wayne. At the back of the tavern lay a concealed room, its walls embedded with sea-prism stone shards, entirely blocking any external prying. Even Lorne, with his perceptive abilities, had failed to detect this hidden space. Here, it was deemed the safest location in all of Agronmu, unmatched even by the royal palace. I can provide you with services here, Dickens stated, sitting comfortably in a white wooden chair. And what services might those be? Lorne inquired, reclining in the grand chair with a casual demeanor. This tavern serves as the largest information exchange hub in Agronmu. In knowing your reputation as a prominent figure from a neighboring nation, it is no surprise that I am familiar with you. Any information, Dickens asserted confidently. As long as you can afford it, we can provide you with anything you desire. Chapter 109. Emotions. Lorne slightly narrowed his eyes. I desire Shiki's life. I wonder what price I must pay for it? Dickens' confident demeanor faltered. Father, please spare me. He yawned a curse at the priest before him. Do you even know who Shiki is? He is a living legend, a man who has recently clashed with Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. If they could eliminate him, they wouldn't be peddling information here. They would venture into the new world and operate independently. However, having boasted such words, Dickens had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. Enough jesting, Lorne chuckled, harboring no illusions that this small tavern could take down Shiki. Moreover, even if they possessed the capability, Lorne would never consent to their assistance. An enemy must be vanquished by one's own hand. I seek information about the New World. The more, the better, Lorne stated solemnly. The influence of the Vanehill family is confined to the flower country of Adela and its surrounding isles. To acquire external intelligence, Lorne would have to rely on newspapers. This was intolerable for someone like Lorne, who aspired to conquer all. He urgently needed to establish his own intelligence network. However, before that could happen, he required a comprehensive understanding of the world's transformations, authentic changes, not the processed news presented in newspapers. Information existed, yet Dickens appeared hesitant. As long as the veracity of the news is assured, money is no object, Lorne remarked, fully comprehending Dickens' implications. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Dickens excused himself and soon returned, clutching a bundle of documents. The intelligence regarding the New World was neatly arranged from the most recent to the oldest for the guest's perusal. At the forefront was the recent, highly publicized clash between the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard. The documents detailed the incident's origins, progression, the number of participants from both sides, and the casualties, far exceeding the scant information provided by newspapers. Upon finishing the reading, Lorne smiled. It was indeed as he had suspected. Shiki, the reckless and defiant man, had audaciously approached Edward Newgate aboard the latter's ship, proclaiming, "Join me as my right arm. Together, we shall conquer this world." Unsurprisingly, Shiki's words incited Whitebeard's fury, leading to a fierce battle between Shiki's Sky Fortress and Newgate's Moby Dick. The base of the Sky Fortress was dismantled by Whitebeard, while Moby Dick's mast was forcibly severed by Shiki. The respective lieutenants, Montbarg and Marco the Phoenix, sustained severe injuries, as both sides were wary of other factions taking advantage and were unprepared for a final confrontation. Thus, the conflict did not reach its conclusion. This puzzled Lorne. Both Newgate and Shiki were exceedingly proud individuals, especially Whitebeard, who regarded combat as an honor. How could they possibly cease fighting out of consideration for others? The secret behind this eluded outsiders. The remaining information lacked significance and would not be recounted in detail. After reviewing these reports, Lorne's understanding of the world deepened. The world had grown even more chaotic since the breach of Impel Down. The seemingly tranquil sea was rife with undercurrents. Even Lorne found himself uncertain about the future of this world for the first time. As Lorne rose, Kofor had already settled the bill, and Dickens offered Lorne a knowing smile. "Father, I look forward to our next collaboration." Lorne had entered the tavern in the afternoon, and by the time he left, dusk had descended. The inebriated patrons within the tavern remained oblivious to his departure. The atmosphere of Ogarum starkly contrasted with that of Adela. Despite being the eve of a grand festival, the people of Adela radiated warmth and joy, while the streets of Ogaruma were desolate and deserted, perhaps due to revelers having drunk themselves into slumber. "Young master, where do we go next?" Kofor inquired respectfully. "The slave auction that old Raleigh mentioned is about to commence. However, before that, we must deal with these pesky flies trailing us," Lorne replied with a smile as several pairs of eyes fixated upon them as they exited the tavern. The owners of these eyes believed they were being discreet, yet before Lorne, with his extraordinary perception, they were as conspicuous as lights in the night. Harry was in a foul mood. He had just spotted a target. That unfamiliar priest had ordered an expensive bottle of Aphrodite's heart at the tavern, an extravagant drink typically sought by affluent visitors. Moreover, he noted the butler behind him, nonchalantly settling the bill. Harry concluded that he had stumbled upon a plump sheep, an affluent young master just out of his home. "Let me teach you the rules of society," Harry thought, his expression greedy. Spotting the plump sheep turning into a secluded alley, a dead end rarely frequented, he saw his opportunity. "Listen well, I am Lord Harry." "You best recognize who I am," Harry began, but froze in shock as he found the alley completely devoid of anyone. "Are you looking for us?" came a languid voice from beside him. Before Harry could plead for mercy, he felt a piercing pain in his chest as the well-dressed old butler flung him into the dead-end alley. "My lord, it's a misunderstanding." Cold sweat trickled down Harry's neck as he desperately pleaded, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. "You begin to plead for mercy before I have even spoken," Lorne teased. "Robbers today are truly disappointing. They know they can't win even before they strike." "I was wrong, esteemed father. Please show mercy." At this moment, Harry recognized Lorne's priestly garb and crawled towards him, hoping to weep at his feet. Yet, thud. Before he could reach Lorne, he was kicked aside. "Who permitted you to touch me?" Lorne's aversion to unfamiliar individuals encroaching upon his personal space was well known, especially when the intruder was weak. Coincidentally, Harry embodied both traits. However, Lorne approached Harry, gently crouching down. After being kicked away, Harry had resigned himself to his fate, fearing he had encountered a ruthless character. Yet upon hearing Lorne's next words, his eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Do you know where the slave auction is?" Lorne asked with a smile. This smile sent chills down Harry's spine. The remnants of Lorne's obsessive-compulsive tendencies, coupled with the cold demeanor developed through prolonged interactions with inmates and Impel Down, combined with the smiling facade he donned in front of his followers, had forged Lorne's current unpredictable nature. Even he himself was unaware of what expression he might exhibit next. Chapter 110. Red Dove. Lorne toyed with a black card in his hand as he approached a grand edifice constructed from massive stones, inscribed with the words Red Dove. This name represented the formidable human trafficking syndicate of Redmo. To deter any potential intruders, iron rods encircled the structure, allowing entry solely to those possessing an invitation. As a prominent figure in the underworld of Adela, Lorne undoubtedly held the highest tier of invitation. However, in the haste of his departure, he had inadvertently left it with Agatha. In Redmo, the trade of slaves was entirely legal, rendering this locale the most significant slave market within the region. A plethora of slaves, each marked with a clear price tag, awaited potential buyers. Those with wealth could procure slaves of any race, beast folk, mermen, or the long-limbed kin. Many affluent individuals traveled across oceans to indulge their sordid desires in this place. The slaves of Redmo enjoyed a notoriety akin to that of its fine wines. This Harry, it seemed, was a notable figure in Redmo. For at least the riffraff could not touch the caliber of an auction such as this. After a cursory inspection, a servant led Lorne and Cofiel into the stone structure. Due to the inadequacy of Harry's invitation, Lorne found himself seated at a solitary round table in the bustling hall. A statuesque serving girl approached with exquisite wine, pausing momentarily upon sighting Lorne. As if contemplating something, a knowing smile graced her lips. "If you require anything, my lord, feel free to contact me." She winked at Lorne before blushing and retreating. The allure of women was inescapable, causing Lorne to sigh as he drew a note from beneath his cup, revealing an address penned in delicate handwriting. Both men present were formidable. The servant's seemingly discreet gesture had not eluded their keen eyes. Cofiel merely smiled knowingly. For did one truly need further elaboration on Lorne's charm? Suddenly, the curtain obscuring the stage was drawn aside, revealing a dapper gentleman who ascended to the platform. "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Red Dove. Here, we shall unleash your truest natures." The host offered a suggestive smile, leaving Lorne perplexed. Though the increasingly coarse breaths from the surrounding patrons displeased him, the host quickly provided clarity. As his words faded, 10 scantily clad young women emerged onto the stage, unabashedly flaunting themselves before the audience. Each struck provocative poses, testing the self-control of the men present. By tradition, the opening act of each auction consisted of these enchanting maidens, meticulously trained by Red Dove to ensure satisfaction for all guests. The starting bid for this auction was a mere 5,000,000 berries, a price that encompassed all 10 ladies. A sum of 500,000 berries was the average price for a human adult in the slave market, and frankly, It was not exorbitant. Now, without further ado, gentlemen, showcase your prowess. Let us see who can win the hearts of these young ladies. I bid 10 million berries. I bid 20 million berries. I bid 40 million berries. I bid 45 million berries. Who are you? An additional 500,000 is utterly trivial. If you're this poor, stay away. As the host concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy of bidding, soon escalating to astronomical figures in the tens of millions, showing no signs of abating. Lorne, however, raised no bids. The ostentation of these women failed to ignite his interest. He could not fathom why these individuals would pay such exorbitant prices for something so devoid of practical utility. Ultimately, the final sale price reached an astounding 130 million berries, equating to 13 million per woman, a sum sufficient to procure a commendable sword from a weapons shop. The successful bidder was a rotund middle-aged man who rose to assert his dominion over the women, his eyes betraying an unrestrained desire. The ladies on stage blew teasing kisses towards their new owner, inciting frustration among the unsuccessful bidders who lamented their missed opportunities. Well, the hearts of these young ladies have been claimed by this gentleman. For those who did not win, fret not. Our next offering shall equally delight you. Servants then brought forth a massive iron cage, unveiling a nearly naked man within, adorned with but a minuscule cloth to shield his modesty. He sat in despair, his eyes reflecting hopelessness. Allow me to introduce this illustrious Captain Mormon, a renowned swordsman with a bounty of 33 million berries. He fell into slavery following a conflict in the Sabaody archipelago and has now found his way to Og Redmill. Though a defeated man, his prowess is indisputable. And with our specially crafted slave collar, his loyalty is assured, a perfect choice for your protection. The starting bid was set at his bounty, 33 million berries. Who desires this formidable bodyguard? The host's question was met with silence, and his tension was palpable. Such powerful slaves were notoriously difficult to sell. Their pride often led them to seize any opportunity to escape, posing a potential threat to their owners. This Mormon surpassed the capabilities of most attendees. To reach the Sabaody archipelago, Lorne mused to himself, it lies at the heart of the Grand Line, dividing it into the paradise and the New World. Given that Mormon had led his pirate crew there, he was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with, making him worthy of purchase. As for the potential risks, Lorne was indifferent. Threats were reserved for the weak, and he considered himself above such concerns. 50 million berries, Lorne raised his card, stating matter-of-factly, a bid of 50 million berries from this gentleman. Is there anyone else? The host endeavored to stir the crowd, yet none were foolish enough to take the risk. Following a brief silence, the host feigned disappointment. Regrettably, gentlemen, you have missed the chance to acquire this powerful bodyguard. A serving girl swiftly delivered a numbered card to Lorne, granting him the right to finalize the transaction after the auction's conclusion. Following Mormon's auction, the host introduced several more items, but none piqued Lorne's interest. He merely raised his card a few times before relinquishing further effort. As the auction neared its end, the servants wheeled in a small iron cage. Sensing the situation within through his perceptive abilities, Lorne suddenly grew serious. Chapter 111. The Fallen Angel. Do you believe in God? The host suddenly proclaimed with a grave demeanor, plunging the audience into an unsettling silence, their faces a tapestry of bewilderment, uncertain of the meaning behind his abrupt declaration. My mother is a devout follower of the Holy Truth sect, and I have been influenced by her beliefs since childhood, he continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Yet, I do not believe in deities. I consider faith to be a mere illusion, a deception. If a God truly existed, how could this vast ocean be plagued by pirates? Surely the heavens would unleash their wrath upon the wicked. At this utterance, Kof glanced at Lorne. His master still held the title of a priest within the Holy Truth sect and appeared to be deeply entrenched in this role. However, Lorne showed no visible reaction to the blasphemous words, instead gesturing for Kof to continue listening. But the host's tone shifted, brimming with fervor. It was not until I encountered this being that I realized my worldview of 31 years was fundamentally flawed. Angels truly exist in this world. With a dramatic flourish, the curtain was drawn back by attendants, revealing a white-haired girl imprisoned within a cage. Clearly overwhelmed by the multitude of onlookers, she huddled in the corner, casting fearful glances at the guests below. The adults, filled with disappointment, had anticipated something far more extraordinary. This girl, aside from her unusual hair color, were no remarkable traits, merely an air of innocence. If the guests believed my words were mere theatrics, mistaking this charming girl for an angel, they were gravely mistaken. The host, as if reading their thoughts, scoffed derisively. Approaching the iron cage, he seized the girl by her hair, flipping her around to face away from the audience. Clad in a specially designed backless garment, her smooth back was laid bare, revealing two elongated scars that stood out starkly. She was once an angel with wings. But she fell from grace for transgressing the laws of heaven, the host began to fabricate. Yet, in light of the girl's injuries, many in the audience remained skeptical. And she had committed no crime. Gripped by pain as her hair was yanked, tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. However, emboldened by the host's fabrications, she attempted to explain, though her voice was barely audible amidst the uproar of the hall. An angel who has sinned must be duly punished. Esteemed gentlemen, you may take this little angel home and educate her. Perhaps you will earn the favor of the divine and ascend to paradise after death. The host fervently incited the crowd, seeking to awaken their baser instincts and drive up the price for the girl. In truth, the Red Dove had stumbled upon the girl by chance during an operation led by their ally, Old Rolly, to capture slaves. They had encountered a merchant vessel. Its defenses weak and vulnerable, like lambs to the slaughter. Old Rolly seized the opportunity for profit and, after subduing the guards, discovered the girl hidden within the cargo hold. Moreover, this little angel was not only skilled in medicine but also possessed remarkable navigational abilities, capable of determining direction by the stars. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this. Who among you has ever received the healing services of an angel at sea? Even the most esteemed kings likely have not. The host's words ignited the last flicker of rational thought within the guests, their eyes alight with unmasked desire as they fixated on Anchi. With the atmosphere charged and palpable, the host smiled in satisfaction. I hereby announce the highlight of this auction, the fallen angel. Bidding begins at 10 million berries. Let us see which fortunate soul will take this little angel home. I bid 10 million berries. I bid 20 million berries. I bid 50 million berries. The guests frantically raised their bids, seemingly indifferent to the currency in their frenzy to possess the girl and take her home for their own desires. 100 million. Warren declared, raising his paddle with an air of calmness. Old Rolly, reluctant to part with what he valued most, likely referred to the girl. He would not even trade her for a devil fruit, fully aware of Roran's desire. A ship capable of navigating the seas required a sufficient crew, helmsmen, fighters, cooks, navigators, doctors, and so forth. While many of these roles were relatively easy to fill, Roran needed someone he could depend on to manage family affairs, which meant Cove could not remain at sea indefinitely. This young girl perfectly fit his requirements, possessing the dual skills of a doctor and navigator, essential assets for any voyage. The Red Dove would not lie. If they claimed this slave possessed certain abilities, she undoubtedly did. To do otherwise would tarnish their long-established reputation. Furthermore, her identity was a significant advantage. Only those who hailed from the legendary Sky Island, situated 10,000 meters above the Blue Sea, were said to have wings. It was no wonder the people of the Blue Sea regarded them as angels. For reasons unknown, this girl's wings had been severed, and she had been cast down from the Sky Island, ultimately captured and enslaved. She harbored many secrets ripe for discovery, even stirring within Roran a long-forgotten plan. All these factors combined made Roran resolute in his pursuit of the girl. The exorbitant bid of 100 million did not quell the guests' insatiable desires. After a brief hesitation, they resumed raising their offers. 130 million, 150 million, 200 million. Roran furrowed his brow, astonished by the frenzied greed displayed by the crowd. He glanced at Kof, who signaled back with a gesture indicating they had approximately 700 million in available cash between them. Just as Roran was about to speak, a voice rang out. 300 million. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, revealing the middle-aged man who had initially secured 10 female slaves, leering at the young girl with an unsettling glint in his eyes. The 112th, Moerman 500 million, Lauren stated calmly. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you. 550 million. The middle-aged man nearly squeezed the words from between his teeth. He fixated on the priest competing against him, his gaze laced with menace. 600 million. Yet Lorne appeared oblivious, his determination towards this islander unwavering. The object of his desire was non-negotiable. Even the white-bearded figure before him could not deter him. Very well, very well. The middle-aged man slammed his hand down in frustration, shattering the table beside him. He had never anticipated that anyone in Ogredamo would dare to undermine his authority. It was not that he could not offer a higher bid, but rather that he deemed it unnecessary to expend such a fortune for a mere toy. Moreover, the priest's resolute demeanor rendered further bidding futile. Find out his background. The middle-aged man nearly roared at his steward, his intent to ensure the priest's utter demise. The host, taken aback by the sudden retreat of the middle-aged man, paused. This was not in line with the character he remembered of that formidable figure. However, he swiftly deduced the reason, casting a sympathetic glance towards Lorne. Young man, You are likely unaware of the caliber of enemy you have provoked, he mused. Nonetheless, sympathy aside, the necessary formalities must be observed. Cordial congratulations to this priest for receiving the favor of the angels. With their assistance, your faith shall grow ever purer. Amidst the droning flattery, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. Lorne had achieved his objective, acquiring a commendable crew member, albeit at a steep price. Had Agatha been present, she would have chastised Lorne for quite some time, as the majority of the family's wealth stemmed from her beverage business. Lorne made his way to the private chamber temporarily provided by the Red Dove, and shortly thereafter, a maid entered, leading 2 slaves. Or rather, Lorne's 2 new subordinates. The previously naked Moorman donned a simple outfit, casting a cold gaze upon Lorne, as if assessing his new master. Ansai, on the other hand, regarded Lorne with curiosity. Having been informed by the formidable adults that this priest was her master, and that she should heed his commands, Ansai grasped only partially what this meant. Yet she had always been obedient. What, she wondered, did being a master entail? This is the control device for your slave rings. The maid presented 2 small objects adorned with buttons. Simply press this button, and the collars around their necks will detonate. Is it truly that simple? Lorne inquired, gently lifting one of the controllers towards Moorman's collar. This seemingly innocuous device wielded the power over the life of the formidable man before him. With life at stake, Moorman felt a sudden surge of anxiety, fearing that this new master might inadvertently press the button. Is it done like this? Lorne pressed it lightly, causing the maid to shield her eyes, seemingly fearful of witnessing Moorman's head explode. A wave of sorrow washed over her. This Captain Moorman, a figure of renown, was now at the mercy of a deranged master, his life potentially extinguished in an instant. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The maid cautiously opened her eyes, discovering Moorman standing frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh, it appears this controller is of inferior quality. I must have inadvertently broken it, Lorne remarked as the device shattered in his hand. Now you are free, swordsman. Lorne tilted his head. What will you choose to do? The atmosphere grew tense. Moorman was indeed a formidable figure, an ambitious soul yearning to venture into the new world. His fall into slavery had stemmed from an encounter with a man returned from the new world, resulting in a brutal conflict that left Moorman defeated. A realization of the true power of monsters. It was during his duel with a fellow swordsman, the captain, that Moorman comprehended the vast disparity in skill. His once proud swordsmanship now seemed trivial in comparison. Even in defeat, he had not learned the man's name, save for the memory of a black sword and terrifying swordplay. After his defeat, Moorman recuperated in the Shambadi Islands, only to fall prey to a slave-capturing pirate crew, plunging him into the depths of servitude. During his time as a slave, despair engulfed him, all his dreams and ambitions shackled by the weight of a mere collar. Yet now, the controller that governed that collar lay broken at the hands of the man before him. Did this mean he was free? As if his heart, long dormant, began to beat anew, a fierce ambition ignited within Moorman's eyes. He gazed intently at Lorne, silent as a wolf stalking its prey, waiting for the slightest weakness to pounce. I find your wolf-like gaze quite appealing, reminiscent of someone I know, Lorne said with a smile. Such eyes are precisely what I seek in a crew member. Lorne's calm demeanor left Moorman uncertain, unable to discern whether this man was genuinely fearless or merely feigning composure. Yet, for the freedom he had so painstakingly attained, he would not retreat. If you step aside, I shall not harm you, Moorman coldly declared to Lorne, recognizing that the man was not inherently malicious and had indirectly liberated him, thus acting as his benefactor. And if I choose not to? Lorne replied with a playful grin, while Caulfield gently tapped the maid, retrieving an object from her person. Ah, sir. The maid shrieked, seeing Lorne damage the control device, instinctively retreating behind Caulfield, who exuded an air of reliability. After a prolonged moment, she realized she had a spare key, trembling as she searched her person, only to find it absent. How could it be missing? I distinctly placed it on my person. Despair washed over the maid. This was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries, possessing immense power, capable of easily dispatching them. In that moment, she felt a flicker of resentment towards Lorne. Why could he not simply enjoy his life as a wealthy young master instead of purchasing slaves? And why did he have to meddle with the control device? In the room, Lorne wore a playful smile. Caulfield remained impassive. Moorman exuded hostility. Ansai appeared bewildered, and the maid was engulfed in despair. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. A man's voice boomed, right here. Chapter 113, The Secret of Bell. You are all doomed. A burly man with a face full of flesh sneered as he burst through the door. Behind him, A group of men clad in dark clothing armed with flintlock guns surged into the room, forming 2 rows and transforming the once spacious area into a cramped space. Do you know who I am? How dare you compete with me for slaves? Accompanied by the dark-clad man, a rotund, middle-aged man entered, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His face a mask of disdain. I'm afraid I do not know you, Lorne replied, his tone growing increasingly cold. However, you have certainly soured my mood. This man was none other than the one who had previously snatched the Sky Islander, Anshi, from Lorne. Due to him, Lorne had spent several 100 million berries to obtain Anshi, but that was of little concern to him. The rule of the auction was simple. Those with wealth could acquire what they desired. If he wished to engage in a bidding war, Lorne was willing to play along. If he lost, it would merely reflect his inferiority, and he could not blame anyone else. However, this middle-aged man clearly sought to upend that rule. And such defiance would come at a cost. Ha ha ha, you're in a foul mood. The middle-aged man erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. He seized Lorne by the priest's black robe and lifted him off the ground. Do you know who I am? I am Bel, the king of this street. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand was severed at the wrist. Kofor had produced 2 short swords from seemingly thin air, one of which dripped with fresh blood. Who permitted your filthy hands to touch our young master? Kofor's expression was cold as he brandished the short sword. None of those present, except Lorne, had discerned Kofor's swift movements. They only heard Bel's anguished scream, followed by the sight of him kneeling on the ground, clutching his severed hand. You bastard! How dare you sever my hand? Bel stumbled back, pointing a trembling finger at Lorne, his voice a roar. Kill them. Even the loudest of flies remained merely flies. Lorne adjusted his attire, which bore the stains of the week, a sight that displeased him. How could a fly comprehend the will of a lion? What nonsense are you spouting? Bel shouted. No matter how skilled you are, can you surpass firearms? I have 24 flintlock guns here. Even an admiral would be reduced to pulp. Bang, bang, bang. The dark-clad men aimed their firearms at Lorne's head, preparing to fire. The scent of gunpowder and smoke filled the room. Ha ha ha, die, die, die. This is the consequence of provocation. Bel cackled, clutching his severed hand. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why was there no sound of despair echoing back? Shouldn't they be crying out in terror? As the smoke began to dissipate, several figures slowly emerged. Mormon stood at the forefront, a short sword in hand, surrounded by scattered bullets. Had he truly deflected them all with that sword? Thank you for your sword, Mormon said as he caressed the blade he had taken from Kofor, treating it with the same reverence one might afford a beloved skin. How long had it been since he had held a sword? 10 days? Or perhaps 6 months? As long as he wielded a sword, Mormon feared no enemy. That was the confidence of a swordsman, even if the weapon was not perfectly suited to him. Impossible. Bel and his subordinate stared, dumbfounded at the scene. How can anyone deflect bullets with a sword? How could such a powerful being exist? How could he possibly be reduced to slavery? Coincidence. This must be mere coincidence. Bel forced himself to regain composure. As the leader of the OG Redmushi Street, he could not afford to lose face in front of his men. I saved your life. We're even now, Mormon remarked to Lorne, appearing unconcerned by the adversaries before them. That is merely superfluous, Lorne replied. If ordinary firearms could harm him, then their dreams of dominating these seas would be nothing but a farce, rendered laughable by their relentless training. Heh. Mormon offered a noncommittal smile. Do not ignore us. The burly man who had initially kicked open the door, one of Bel's loyal subordinates, suddenly found himself behind Lorne, swinging at his head. Capture the leader first. Once we seize him, the rest will surrender. Your skills are commendable, Lorne said to Mormon with a smile, easily tilting his head to evade the man's lethal strike. Your journey should not end in paradise. I knew that without you saying it, Mormon replied as he deftly dispatched the nearest dark-clad man. Once this incident is over, I will reorganize my crew to challenge the Grand Line. When I find that pirate who defeated me, I will once again confront him and defeat him honorably. Quite the ambition, the burly man sneered, undeterred, launching a series of attacks at Lorne's vital points, all of which were effortlessly dodged. Throughout the encounter, Lorne's focus remained steadfastly on Mormon. I invite you to join us in conquering this starry sea. Join. Mormon mulled over the word. Then prove your strength first. Realizing that his attacks were consistently evaded, the burly man came to a disconcerting realization. There existed a vast chasm between their strengths. He recalled a legend. Strong warriors could master a technique known as Kenbunchika haki, allowing them to foresee their opponent's attacks and evade them with ease. Yet, was this skill not typically reserved for the strong of the New World? Suddenly, he began to regret following Lord Bel here. Sensing it may not have been the wisest choice, I will prove it. just as the burly man contemplated retreating. He felt a chill in his chest and looked down to see the young man gripping his heart tightly. "That ISNT my heart," the burly man muttered to himself. But before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. "Please, do not kill me. I can offer you vast sums of money." In the meantime, Moerman and Kofer had decimated the dark-clad men Bell had brought. The burly man found himself seated on the ground, scrambling backward. "Do I appear to be someone in need of money?" Lorne leaned forward, looking down at him with a hint of a smile. Though the bloodstains on his face marred what should have been a warm expression, rendering him like a demon learning to smile for the first time. At that moment, Bell finally remembered that this man had spent billions of berries to wrestle a slave from him. Money would no longer sway him. In a desperate bid for survival, his mind raced until he remembered something. "I am the right-hand man of Bloodhand Oliver. I know a secret." Chapter 114, The Black Card Bloodhand Oliver? Lorne's mind began to churn, swiftly unearthing a piece of information from his memory. The father of the Testament brothers, a pirate who had taken 500 royal palace soldiers hostage, was none other than this Bloodhand Oliver, the very man who had frightened Ackman III into seeking the protection of Lorne. The bounty on his head soared to an astonishing 97,000,000 berries, a testament to his formidable prowess. "Indeed, my boss is none other than Lord Oliver," Bell exclaimed, as if clinging to the last thread of hope, pleading with Lorne. "If you spare me, I shall reveal a grand secret, the kingdom's second prince." "Not interested." Before Bell could finish his sentence, Lorne plunged Koffel's dagger directly into Bell's neck. Bell clutched the wound with his remaining hand, staring up at Lorne in disbelief. He had considered the possibility that this man might turn on him after learning his secret, but he could never have imagined that Lorne would show such indifference to it. This was a matter concerning the very future of the Ogredmo. "You truly do not care at all." After wiping the blood from his hands with the handkerchief offered by Koffel, Lorne turned to the trembling maid cowering in the corner, who had been rendered speechless by fear. "It seems I inadvertently resolved your little issue. Let the aftermath be handled by the Red Crow." Only then did the maid regain her composure, stammering, "Why yes, I apologize. It was our negligence that allowed this disturbance to trouble our guest." To her, the young priest clad in black robes, smiling benignly, appeared as the very embodiment of a devil. She longed to escape the confines of the room. At that moment, the manager of the Red Crow finally arrived. Having heard that Bell and his aggressive entourage were seeking trouble with the priest, he hurried to prevent any calamity. Should anything untoward occur to a guest while shopping at the Red Crow, the establishment's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. As he ascended the stairs, a sense of dread enveloped him. Blood trickled down the floor from above. Had tragedy already struck? The manager quickened his pace, determined to salvage the honor of the Red Crow. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered that the figure sprawled on the ground was not the foreign priest, but the vehement Bell and his thugs. Meanwhile, the priest stood calmly within the room, casually wiping the blood from his hands, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Who could this be? One must remember that Bell was a notable underworld figure within the Ogredmo, albeit not particularly renowned for his combat skills, yet his connections ran deep, even intertwining with the royal family. Yet now, he lay slain here, and the manager foresaw the impending earthquake that would rock the Ogredmo. "Guessed you." Despite the turmoil, the manager maintained a cordial smile, for regardless of the priest's identity, he was not someone he could afford to offend. "Someone attacked me because they could not outbid me at the auction," Lorne remarked, turning slightly to acknowledge the manager while allowing the maid to slip behind him. Relieved, she hastily retreated. She was merely a worker, utterly unprepared for such a situation, completely at a loss. "So, this is how the illustrious Red Crow ensures the safety of its guests?" Lorne's words struck the manager's heart like a hammer. Upon hearing Lorne's comment, Koffel's expression grew grave, ready to act at a moment's notice, awaiting Lorne's command. The manager, drenched in cold sweat, could not help but perceive the priest as anything but benevolent. After all, Bell had been slain without mercy. At that moment, he conveniently forgot that it was Bell who had instigated the confrontation. Had he not come seeking trouble with Lorne, he would not have met such a fate. "This is all the Red Crow's oversight," the manager lamented, producing a black card adorned with a red emblem, the symbol of the Red Crow. "This is the black card of the Red Crow. Those who possess it are friends of the Red Crow, entitled to a 20% discount on all purchases." The manager humbly stated, "All losses incurred by the guest will be fully borne by the Red Crow." As Lorne departed, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, The Red Crow had sustained significant losses this time. That single black card alone held considerable value. With fewer than 5 individuals in the entire Og Redmu possessing such a card, each one was a formidable force to be reckoned with. By presenting this card, the manager sought not only to restore the Red Crow's reputation, but also to curry favor with Lorne. Young and ruthless, he envisioned the rise of a future overlord. Clad in a black priest's robe, Lorne led Anchi, followed closely by Koffel in a tailored suit and Moerman in a simple shirt, seemingly lost in thought. This peculiar entourage drew the attention of passers-by. Yet, given that the Og Redmu was currently hosting a grand soiree, the influx of curious visitors rendered such oddities less surprising. The group soon arrived at the inn where Lorne had temporarily taken refuge. Once back in the room, Lorne sat in a chair and smiled at Moerman, asking, "The bindings that restrained you have vanished. Why do you not flee?" "Because of your words," Moerman replied, unceremoniously sitting on the floor. "You said you would prove something to me. And what is it you wish to see?" Lorne inquired, lifting a wine glass. While Koffel promptly poured him a rare vintage, performing his duties as a devoted servant. "Dreams? Ambitions? No, I wish to see power." Moerman gulped down a large swig of wine, dismissing ephemeral concepts. He yearned to understand the essence of strength. "Strength, you say?" Lorne lounged casually, the crimson liquid in his glass resembling blood. "Try to attack me. If you can make the liquid spill from this cup, I shall grant you your freedom." Arrogant. Moerman sprang to his feet, his pride as a swordsman unable to tolerate such provocation, even if the challenger was his own master. His short sword lunged toward Lorne with lightning speed, swift enough that the onlookers struggled to react. Was this all mere bravado? Moerman thought as he saw Lorne remain utterly still, contemplating, then perish. The blade neared Lorne, and Koffel finally moved, though not to defend his master. Instead, he raised the wine bottle to refill Lorne's glass. Unbeknownst to Moerman, Lorne's glass had long been emptied. With a gentle shift of his body, he extended the cup toward Koffel. In that seemingly casual motion, he narrowly evaded Moerman's lethal strike. The blade grazed Lorne's cheek, and Moerman could even glimpse Lorne's profile reflected upon the sword's edge. Chapter 115. The Heroes of the New World in the Waters Near the Grand Line. The New World, in Wano country, a pirate ship adorned with the bat skull flag sails across the sea. Its peculiar design resembles a bat drifting through the waves. On the deck, a man clad in a shirt with a bat collar and a gothic black coat sits in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Towering at nearly 7 meters, he stands out even in the exaggerated world of pirates. His muscular physique is remarkably proportionate, concealing a terrifying explosive strength. His pallid complexion, coupled with his fangs and horns, imbues him with an air of mystery. With a sinister chuckle, the man raises a goblet and savors a sip of red wine. That fellow Doflamingo certainly has audacity. To think he would resort to hijacking the celestial dragon's tribute, heavenly gold, as leverage against the world government to attain the title of warlord of the sea. When did the title of pirate trader become so coveted? Or perhaps it is our existence that has elevated its prestige. Wouldn't you agree, França? Leaning against the ship's railing is a swordsman clad in black, dozing with his sword cradled in his arms. Only upon hearing his captain call his name does he awaken, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Doflamingo is a formidable tyrant. His ambitions extend far beyond merely being known as a warlord. França unsheathes a segment of his sword, the blade glinting sharply in the sunlight. The position of warlord is indeed a precarious one, unappreciated by both the navy and pirates alike. We must tread carefully, especially you. Moria, temper your demeanor. If Lorne were here, he would certainly understand the implications of this name. The super pirate of the New World, the elder of the warlords of the sea, known beneath the legends as Moonlight Moria. At this moment, he exudes confidence, a stark contrast to the listless, corpulent middle-aged man he would become years later. With a sinister chuckle, Moria rises, folding the newspaper as he gazes toward the distant, towering structure, reminiscent of a colossal pillar reaching toward the heavens. According to legend, Wano country lies atop that very peak, infamously dubbed the Impossible Land due to its inaccessibility. It is said that Kazuki Oden, a crewmate of the pirate king Roger, was the ruler of this land. However, not long ago, the wretch Kaido invaded it with his forces. Wano is now engulfed in chaos. How could I ever let you have your way? Moria crushes the goblet in his hand, fury boiling within him. Everything you desire, I shall obliterate. You wretched Kaido, for I am Moonlight Moria. Suddenly, Furance's senses alert him to an overwhelming presence rapidly approaching from Wano. Holding his breath, he swiftly draws his sword, unleashing a dazzling arc of light toward the figure. Just as the blade is about to strike, The figure halts mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal attack. Who could that be? Moria squints, a cold snort escaping his lips. When the figure draws closer, he recognizes him. When Kaido invaded Wano, he did so with several formidable allies. I was curious where he found such talent. So it is you. The newcomer, adorned with wings and clad in black, hovers above Moria's ship, gazing down at him. Return, or face death. It seems Kaido has yet to resolve matters in Wano. Otherwise, it would be his subordinates coming for you. With a sinister laugh, Moria replies. Then I must see for myself. What could be more entertaining than thwarting Kaido's plans? You are courting death, the figure coldly retorts. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. But you. Moria licks his lips, his curiosity piqued. I wonder how you, once self-righteous, became Kaido's lapdog. Was it the pressure from the world government? Or the agony of watching your mentor fall to a newcomer? Or perhaps some other reason? You need not know, the shadow replies icily. It seems you have indeed changed. The former you would never ally with someone like Kaido. Moria grins, exposing his sharp teeth. His shadow stretches ominously, resembling a demon extending its hand toward the figure. Should I address you as the top of the three disasters, King? Or perhaps as the former warden of Impel Down, Kin? At the Navy headquarters, alarms blare incessantly. A robust elder with a broad chest, tawny skin, and white hair shaped like a mountain sits in the office of the fleet admiral. A stitched scar marks his left eye, and he wears a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals, revealing his muscular arms and a deep green armband, complemented by a pale yellow scarf around his neck. He is none other than Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. At this moment, he slams a transponder snail onto the table. What are those imbeciles thinking, establishing the warlords of the sea? First, Doflamingo hijacks heavenly gold to blackmail us for the warlord position, and we concede. The aftershocks of the battle between Shiki and Whitebeard have yet to settle, and now Moonlight Moria has the audacity to confront Kaido directly in Wano. Is he attempting to reignite the storm in the New World? Hey, no need to be so upset. We've long lost control over the New World. A middle-aged man with graying hair munches on rice crackers, chuckling. Kong, you scoundrel. Kaido's subordinate is your old friend, V. You still owe me an explanation. The unhinged middle-aged man is none other than Vice Admiral Garp, a hero of the Navy. The warlords of the sea were established to balance the powers of pirates and the Navy. Another man, sporting frog-like eyes and braided whiskers, pushes up his glasses and states calmly. However, they ultimately do not belong to the Navy. Moria and Kaido's conflict is of no detriment to us. Regardless of who emerges victorious, we stand to gain. While that is true, should war break out, the pirates of the New World will surely be restless.